The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to this Friday, February the 7th, 2025 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the Past, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1301, Edward of Cantor, later Edward II, becomes the first English Prince of Wales. In 1842, Battle of Debre Tabor, Ras Ali Alula, regent of the Emperor of Ethiopia, defeats warlord Wu Haile Mariam of Semen. In 1856, colonial Tasmanian Parliament passes first piece of legislation, the Electoral Act of 1856, anywhere in the world, providing for elections by way of a secret ballot. In 1991, Provisional Irish Republican Army launches a mortar attack on 10 Downing Street during a cabinet meeting in an attempt to assassinate United Kingdom Prime Minister John Major, injuring 4 people. In 1992, the Maastricht Treaty is signed by 12 countries from the European Community to create the European Union. In 1974, Mel Brooks' Western spoof film Blazing Saddles, starring Cleveland Little and Gene Wilder, premieres at the Pickwick Drive-In in Burbank, California. Patrons watched from horseback rather than cars. In 1985, New York, New York becomes the official anthem of New York City. In 2005, Britain's Ellie MacArthur becomes the then fastest person to sail solo around the world, taking 71 days, 14 hours, 18 minutes, and 33 seconds. Born on this day, Thomas More, Mary Louise Van Hessel-Kessel, John Deere, Charles Dickens, Laura Ingalls Wilder, Alfred Adler, Desmond Does, Chris Rock, Ashton Kutcher, Garth Brooks, Dan Queensberry, Steve Nash, Matthew Stamford. Dying on this day, Gustav IV Adolf, Harvey S. Firestone, Anne Murrow Limburg, Billy Casper, Albert Finney, and Frank Robertson. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 146 regarding a missing person. Be on the lookout for Dale Slater, an American, age 20. Has brown hair, light eyes. Occupation, carpenter's helper. This man has not been heard from since June 18th. That's all. Rosenquist.
As police trail the killer on tonight's true crime story, clues lead them through California, Arizona, and Nevada. In these states, Rio Grande cracked gasoline speeds officers in their search, for throughout this area, more police, sheriffs, and emergency cars use this gasoline exclusively than any other brand. Manhunting is a serious business, and the high-powered cars operated by law enforcement officers must operate at peak efficiency. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has proved for years past that it develops more speed, more power, for greater all-around performance, and that's why so many cities and counties select this one brand year after year for their finest, fastest cars. Experience with all brands of gasoline has taught these big buyers that Rio Grande has advantages over all others. The patented cracking process by which Rio Grande cracked is made is so different from other gasolines that it can be imitated but not duplicated. Today, as for years past, Rio Grande cracked wins all tests to discover a faster starting, a speedier, and a more powerful gasoline. When you get gasoline tomorrow, get more for your money. Get police car performance from the Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer in your neighborhood. Now it is our pleasure to present Captain W.C. Allen of the Los Angeles Missing Persons Detail. Captain Allen.
Good evening, friends. The case about which you will hear tonight is an amazing example of the investigation work of an untrained private individual and indicates what really fine work can be accomplished by a citizen when he or she is sufficiently aroused to action. In this case, it was a mother's love that prompted the discovery of clues leading to the apprehension of the murderer. And if every citizen felt a love for his fellow man, a love so great that he would seek to aid the police in solving crimes, not only would the crime rate diminish, but the result of the practical application of such an emotion would be the disappearance of crime altogether.
On a little farm in the great Central Valley of Oregon a few years ago, a fond mother is busily preparing her son for a journey.
There, now there's socks, shirt, toothbrush. Guess that's about everything.
Yeah. Gee, Mother. It sure is nice of you to get me those things brand new.
Well, you'll want good, durable clothes when you get to Los Angeles.
It's getting late. I've got to get started.
Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot. Now, these have to go in the bag.
Blankets? Oh, Mother, what the devil do I need with blankets in Los Angeles?
Well, you never can tell what the weather'll be, Dale, and I don't want you to catch
Mother,
cold.
down in Los Angeles...
Oh, don't you believe all you read about the warm sun, the palm trees. I hear the nights down there can be downright chilly. There.
All right.
There. Now you're all packed.
All right. I've got to get going.
Well, goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Mother. I'll send for you just as soon as I can get a job.
And don't you forget to write to me every day, will you?
Don't worry, darling. I won't. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
So Dale Slater, carpenter's helper, sets out for a new life in the Southland. True to his promise, he writes his mother every day. But the opportunities in Los Angeles at that time were not all the young man had expected. On June 15th, 1931, he writes his mother...
Employment is scarce here. I'm going to Boulder City on June 16th. A man who knows several of the foremen over there is going along with me. He says he can get jobs for both of us.
After that, silence. Day follows letterless day. Frantic with fear, Mrs. Slater asks Cecil Dell, her son-in-law, who lives in Los Angeles, to try to find Dale. Inquiries to the Boulder City and Las Vegas police are fruitless. No one has seen or heard of young Slater. At last, Mrs. Slater writes the Motor Vehicle Bureau in Sacramento for information regarding her son's car. Back comes the answer,
In reply to your request for information regarding a 1929 Ford Coupe, Oregon license number 725649, we beg to inform you that the registration of this automobile was transferred to one Gilbert F. Colley of Los Angeles on June 27th. The records are incomplete, and at this time we are unable to give you Mr. Colley's address. Hoping this serves your purpose, we beg.
Convinced that her son has met with harm, Mrs. Slater travels to Los Angeles determined to find the mysterious Mr. Colley. Her son-in-law has little encouragement for her.
I've tracked down every angle I can think of, Mother, and I just can't get a line on this Colley man.
Well, Dale told me he was going to Boulder City with some man. I'm sure that man was Colley.
Well, the Boulder City and Las Vegas police haven't seen either of them. I wrote you that.
Yes, I know. Well, how about the Los Angeles police?
I've been to see Captain Allen of the missing persons detail. He's keeping a lookout for Dale. But he told me not to worry. Most missing persons are just people who get tired of writing home.
Oh, but Dale always wrote every day.
Still, I wouldn't be too worried, Mother. After all, he's young and he's never been away from home before. Maybe he's tied up with some girl who's taking up all his time.
Oh, Dale isn't that kind of a boy.
You'll be surprised how many boys are, Mother.
Oh, well, I know my son better than you do, and I'm sure something's happened to him, or he would have written to me. Now, I want you to go to Las Vegas and Boulder City and inquire for him yourself.
But, Mother, I haven't any money.
Well, I have. I drew every penny of my savings out of the bank before I left.
Very well. If you want to pay the freight, I'll go.
But Dell's trip to Nevada is fruitless. No one has seen or heard of Slater or Colley. However, on the way back, Dell does run into a clue at the border checking station at Yuma.
Yes, I remember that car with the Oregon license. I had some trouble about it.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, there was a question about the identity of the driver. Wait a minute till I look at the book. Oh, yeah, here it is. 1929 Ford Coupe, Oregon license number 725-649, owned by Dale Slater.
That's it.
Well, it crossed the line June 19th.
The day after Dale and this fellow Colley left for the dam. What did the driver look like?
Well, as I remember it, he was, a heavy middle-aged fellow, about 50, had heavy cheeks. Kind of a tough guy.
Was there a younger man in the car?
No, he was all alone.
So that's all I could find out, Mother. It isn't much of a lead.
Dale left here with someone on the 18th of June. On the 19th of June, somebody drove his car out of the state. And on the 27th of June, a man named Colley registered the car in his own name. Oh, I know something's happened to him.
Well, I don't know how you're going to find out.
Well, couldn't we get some more help from the Motor Vehicles Bureau in Sacramento?
I don't know. Maybe they might be able to give you a line on this Colley's address.
Well, I won't be satisfied until I'm sure that Dale sold that car. It just wouldn't be like him to do that without telling me.
Well, they could send you a photostatic copy of the transfer card. If you'll pay for it, I got one
Well,
once.
I'll pay for it. I'll pay for anything for word for my boy.
Within a few days, the reply comes from Sacramento.
Well, they found an address for this Mr. Colley.
Where?
Well, they think he can be located in Las Vegas.
Well, they're crazy. I tell you, nobody up there ever heard of him. Did you send a copy of the transfer card?
Yes, here it is. Why, look.
What?
This isn't Dale's handwriting, this signature.
No, by golly, you're right.
Oh, what do you suppose has happened to him?
Now, Mother, get a hold of yourself. This is no time to break up.
What?
We've got to figure out what to do next.
Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to write a letter to this Mr. Colley in Las Vegas.
But, Mother, that's useless.
Well...
Contrary to her son-in-law's hopeless attitude, Mrs. Slater's letter does bring a reply from Colley. A reply which sends her with something concrete into the office of Captain Allen of the Missing Persons Bureau.
And then today I got this letter from the man. He says here that Dale went broke in Boulder City and sold him the car. He says Dale couldn't get a job because he drank too much. Oh, that isn't true, Captain. My son never drank. This man's lying.
Now, Mrs. Slater, take it easy.
Well, I can't help it. I haven't drawn a peaceful breath for a month. I just know something awful's happened to him. You've got to find this man. Make him tell.
Have you any idea where we can find him?
Well, I sent the letter to Las Vegas, but the reply was mailed in Los Angeles, and it had a Los Angeles return address on it. Here it is on the envelope.
I see. Well, Mrs. Slater, we'll send a couple of men around there to see if we can locate Mr. Colley.
Yes, and I'm going with them. I want to talk to that man. If he's done anything to my boy.
Captain Allen assigns Detective Lieutenants Eddie Romero and W.J. Clark to accompany Mrs. Slater. Arriving at the address on East 3rd Street, a cheap rooming house, they are informed by the landlady that Mr. Colley no longer lives there. However, they insist upon examining his room.
Didn't leave much behind him.
Some stuff here in the closet, Eddie.
What is it?
Oh, some shirts stuffed up here on the shelf.
Let me see them.
Here you are, ma'am.
Recognize him, ma'am?
Why, I think that that was...
here's a suitcase back here.
A suitcase?
Yeah, look.
That's it. That Dale suitcase. I packed it for him. Open it up. Hurry. Open it up. There's the socks I got him and the blankets. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, terrible.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am. Nothing's terrible yet.
Oh, I'm sure something's happened to Dale.
Oh, never be sure about anything, ma'am. I'll bet any dough he's okay.
Oh, no, something awful's happened to him.
We got to find this guy Colley first. All we know is he's got your son's car and his clothes, but that doesn't prove your son's in any trouble.
No, I'm positive. I'm positive.
While Detective Clark seeks to calm the hysterical Mrs. Slater, Romero interviews the landlady.
You have any idea where Mr. Colley's gone?
No, I haven't.
It's very important that we get in touch with him.
What do you want him for?
We think he can give us some information. Did you ever hear him mention a young fellow by the name of Slater?
No, I haven't.
Well, this boy's missing, and we're trying to locate him. He was last seen with Colley.
Oh, then you aren't trying to pin anything on him.
Oh, I should say not. We just want to talk to him. To ease that poor woman's mind about her son. Now, tell me where he is, huh?
I really don't know. He doesn't always stay here when he comes to town. But he does phone me whenever he's here.
He does?
Yes. You see, we're good friends.
Will you let us know when he comes in town again?
Why, certainly. I'm sure he'll be glad to help you, if he can.
Thanks. Here's my card. You just call me at Michigan 5211 the first thing you hear from, huh?
But the two officers do not sit idly by, waiting for Colley to return to Los Angeles. Equipped with a photograph of the missing boy, they set out on the highway between Los Angeles and Las Vegas to interview every gasoline station and hamburger stand attendant in an effort to discover a trace of him. It is a grueling, hopeless work, but finally at a station in the desert between Victorville and Barstow.
Oh, sure. Sure, I remember that lad. I stopped by here to fix some wiring in his car.
What kind of a car was it?
It seems like it was a Ford coupe.
Was he alone?
No, there's another guy with him. An old sourpuss he was. He never opened his trap. Never got out of the car. Let the kid do the work.
And what does this other man look like?
Well, about 50, I guess. Heavy-set fella.
Well, thanks a lot, partner. Come on, Clark.
Sure thing. Drop in again when you need more gas.
Hey, what's the idea of heading back?
We're going to San Bernardino.
Why?
Well, look. Slater and this heavy-set guy were together at that service station. But when the car got to Yuma, the heavy fellow was alone. Something happened to Slater between that gas station and Yuma.
Yeah, that checks all right, but why go back? Why not go on and search the country between here and Yuma?
Because that whole stretch of highway lies in San Bernardino County. I want the cooperation of Sheriff Shea down at San Bernardino before we get started on that job.
Sheriff Emmett Shea of San Bernardino County gives the Los Angeles officers full cooperation. From the sheriff's office goes a statewide bulletin carrying Slater's picture and asking for information regarding his whereabouts and for the arrest of Gilbert Colley in connection with the disappearance. Within a couple of days, the replies begin coming in. Orange County reports...
Gilbert Colley wanted in Orange County for jumping bond on a theft charge.
From Northern California comes the information that Colley has previously been arrested for theft there. And from the State Bureau of Identification at Sacramento comes the greatest assistance.
In reply to your bulletin, Gilbert Francis Colley has a long criminal record. He is known under 7 aliases and is a very tough subject. Fingerprints and photographs are enclosed.
And while Clark and Romero are still jubilant over the information they now have on their man...
Detective Bureau, Clark speaking.
May I speak with Lieutenant Romero, please?
Just a moment. For you, Eddie.
Okay, thanks. Romero speaking.
Lieutenant Romero, this is Mrs. Stein.
Mrs. Stein?
Yeah, that's the landlady over at Colley's place.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stein. What is it?
He's back.
Who, Colley?
Yes, he phoned me this morning.
He isn't staying at your place.
No, he's down at a Japanese rooming house on North Main Street, 729.
Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Stein. We'll go down there and have a little talk with him.
So very sorry. Mr. Colley not living here anymore.
When did he leave?
Oh, he leaving this morning.
Where'd he go?
Oh, he not, he say he go with Mr. Walker to Imperial Valley for looking for work. Yes.
Who's Walker?
Oh, he being other rumor. Not knowing how I living with the rumors are moving all the time and owing me money, what is a furthermore...
Owed your money, Walker?
Oh, no, not the Walker, but Mr. Cully. He owing money. He's saying he pay back, but I don't know, maybe so.
Okay. You know who we are?
Oh, I thinking you're a policeman.
Well, that's right. We want to talk to Collie. Now, you let us know when he comes back. See?
Oh, yes, sir. I seeing very well, thank you.
And don't tell him that we were here. Get it?
Oh, I getting it, not a telling, but seeing, yes, sir?
But in spite of the Japanese proprietor's voluble promises, Romero and Clark place a stakeout on the rooming house. For 3 days, officers watch the spot day and night. And finally, at midnight of November 20th, Collie returns to the place. A few moments later, Romero and Clark interview the landlord.
Yes, Mr. Cully, he coming back. And, oh, joy, he paying me $5 he owe. He having much money this time.
Flashed a roll, did he?
Oh, yes, sir. But too bad. Mr. Walker, he not coming back. He gone for keeps, Mr. Cully saying.
Let's have the key to his room.
Oh, rooms in my place are not having keys. More better no monkey business in the rooms if door cannot be locked.
So much the better. What room's he in?
Number 112. That is 3 doors down hall to right.
Come on, Clark.
Well, here we are.
Boy, is he sawing wood.
We'll just ease in on him. You all set?
Let's go. Flash your light around. Ought to be a switch by the door. Yeah, here it is.
The light didn't even wake him.
Okay. Okay, Collie, snap out of it.
Come on, wake up.
What the heck? Who are you guys?
Police officers.
Where's your friend, Walker?
Walker. What do you want him for?
Plenty, where is he?
I left him down the Imperial Valley, El Centro.
How did you get back?
In a bus?
You're lying, Collie. You drove a car.
How do you know?
We saw you drive in. We checked the car you were driving. It's Walker's car. Now shag into your clothes. We're taking you in.
Still letting Collie believe they're after Walker, the officers take him into Central Police Station for questioning.
Look here, boys. I don't know what the big excitement is, but I'll do everything I can for you.
Well, that's right accommodating of you, Collie.
You can begin by telling us the truth about Walker.
I've been telling you the truth. I left him down at El Centro.
And how come you drove his car back here?
Can't think up a comeback for that one, eh? How about Slater?
Slater?
Sure, Slater, your good pal, the kid you were going to find work for in Las Vegas.
I don't know what you...
Now, stop this fooling around, Collie. You know Dale Slater?
Well, yeah.
Well, where is he?
Well, I left him in Boulder City.
Oh, you left him in Boulder City. And you drove his car to Yuma. You seem to be in the habit of parking your friends all over the Southwest and then driving over their cars.
Want to transfer Walker's car to your name like you did Slater's?
I bought that car from Slater for $100.
And what did you do with it?
Sold it.
Yeah, for $150 probably.
Where's Slater?
In Boulder City when I saw him last.
Where's Walker?
In El Centro.
We got a bond jump charge against you in Orange County, Collie. You might as well come clean.
I'm telling the truth.
Take him to his cell, Clark. I'm going to ring Sheriff Jackson in Orange County and tell him we got his man.
But Romero is unable to get in touch with Sheriff Jackson, for at that moment he is investigating the charred remains of a burned barn at the town of Olinda and listening to the report of 2 men who fought the fire.
We were coming out from work in the oil fields, Bowman and I, and we saw this barn burning, so we tried to put it out, but we couldn't. It was burning too old.
Well, what'd you call me for?
Look what we found in the ashes. Throw your light down there, Bowman. Now, there, Sheriff.
A burned human body.
Well, that's what we thought, so we called you.
Did you find any identification on him?
We didn't look very carefully, but you can see one arm isn't burned, and there's a spread eagle tattoo on it.
Do either of you know anybody with such a tattoo?
No, sir.
Well, it's probably some tramp crawled into the barn for sleep and set fire to it with a match. I'll have the coroner's ambulance pick him up.
The following morning, Sheriff Jackson telephones the Los Angeles police, apologizing for being out and explains the circumstances of the tramp who was burned. Inspector Davidson, to whom he is speaking, is thinking fast along another line.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. Maybe that was a tramp, and maybe it wasn't.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, this fellow Collie that you want on bond jumping come in last night about midnight from Imperial Valley. He drove in by way of Riverside. He could have come through Orange County. Could have come through Olinda.
Yes, he could have, but it would have been out of his way.
Worth it if he wanted to bump somebody off.
What do you mean?
Collie went to the Imperial Valley with a fellow by the name of George Walker. He came back alone with Walker's car. Pulled the same thing with a boy from Oregon by the name of Del Slater.
You mean this might be murder?
I do, and I'd appreciate it if you'd start investigating it as such. We have a strong suspicion against this man and no case. Maybe you could provide us with the necessary evidence to convict him.
I'll certainly do everything I can, Inspector.
Sheriff Jackson's revived investigation results in the discovery that the caretaker of the ranch on which the fire occurred is a brother-in-law of Collie. The sheriff questions the man closely.
I tell you, I ain't seen Gil for months.
But he is your brother-in-law.
Sure, he's my brother-in-law. I told you that.
Where were you last night?
I was home in bed.
You're a caretaker of this ranch. How come you didn't come down to the fire?
My place is over the hill from that barn. I didn't know anything about the fire until this morning.
Does your brother-in-law ever come down here?
Sure, sometimes.
Pretty well acquainted with the ranch, is he?
He knows his way around.
Do you know anybody that has a blue spread eagle tattooed on his arm?
No, don't.
Do you know a fella named Dale Slater?
No, don't. Who's he?
Friend of College. You know George Walker.
No, and I ain't got all day to play do you know with you. I got a fence to mend.
Equipped with the important information that Collie was well acquainted with the ranch on which the burned body was found, the officers renew their grilling of the suspect. For hours they question him, demanding to know how he came in possession of Walker's car, assuring him that they know every detail of the fire in Olinda. Finally...
All right. Let up, will you? Put away the saps. I killed him. He's dead. And I killed him. It was him or me. He was coming for me, and I let him have it first. I carried his body to that barn down on the ranch where my brother-in-law is caretaker. I piled straw and stuff around it and poured on gasoline, lit a match. So what?
Oh, so self-defense is going to be your argument.
It's the truth.
Not robbery?
What do you mean?
Oh, the car, the bankroll you flashed at the hotel last night.
Oh, you dicks make me sick with your suspicion.
How about Slater? Where did you murder him?
What?
You heard the question. What part of the highway between Phelps and Davidson's gas station and Yuma did you kill Dale Slater?
Wait a minute. You birds can't tie every bump off in the past 10 years on me. I killed Walker in self-defense, but I ain't confessing to anything else, and I'll see you guys roast before I do.
But the police are relentless. Working in relays, they continue to question the surly suspect. Midnight comes and goes. The small hours of morning are very thin and long, and day begins to open his gray eye, and still Collie is defiant. Suddenly, though...
Oh, criminy, you guys are gluttons for punishment. You must be almost as tired as I am.
Yeah, just about.
Well, let's all get some sleep, huh?
As soon as you break.
I ain't breaking, but I'll talk.
Well, that's swell. We'll start right now.
Okay. I killed the Slater kid. I cracked him a couple with a tent pole while he was sleeping.
Where was this?
You know where. Between Victorville and Yuma. We was camping out. He thought I was taking him to Boulder Dam to find a job. Dumb lug.
What did you do with the body?
I burned it, like I did Walker's. Only parts of Slater didn't burn so good. So I buried him.
What did you do it for?
I needed a car, and the kid had one.
You think you could find that spot where you killed him?
Yeah, I know where it is.
Okay, let's go.
Not me.
What do you mean, not you?
Listen. I don't want to see no more dead men. Now, I told you all about it. I confessed everything, so just count me out of this picnic. I'll draw you a map, but I don't want to go near the place. I'm sick of dead bodies.
The officers, following the self-confessed murderer's map, easily discover the charred remains of Dale Slater. And after further investigation of his effects, they talk to Collie once more.
So you found the kid, huh? That's good. When I get around to it, I'll give you a line on some more bodies. I'll keep you digging for a long time.
What do you mean?
Don't you wish you knew?
You're not referring to these, are you, Collie?
Where'd you get them keys?
Out of a suitcase of yours. The keys to 20 ignition locks on 20 automobiles. Where did you get them?
Try and find out.
Who else did you bump off for his automobile, Collie?
Don't you wish you knew?
No no amount of questioning can elicit further information from Collie regarding his murder career. But officers uncover strange tales. From the landlady on 3rd Street, they learn...
Mr. Collie left for Sequoia on August 10th, 1931, with a boarder of mine by the name of J.F. Halligan. Mr. Halligan never returned.
A young man reports.
My father was supposed to join Collie at Boulder Dam on June 22nd. He left for the dam, but I haven't seen him since.
Riverside County authorities report.
Collie lived next door to a Barney Woods in Riverside several years ago. Woods disappeared in 1923. 6 years later, they dug up his skeleton in his own backyard.
But nothing more was proven, nor did it have to be proven. Collie was tried for the killing of Slater and found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to hang. In condemned row, Collie went insane and was removed to the state hospital at Mendocino, where he quickly regained his sanity. Upon his return to San Quentin to be hanged, Governor Rolfe commuted his sentence to life imprisonment.
Thank you, Captain Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, these true crime stories are just as interesting to read as to hear. So we invite you to call at any Rio Grande station for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News, which contains these dramatic stories, illustrated descriptions of forthcoming broadcasts, and latest movie and radio news. We offer the news free, and we also offer 14 free gifts for boys and girls at service stations where Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. Sooner or later, we know you'll try Rio Grande cracked in your car, and we know that once you have experienced the thrill of police car performance in your own car, you'll never be content with any other gasoline. We also hope to win you over to Sinclair Motor Oils, which are featured by all Rio Grande stations because they are motor oils we can guarantee. We know that you can't break the lubrication seal of Sinclair Motor Oil no matter how fast you travel or how hot your engine gets. We know that other oils do break down under the strain of today's fast driving, allowing metal to scrape against metal and run up repair bills for you. Because the users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline want greater speed and power, we urge them all to protect their engines with Sinclair Motor Oils so they can enjoy greater speed with safety.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, to cancellation broadcast 146 regarding a missing person. The subject has been found, murdered. That's all. Rose and Quist.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
On a devastated ship,
Enterprise, extend shields.
2 lives vanish into thin air.
Where are they?
Leaving only one tragic conclusion.
You're dead, Jordy.
They're caught in a ghostly limbo.
It's like I'm here, but I'm not here.
Faced with the threat from beyond the grave.
Do not move.
Row! Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone wait for me. This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Chesterfield Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Bears, and Bing's special guest, Miss Ethel Barrymore. is Bing's custom at Christmas time, he opens the program with a Desti Fidelis. And, as usual, he will sing it first in Latin and then in English with the studio audience joining him.
Yeah, Ken, I think it would be very fitting if our guest here would join in the chorus of Come All Ye Faithful.
Well, Bing, I think it'd be very nice if the home folks, the folks listening in all over the world, would join in, too.
Well, it would indeed. Gather round, folks, wherever you may be, and help us sing this eternal hymn. Adeste fidelis, leti triumphantes, venite, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem angelorum, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, venite And now everybody here and at home in the family key. Thank you very much. Well, the Rhythmaires are assembling now to join in a big welcome to St. Nick and also a big welcome to the Ohio State football team, the Buckeyes, who are here in attendance this evening to witness this show. Here we go.
Happy days, listen to the bells and chimes as Santa Claus comes your way today.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen and Blitzen and all his reindeer pulling on the rein. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. Hang your stockings, say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight.
Hey, here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag that is filled with toys for the boys and girls again. Hear those sleigh bells jingle jangle, what a beautiful sight. Right, jump in bed, cover up your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight, tonight. Santa Claus comes tonight, tonight.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He'll come around when the chimes ring out, and it's Christmas morn again. Peace on earth will come to all if we just follow the light. Let's give thanks to the Lord above, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight, tonight.
Santa Claus are coming tonight. Happy days, listen to the bells and chime. Here comes Santa Claus.
Bing and kids.
Thank you, Ken. You're very sweet.
Bing, you know I'm not one to make a big issue of things, but...
What's the matter?
Well, what in the world has come over you tonight?
What do you mean?
Well, you're wearing a necktie.
Yes, sir. It's a hand-painted job, too, by Ori Kelly.
Hand-painted? Let me see it. Let me see it. Now,
Don't touch it. It isn't dry yet.
Oh. Look at that, a new transparent tie clip.
Well, that's Scotch tape, but it does it too.
And Bing, you've got a haircut.
Well, I had several hairs cut.
You did.
I went first class before.
And look at that suit.
Nice?
Yes. This is the first time I've ever seen you wearing a coat and pants that match.
Oh, yes, and I got another pair of pants that match these.
Bing, this is really something.
Wow.
You're a knockout. Gosh, you look like you just stepped out of Foreman and Clark's window.
What are you talking about? I look like I just stepped out of Esquire.
You sure you don't mean Popular Mechanics?
Ken, you're just unnerved because you've never seen me so gussied up before.
Maybe you're right. But Bing, what's the big idea of dressing? You've been called for jury duty or something?
No. Ken, I just felt that I had to dress up tonight for our distinguished guest, Miss Ethel Barrymore.
Well, that I can understand. That's being very respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you finally made it, Bing, how does it feel to own a suit of clothes?
Oh, I don't own this suit, Ken.
No?
I got it from Paramount. It has to be back in the wardrobe department in the morning. Now, Ken, I think it's time for our annual sleigh ride with John Scott Trotter's famous arrangement of Jingle Bells.
I'm for that, Bing.
But first, would you like to say something about Chesterfields? You know, sort of mention Chesterfield's Christmas carton. They're a great bet for last-minute shoppers.
Yes, sir. One of those gay red cartons with Arthur Godfrey's picture on it will make any smoker happy. And now, on behalf of the whole Chesterfield family, our wholesale distributors, our million retail outlets, your friends who sell you your Chesterfields, Merry Christmas.
Righto. And from all of us here, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open. Oh, we have a lot of fun. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what song with a nice Yuletide sentiment. In fact, it seems to be becoming almost a standard this time of the year. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa is on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is bound to spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you. You know, Christmas is a time when nice things are supposed to happen, and they do. Certainly a nice thing is happening to us right now with the arrival of our very wonderful guest. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Ethel Barrymore.
Thank you, Bing. Bing, that was really very nice. I'd like to say that being here is the nicest Christmas present I could possibly have. I'm delighted to be here and hear my favorite singer sing my favorite Christmas song.
Well, thank you, Miss Barrymore. That's a rather overpowering compliment.
Well, it should be, coming from another baritone.
Mighty full, rich baritone, too.
Really, Bing, I do enjoy your singing. I enjoy your pictures, too, especially those with Bob Hope. I think he's a fine comedian, and I want to sing his praises to the world.
You came here to do it?
You see, to appreciate Bob, you must realize he has many sides to his character.
Well, how would you analyze Hope? What kind of a mixture is he?
Well, there's his childlike simplicity.
And,
That's all there is, isn't there?
Oh, goody.
Now, consider that your Christmas present.
Oh, that's just what I wanted. Miss Barrymore, now that you live out here in California, I bet you kind of miss Christmas in New York, huh?
Oh, I haven't spent all my Christmases in New York. First 2 years I was on the stage, I spent them in a hall bedroom in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh? Oh, did you ever see the Pittsburgh Pirates play in those days?
Yes. In those days, they won a pennant.
I don't know why they can't win one for us.
No, I don't either. You got the same fellas playing.
Oh, we have... Oh, you must be mistaken.
No, I'm not. This summer I saw good old Honus Wagner out there on the field in the uniform.
Oh, well, Honus isn't playing anymore. He's just coaching.
Well, that's where your trouble is. Get him back to shortstop where he belongs.
Well, you may have something there at that. I'm going to see what I can do about it. But, you know, I was thinking with your theatrical career, you must have spent a great many Christmases away from home, Miss Barrymore.
Yes, but fortunately I was able to have my children with me. They joined me wherever I happened to be playing. Sometimes in Chicago, sometimes in Boston, sometimes in Philadelphia, sometimes at home.
Well, the important thing is that you got together.
Yes, and for many years we listened to Christmas carols sung by a young man named Crosby on the radio.
Well, I'm very happy I could be with you. You know, something I wanted to ask you. What do you think about this new fad they got out here for colored Christmas trees? Especially out here in Hollywood, they seem to accentuate that
I've
color.
seen them.
You don't like
Pink,
them?
blue, silver, maroon, yellow. But I was lucky, Bing. I managed to get a green tree this year.
You did? Well, how did you ever do it?
I bought a pink one and painted it green.
Very clever.
Bing, I bet there's lots of excitement around your house with all your boys home for the holidays.
Oh, it certainly is. You know a funny thing, though? The kids wanted to spend Christmas in New York this year.
Probably they want to get east for the snow.
No, it wasn't that. It was the water shortage that intrigued them. They wanted to get in on Bathless Friday.
Bing, this is really something standing here talking about your children when I remember so well when you were a kid yourself, singing with the Rhythm Boys.
My goodness, you go back that far?
Are you kidding? But Bing, let's get back to Christmas.
All right.
You know, in our family, you've got a new little fan, 3 years old, my little grandson, Johnny. And we'd love to hear some carols.
Christmas carols? Well, Miss Barrymore, if the chorus will gather around, I'd be thrilled and I'd be happy to oblige you and Johnny.
Thanks.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly. La 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly. La 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 la.
Son, we now are gay apparel. La 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 la.
Troll the ancient Yuletide carol. La 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 la. Fast away the old year passes. La 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 la. Hail the new ye lads and lasses. La 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 la.
Sing we joyous all together. La 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 la.
Heedless of the wind and weather. La 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 la. Cattle are lowing, the poor baby wakes, but little Lord Jesus, no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky. Stand by my cradle till morning is nigh. The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they night that was so deep. Noel, 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 Noel. Born is the King of Israel. They looked up and saw a star shining in the east beyond them far, and to the earth it gave great light, and so it continued both day and night. Noel, born is the King of
They were beautiful, Bing.
Well, I'm sure glad that you liked them.
Now, would it be too much if I asked for White Christmas?
Oh, no, not at all. Anything you wish.
And Bing, by the way, thanks for wearing the necktie and suit tonight.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
Now, don't try to pass it off lightly. You're in agony. You know it.
Oh, I can take it, honestly. John Scott, White Christmas for Miss Barrymore, huh? I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your day be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be just like the one I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
Thank you, Bing.
This program was produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the vivid world of your own imagination, to the miracle of your own mind's eye. We have, all of us, found ourselves at times in one predicament or another and wondered how in the world we got there. Our mystery drama, Hurricane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar, and stars Joseph Julian and E.V. Juster. Imagine yourself now in a beach house on the eastern shore of Florida. It's a wild and isolated part of the shore. And right now, the savage wind and rain of a hurricane are bludgeoning the house. In the living room, two men are playing Scrabble by the light of a kerosene lamp. One of them is quite young, in his 20s. His left eye is badly bruised, half closed. The other man is older, in his mid-30s, perhaps. He is wearing a shoulder holster with a .38 caliber revolver in it.
Turn the radio on, Ronnie. Let's get the latest on the hurricane.
Joe.
Don't get any fancy ideas. Don't make any sudden moves.
What ideas? What moves? You could put a bullet in me before I get halfway to the door.
And don't think I wouldn't.
Some hours since Hurricane Donna roared out of the Atlantic, heading north by northwest up the Florida East Coast. Winds up to 90 miles per hour have already been clocked at the Weather Bureau station in Miami, which warns that they are expected to reach a velocity of 110 miles per hour.
I told you, no sudden
wait a
moves.
minute,
Get
I
away
thought-
from that window.
I thought I heard a car. Hey, Dick.
Parts of the overland highway have been
Joe, there's a car in the drive. Two people, a man and a woman, getting out. They're coming in.
Damn.
Shore of the Keys have been
Shut that thing off. Now, let me handle this. Don't give me any trouble, understand?
Whatever you say, Joe.
Yeah?
We're sorry to trouble you, but will you let us in, please?
I'm sorry, lady.
The overland highway's underwater up ahead. We can't go on. We can't go back. You've got to take us in.
There's a beach house about a half a mile.
There was. It's been washed away.
Oh.
Look, you can't turn us away. Not in this.
All right, come in.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Martin Halliday. This is my wife, Fran. And you?
Joe Carrington.
And I'm Ronnie Prentice. You may have heard of my father.
All right, they don't want your life history.
Pleasure meeting you. Say, that's quite a black eye you've got. Yeah,
We went down to the dock to secure our boat. Ronnie slipped.
Oh, that's too bad. I can't help noticing, Mr. Carrington. Your gun.
What about it?
Well, a little unusual, isn't it? I mean, wearing a shoulder holster and a gun in a house. Makes me feel as if I'd walked into a Humphrey Bogart movie.
Maybe you have. Oh? What do you mean, Mr. Prentice?
He didn't mean anything. Making a joke is all. Where are you from, you two?
Siesta Key.
Yes, we have a little beach house there. Shack, really. A kind of get away from it all place.
Get away from all what?
We're school teachers, Jacksonville. Fran teaches English, and I'm what you call a student counselor. Oh, you, give advice to kids? Well, they're not exactly kids, not at 17 and 18. High school, yes. But at that age, adolescents have lots of problems, believe me. And you straighten them out. Well, let's say I try.
My husband has a degree in clinical psychology.
Oh, very interesting. I'll be back in a moment.
Where are you going?
Well, to heat up the coffee, Joe. They look like they could use something.
No, what they need is a drink. Forget the coffee.
Well, I don't need a drink. I'd rather have the coffee, thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I'll get it. No, wait. Excuse me. I'll give him a hand in the kitchen.
Martin, there's something funny going on here.
Yeah, I noticed the way Carrington, the one with the gun, kept watching the younger one like, well, a cat watching a mouse.
I noticed that, too, but what I mean, the younger one, Ronnie, he seemed to be trying to warn me about something.
What do you mean, warn you?
I don't know. I could be wrong, but there was something, seemed to me, something in his eyes. As if he were trying to warn me with his eyes.
And speaking of eyes, I don't think he got that shiner in a fall.
Neither do I.
I'll come and get it. Hot and steaming.
Oh, I can use a cup of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There we are. There's cream and sugar. You can help yourself.
Oh, thank you. How do you take yours, Mr. Prentice?
Black. And it's Ronnie.
Oh, well, Fran then.
Okay.
There you are. Mr. Carrington?
None for me.
You play Scrabble, Fran?
I love it.
Well, how about a game with me?
Of course.
You know, come to think of it, maybe I'm biting off more than I can chew, taking on an English teacher.
What do you want, a handicap?
This is a nice place you've got here, Mr. Carrington. Yeah, I've been admiring some of the paintings on the walls. Who's the artist?
Friend of mine.
And distinctive technique. Yeah, he's got talent. And problems.
You think so?
Oh, no offense.
No offense. I'm interested. What makes you think he's got problems?
Well, there's something curious about the way...
Yeah?
It's hard to put into words. See, here in this landscape, that distant farmhouse is only partially finished. And here again, these trees are only half painted in. As if, well, there's something wrong. As if the artist, for some reason, went just so far and no further. As if something stopped him.
You shrinks are all alike.
I beg pardon?
Your wife said you were a psychologist.
So
right away you got to read something into this painting. Like the artist has problems because he didn't finish painting this or painting that. Maybe he ran out of paint.
Did he?
What?
He's a friend of yours, you said. You know him. Did he run out of paint? Or does he just not finish what he starts?
Hey, now take it easy, Joe. Why pull a gun on us? I just accidentally upset the Scrabble game, that's all.
Oh, I thought you were going to shoot me.
You're pretty edgy, Carrington.
Sorry.
You're practically a nervous
Fran.
wreck. But all that happened was Ronnie upset the Scrabble game.
I said I was sorry. Here, let me help you pick up the pieces. Then maybe we could all sit down and play. How about it, Mr. Halliday?
Sure, help pass the time.
Yeah, you count me out. I'm going to lie down for a while.
A few minutes ago, you wanted to play.
Well, I don't now.
Nonsense. You like Scrabble.
Not when I'm up against an English teacher. She was beating the socks off me.
We'll all play. Now sit down, Ronnie.
I'm sleepy, Joe. I'm going to catch a nap.
Looks like we'll have to play three-handed.
Yeah. As soon as I get back. I won't be a minute.
Martin, that boy's in trouble.
Where'd you get that idea?
He didn't upset the Scrabble game accidentally. He did it deliberately. After he spelled out the words, help me.
Help me?
Yes. I looked at the words then at him, and he looked in Carrington's direction. Martin, that boy's in danger. Maybe we are, too.
Joe, no, please, don't handcuff me to the bed.
You're up to something out there, Ronnie. I'm not taking any chances.
I swear I wasn't up to anything at all.
You think I haven't noticed the looks between you and her? You think I haven't seen you trying to tell her something with your eyes? And why did you upset that Scrabble game?
It was an accident.
Yeah, some accident. And all of a sudden you're sleepy and you want to take a nap. Do you think you're kidding? Next thing I know, you'd be out that window trying to escape.
With a hurricane raging out there, how far do you think I'd get?
I don't think. I know. You're not getting beyond this bed. Not with these handcuffs on. You're not.
We've got to do something.
Fran, I warn you again. Don't rush into something you'll be sorry for.
But we've got to help that boy. For all we know, we've got to help ourselves. Martin, he's got a gun, and he's...
More coffee before we start playing?
No, thank you.
Change your mind about a drink, Halliday?
Why, yes. Yes, I think I will.
And on second thought, I'll change mine about the coffee.
Help yourself. Scotch, bourbon, rye, what'll it be?
What? Oh, bourbon, thanks.
Coffee's cold. Mind if I heat it up, Mr. Carrington?
Oh, of course not. There's a gas stove in the kitchen. Lucky we don't cook with electricity. It all went off hours ago. Kitchen's through that door.
I'll just be a few minutes.
Hey, what the...
Keep your voice down, Ron.
Fran, you're soaked to the skin, drenched.
I pretended I wanted to heat up the coffee, but I really wanted to get to you. I went out the kitchen door and came around to this window. Ronnie, what's the trouble?
He's holding me for ransom.
Ransom?
He wants $100,000.
$100,000?
My father is Garrett Prentice, the millionaire.
Oh, I've heard of him, yes.
No, Carrington, if that's his name, phoned my father yesterday. The money is on the way, but what worries me is I'm sure Carrington's going to kill me once he gets it.
But if he gets the ransom money...
I don't think it'll make any difference. He knows I can identify him, so he hasn't much choice. He has to kill me. You and your husband, too.
Yes. We could identify him.
You've got to do something. We've got to do something.
But what? That's the question, Ronnie. What?
Your wife, she's taking her own sweet time about heating that coffee.
Oh, here she is now.
Where have you been? Your clothes are soaking wet.
How did it happen, Fran?
While the coffee was heating, I went to the kitchen door and opened it.
What for?
Well, to see what it was like out there. The wind caught the door and yanked it open. I went out to try to close it and...
You're lying. What have you been up to?
I haven't been up to anything.
You went out the kitchen door and around back, didn't you? You made your way to the bedroom.
No, I swear I didn't.
Well, I'll soon find out. I'll go see.
Fran, have you gone crazy? You hit him with that candlestick. You knocked him cold.
Get his gun and the key to the handcuffs out of his pocket.
Handcuffs?
Ronnie's handcuffed to the bed in there.
Good Lord. Here, take the gun while I hunt for the key. Not this pocket. Yeah, here. Keep him covered, Fran. I'll release Ronnie.
Mr. Halliday.
It's okay, Ronnie. I don't know what this is all about yet, but I'll soon have these cuffs off you.
Oh. Carrington's out cold. There. Oh, good. Where's his gun? My wife's got it. Keeping Carrington covered. Come on. He's still out, huh?
Yes.
All right, I'll take the gun, Fran.
Yes. Here, I don't want it. I don't even like the feel of it. Where's my husband?
Well, still in the bedroom, I guess.
What in the world is he doing in... Martin? Martin, what are you doing in there?
Coming. I stopped to have a closer look at this.
Well, what is it?
It was hanging on the wall. In his bedroom.
But what is it?
A straitjacket, Fran.
A straitjacket? Ronnie, what would a straitjacket be doing in your... Oh, my God.
That's right, Fran. You see, I'm insane. Joe used that straitjacket to keep me quiet when I got violent. Really violent. But he won't be using it on me anymore. Not anymore. Thanks to you. As I said, we sometimes find ourselves in predicaments and wonder how we got there. Well, Fran and Martin Halliday needn't wonder how they got into theirs. They know. There are those who say we cannot escape what the fates have ordained shall be our future. Others contend that we create our own destinies, masters of our fate, captains of our soul, and all that. I don't know. Seems to me there's such a thing as luck, good and bad. And as Fran and Martin Halliday stare into the barrel of a gun held by Ronnie Prentice, I'd say they're just victims of circumstance. Wouldn't you?
Joe uses a straitjacket on you when you become violent?
He did. But as I just told you, he won't anymore. Thanks to you, dear impulsive Fran Halliday.
Carrington's coming around. I'll see if I can help him.
Leave him.
He could be seriously hurt.
Let's hope so.
My head. Ronnie, how did you get that gun?
She gave it to me after she took it away from you.
Oh, maybe you made a big mistake.
He told me you'd kidnapped him. We're holding him for ransom.
And you swallowed that?
I'm afraid I did.
Well, don't blame yourself too much. Ronnie's conned smarter people than you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Oh, no, you shouldn't have said that, Joe. You've offended her. She's an obvious narcissus type. You should have realized that.
As you did.
Well, of course. That's why I went after her sympathy instead of his. I knew she'd be a pushover.
Well, quite the amateur psychologist.
Amateur? Hell of a lot better psychologist than you are, Halliday. I'm not wasting my life as a kid counselor.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Ronnie, give me the gun.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Oh, Ronnie.
One more step, Joe, and I'll kill you.
No. Not me. Not after all these years.
How many, Joe? I've lost count.
19. In 4 months and 27 days.
Oh, that's a long time.
You'll never know how long.
The gnawing tooth of time. Well, it's over now, Joe. End of the line and no transfer.
No transfer for you either if you kill me. I'll put you in the asylum, Ron.
Not me. Too clever. Well, would you all like a drink, or is the situation sufficiently intoxicating? Dear friend?
No, thank you.
Halliday?
Not me.
How about you, dear brother Joe? Dear, dedicated, generous, self-sacrificing, martyrish brother. Dear, gentle, understanding, all-suffering keeper!
Hit me just once again, Ron.
And what?
Skip it.
I'm going over to the bar to make myself a drink. Now, all of you stay right where you are. Don't move. Not an inch. I said not an inch.
Oh, I was only going to sit down in this chair and... Oh, my jaw.
I'll do more than kill you with this gun if you disobey me again. Now, don't move. Not an inch.
Martin. Oh, Martin, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Are you sure you don't want a drink? Anyone? It's your last chance, you know. Well, suit yourselves. And now, who's first? You, Halliday? Yeah, why not you? Just one bullet through the head. Painless. So don't be afraid.
Ron, Don't do it.
Are you afraid, Halliday?
I don't think so. No.
Not afraid of death? How come?
Oh, I don't know. I guess if you believe in God, and I do, I guess you can't be very much afraid of anything, really.
Well, many people who believe in God are afraid to die, wouldn't you say?
No. I don't see how they could be afraid if they did.
Oh, provocative speculation.
Give me the gun, Ron.
Oh, you're afraid, aren't you? When I point the gun at you like this and you don't know whether I'm going to pull the trigger or not, you are afraid, aren't you, Joe?
I certainly don't want to die.
Yet you believe in God.
Maybe I do and maybe I don't.
You do. You told me you did. I remember a long time ago, you told me that you did. You did.
Okay, I did.
Now you're trying to confuse me. He does it all the time. He keeps making me think I got things twisted, all mixed up, that I'm not thinking straight, that I'm crazy. Now, don't start that with me, Joe. Now, I'm warning you, don't start.
All right, Ron.
And don't take that tone either. You know I can't stand that tone.
Ron.
I will not be treated like a child in a tantrum. I will not, Joe. I will not.
Then why don't you stop behaving like one?
Halliday, don't cross him.
Why not? Go ahead, Halliday. Cross me. Say anything you like to me, anything, and see what happens. You won't? Well, then how about you, Fran? You say something. You cross me.
Oh, won't you please let us go? Please. We have nothing to do with all of this. We just happened to come in here out of the...
Save it. You can't reason with a homicidal maniac.
He really is?
Yes, Mrs. Halliday, he really is.
Liar! Liar! Oh, and clever. Oh, yeah, clever. But not as clever as I am. You see, he wants my father's money, all for himself. There's enough for both, more than enough. When my father goes to that great hunt club in the sky. Yeah, marvelous huntsman, my father. Red coat, breeches, top hat, the whole bit. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, hunting we will go. And all fall down and go smash. Smash! But not for him. Oh, never smash for him. For me. For me.
What do you mean, smash for you?
Would you like to know? Would you really be interested?
I would, yes.
No, we never tell about it, do we, Joe? Never have, never will. What would Father's friends say? Garrett Prentice fathered a maniac? That's what they'd say. Garrett Prentice would shrivel up with shame.
Well, who exactly is Garrett Prentice?
Who is... Joe, here's a man who never heard of Father, a wonderment, a rara avis. My dear man, where have you been? Everyone has heard of Father.
I'm afraid I'm not in that category.
Oh, then let me tell you about him, all about him, and about Joe and me.
Ron, no, don't, please.
No, it's the last stop, Joe. Final destination. Why not open the luggage? You won't be taking it with you. You see, Joe's mama married my dear Papa after his Papa died. Now, in, as you might say, the ordinary course of biological eventuality, I appeared on the scene. And alas, poor Joe's mama left it. Joe hated me for killing his mama.
No, Ron, I never...
You did. You did. If you didn't, why did you hit me and knock me down and make me hurt my head?
I didn't mean to. You were 2 years old, almost 2. And you always wanted whatever I had, a toy, a game, whatever. That day, well, I wouldn't give up what you wanted, and I pushed you away.
You knocked me down. You knocked me down, and you hurt my head, Joe.
I did injure him. I am responsible. When I pushed him and he fell.
Knocked down?
All right, Ron. When I knocked him down, he struck his head on the metal corner of a bed. He was unconscious for more than an hour. And when
Go on.
When the doctor brought him around, he seemed all right, except for headaches that bothered him from time to time, but otherwise all right. Then when he was about 4, he tried to kill his governess.
At 4?
Yeah. He wanted her to give him something. I don't remember what, and she wouldn't. And he flew into a rage. He bit, he clawed, he kicked her. Small as he was, she was no match for him. And he'd have killed her if other servants hadn't come in time and dragged him off. And then, a year or so later, he attacked a playmate. Boy his age. And he would have killed him there hadn't been other boys who pulled him away.
Good heavens.
From then on, he couldn't be sent to school. He had to be tutored at home. He'd fly into these sudden, unexpected rages, attack his tutors. He nearly murdered one with a pair of scissors.
The psychiatrist who examined him, did they have
He's
any...
never been to a psychiatrist.
Well, you can't mean that.
It's true.
But it's senseless. Garrett Prentice, senseless? Wealthy financier, handsome playboy, beloved darling of the jet set, senseless? Oh, no. Heartless, yes. Oh, God, yes, heartless.
He couldn't bear the shame, the notoriety of others knowing.
But, Carrington, Joe, you can't mean that all these years you've taken care of him alone.
It was my fault.
So you took on the burden of...
Wouldn't you?
You've dedicated your entire life to him.
Oh, it isn't as bad as you make it sound. Most of the time, he's rational enough. Our lives are quite ordinary, except I have to keep watching for the signs, the symptoms that warn me that another attack is coming on. I try to give him as much freedom as I can. Still, I do have to keep an eye on him.
And you know I hate being watched. If you only know how it feels to have someone's eyes glued on you all the... Why are you looking at me like that, Halliday? Like what? As if you're studying me. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. Answer me. Answer me or I'll put a hole in your head.
No! Take that gun away from his temple!
Easy, Fran, easy. All right. I have been studying you. Why? There's something... I can't put my finger on it, but something... I've known kids, well, young men and women, really, high school seniors who seem rational at times.
It's only the calm before the storm, Halliday. It's one of those symptoms that I mentioned.
The silence before the volcano erupts, eh, Joe?
Something like that.
And then? Boom! I erupt. Well, better to do that than to hold it in and let it eat you alive inside like most people. Like you, Halliday.
Me? Nothing's eating me.
Liar. You're all but eaten up with bitterness, frustration.
You couldn't be more off base, believe me.
Am I? Ask her. Ask Fran. She knows. Am I right, Fran?
Well, answer him, Fran.
He's right.
You see?
Oh, come on, Fran.
He is right, Martin. You know it. I know it. We just never talk about it, that's all.
Talk about what?
Nothing. Forget it.
No. You just said that he's right. That I am eaten alive inside with frustrations, regrets.
You are? Darling, you know you are. You never mention it because... Well, because you're you.
Good Lord, Fran. Are you talking about what happened at State College?
Is there anything else we don't talk about since it happened?
But in heaven's name, Fran, that was 12 years ago. It makes no sense.
Doesn't it? Oh, Martin. Dear, darling Martin. Doesn't it?
You know, maybe it does. Maybe it does at that. If all these years you've been thinking that because I never talked, thinking you ruined my life.
I did. You know I did.
Ruined it? Fran, dearest, you made it. How could you have lived with me all these years and not know that oh, what a fool I've been.
You?
Yes, me, a so-called psychologist, not knowing you'd feel guilty. That you'd...
But, Martin, you've kept silent about it all these years.
Kept silent? Nothing. I haven't kept silent. I just haven't talked to you about it because I scarcely ever think about it. And when I do, I'm glad it happened.
You're just saying that.
I'm not saying anything. I'm telling you the truth.
Too late.
Too late?
Just too late. Because I'm sick of all this talk. The time has come to erupt. To strike. And I think... No, I'm sure. I'll strike at you first, dear friend. Oh, yes. I'll kill you first. Surely a twist of fate. An ironic twist. When in the very instant Martin Halliday discovers that All unknowingly, he and his wife have misunderstood each other over the years. The homicidal maniac Ron Prentice kills Fran Halliday. Remarkable, isn't it, that no matter how intimately our lives are bound up with another's, we never really know what he's like underneath, what he truly thinks, truly feels. It's almost inconceivable that Fran Halliday would believe that her husband Martin has been eaten up with bitterness and frustration over something she did 12 years ago, when actually the reverse is true. But no matter now, it seems, because Ron Prentice has just fired point blank at Fran.
Fran! Fran! I'm all right, I think. He missed.
Yeah, lucky you, Fran. You jerked your head at just the right moment, or you'd be dead with a bullet between your eyes right now.
Fool, you crazy fool.
Yeah, my dear brother. You won't think so when I finally decide to kill you, too.
You kill any one of us, it'll be the end for you, Ron.
Oh, no, not an end. A beginning.
I'll put you away, behind bars, in an asylum for the criminally insane. You could never bear that, Ron.
I've borne it for nearly 20 years. 19 years, 4 months, 27 days, as you said.
What are you talking about? You've lived an almost normal life. I've seen to that.
Yeah, never a day out of your sight. The feel of your eyes always on me, waking, sleeping. You were always there. Never alone, never. Handcuffed, straitjacketed, chained to you, chained.
You think I have never wanted to be alone? To live my life? To fall in love, marry, have kids? Even to go for a walk by myself? You think it's been any easier for me, chained to you?
You made the chain, not me. You. Well, now I'm going to break it, Joe. Once and for all. Break it.
Don't shoot. Ron, please, I beg you, don't.
Hey, look.
No! It's shaking!
The cold room. George, we're right. The walls are moving. I'm flying. Good Lord. I thought we were finished. You are. What? The house can't last. They said on the radio these winds would hit 110, 120 miles an hour, and that's what they're starting to do.
And we damn well better ought to get out of here.
Well, where can we go?
The beach. There are caves down there. We can make it.
No, dear brother, not you. Me. What do you mean, you? Fran, go into the bedroom and get those handcuffs my brother used on me.
What are you up to?
You'll find a second set in the top bureau drawer. Joe always kept a spare. Bring the straitjacket, too.
I don't...
Do as I tell you. And don't get any fancy ideas, or it'll be the end of these two.
Do as he says, Mrs. Halliday.
All right.
What rotten scheme have you dreamed up now, Ron?
Well, not me. The hurricane. The hurricane dreamed it up.
What the hell are you talking about?
That. Just that. Those winds are getting worse. The house can't last. It'll be ripped apart. Torn asunder, smashed to kindling. You, all three of you, will be smashed to kindling. Human kindling with it. Here's impulsive Fran with the handcuffs and the straitjacket. You, Halliday, put that straitjacket on, Brother Joe.
Ronnie, you can't do this.
I'm not. You are. Get that jacket on him. Now!
He means what he says, Halliday. He'll kill you if you don't obey him. Come on now. Get this jacket on me. Halliday!
If I could only be sure.
Of what, Martin? Sure of what?
That he won't, that he can't shoot to kill.
Try me, Halliday. I'm going to count 5. If you haven't got that straitjacket on Joe, I'll put a bullet through your head.
And he can do it. He's a crack shot.
Then how come he missed Fran?
I missed because...
Don't give me that. Fran couldn't have jerked her head fast enough to avoid the bullet. You missed. Deliberately missed. Why?
Halliday, you're pushing your luck.
Maybe. I'm not saying I couldn't be wrong. No one ever really knows what's in another man's head. But if I'm right...
Martin!
Give me the gun, Ron.
I warn you, put that straitjacket on Joe or I'll kill you here and now.
I don't think so. If you were going to shoot us, you'd have done it instead of talking about it.
Halliday...
I've been sizing you up, Ron. The way I size up high school kids sent to me when they're in trouble. They do a lot of talking, too. A lot of bluster, a lot of bluff. Half the time not knowing it is nothing but bluff because nobody's called them on it. Well, I'm calling you.
Here and now, calling you, Ron.
One more step. Halliday, in heaven's name, you're not dealing with a high school kid. You're dealing with a maniac.
That's the chance I'm taking, Joe. That your brother is no more insane than I am.
Well, you are insane if you think he isn't. I've been with him night and day all his life. I tell you, he's mad.
I don't believe it. He believes it. Oh, yes, he believes it, all right. Right now, this minute, he believes he'll shoot to kill me. But I'm gambling that when the chips are down, he'll throw in his hand. Oh, you seem very sure of yourself, Halliday. I'm anything but sure, Ron. But what have I got to lose? If I don't take that gun from you, we'll all die when the hurricane destroys the house. And even if you do shoot to kill, and do kill me, it'll give Joe a chance to get that gun away from you. Joe?
Yeah?
Get ready. If he shoots me, you'll have a split second to jump him. Okay?
Okay.
Martin!
Take it easy, Fran. All right, Ron.
One more step and you're dead.
Not if I'm right about you, Ronnie. I'm willing to take a calculated risk based on what I've learned about you in the past hour.
Learned? About me?
You nearly killed your governess, Joe said, when you were a child. But didn't.
I was stopped before I could.
Were you? Or could you have killed her before anyone came to save her, but held off until they came? What about the playmate you tried to murder? Somehow you didn't succeed there either. Or the tutor you nearly killed with the scissors. Or my wife, Fran. Those pictures on the walls. You painted them, didn't you?
What of it?
None of them. Not one is finished. That's what of it. Why? Because you don't finish anything you start. You want to know the truth as I see it, Ronnie?
I don't give a damn what...
As I see it, when you were a child and Joe knocked you down, yes, you were knocked unconscious. But when you came to, you felt a warmth, a security you'd never felt before. Because for the first time in your life, you were the center of attention. Especially your father's attention. You felt it, loved it, wanted more of it. Why don't you shoot?
You...
As time went on and you got no more attention, you missed it, yearned for it. Then one day, as I see it, when your governess refused to give you something you wanted, you flew at her in a childish tantrum. A tantrum, Ronnie, that's all it was. But again, you got attention. And again, you found it pleasurable and wanted more. And had found a way to get more. Am I right?
You can't be.
Ron, if I'm right, for nearly 20 years, you've been playing at being insane without knowing you were playing. You've told yourself a lie, the same lie so often you came to believe it. But the fact is, you're not insane at all. Ron, for the last time, give me that gun. All right, then. I'll take it from you.
Ow! Martin! Oh! You killed him!
I knew he would. I was right. Your husband was wrong.
We won't need the straitjacket now. All right, Joe, handcuff her to the water pipe. Move!
Let's run. Yes.
All right, now handcuff yourself to her.
Run. They'll come after you. They'll put you away.
Do as I say.
All right. All right.
And now, goodbye, Joe. In a little while, the house will be gone, and you with it. I'll be free of you. Free of you. At last. At last. Martin.
Miss Halliday?
What?
The hurricane's getting worse. We can't last long. I just want to say, I'm sorry you got caught up in all this.
It was my fault.
No.
If I hadn't released your brother, Martin! That was Martin. He just moved.
He isn't dead.
Oh, dear Lord, how can he be alive? His head. The blood.
We didn't get a chance to look at him close up. That bullet could have only creased his skull.
Oh, thank God, thank God. Oh, Martin. Here, look over here.
Huh?
We're handcuffed together. Here,
What? Fran. Fran. Joe. What happened?
Ron shot you.
Here, my head.
He went to the caves on the beach. He left us handcuffed to this pipe.
Gotta get out of here.
There's no way, Halliday. We're handcuffed to this water pipe.
He got the keys?
Yes.
Not if I was right.
What about Ron? You were wrong. He shot you, didn't he?
Didn't kill me. He could have. Cracked shot, you said. But he didn't. And that means...
What, Martin? It means what?
He'll be back to save us.
Oh, you're nuts.
He can't go through with it. He never has before. He won't now. He'll be back. Question is, will he come in time?
There isn't much. Oh, this could be it.
We can't last much longer.
I can move. Get to you. Hold you in my arms. Once more.
You are in my arms, darling. In my heart. Where you've always been.
It's going. The house is going. Joe! Run!
I knew it. I can't do it. I can't let you die.
You got me. Get these handcuffs off.
Yes. Okay. There. Now you, Fran.
Quick, Ron. Quick, the roof. Oh, there goes the roof.
Okay. Yeah. The road.
Hurry.
They escaped. All four. Hanging on to each other, dragging Martin, who couldn't stand, they fought their way to the caves on the beach, even as the house exploded into flying wreckage. Our cast included Joe Julian, Evie Juster, Jack Grimes, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. P.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WR Mystery Theater program is furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WR New York, an RKO General Station. At the WR time signal, exactly 8 o'clock, here's John Scott with the news.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shade, the beforehand lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show with Leonard Seuss, Nora Martin, Billy Gray, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, and starring me. Thank you, everyone. I want to wish all you folks some very Merry Christmas shopping. Christmas won't be here for 12 days yet, and already in the department stores, women are exchanging articles. Exchanging ties for socks, socks for ties, hats for shorts. I saw one woman with her husband. He was about 3 feet tall, weighed 100 pounds. She stuck him through the window and said, "I'd like to exchange this for a 6-foot sailor." You know, women shoppers are really something, aren't they? 2 women were fighting over a pair of pants this morning. One woman said, "I want these pants for my husband." The other woman said, "I saw them first." The other said, "No, they're mine." The other said, "I'm mine." You know how it went. Finally, the first woman got them for her husband. I know, because when I looked down, I was in my BBDs. I like fresh air, but not all over. And speaking about Christmas, Leonard Seuss.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Leonard, my boy, tell Uncle Eddie, what would you like for Christmas?
I'd like to have some lipstick.
Wait a minute, I don't... Lipstick for a man?
Yeah. I put it on my collar, and people think I'm a wolf.
Why, Leonard, that's silly. You should let a girl get the lipstick on, kissing you.
Oh, I tried that, but I can't get them to aim at my collar.
Oh, Leonard, I guess when it comes to women, you're just not aggressive, are you?
Oh, no. Just ask Nora Martin.
Well, how about it, Nora? Tell me, how about it, Nora?
Well, all I know, Mr. Cantor, is whenever we're alone, if I let Leonard kiss me, I have to slap him.
Slap him?
Yes.
Why?
He faints, and I have to bring him to.
With Leonard, Nora, how can you tell when he's conscious? Look, I want to ask you something. Tell me, kids, this is very serious. Have either one of you seen or heard from Harry Von Zell since he walked out on me last week?
No, and I saw Mrs. Von Zell, and she said Harry called her and said he wouldn't come home until he had another job.
What a man. A nanny-go, that's what he is. Afraid to go home without a job. Why, when I was his age, I quit more jobs. I'd walk into the house and say, well, I quit another job. And if you don't like it, you can go out and work.
Uh-huh, and what would Mrs. Cantor say?
Nothing. By the time she'd get home, I'd have another job. Gosh, I've got to get Harry back. I can't understand Von Zell doing this to me. Why, when Harry was with me, I'd give him the shirt off my back. Why did he quit me, Leonard? Why?
Well, maybe if you'd give him money instead of all those dirty shirts.
Quiet, Leonard, quiet. I did give him money. He'd wash those shirts, bring them back, and I'd pay him every time. Maybe that's Harry. Hello? Mr. Cantor speaking.
How do you do?
Great Gordon, the mad Russian. Russian, tell me, where are you phoning from?
The Burbank Theater. Yahoo! Hi, ho, Sunday.
The Burbank Theater? Why, that's a burlesque theater. What's going on there?
Nothing. It's coming off.
Russian, look, I sent you to find Von Zell. Why did you go to the burlesque theater?
I figured if I was Von Zell, where would I go? I went, and there he was.
When you saw Von Zell, why didn't you grab him?
I tried to, but I missed Von Zell and grabbed hold of a beautiful fan dancer.
Oh, gosh, that was awful.
Yes. I was so disappointed.
Look, Russian, please.
I'm hearing you.
It shouldn't be so difficult for you to find Von Zell. Make him talk. And if he talks with a Midwestern twang, it's Harry.
Speaks with a what?
A Midwestern twang. Twang, twang, twang.
Oh, twang, 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 went the trolley.
No. Oh, Russian, you're off your trolley. Find Von Zell and call him back, will you?
Don't worry. If there is anything lost, I'll find it. And if there is anything found, I lost that.
Oh, well, that's silly. Why, that Russian must be insane. Harry Von Zell in a burlesque theater. A man of his character. What would a big, famous radio announcer be doing in a burlesque show? I can't
All right, men, now let me have your attention, please, for just one moment. While we're waiting for the girlies to change for the next show, let me interest you in this little commodity direct from Paris. It's the famous Parisian chocolate bar with the nuts on the inside. Now, I know how anxious you men are to buy some of this delicious, super vitaminized milk chocolate. Milk chocolate with the nuts on the inside. However, due to wartime restrictions, the sale of this chocolate must be limited. Only 20 bars to a customer. Buy one bite of this vitaminized chocolate bar, and you'll feel like a different man. You may also feel like a different set of teeth. It's a little joke we throw in. Now, I want you to notice the daring Parisian wrapping paper. Now, men, if you take this little chocolate bar home, hold it up to the light, rotate it slowly around a hot bulb, you will notice The chocolate melts. Don't do it. It's messy. All right, now, who will be the first to get this delicious bar of chocolate with the nuts on the inside?
Well, Nora. Nora, you'd better sing your song, honey.
All right, Mr. Cantor.
Seems funny you're singing now. This is the time when Von Zell is usually standing in front of this mic, talking about Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Gosh, wherever he is, he must be thinking about it this very... What did I tell you? What? Hello?
Hello. Let me talk to Nora Martin.
Harry, it's you. Harry Von Zell working in a burlesque theater.
Oh, sure. You would believe a thing like that. A man like me in a burlesque theater, huh? Why, to take a job like that, I'd have to be completely nuts on the inside.
But Harry, please come back. Speak to me.
Now, listen, it's my nickel, and I may speak to whomsoever I please. That's to whom?
Nora.
What?
Harry wants to speak to you.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Hello. Hello, Nora. Look, even though I'm not with Cantor anymore, I've sort of missed my regular Wednesday night routine. I was wondering if you could help me get something off my chest.
Well, I'd be glad to lend a hand with you.
Well, I don't want you to lend a hand. I want you to lend two hands.
Two hands?
Yes, your two lovely, soft hands. Hold them up so that everyone can see them. And tell the good people that it was Truchet that helps make them so.
All right, Harry. Ladies, Truchet...
And Nora, tell them that the way to use Truchet is beforehand. Before you put your hands in hot, soapy water.
Yes, you put
and
it
be
on...
sure to explain that putting Truchet on your hands before you wash your undies and dishes means that Truchet's beforehand protection will help guard your hands from the rough drying effects of hot, soapy water, and so help keep your hands soft, smooth, and lovely. Go on, Nora. Tell them that.
Okay. Truchet...
And be sure you spell Truchet, Nora. Spell it Trushay. Truchet. Now, go ahead, Nora. Nora. How do you like that? I've been disconnected.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
And now, let's look in on the Coopers. It's morning, and we find them at breakfast.
George, do you mind if I read at the breakfast table for once? This book is so fascinating, I can't put it down.
What kind of a book is it?
It's all about numerology.
Oh, that stuff. That's a lot of nonsense.
It is not. You ought to read the book yourself, 5.
5?
That's your name in numerology. I just figured it out.
Oh, no.
Would you join me in another cup of 2?
Now, wait just a minute. Before this thing gets out of hand, I think we better nip it in the 3.
Oh, watch your language.
Liz, you'll have to admit this numerology stuff is bunk.
Now, George, numbers are very important. Why, some number may be influencing my life right now.
Yeah, come to think of it, I know a number that's not only influencing your life, it's threatening it right this minute.
What's that?
3850.
3850?
That's the amount you were overdrawn last month.
Oh, I was?
Yes. What's numerology have to say about that?
Well, let's see now. See, you add them up. 3850, 3 and 8 are 10, and add 5 makes 18. Then you add the numbers in 18. 1 and 8 make 9.
Well?
Here's $9. Call it even.
Oh, no.
Well, it was a good try. Really, George, numerology is important. For instance, even your name has to be right for you, or it might ruin your life. For all you know, you might be going through life with the wrong name.
Forget it.
Now, keep quiet, and I'll figure out the right one for you. Let's see. 2 and 3 are 5, and G is 6. See, it'll be better if you're something besides 5. It'll help our vibrations.
Liz, aren't you happy with the way I vibrate?
Quiet. Now we need a 4, and E is 2. There. That's the perfect name. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Genevieve.
Well, it'll be novel. Of course, you'll have to buy towels marked hers and hers.
I don't understand it.
Look, let's just leave it the way it is. Call me 5.
Yeah, well, maybe that is best.
Now, would you mind if I had breakfast? I'd like some eggs.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. 7!
I was afraid of that.
Yes, 3. 5 would like some 16s, please. 2 or 3, 5.
2, 7.
All right, and here's the mail. Mr. 6 just brought it.
Mr. 6?
Oh, he's a new mailman. She doesn't know him well enough to call him just by his number.
Oh, and is he mad? When he was delivering mail next door, he got bit.
No. Did that 9 bite him?
Right in the 12.
Oh, dear. And his legs were so important to him.
Now, that's enough.
I'll get your 16.
Say, here's a letter from our landlord. I hope he isn't raising the rent.
How can he? We have a lease.
Yeah, I know, but the lease is up the 15th of the month. Uh-oh. Just what I was afraid of.
What's the matter?
He's raising our rent to $250 a month.
$250 a month? That's more than double.
Gee, I didn't think Mr. Curry had that much nerve.
Oh, it isn't Mr. Curry. It's that domineering wife of his. She did this.
Liz, she's been dead for 5 years.
That wouldn't stop her.
If you got all your buttons, the woman isn't living.
I know it, but he won't make a single move without her advice. She calls him every day on the Ouija board.
Oh, now, Liz.
Honestly, he really believes that stuff.
Well, what's the difference? It won't help us.
Wait a minute, George. According to numerology, this is one of our lucky days. Hey, why not ask Mr. Curry to come over tonight? Maybe we can talk him out of it.
Okay, that's a good idea. Oh, say, I'd better go. I'll be late for the bank.
Okay, goodbye, Five.
Huh? Oh, goodbye.
Just a minute. Why do you have that strange smile on your face?
I was just thinking of a cute little 4 I used to know.
Why, George?
Only teasing, honey. Give me a kiss.
Well, all right. You know, George, you're a 5 and I'm a 3. I guess that's why we make such beautiful 8s together.
Now, Liz, when Mr. Curry gets here, let me do the talking. I think this Ouija board stuff is just a neat excuse for raising the rent.
Can I even put in a word edgewise?
No.
But I got so many nice, thin little words that would just fit in edgewise.
I'm sorry, Liz, but I want to handle this in my own way. Now, you keep out of it.
Oh, 6-3.
What?
That's my way of calling you names, and you'll never know what it means either. 9-1.
And a 4-7 to you.
Oh, what you said.
I'll get it. Well, good evening, Mr. Curry.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cooper.
Hello, Mr. Curry. How are you?
Oh, fine, thanks. I'm sorry I'm late. Just as I was leaving the house, I had a call from my wife, Bernice.
Oh. Well, how is she? Was she? How's the old girl feel?
Liz doesn't quite know how to ask about her, Mr. Curry. She thought maybe the weather down there might... or up there... or wherever she is might disagree with her.
It wouldn't dare.
Well, Mr. Curry, I guess you know why we asked you to come over.
Oh, I can guess.
Well, we feel this new rent you're asking is too high.
So do I. But Bernice insists on getting it.
Bernice? What'd she do? Find a way to take it with her?
No, but I think she's working on it.
Mr. Curry, if you raise the rent that high, we'll simply have to move.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad, too. This address was just perfect. 321 Bundy comes out 6, and that's just the right vibration for George and me.
Oh, you study numerology?
Yes. Do you?
I'm a 1.
I'm a 3.
I'm a 5.
We're all odd, aren't we? Don't answer that, George.
Bernice was a 1, too. The first time I ever met her, I said, "Are you 1?" And she said, "Yes, are you 1, too?" And then we got married.
Well, it was the same way with Liz and me.
Really?
Yeah, only she was 9 and I was 8 and we were 17.
Now stop that, George Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, you may not believe in numerology, but I do. And so does Bernice. We were talking about it just the other night. She called me on the upstairs Ouija.
You know, I've been thinking, Mr. Curry, do you suppose you could have made a mistake in Bernice's message? Maybe she meant to lower the rent.
You didn't know Bernice very well, did you? However, if you want, we can contact her again. I'll get my Ouija board out of the car.
You have one in the car?
Oh, yes, I always carry a Ouija board. Bernice is quite a backseat driver. I'll go get it. I'll be right back.
All the silly nonsense. Now what are we going to do, Liz?
We'll see what the old girl says this time.
Oh, don't tell me you believe in this Ouija board stuff, too.
Of course not, but I'm stronger than he is, and I can push the indicator wherever we want it.
Hey, quiet, here he comes.
Well, here's my Ouija board. Where should I put it?
Just bring it over here, Mr. Curry. We'll put it between us.
Oh, I'm so excited. I've never worked a board with anyone else before. I usually... I usually solo.
How many hours do you have in the air?
George, please, now, we have to have it quiet.
All ready? Now, we just put the tips of our fingers on the indicator. Just your fingertips, Mrs. Cooper. Don't grab it with both hands.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, here we go. 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Are you there, Bernice? A. R. F.
What does that spell?
R. Maybe you contacted Rin Tin Tin.
It doesn't sound like Bernice. Must be some mistake. I think you're pushing too hard, Mrs. Cooper.
No, I'm not.
Well, let's try again. Are you there, Bernice?
It says yes.
Bernice, I want to ask you again. Should we raise the Cooper's rent? Bernice says yes.
Bernice says no.
You're pushing the indicator.
I am not.
Oh, wait. It's spelling out something. T-I-L?
Tilt.
You better let me try it alone, Mrs. Cooper. I think she's jealous of you.
Well, go ahead.
All right. Well, Bernice, what about the rent?
3 0 0. Uh-oh.
You have made her jealous. She raised the rent to $300.
$300?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. There's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, I had to open my big fat Ouija board.
Here's a 35-second quiz on NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Why is NATO unique in American history? Because our participation in NATO marks the first time during peace that the United States has made commitments outside this hemisphere. Never before have we guaranteed a European nation's sovereignty. Never before have we received similar guarantees from other nations. NATO represents a forceful new program that has helped put Europe back on its feet, economically and militarily. More power to NATO. It really works.
Their landlord, Mr. Curry, on Ouija board orders from his departed wife, has raised their rent to $300 a month. Forced to move, the Coopers are busily going over the classified ads in the paper.
Did you find anything, Liz?
No, did you?
Not much. Oh, here's one. Beautiful cottage. Here's a house without a flaw.
What do they walk on?
F-L-A-W.
Ooh. Let me see it. Well, look at this ad. They're finally admitting how badly they build houses.
What do you mean?
Look, hillside home, reasonable. Hurry, this one won't last long.
Now, stop clowning. We'll be without a roof over our heads. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a good one at 423 Edgemont.
423? Oh, we couldn't live there, George. That address doesn't have the right vibrations for us. We need a 6.
Oh, now you're not going to start that numerology stuff again, are you?
I know. I'll make up a list of harmonious addresses, and then we'll go to some real estate agent and see if any of them are for rent.
Oh, Liz.
Okay, give me a pencil and paper. You just wait now. We'll find a nice 6 or my name isn't 3 Cooper.
Now, come right in, Mr. and Mrs. Cooper. Come right in and sit down and tell me just what you're looking for.
Well, Mr. Lawrence, we need 6 or 7 rooms in a fairly modern house in a nice neighborhood.
I see.
And the most important thing is that it has to add up to 6.
Of course, it has to add up to... I beg your pardon?
The most important thing is that the address has to add up to 6.
Oh. Oh?
It's numerology.
Yes, I'm 3 and George is 5.
Really? I'll be 34 on my next birthday.
Congratulations.
George. You see, Mr. Lawrence, we have to have a house that vibrates right for us.
Oh, well, I have just the thing. Down by the railroad tracks. This house vibrates all the time.
Mr. Lawrence, you are being very difficult.
Let me handle this, Liz.
But I have the list all made out. Now, Mr. Lawrence, I'll read you the addresses, and you see if any of them are available.
This kid should be kept in escrow.
Is there anything at 213 Maple?
Yes, there is.
See, George? Do you think we'd like to live there?
Well, I don't know about you, but your husband will be crazy about it.
Why do you say that?
213 Maple is the YWCA.
Say, maybe we better go have a look at it.
Never mind. I have lots of other numbers, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, good.
How about 510 Kenmore?
510 Kenmore.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry. 510 is a vacant lot. I have one at 830 Kenmore. Will that do?
No, that number isn't right.
Well, maybe if you ask them, they'll drag 830 down to 510.
Liz, this is no way to pick out a house.
I have just one more address, 420 Lake.
An excellent choice. Just the place for you. And I think I can get you in right away.
Oh, really? What sort of a place is it?
The County Insane Asylum.
Oh, my feet. We must have looked at every vacant house in town.
I wish we didn't have to leave this house. I like it.
Well, I wish we didn't either, honey, but...
Who do you suppose that is?
I'll get it.
Hello, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, hi, Mr. Wood. Honey, it's Mr. Wood from next door. Come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Wood.
Tell me, how did the house hunting go?
Oh, terrible. We didn't find anything.
Oh. Well, if you really get desperate, you can move in with us.
With your 11 children, we'd really have to be desperate.
How true. What I really came over for was to sell you 2 tickets to the high school carnival Saturday.
High school carnival?
This is going to be a lot of fun. They're having a wonderful fortune teller. He looks into a crystal ball and he tells you what the future holds.
Oh, he's probably some big phony.
Oh, I'll say he is. It's me.
Really? You're going to be a fortune teller?
Oh, yes. I do it for every carnival. Once a year, I change from Benjamin Wood to Zucchini the Great.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. What kind of an act do you do?
Oh, I do everything. I look into the crystal ball, I read palms, tea leaves, and for 10 cents extra, I talk to departed spirits.
Say, did you ever run into an old goat named Bernice?
Bernice? Who's that?
That's our landlord's wife. He talks to her on the Ouija board.
Well, no, I'm afraid not. I only pretend, you know.
Well, it's a shame. I'd like to have a few words with that old spook. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Do I have an idea?
Liz, I don't like that look in your eye.
But, George, now, if we could have Mr. Wood talk to Mr. Curry and tell him he just had a message from Bernice to lower our rent.
Oh, now stop it. Curry would never fall for a phony message.
You're right, but I know how to fix it. Suppose he actually hears Bernice's voice.
Well, how?
Bernice is going to be behind the living room curtain. Hello, this is Bernice.
Hey, it might work at that. Will you do it, Mr. Wood?
Zucchini the Great is your servant.
Oh, wonderful. We'll get Mr. Curry over here tonight. This is the one time I won't mind being called a spook.
Hey, aren't you two ready yet? Mr. Curry's getting impatient.
Oh, we're ready.
Okay, Liz, get behind the curtain.
All right, but you better hurry up. I'm standing right over the floor heater.
Well, you won't have to stand there very long. Mr. Wood, are you all set?
I, Zucchini the Great, am ready. Does this towel look all right on my head?
Yes, but did you have to wear one that you swiped from a hotel?
It's the only one I could find. I got it out of your closet.
Well, Here goes. I'll turn the lights down.
Hurry up. This heater's getting hotter all the time.
Okay. Mr. Curry, Zucchini will see you now.
Oh, I'm so excited. Enter Zucchini of the Far East bids you welcome. Please be seated. I shall contact your departed wife now. Zucchini to Bernice. Zucchini to Bernice. Come in, Bernice. Over.
Bernice?
Hello.
That doesn't sound like Bernice.
Hello, you worm.
That's Bernice.
Go ahead. Speak to her.
All right. Bernice?
Yes.
You don't sound the same as you used to. Are you sick?
Sick? I'm dead.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Tell me, Bernice. Tell me, are you happy?
Yes, but talk faster. It's awful hot here.
I knew it.
I'm glad you called. I gave you the wrong advice about the Coopers. You know who I mean. That young banker and his gorgeous red-headed wife.
Don't you want to raise their rent?
No, I want you to lower it. Lower it to, say, $75 a month.
Or whatever you say.
Say $50 a month.
Isn't that wonderful news for you, Mr. Cooper?
Yes. Well, I guess she's gone now.
Oh, yes, Bernice has departed.
Yes, I guess so.
No, I'm still here. I want you to fix the leak in the roof.
All right, Bernice.
And paint the dining room.
All right.
And redecorate the living room. And add a sun porch. And
You better quit while you're ahead, Bernice.
She's gone.
Real gone.
Oh, but wasn't that exciting? She sounded younger. Dying must have agreed with her.
Well, Mr. Curry, guess you'll have to lower our rent.
I guess I should, Mr. Cooper. But I'm not going to.
What do you mean?
Hearing Bernice again made me realize how mean she was to me. Oh, I hate that woman. This is my big chance to defy her, and I'm going to do it. I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper, but your rent is raised to $400 a month.
Oh, no!
Good, she heard me.
Liz, guess who that was on the phone? Mr. Curry.
What did he want?
Well, it's been 3 days since he defied Bernice, and nothing's happened. And he's so grateful to us for setting him free that he's not going to raise the rent.
Oh, that's too bad.
Too bad.
Yes, I've just been reading this numerology book again, and I've been figuring it all wrong. This house doesn't have the right vibrations for us.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Please turn the cassette over at this point. to begin side 2. Over at this point to begin side 2. Over at this point to begin side 2. Over at this point.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Today we're going to delve into the strange story of a Chinese bell. A bell whose ringing is a summons for the dead to live and the living to die. As you shall see in the story I call Death is the Judge. Our story begins in a small curio shop in New York's Chinatown. Dr. John Williams, one of the finest brain surgeons in the Middle West, and his wife are celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary by a trip to New York. They have stopped in at this curio shop for sentimental reasons, just as they did on their honeymoon 20 years before.
Oh, John, it's the same. It's exactly the same as it was. Doesn't look as though a thing had been sold since we were in here last.
It certainly doesn't. If it wasn't that old Ki Wong is dead now, I'd be tempted to believe we'd gone back 20 years when we came through the door.
Even the smell of incense and ginger's the same. We must buy something, John, even if it's only a trinket, just for sentiment's sake.
If you want a trinket, how about this statue of Buddha here, huh? It only weighs about 3 tons.
Oh, silly. But what about one of these bells, John? We need a dinner bell. How would this one do?
That would be better for a temple gong, darling. Better try again.
All right, John. Oh, I have it. This lovely little bell of rose crystal. Why, it's the exact color of that rose crystal pendant old Ki Wong sold us on our honeymoon.
The lady has found something that pleases her?
Yes, this crystal bell. How much is it? And please don't make the price too high.
The price is not high, but the lady would not want it.
But I do want it. Why should you think I wouldn't?
Once it was a most unlucky bell. Now it is broken. My honored father, Ki Wong, broke it to break the evil fortune that followed it.
Broken? Where? Looks all right to me.
It is broken because it will not ring. The clapper is gone. That's right, Mary. The clapper is missing.
But I could easily have a new clapper made.
It is not possible. Only the clapper carved when this bell was carved out of the same block of rose crystal will make this bell ring.
But that's ridiculous. I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, we can test it easily enough. Suppose I tap it with this silver pencil. That ought to make it ring. I am happy to have you try. Huh. That's odd. It won't make anything but that dead sound.
I'll bet I could make it ring.
You're welcome to try, my
No,
dear.
I don't mean now. I mean once I got it home.
When my honored father took out the clapper, he meant that this bell should never ring again. And it never will. But why, Sam Key? Because bell was stolen, and so carried evil fortune with it. And because it is a bell of life. It came from a temple in Tibet. Only lamas were permitted to lay hands on it. But obviously someone else did. That is why it is unlucky. When my father received it 20 years ago, he took out the clapper and disposed of it. I do not know where or to whom.
But why? Just what was he afraid of?
He dare not risk having this bell ring, for it belonged to the High Lama of a tribe that believed the ringing of this bell will bring the dead back to life. You mean this bell? Yes. You look skeptical, but it is true. When someone died whose life was too precious to spare, this sacred bell was rung beside his body, and death let go his hold. The dead return to life.
You mean you really believe that?
It is true, but I have not told the whole story. This carving here upon the bell, it is Tibetan. It says, "Who rings this bell cheats death, but death will not be cheated."
A little cryptic, I'd say.
It means that when the bell is used to rescue someone from death, another whose span of life is not yet over is taken by death instead.
You mean that the Grim Reaper keeps his quota filled, even if he has to take somebody who's not on his list?
It is so, Doctor.
John, you're talking as if you believe the whole thing. It's just nonsense, of course. But what a lovely topic for conversation it'll make. I just simply won't leave without this bell now.
But if it won't ring, what good is it?
I'll make it ring. Leave that to me.
If the lady wishes the bell, the price is $5.
Well, the lady wants it, so she'd better have it, I guess. Oh, I don't want to risk breaking it while we're traveling, though. Can you mail it to our home address?
Of course.
The name is Dr. John Williams, 1766. And so, a week later, shortly after Dr. Williams and his wife had returned home, a small package reached them. As he unwrapped it, Dr. Williams' curiosity was stirred again, and in his study he tried once more to make the strange bell of rose crystal ring. Curious. It really won't ring, no matter what I tap it with.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Mary.
You're home from the hospital early, dear.
Yes, I felt a little tired today. But look what just came in the mail.
Oh, why, it's my crystal bell. Oh, John, it's lovely. It's even more beautiful than I remembered it.
Yes, but I'm afraid Sam Key was telling the truth when he said only the original clapper will make it ring. I've tried everything I can think of.
The trouble with men, darling, is that they're not logical.
What do you mean?
Well, if the ball is of rose crystal, a rose crystal clapper should make it ring, shouldn't it?
The logic is perfect, but how can we test it?
By using my rose crystal pendant, of course. I'm wearing it this afternoon so we can try it out right away. Here, see?
Now what?
You hold the bell, and I'll tap it with the pendant.
All right, tap away, but I bet it doesn't ring.
You'll see. Now listen. There. What'd I tell you?
It did ring.
Of course it did. I was sure it would, even if Sam Key's story was true. John, don't you see?
Don't I see what?
Well, my crystal pendant is the bell's missing clapper.
The missing clap? Mm-hmm. Good heavens, I almost believe you're right.
Well, I am right. As soon as Sam Key told us how his father took the clapper out of the bell and sold it 20 years ago, well, I was positive he'd made it into the pendant that he sold us 20 years ago.
It should be impossible, but it certainly looks as if it must be true.
After all these years, the bell and the clapper have come back together again. You know, I knew there was something queer about that bell the minute I saw it. Queerest feeling came over me that I just must have it.
I'm not sure that I like that thought, Mary.
Silly. I know you half believed that story Sam Key told us, but I didn't. Now, I have my bell complete. Now, all I have to do is unfasten the pendant and attach it to the bell again.
But, Mary...
Help me do it, John. Look, the pendant's loose. It'll come off the chain if I twist it. Yes. Here it is.
Mary, are you sure this is wise?
Now, if I tie it inside the bell with this thread... Darling, please hold it so I can see what I'm doing. There. Now it's as good as new again. Listen.
Mary,
John, what is it?
I don't know. I don't feel well.
Oh, you're tired, darling. Now, please sit down. Sit down here.
I will. I feel better now. It was just a moment's dizziness.
You're working too hard at the hospital. That's what's the trouble.
Well, maybe. I admit I had a strenuous day. I spent 2 hours on a brain operation. A splendid boy. He looked a lot like our David. But he'll be good for another 50 years now, with luck.
Just the same, you must take it easier, John. Now, you sit still here while I fix you some spirits of ammonia, and then...
Well, that's probably for me.
Now, you sit still. I'll answer. Hello? Yes, Dr. Williams is here. Who's calling, please? The hospital? Oh. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Mary, what's happened at the hospital?
It's an emergency case, John, another brain operation. And, oh, darling, you are so tired.
Can't be helped. I'm the only brain surgeon in town these days. Help me get into my coat, will you? Where's my hat?
Oh, here you are, dear.
Thanks.
Now let me straighten your tie.
All right.
There, you're ready. I'm going to drive you over, and you can relax until we get there.
All right, then, but let's get going. The almost 5 miles to the hospital. Nurse, another sponge, please.
Here, Doctor.
Dr. Williams, the pulse is very faint. The breathing has become dangerously weak.
I'll have to try adrenaline. The hypodermic, nurse.
Yes, Doctor. I'll get it ready.
The patient has stopped breathing, Doctor. And there's no pulse.
Quick with that adrenaline. We've got to get the pulse started again.
Here, Doctor.
Good. That ought to start the heart action again.
There's still no pulse, Doctor.
We'll try artificial respiration.
Yes, Doctor.
Oxygen, nurse, quickly. Keep the pressure steady, nurse. Johnson, any pulse yet?
Not yet, Doctor. The adrenaline doesn't seem to have taken effect.
Well, it must. Nurse, give me more oxygen. I'm going to continue the artificial respiration as long as there's a single chance.
I'm afraid it's no use, Doctor. No sign of a pulse at all.
Dr. Williams, please rest now. You've done everything that anyone could. But he hasn't shown a sign of life, not for half an hour.
Yes, I'm afraid we're beaten.
If anyone could have saved him, you'd have done it. But death had, well, too strong a grip on him for anyone to bring him back.
Too strong a grip. Yes, I do rather feel as if I'd been wrestling with someone for this poor fellow's life. And lost.
Well, Doctor, don't feel too badly. In room 8, there's a boy who has a full life ahead of him, thanks to you.
I suppose I have to look at it that way. Now, help me off with these things, will you, nurse?
Of course, Doctor.
There's the gloves and the jacket. Now, what did I do with my coat? I just threw it down somewhere when I arrived here. I was in such a hurry.
I've got it, Doctor. Let me help you.
Oh, thanks, Johnson. What the deuce have I got in this pocket? It's that bell. I must have jammed it into my coat without thinking in the rush to get here. Oh, look out. Catch it.
Oh, I have it. Ooh, that was close. Might have smashed on the floor. Here you are, Doctor.
Thanks. I almost wish it had broken, though. For some reason, I hate the sound of it. But my wife...
Dr. Williams.
Yes, nurse?
The patient. The color's coming back in his face, and I can feel a pulse now.
What? Here, let me see. Yes, you're right. His heart's beating again.
Look, he's beginning to breathe.
Quick, start the oxygen again. I'm going to give him an injection of plasma. Make the preparation, please, Johnson.
Yes, Dr. Williams.
How is the pulse now, nurse?
It's getting stronger, Doctor.
And his respiration is gaining, too.
Yes, Doctor. What? I've never seen anything like it.
It's almost a miracle. Now, where's that plasma?
Here, Doctor. I have everything ready.
Good. Nurse, disinfect the arm, please.
Right away, Dr. Williams. Oh, here comes Dr. Bronson.
How's it going, Williams? Been having trouble?
Oh, hello, Bronson. Yes, a little trouble, but I think we're in the clear now. For a while, I thought the patient was gone, but now he's going to pull through, I'm sure of it.
Good. Doctor, I'm afraid I have bad news for you about your other patient, though.
What do you mean?
The boy in room 8. The one you operated on this afternoon.
Yeah?
He died suddenly just a couple of minutes ago. Just went like that for no reason at all.
Dr. Williams' second patient, who had come back seemingly from death itself, did live. But when the operation was over and Dr. Williams was driving back to his home with his wife, he was strangely silent and preoccupied, so that when his wife spoke to him, he did not seem to hear her.
Don't you want me to drive, John? John, I'm speaking to you.
Oh, what, Mary?
I said, don't you want me to drive?
Oh, no, thanks, Mary. I'm perfectly all right. It's just that I was thinking.
About that operation? Yes, the nurse told me about it. It was wonderful that you saved him.
That's just it. I didn't save him. He was dead. Dead, do you hear? Then for no reason whatever, he came back to life.
But you injected adrenaline and...
I injected adrenaline half an hour before he showed signs of life. Then he revived, for no apparent reason whatever.
Well, perhaps the adrenaline took a delayed effect.
Perhaps, but there was no more reason for it than there was for the boy in room 8 to die suddenly as he did.
But you have said yourself, John, that in medicine, nothing is ever absolutely certain.
That's true, but just the same, that boy's sudden death bothers me. I want to know why he died.
Well, an autopsy would tell you, wouldn't it?
An autopsy? Yes. Mary, I'm going to turn around and go back to the hospital right now. I'm going to perform that autopsy myself.
But, John, you mustn't turn here. There's too much traffic here.
There's nothing coming now. I'll just swing around.
John, look out! That car coming around the curve! Look out!
Now stand back, all of you. Come on, get back.
Now, lady, drink this. It'll make you feel better.
Oh, thank you, officer.
You were in an accident and knocked out for a couple of minutes. But you're coming around all right. Just drink this and lie quiet.
An accident? Yes. My husband, where is he?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, he's hurt. Where is he? I must go to him.
He's right here, ma'am. When I come along on my motorcycle after it happened, I pulled you both out. But he wasn't breathing.
John. John, speak to me.
It's no use, ma'am. I'm afraid he's gone.
Oh, John. John.
Come on, get back, all of you. Get back, I say.
Now, ma'am, the ambulance will be here in a minute. If there's anything to be done, they'll do it.
There's nothing. I've been a doctor's wife long enough not to know death when I see it. Just let me sit here where I can see him.
I know how you feel, ma'am, and I hate to bother you. But if you could just tell me how it happened for my report. You see, the other driver says...
It wasn't my fault. I couldn't help it. He pulled right out in front of me. Didn't even signal.
Now, take it easy, mister. Or you'll make that bump on your head worse.
Officer, where's my bag? There's some smelling salts in it. I feel faint.
Well, here's your bag. I took care of it.
Thank you. I'll feel better in a minute.
And here's something that was in the bag, ma'am. Fell out, and I put it in my pocket. It's a bell. I'll put it in your bag if you like.
Mary?
Thank you so much.
Oh, Mary, where are you?
John. John!
Was that a bell ringing? Seemed so loud and clear, like an alarm waking me up. What's happened, Mary?
There was an accident, John. But you're all right. You're all right.
An accident? Are you hurt?
No, John, no. Please lie still.
Hey, he's trying to sit up. And only a moment ago, he was dead.
Gee, I'm glad he's okay, even though the accident wasn't my fault. Hey, mister, I'll give you a hand. Officer,
What's wrong? I told you to be careful. You got quite a bump on the head.
I feel so weak, so dizzy.
Oh, he's keeled over. Where are those smelling salts?
Here, let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
John, you shouldn't exert yourself.
Now, please, Mary.
How is he, Doc?
This man is dead.
Though Dr. Wilson protested that his injuries were not serious, he returned to the hospital where Dr. Bronson treated him, finding nothing wrong save a slight concussion. His wife took him home in a taxicab, promising to see that he stayed in bed for a day or two. That night, however, neither Dr. Williams nor his wife could sleep, though they remained awake for different reasons.
11, 12.
Mary, is that you?
I was counting the strokes. It's midnight.
You should be asleep.
Can't go to sleep. Not until David gets home.
David? Where is he? The movie?
No, he came to me this afternoon and said there was a party at his fraternity tonight. He asked me if he could borrow the old car for the evening, and I let him have it. But he's not back yet, John. I can't help worrying. Especially after what happened to us.
Well, I'll give him a talking to in the morning. A boy of 17 isn't old enough to be out until all hours.
You ought to be asleep yourself, John. How's your head?
It's all right, just throbs a little. All I had was a slight concussion.
John, are you sure?
Of course I am. Didn't you hear Bronson say so? What are you getting at?
The bell. The crystal bell.
Well, what about the bell?
Your first words were about hearing it ring like an alarm wakening you. And it had just rung.
Well, what of it? It rang, and I heard it as I was regaining consciousness.
But at the hospital, the bell rang in the operating room, and your patient came back to life. He heard the bell ring, too.
Don't be silly, Mary. My patient revived for natural reasons. As for me, I was just knocked out.
But both times, somebody else died, John. At the hospital, the boy in room 8. And after you returned, the driver in the other car died.
Pure coincidence. The boy probably had a blood clot on his heart. The driver had a fractured skull. It's a common occurrence for men with fractured skulls to keel over without even realizing they're hurt.
But Sam Key told us that when the bell rang, the dead would return to life. And someone living would die.
Oh, stuff and nonsense, Mary. You've been a doctor's wife long enough to know that such thing isn't possible.
But, John,
No buts about it. It's impossible, do you hear?
Yes, John. Of course it's impossible. Oh, I do wish David would get home. I feel so uneasy about him.
He'll be home any minute now. He knows that he's supposed to.
Oh, it's the telephone.
Well, I'll answer.
No, let me.
No, stay in bed. I'll answer.
Oh, all right, John.
It'll only be a moment. Hello, Dr. Williams speaking. The police? What is it? What's happened? An accident. My son? Where is he? Is he badly hurt? The car turned over and burned. And my son? I see. The Rockford Village morgue. Yes, I'll come at once.
John, what was it?
Mary, I told you to stay in bed. It was just an emergency call.
It's David, isn't it? Yes, it is David. I can tell by your face. Where is he? What's happened to him?
He's been in an accident, Mary.
David is dead. Is that it, John?
Yes, Mary.
Take me to him. Oh, John, you got to take me to him.
This is the place, mister. The Rockford Village morgue. Cross the pavement, go down those steps, then along the walk to where you see that little light over the door.
Well, thank you. Mary, you must wait in the cab for me.
I want to come with you.
No, you mustn't. Promise me you'll wait here.
I want to come with you. I want to see my son.
Not yet. Promise you'll wait for me.
Well, all right, John. I'll wait.
Be careful of those steps, mister. They're pretty steep, and it's awful dark.
I'll be careful. I'll only be 5 minutes or so, Mary.
Here comes your husband back now, ma'am.
John. Oh, John. Was it David?
Please get back in the cab, Mary.
No, John, I must know. Was it David?
Yes, Mary, it was David.
Oh, I have to go to him.
Mary, stop.
No, let go of me. I'm going to David.
Mary, stop struggling. You can't go to
I
him.
must. I must.
Mary, don't you understand? You mustn't see him.
I'm going, John.
What have you got in your hand?
It's the bell, the crystal bell.
What are you doing with it? Here, give it to me.
No, I'm going to ring it.
Oh, give me that bell.
No, I won't. I'm going to ring it, I tell you. There. Yeah, I've rung it. I've rung it. David! David, did you hear?
Mary, you're out of your mind.
I'm not. I know what I'm doing. David! Can you hear me?
Now, give me that bell. There. In heaven's name, what are you trying to do?
It brought back your patient. It brought you back. And it'll bring back my son.
Mary, come to your senses. It's just a bell.
It's not. I know it's not. You were dead. And I saw it bring you back to life.
You mustn't believe that. And even if the bell were more than a bell, don't you understand? The car turned over and burned. I had to identify David by his fraternity ring and the driver's license in his wallet.
I don't care. He's my son. David!
Mary, get into the cab.
I won't. Not until I have my son back. David!
Mary, won't you please?
John, listen. It's David.
David.
John, let go of me. It's David. He can't find us. I got to go to him.
Mary, don't you understand? He was burned horribly. Mary.
Let go of me. He's my son, and I'm going to him. David! David!
Mary, come back. Mary, don't go down those steps to the morgue.
David! David!
Mary, come back. Come back.
Hey, mister, watch yourself. Look out for them steps.
Mary! Mary!
Mister, look out! Mister, are you hurt? Gosh, she fell all the way down the steps. Mister, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
Dad! Dad, here I am. I'm all right. I wasn't in the car at all. It was one of my fraternity brothers. I lent him my driver's license and... Dad, what is it? What's wrong?
He started this way and fell down these steps.
But why is he so still? Dad, speak to me.
John, speak to us. David's all right, do you hear? David's come back to us. He's come back from the dead. He doesn't answer. He isn't breathing. David, he's dead.
Yeah, lady. I guess he is. You see this glass bell he was holding? When he fell down, it broke. Looks like one of the pieces of it went straight into his heart. The bell killed him.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Yes, Dr. Williams was dead, but his son is alive and well, even today. Although it wasn't because the bell rang. Of course not. Anyhow, the bell is broken, so there's no way of proving whether or not it had strange powers of life and death, or whether it was just a coincidence that each time it rang, one of the dead lived and the living died. But if I were you, I'd certainly play safe. If you hear a bell ringing tonight, don't answer it. It might be ringing. Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train each week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Cameron Prudhomme, Eleanor Phelps, Donald Buca, Juan Hernandez, and Mort Lawrence. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Meet Me at the Morgue.
Another strange and shivery tale of the mysterious traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Ralph Paul speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jerry Farber, Gloria McMillan, Gil Stratton Jr., Mary Lou Harrington, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Nutrition experts pretty generally agree that to feel their best, youngsters should have at least a quart of milk every day, and grown-ups should have at least a pint. And even though you may not drink a drop of milk, it's easy to get your day's quota when you use Pet evaporated milk for fixing favorite family foods. You see, Pet milk, sold in handy cans, is twice as rich in nourishing milk substances as the milk usually sold in bottles. That's because it's a concentrated form of milk. Good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation. Naturally, then, by using Pet milk, you can put extra amounts of nourishing milk substances into everyday foods like meat gravy, cream sauce for vegetables, custards, puddings, cream pies, just to mention a few. And the use of Pet milk in such foods makes them not only more nourishing, but more delicious. More economical, too, because Pet evaporated milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. Remember this when you shop for food. Get Pet evaporated milk. Tonight is the night of the big homecoming dance at Wistful Vista State College. The president of the college and Mayor Latrivia had the following conversation this morning. The mayor said...
And I'll be happy to ask Mrs. Magee to serve as a chaperone, Wilbur. She's a charming woman, all right.
Yes, I've met her.
But I warn you, there is one bad complication.
Yes, I've met him, too. But ask her anyway, will you?
Right.
And that's how it happens that the chaperones for the dance tonight will be Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
And the more I think about it, the more fun it's going to be, Molly. We'll really have us a time at that shindig.
Well, I don't expect to do anything,
Yes,
but...
sir. Boy, oh, boy, will I show them college kids how to chop a rug tonight.
It's cut a rug, dearie.
The way I dance, kiddo, I'll chop at the ribbon. I got steps left over from my senior prom days that I ain't even tried yet.
I know, but, dearie, nobody dances the bunny hug these days.
They don't?
Look now, Magee, Mayor Latrivia merely asked us to act as chaperones tonight. That's all. Just chaperones.
Chaperones.
And besides, dearie, we can't dance like those youngsters do. After all, we're not as young as we used to be, you know.
Oh, you ain't got much older since your high school days, kiddo. You sure love to gallivant around. You gallivanted around in them days.
Yeah.
Never still for a minute.
No.
Clara Bow might have been the it girl, but you were the what girl?
The what girl?
Yep. I'd come calling at your house, and I'd say, Molly, would you rather stay home tonight or what? And every time you'd say what?
Well, I guess I was a bit of a gadabout. Oh, and how I love to dance.
Yeah, and you'll see some dancing tonight, Tootsie. Them college kids may be kicking up their heels like calves in a pasture, but I'll be the bull of the ball.
Now, please, Magee, don't make us both look ridiculous.
Why, what's ridiculous about joining in the festivities? I even thought I might take my mandolin along.
Oh, no, not the mandolin.
And why not? Maybe I could teach that band some of them fine old tunes we used to dance to. The songs these days have got no romance. There's no heart to them.
No, that's right.
When I think of them lovely old tunes, like I'll Be Glad When You're Dead, You Rascal, You. And you tell them, 'cause I stutter. Who takes care of the caretaker's daughter when the caretaker's busy taking care? When I think of them, I get a lump in my throat.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, daughter. Hi there, Johnny. Hi, old-timer. You heard the news? I and Molly are going to chaperone at the homecoming dance tonight.
Yeah, and I'm trying to persuade him not to take his mandolin.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing wrong with a mandolin, daughter. It's a noble instrument.
You said it, boy.
Used to pick at one myself years ago when me and the old gang belonged to the Glue Club.
Don't you mean the Glee Club?
We called it the Glue Club.
Yeah?
We stuck together like wet stamps.
Real bunch of pals, huh?
That we were, Johnny. And fine musicians, too.
Is that so?
We had an arrangement of La Paloma for 3 mandolins, 2 piccolos, and a glockenspiel that brung tears to the eyes.
I'm sure it did.
Oh, how I miss them boys. Gee, but I'd give the world to see that old gang of mine. Pardon me for busting down, kid.
I know just how you feel.
Oh, that was a great old gang. There was Freddie and Joe and Eddie and Mole, and there was Timmy and Phil and Jimmy and Demetrius.
Somehow I was expecting Bill.
Well, Demetrius didn't really fit in, but we needed him for our arrangement of La Paloma.
Yeah?
He owned the glockenspiel, and that sort of gave it body.
There had to be a reason.
The old gang was always together, but then came the war. Spanish-American War, that is. That broke us up.
You all went into service, huh?
No, daughter, it wasn't that. You see, La Paloma was a Spanish song, and we couldn't play it when we was at war with Spain. That was the only song we knew, so we just sort of drifted apart.
Well, that's a very touching story, Mr. Oldtimer, but it got us off the subject. Magee claims he's going to outdance those college kids tonight, and I contend a man should admit his age.
Daughter, I contend a fella is only as old as he acts, feels, and looks.
Acts, feels, and looks. How old does that make you?
10, 86, and 102. That's reference.
So long.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Charmaine.
Just one more hour and we'll be on our way to that college shindig, Molly. How do I look in my tuxedo?
Very handsome, dear.
Yep. Lucky I got it altered when we made that trip to Omaha.
Yes?
Fits real good now that the chest has been lowered 3 inches.
Yeah, it's a big improvement.
Would you tie my bow tie for me?
Heavenly days. Haven't you learned how to tie that tie yet?
Sure, but I always get my finger tied into it. The time you weren't here and I went to the Elks Club banquet, I had my finger stuck in my necktie the whole evening. Had to tell everybody I had an itchy Adam's apple.
All right, I'll tie it as soon as I've picked out a dress to wear from these hanging here in the closet. I'd ask your advice, but you never notice what I'm wearing anyhow.
Now, that ain't true, Molly. I watch your wardrobe with an eagle eye. You wear that gray dress there, that one there in the middle. That's a knockout.
It's also a nightgown.
Oh.
You know, my green satin
satin might be all right if I had a nice corsage to wear with it. Would you get me some flowers, dearie?
You bet I will, kiddo. I'll get you an orchid.
An orchid?
Yep.
McGee, you darling. You just bought me an orchid last week when we went out to dinner, remember?
Yeah, that's the orchid I had in mind. It's still in the icebox, in back of the coils. It's got a few brown spots on it, but gee whiz. An orchid with brown spots on it is even more expensive than a plain one. That makes it a cymbilium.
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, get you. What goes with the tuxedo?
Black tie and patent leather dancing pumps, naturally. What do you think goes with it, Junior? A tattered soiled vest and beaded moccasins?
We're going to the homecoming dance tonight, Mr. Wilcox, at Wistful Vista State. We're the chaperones.
Well, good for you. Hey, that's a great school, Molly. Finest college in the country, you know.
I didn't know that. In what way, academically or athletically?
No, pet milkily. Oh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every single student at Wistful Vista State has been raised on pet evaporated milk since the day he was born.
Well, I'm just glad it worked out that way for you. You know, it would have been horrible if them kids was raised on hamburgers and chili peppers.
But look, according to a disinterested, unbiased, completely impartial survey, which I made myself last year, 100% of the student body was raised on pet milk from babyhood.
Well, what you know?
That's what helped them build those strong, straight bones and those good, sound, even teeth.
Even teeth?
Yeah, teeth even.
That's because the mothers of those kids have long known that pet milk contains the sunshine vitamin D that a growing child needs to make the best of growth. Why, you take their football squad.
Yeah, sure. I suppose if a guy on that squad wasn't raised on pet milk, he'd never get to be a halfback.
I'm glad you mentioned that last word, pal.
Halfback?
Did you know that pet milk is just good country milk with half the water removed?
What's that got to do with halfback?
Well, you can turn pet milk into fine country milk again if you put that halfback. Look at him, and he ain't even blushing.
I'm worried about one thing, Mr. Wilcox. McGee has the notion that he can keep up with those youngsters tonight, dancing.
No, I wouldn't try that, pal. The kids will all be saying, who's the old gentleman with the tuxedo and the red necktie?
I ain't going to be wearing a red necktie.
But you'll look like you are. If you try to keep up with those kids, your tongue will be hanging down to your waist. See you later, pal.
Always leave him laughing. He hopes. Anyhow, him talking about neckties reminds me you ain't tied my bow tie yet.
Well, I'll do it now, dearie. Lean over and stick your neck out.
Okay. Hey, take it easy. Hey, you're choking me.
Well, I wouldn't if you didn't wiggle.
Okay.
Hold still. Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Oh, hello, my dear.
Oh.
Well. I knew the time had come when you'd feel obliged to strangle him. May I help?
She ain't strangling me, Fatso. She's fixing my bow tie.
Oh, what a pity. Why are you getting all dolled up, mush muscles?
We're chaperoning the dance at the college tonight.
Oh, you know, I should be at that dance tonight and renew my acquaintance with those college girls.
Ha!
After all, I was the first man in most of their lives.
That's true, Doctor. You brought them into the world, didn't you?
Yes, and they grow so fast it's hard for me to place them. The other day, a lovely young girl stopped me and said, "Don't you remember me, Dr. Gamble? I'm Katie Conway." Well, I thought for a moment and said, "Oh, yes, 8 pounds, 3 ounces, and very red."
Ah, what a cute way to remember them.
Hey, Molly, how about finishing my tie? I want to get to the dance and show them kids some real stepping.
You plan to take part in the dancing?
You betcha. I'll shake more leg than a centipede with a palsy, boy.
But I'm against it, Doctor. I do not think we can keep up with those college kids. We're not as young as we used to be, and I keep telling them that.
Yeah, you speak for yourself, Tootsie. But I wish you could see me on that dance floor tonight, hippo hips. I'll be as frisky as a young kid in a field of clover.
Let me give you a word of advice, son.
Shoot.
Remember that it's just a matter of time until every young kid winds up an old goat.
Huh?
And it's later than you think.
Hey. What's he mean it's late? Oh, my gosh, it is getting late. Why, it's half past. Well, come on, Molly. Hurry up. Let's go.
men, and I get ideas.
When we are dancing and you're dangerously near me, I get ideas. I get ideas. I want to hold you so much closer than I dare to. I want to scold you 'cause I care more than I care to. And when you touch me and there's fire in every finger, I get ideas. I get ideas. And after we have kissed goodnight and still you linger, I kind of think you get ideas too. Your eyes are always saying the things you're never saying. I only hope they're saying that you could love me too. For that's the whole idea, it's true. The lovely idea that I've fallen in love with you. For when you're dancing near me, I get ideas, I get ideas. And then when we have kissed goodnight and still you linger, I think you get ideas too. Your eyes are always saying the things you're never saying. I only hope they're saying that you could love me too. For that's the whole idea. A wonderful idea that I have fallen in love with you.
Cup of punch, Magee? I'm in charge of the bowl here for a while.
Thanks, kiddo. I got to get started dancing, though. Got to pep things up. I asked a couple of girls a while ago if they wanted to dance a while ago, but they just giggled and walked away. Too shy, I guess.
Yes. You know how young girls are, sort of ill at ease around an older man.
Yeah. I even offered Oldie, the janitor at the Elks Club's daughter, a break, but turned out she had a sprained ankle.
She's a nice child, isn't she? Mm-hmm. I was talking... Oh, here she comes now, Magee, off the dance floor.
Oh, good. Her ankle must be better.
Hello, Christina. Having fun?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Magee. Isn't this a wonderful dance?
Oh, I see you're walking okay now, Christina. So if you want the next dance with... Oh, limping again, huh? Poor kid. She better take care of that.
You know, I might dance a couple of dances with you myself after a while, if you're not completely booked up.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll save a couple for you, baby. You know that.
You're sweet.
I do feel, however, that my first duty here is to see that the kids have fun. Here comes a couple of girls now by themselves, maybe.
And when she looked at me with that baby stare and that frizzy permanent and said, "Oh, I didn't know you and Clutch were going steady, dear," why, I thought
Oh, I wouldn't trust her from here to... Oh, hello, Mrs. Magee.
Hi, Mrs. Magee.
Having fun, girls?
Oh, wonderful. It's a swell dance.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun, girls. I'm the chaperone here, and if either of you would like the next dance... Didn't hear me, I guess.
Didn't seem to.
I wonder if I ought to catch up to them and give them a chance to... Hey, where'd they go?
Powder room.
Oh.
Look, Lover, why don't you... Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Magee.
Hey.
My, don't you look charming tonight.
Oh, thanks, Latriv.
He means me.
Certainly.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Matter of fact, you look a little bulgy.
Well, this girdle...
He means me.
Let me try a different subject.
Yeah. Yeah, ladle him up a hunk of punch, Molly.
Thanks. I hope you're saving me a dance, Molly. I haven't seen you on the floor yet.
Well, I've been pretty busy here, Mr. Mayor. I saw you, though. Say, who was the rather wide lady you were piloting around?
Oh, Jack. Did you see that? Mrs. Spradley. The math teacher's wife. 3 times she's nailed me.
Well, sit down and relax, Latriv. I'll entertain you with a few of my experiences as a professional dancer.
Oh, no.
I had me a vaudeville act at one time, you know. Magee and Nip Me. Snappy songs and witty sayings. I used to do a soft shoe dance. I was the best soft shoe dancer in the business. Yeah, I used to do a soft shoe dance that was so quiet you couldn't even hear it. Then for an encore, I'd have them turn out the lights so you couldn't see it either. Which made it a very popular turn because where'd the trivia go?
To dance with Mrs. Spradley.
Well, I better get started dancing myself. There must be a lot of girls around here dying for somebody to dance with them. Once they see me dance, boy, they'll be mobbing me.
Now, you look here, Magee. Please take it easy. We can't keep up with these youngsters. We are just not as young as we used to be.
Ah, you speak for yourself, Tootsie. When I start spinning them kids around the dance floor, oh, hey, there's a girl that ain't dancing.
And a pretty youngster, too.
Well, I'll give the kid a break. Pardon me, sis. I'm the chaperone here.
Oh, yes. I've been hearing about you, sir, from all sides.
Well, good.
I have a badly sprained ankle. Thank you just the same.
You too? Wonder how she knew I was going to ask her to dance.
No luck, dearie.
No, doggone it for a guy that wants to... Uh-oh. Who's this coming with the trivia?
Oh, isn't she cute? I think that must be the girl.
Oh, Molly, I'd like you to meet the homecoming queen, my niece, Miss Marilyn Martin. Marilyn, this is Mrs. Magee and Mr. Magee.
Hello, dear. Nice to see you.
Hi, sis.
How do you do? Awfully nice of you to chaperone us tonight. Isn't it a wonderful dance?
Oh, just lovely. And congratulations on being queen, Marilyn. Must be pretty exciting to be chosen.
And speaking of exciting, Marilyn, if you don't have the pleasure of this next dance, I'd be happy to request it of you.
I beg your pardon?
Yes.
Well, he's dancing with all the girls tonight, dear, or he's available at least. So if you don't have a partner for the next dance...
Yeah, I'd be happy to show you a few new steps, sis. Real ballroom stuff.
Oh, I do have this dance, Mr. Magee.
Oh.
I promised this one to, Oh, Marvin, there you are.
Huh? You talking to me, Marilyn?
Oh, yes. This is our dance, Marvin. Remember?
Huh?
Give me your arm, dear. That's it. Excuse us, everybody.
Oh, dear. Go right ahead, Hildy.
Gosh, I didn't know you cared, Marilyn. Boy, when I asked you...
Of course I care, you silly boy. Walk me past the stag line, stupid, and hurry.
Well, looks like most of the girls are took care of for this dance, kiddo. Come on, I'll dance with you.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Why didn't you ask me before?
Yes, Molly has this dance with me, Magee.
You take care of the punch bowl, dearie.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Thank you, Molly. That was wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I enjoyed...
Excuse me, Your Honor. I was watching you dance out there.
What? Oh, hello, Flicker.
I'd like to meet your lady, sir. You made a handsome couple.
Oh, well, now, she isn't really my lady, Flick, but... Oh, Molly, may I present the captain of our football team, Mr. Flicker Krivetsky. Flick, Mrs. Fibber Magee.
How do you do, I'm sure. I've seen your picture in the papers, Flicker.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I was wondering if... Well, this dance is at Charleston, and I wondered if you... Well, I bet you do as well, Charleston.
Oh, I used to dance it a lot, yes.
Well,
but,
gee, would you do me the honor, ma'am?
Well, I should dance this one with my husband, but I think he's chaperoning. Come on.
Hey, Molly, I've been looking for you. Hey, Molly. Hey, Molly.
Magee, great, thanks. Yay, terrific. Great, sensational.
Oh, there you are, dearie. I thought you were dancing with some of the girls. I was just out there doing the Charleston.
I saw you.
Ah, such a nice lad giving me such extravagant compliments. Isn't this dance fun, Magee? Makes you feel young again to get around with these youngsters.
Look, kiddo, we can't keep up with these kids. Let's face it, we're not just as young as we used to be.
Oh, speak for yourself, dearie.
Huh?
You know how I love to dance.
May I have this dance, Mrs. McGee?
Oh, no, you don't. I got her booked up.
I already asked you, guys.
Oh, look at the bunches of McGee. Isn't that cute,
Oh,
son?
I don't know how you can call 1,500 pounds of football players cute. Look, kiddo, we can't keep up with these kids. We're not as young as we used to be.
Now, boys, I can't dance with all of you at once. Now, wait a minute. Yes, I can, too. Maestro, have you got a conga?
Sure.
Good. All right, boys, let's form a conga line. Hang on, here we go.
Gee whiz. Poor Molly. She just don't realize how old she's getting. Well, I guess I'll go wait in the car.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. With the arrival of the first baby in your home, your way of living is bound to change. But you won't need to change the brand of milk you use if that brand is Pet evaporated milk. For the Pet milk, which helps many a young wife fix the kind of food her husband likes best, is the very same brand doctors recommend so highly for babies. And this you can be sure of. No brand of milk you can buy is better for babies than Pet milk. No milk is easier for a baby to digest. No milk is more uniformly rich. No milk has a better balance of the important milk minerals and vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin. And it's that combination which helps Pet milk babies have such strong, straight bones and sound teeth. Helps them make good, steady growth. So give your first baby the right start in life by giving him Pet brand evaporated milk. When you see how he grows and thrives on this easy, safe, easy-to-digest milk, you'll do as millions of devoted mothers do. You'll see to it that all your babies are happy, sturdy Pet milk babies.
I told you we weren't young enough to keep up with those college kids, Molly. I told you that all the time.
I know. You were right. I'm going to rub some more liniment on. That might help.
Yeah, try it.
There. Your back feel better now?
Yeah, thanks. My gosh, I only danced one dance at that.
Who with?
Mrs. Spradley. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Have you ever watched someone you love go through a serious crisis knowing the final outcome means either life or death? Well, that's the situation young wife Sally Carter faces as she goes through a long night of watchful waiting in a hospital. In the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program. Together with this dramatic story, you'll hear the Pet Milk recipe of the month for butterless fudge. It's Mary Lee Taylor's famous recipe for extra rich and creamy fudge that makes a perfect holiday treat. For the best in entertainment and helpful information, tune in sure next Saturday morning to NBC for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Next, it's Big Town, then Playhouse on Broadway on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
You said the story we're doing tonight, Death House Blues, is very unusual, Barbie. In what way?
Well, for one thing, Dan, you never see or hear the hero of the story, and yet he's very definitely the hero.
You don't say. Anything else?
Yes. The whole story takes place in one room, the governor's office.
Well, I'll be darned.
It's an unusual story in other ways, too.
Well, how does it start?
You mean you don't know how it starts, Mr. Glenn?
Well, of course not. I haven't read the script.
Oh, but surely you know how it starts. It starts the same way all good mystery shows start.
How's that?
Why, with a brief message from our sponsor.
Okay, boys and girls, you all have your parts. Places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Death House Blues. Tonight's story opens in the governor's office in the state capital of a distant state. Governor Burris is sitting at his desk as the dynamic Terry Rogan, criminal lawyer, speaks. The governor doesn't seem to like what he hears and says so.
Great Scott, Rogan. You act as if sending this client of yours, this Eddie Banks, to the chair was a personal pleasure to me.
Well, I think it is, Governor. You feel it's a popular thing to do. You think you'll get votes by letting this kid be killed for a murder he didn't commit.
Oh, please now, Rogan. I'm not quite that bad. Just because you and I belong to different political parties.
It's politics that keeps you from granting executive clemency, Burris, and you know it. The word has come to you that Eddie Banks is supposed to fry.
Listen, Rogan, if you're insinuating that anybody tells me how to run my office...
Well, take the stuffing out of your shirt, Governor. It's too late for me to be polite. The kid's supposed to go to the chair in an hour.
I've been fair and patient with you, Rogan. I've granted 2 stays of execution. I've examined all the evidence thoroughly.
You've played to the grandstand all through the appeal, and you know it. You've granted 2 stays because you knew it would keep the case alive in the papers and keep you in the spotlight.
Now, let's not be nasty about this, Rogan. That isn't a sporting thing to say, and you know it.
Sporting? You can talk about being sporting when a man's life's about to be taken? You're darned right I'm not sporting. As his lawyer, I'll hit with anything I have. If I could put you in that chair in his place, I'd do it.
I'm sorry, Rogan. Honestly, I am. I rather liked your client the time I talked to him. Of course, his background isn't conducive to belief in his integrity, and I couldn't blame him for lying anyways on his own neck.
He isn't lying, Burris. Try to get that through your head, will you? Look, the kid hasn't got a dime. I've been working day and night for the past 2 weeks trying to break this thing. Why do you think I'm doing it?
A very touching speech, Rogan. I think you're doing it because you have political aspirations and you saw a good chance for a tangle with me. You as the champion of the oppressed, the fighter for the underdog.
Oh, that's rotten, and you know it. Eddie Banks was convicted on circumstantial evidence. He didn't
You like screaming about circumstantial evidence, don't you? Well, there's nothing whatsoever wrong with circumstantial evidence. For some reason, there's a popular belief that circumstantial evidence is bad. When circumstances combine to indicate that a man is a killer, he usually is. The court... Comstock, I wish you wouldn't walk in here unannounced like that. After all, this is the governor's office.
Oh, stow it, Burris. I knew you when you were running for alderman. I've just been up to the big house.
You saw Eddie Banks, Comstock?
Yeah, he's taking it big. Got a last hour story from him. The boy's hard as nails, Rogan.
What do you want here, Comstock?
Why, I figured there'd be another last-minute stay. Maybe.
Then you figured wrong. Eddie Banks was tried by a competent jury, and I'd be tampering with justice if
nuts. You don't need to make a speech for me, Burris. And if you think I quote a line like that, you're crazy. Some of our readers might have sensitive stomachs.
Now, see here, Comstock. You presume on your position as a reporter. What do you want here?
Why, I've got a photographer outside. I thought maybe you boys could give me a good pose with Rogan banging his fist on the august desk, clash of legal minds, you know.
Well, now, listen.
Well,
I don't know.
You go straight.
I suppose we might as well humor the press. Eh, Rogan?
Oh, you go straight. Look, Burris, I've told you this is no cheap political trick with me. I'm arguing for this kid's life. He didn't kill that dirty rat, Bickford, and you know it just as well as I do.
Well, the evidence, Rogan.
Somebody framed Eddie. Framed him with phony evidence that doesn't even hold together.
The cry of the man who gets caught from time immemorial. I was framed.
Expecting anything that might make a good human interest sidelight, Governor?
Why, Eddie Banks' sweetheart is supposed to see me at the 11:30. Last-minute request.
She's waiting outside now, but who's the dirty little guy with her?
What? Madeline's out there? Why didn't you say so?
I thought you knew.
Send her in.
Okay.
There's a true blue for you, that girl. The way she's stuck by Eddie is...
Is what?
Well, it's proof that Banks is innocent. No girl would be as loyal as that unless she actually believed that he was... Oh, hello, Madeline.
Hi, Rogan. I brought along a character.
It's a little late for new evidence, Madeline.
I know. This is Packy Lasker, Rogan.
Hi.
He has some bearing on the case, has he?
Sure. Just like a lot of other people have had, if you'd believe them.
I'll listen to his story.
Go ahead, Packy.
The night Bickford was killed, I'm standing in the mob in front of the club mirror door, see?
Yeah, well, what of it?
I see a guy I later learned is Eddie Banks coming out with a dame. This dame who brought me here tonight.
Well, that was established in the trial that Eddie had taken Madeline to the club. There was never any argument about that. And he had a fight with Bickford on the dance floor over Madeline.
Hold still, Rogan. This little guy's got some new stuff, whether you think it's important or not.
All right. Go ahead.
Banks and his dame, they kind of edged their way into the crowd. Banks is dressed in soup and fish, see? And I bump into him, a little hard. When I bump into him, my hand brushes against the side, and he ain't carrying any gun when he left the club mirror door.
How do you know?
I'd stake my professional reputation on it.
You what?
Packy's a professional pickpocket, Rogan.
If I gotta be blunt about it, I was frisking the guy. And there's no rod. That's for sure.
I'm sorry, Miss Martin. It isn't important testimony for one
Not
thing.
important, Governor. They never found the murder weapon. Bickford was shot, and they said it was Eddie who shot him, but they never found the gun. Bickford followed Eddie and me home. He was shot after Eddie dropped me at my apartment. Eddie wouldn't have had time to pick up a gun anywhere.
This man, though, he couldn't possibly know whether or not Eddie Banks had a gun on his person.
No? Have a look at this.
Yeah? What is it?
It's Eddie's wallet. Packy got it in the crowd.
Rather neat trick. I'm afraid it won't help us any.
But it shows definitely, if they'll believe Packy, that Eddie couldn't have killed Bickford.
The testimony of an admitted pickpocket hardly excites me, Miss Martin.
See, Miss Martin, like I told you, I wouldn't have done any good. Just got myself into trouble by getting spotted by cops in the courtroom.
I suppose you left the money in this wallet.
A great lift that was. $5 in it.
But that's not true, Packy.
Honest. $5.
When Eddie and I were in the cab going to the club, he said to me, "How would you like to take a look at real dough?" And he pulled out his wallet and showed me $5,000.
Oh, look, lady, I never got no $5.
I believe you, Packy. And I'm pretty sure I know who got it.
Who?
Bickford. He was the guy who received the dough for the crooked politicians. That fight between Eddie and Bickford was a fake. It gave him a chance to wrestle around just long enough for Eddie to drop the $5,000 in Bickford's pocket. Eddie was paying off.
If such a thing were true, which seems questionable, I mean, if there is a political payoff, why didn't Eddie Banks say something about it when he had his day in court?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Yes, how?
Hello? Warden? This is Madeline Martin at the governor's office. It's terribly important for me to talk to Eddie Banks right now. Oh, thank you. I'll have him call me right back. Goodbye.
This is a trick of yours, Rogan.
I didn't even know about it. I never heard of this pickpocket before.
My name's Packy Lasker, Mr. Rogan. You don't need to keep calling me a pickpocket.
The credibility of Eddie Banks' witnesses have been bad all through this thing.
Well, what do you expect? Eddie was working for Spike Polto. Spike owns gambling joints all over the country. Who do you expect Eddie's witnesses to be except the people who know him?
My dear, how did an attractive young lady like you ever become acquainted in a person like Banks?
I'm not so high-class myself. Eddie's a swell guy, and he didn't like the idea of my waiting tables in a gambling joint. He talked me into getting a job for less money, slinging hash in a restaurant. And he was going to stick on with Pozo until we had enough money to get married.
Excuse me.
That's for me. I'll get it. Hello? Eddie? Darling, you've got to tell me the truth. This is terribly important. Did you really have a fight with Victor that night, or were you paying him off some payoff money for Pozo? What? $5,000. I knew it. But why? Why didn't you say so? What? Oh. No, I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh. Well, there's no time to discuss it, dear. I'll call you later. Goodbye.
Well?
Eddie says he gave Bickford $5,000 and the fight was all a phony.
The fight was supposed to be over you, wasn't it, Miss Martin?
I don't know what it was supposed to be over. The prosecuting attorney said Eddie was jealous of me, but that wasn't so. That scuffle was Eddie's way of slipping Bickford the $5,000 payoff right out in public.
The place for that to have come out was at the trial. Why didn't he talk about it there?
He says Rogan told him not to mention it.
What? You mean to say that Rogan would deliberately perjure a client? You admit that you told him not to mention it, Rogan?
I didn't ask him about it in court. Neither did the prosecuting attorney.
The prosecuting attorney had no knowledge of what happened. He couldn't ask. But you deliberately withheld evidence.
Oh, don't look so pious. You can't deliberately run evidence into a case that makes your client look bad.
Look bad?
If I'd have asked Eddie Banks about that payoff in court, he'd have been in the electric chair by now.
Are you insinuating that our courts aren't honest?
I'm insinuating that Bickford was playing with the party in power. We'd started talking about payoff money, they'd have framed us with everything in the book. Besides, the payoff just gave another motive they could throw against Eddie Banks.
But that's not so. What motive?
Well, you had testified that Eddie was trying to get enough money to marry you. He knew that Bickford had $5,000 on him. Knew it because he'd given it to him.
But so must a lot of other people, bad people. Pozo gave Eddie the money to give to Bickford. Pozo could have told some of his hoodlums about it.
Look, Madeline, I appreciate that you're desperate. So am I. But the story about the payoff money doesn't help a bit. Now, really, it doesn't. I think the governor will agree with me that it's better left out of the picture. How about that, Governor?
If you're insinuating that any bribe money gets to me, I resent it, Rogan. And the Bar Association's going to hear about your counseling a defendant to perjure himself.
I did no such thing. I merely advised him not to talk about things that would get him into trouble. Watch yourself. What are you...
Pardon me, mister. Sorry I bumped you. Here you are, lady. Is this what you wanted?
What? You stole my wallet right out of my pocket.
Yeah.
Well, give it to me. You have no right to...
Maybe I'm beginning to see a few things, Rogan. This is kind of interesting.
What is it?
Poto's private phone number. By any chance, are you working for Poto too, Rogan? You and Eddie both? That'd make everything that's happened kind of interesting, wouldn't it?
Comstock, you back again? I do wish you'd knock the...
I don't have to knock when I have news like this, Bella. It'll knock you right off of your seat. And I guess you might as well call the big house and tell them to get Eddie Banks off the electric chair. You know, they're due to turn it on in 25 minutes.
What is this big news you're talking about, Comstock?
They just found Spike Poto with a knife through his heart.
What?
Yeah. And a note on his chest that said, "This is for Eddie Banks, a right guy who got a wrong rap."
Is Eddie Banks guilty of Bickford's murder? And who killed Spike Poto, the gambling king? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Death House Blues. The scene is still the governor's office, and the clock says 20 minutes till midnight. Fred Comstock, the reporter, is questioning Rogan, the lawyer for Eddie Banks.
So, it was because you were looking out for Eddie Banks that you didn't bring the payoff money into the trial, huh? And Madeline finds you were working for Spike Poto. That's very funny.
I don't like the way you say that, Count. Sure, Poto hired me to defend Eddie Banks. Eddie was one of his boys.
You've been spouting about how Eddie didn't have a dime, and that this was a labor of love as far as you were concerned. Why, you practically had me in tears.
Look, what difference does it make whether I get paid or not? Important thing is to get the kid off. Now, he didn't kill Bickford. The looks of things now, one of Poto's boys did it, and Poto picked Eddie for the fall guy.
I like your methods of operation less and less, Rogan. I was listening to you with some little favor. But now, you're just a gangster lawyer. A lawyer who covers up evidence not to defend his client, but to defend the man who's paying the bill.
What you think of me doesn't make much difference, Burris. As long as the kid gets to live. And you better start making up your mind fast, because there's only about 15 minutes left.
You can't let them kill Eddie. Rogan's been working for Poto, not for Eddie. He's been letting Eddie take the rap.
That phrase, take the rap, Miss Martin. Wasn't there something like that in the note that Comstock says the police found on Poto's body?
What do you mean?
You came up here only a short time ago, and you had a criminal with you.
Me? I never hurt anybody in my life.
I'm wondering if you might not have visited Poto before you came here.
Are you trying to say that I killed Poto?
Somebody killed him. As soon as this electrocution is over, I'm going to ask the police to check your movements this evening prior to your coming here.
Governor, why should I kill Poto?
You fancied this gangster Poto was responsible for your sweetheart being in the death house. You thought perhaps that his murder, together with the note, would throw suspicion on somebody else, would make it look like somebody knew that Eddie Banks was innocent. That's wrong rap phrase. It's not too difficult a picture to grasp.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Governor, it's just 12 minutes till they'll strap Eddie into the electric chair. There's plenty of time to talk about Poto's murder later.
I'm talking about it right now because I think it applies to the case under discussion. My guess is that Poto's murder was a daring effort on somebody's part to confuse and distract me.
You think I killed somebody just to get you mixed up? I don't want you mixed up. I want you to have one thing clear, that Eddie didn't murder Bickford.
But the note on Poto's chest...
Forget about Poto, can't you? Forget the note. In 11 minutes, the man I love is going to the electric chair. He's a nice kid. Even if he was working for crooks, he enjoyed life. We loved each other.
I'm sorry for you, my dear, but I can't let my personal feelings allow me to turn loose a man who should pay for his crime. I've always felt there was a place for sentiment in law enforcement, but it isn't right or just to let any man get away with murder.
Eddie didn't murder anyone, you fool. Can't you see what's happened?
Maybe you better go outside, Madeline. You're getting hysterical. I'm going to have to work fast to get Eddie off now.
You get him off? You never wanted to get him off. You never tried to get him off.
Take her outside, Comstock, will you? She's cracking up.
I guess you better, Comstock, at that.
Pardon me, Jenks. I come here with the little lady, and she ain't leaving till she's gone good and ready.
But you have the audacity to pull a gun in my office?
Kind of funny, ain't it? Me, who always shied away from force. Who got into the dip racket because it didn't have no violence. Me, holding a gun on the governor of the state.
Well, I'll have you thrown into jail for this.
Okay, suit yourself. I've been in jail before, but the little lady's going to stay here as long as she likes.
Thanks, Peggy. Now, I want you to listen to me, Governor. Rogan sold Eddie Banks out. He put on a great show trying to help him, and all the time he was trying to hurt him. Rogan wants Eddie to go to the chair. Poto paid him to what that? The one really important point of evidence that could have helped Eddie, Rogan held out. He's given Eddie wrong advice right from the start.
I'm leaving, Barrett. It's 5 minutes to 12, and this thing looks like a hot story to me. Boy, I can just see it. Gun-crazy pickpocket holds governor at bay while killer fries.
Stop it! Don't talk like that!
You ain't leaving, Bud. Not yet.
If I had an opportunity to kill Poto, so did Rogan. Before he came up to your office tonight.
Well, you're out of your head. And you're wasting time that I could be spending in pleading Eddie's case. There's only 3 minutes to go.
Governor, you've just got to see it. Rogan's been tied up to Poto. He deliberately put Eddie where he is. Why, looking for Poto, Rogan could have even been the one who killed Bickford. Oh, Governor, there's only 2.5 minutes. For the love of heaven, grab that gun. Grab it. Call the warden right now. I'll dial the number. You've got to do it. You've got to. If you just hold off a few minutes, I'll prove to you that it's Rogan who should be there and not Eddie.
Put that phone down, Miss Martin. I'll make my own telephone calls without any help from you. And this show of hysteria isn't helping the case at all. I have to consider facts, not the emotional outburst.
You have to consider yourself, too, don't you? You're going to have to live with yourself after Eddie Banks is dead. After I prove that Rogan framed him into the electric chair for a rotten, crooked gangster. And you're going to be guiltier of murder than Eddie ever was. How's it going to feel when you discover you killed an innocent man?
I'm sorry, my dear. I'd like to help you, honestly, I would.
1 minute, only 1 minute, Eddie will be strapped in. Now, turn up. Oh, do something. Don't sit there like a fool. He's a human being, and it's a human life you're playing with.
You're not changing your mind, Governor?
I've delayed this thing twice, Rogan. It slips back.
Oh, what difference does it make how it looks? Listen, Rogan, you were at the Club Mirador the night of the murder. You saw the fight when Eddie slipped the money into Bickford's pocket. You'd have been the one person there who realized what was happening.
Wait. You say he was at the Club Mirador? Hasn't anything been said about that before?
There was. I mentioned it to Rogan right at the start, and he said neither Eddie or I should ever say anything about it, or folks on the jury would think Eddie had a lawyer planted in the club to establish an alibi for himself. Oh, you grab that boy, grab it. Only 10 seconds. Try, you might make it.
I'm afraid it's too late, Miss Martin.
No.
I couldn't possibly get through in time. Let the lady out now, Fred, and don't let this pickpocket get out of the building. I'm going to attend to him.
Okay, Governor. You know, I ain't so sure.
I didn't ask you to be sure of anything, Comstock. Get them out of here. I want to talk to Rogan.
Okay.
You killed a man. You're a murderer.
Well, in the name of the state, I'm going to have to put you under arrest, Rogan.
Yeah? On that perjury business?
No. You killed Bickford.
You don't say.
You killed him for $5,000, I suppose, and Poto finally tumbled at what had happened when he saw how you handled Eddie's Banks defense. So you had to kill him, too. You left that note about Eddie Banks to throw anybody off the scent.
You have a good imagination, Governor.
I don't think I have, Rogan. I'm quite unimaginative as a rule. So unimaginative that I'm going to have a handwriting expert compare that note with your handwriting. Going to have fingerprint experts look for your fingerprints. Going to trace the knife they found in Poto's heart. And I imagine I'll find some very interesting things.
Yes, I imagine you will, Governor. It's too bad you won't be able to do anything about them, isn't it?
Just what do you mean?
You try to do anything to me for killing Poto, and I'll ruin your whole career. You haven't touched this out yet, Governor. But you're going to see a great light. You don't dare touch me on Poto's murder, because the minute you do, I confess Bickford's murder.
So, you really did kill Bickford?
Sure, I killed him, and that's why you can't touch me for killing Poto.
Just how do you figure that one?
The minute I confess I killed Bickford, you're so washed up in politics you're a bum.
Yes?
Sure. The girl gave you all the dope straight, and you let an innocent man go to the electric chair. How does that make you look to the public, Governor? You not only look like a sap, but a vicious sap, a dangerous one. You can't touch me without smashing your whole career.
You've been very smart about this, Rogan. Or maybe sharp is the word. You played every angle, didn't you?
I always play every angle, Governor.
There's only one little thing you overlooked.
What?
This.
I don't get it. You wouldn't have the nerve.
I'm putting you under arrest for the murders of Bickford and Poto. Just a minute. Hello. Warden, cancel everything. You can turn Eddie Banks loose now. Thank you.
Oh, I don't get it. He was to be electrocuted at 1 minute past midnight.
I know.
Well, it's 8 minutes past now.
8 minutes past midnight by my clock, Rogan.
What?
I set my clock 15 minutes ahead tonight, Rogan. 15 minutes past. I had my doubts about the boy's guilt, even in spite of your bad pleading of his case.
You tricked me.
Yes.
You...
Yes, I tricked you. You know, it's going to be fun letting that reporter Comstock know about this. He said I was stuffy. I don't think I'm stuffy at all. Do you, Rogan?
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, couldn't we stop a little while?
Well, if we're going to get to Dodge before dark, we got to keep moving, Chester.
Yeah, but I swear I'm about to bust.
Oh, what did you expect after the way you ate dinner?
You know, I just couldn't help it. Every time I eat with the cavalry, I make a fool of myself. The ration them fellers draws nowadays is really something.
Hey, Chester. Look over there in that drawer.
Why, it's an Indian, ain't it? Is he dead or what?
So let's go see. He's dead, all right. And that was an ugly death, too.
My goodness, shot in both knees.
Yeah. Looks like he was trying to crawl away when he got finished off.
Who in the world would do a thing like that?
Well, whoever it was, he must have been full of hate.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
There's a squaw watching us over yonder by them trees, here.
Yeah, I see her.
You reckon she's his?
Yeah, she might be. They're both Pawnee.
She's coming over here. Say, she don't think we'd done this, does she?
I don't know.
I sure hope not.
And if I could speak Pawnee, I'd tell her.
Understand white man talk?
Is this your husband?
Yes.
I'm Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. law marshal.
Law much true.
You know who killed your husband?
No.
Well, you know why your husband was killed?
No. Husband good. Much heart. Big, strong.
We'll help you bury him.
No. Indian bury husband.
Oh. All right, we'll go. Come on, Chester.
It just don't seem right leaving her there all by herself, Mr. Dillon.
That's the way she wants it, Chester. Well, let's get on back to Dodge. Kitty.
How was the trip?
Oh, it was all right, I guess.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. Have a beer and tell me all about it.
No, thanks, Kitty. I'm going to go pick up my laundry, and then I'm going to go get some sleep.
Evening, kiddies. Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Doc?
Well, I just treated Chester for an attack of indigestion. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine.
Well, that's not true, Doc. Something's bothering him.
Oh? That's so. What's the trouble, Matt?
I'll tell you what's the trouble, Doc. Disgust for my fellow man. But I guess I'll get over it.
What happened, Matt?
Well, on the way in today, Chester and I found a dead Indian. His squaw came along about the same time. Just rough to watch, that's all.
Well, Matt, men die all the time, and the women grieve.
No, not like this, Doc. He was killed a piece at a time. Somebody had shot him in both knees so he'd crawl. It wasn't until they'd had their fun that they finished him off. His squaw could see what had happened to him, so they did.
Quiet. I'm listening to a funny story.
Hey, you. Is it my funny story you're listening to?
Yeah, that's right. Any objections?
You have some particular interest in Indians?
I have. Go on with the story. It's good. How does it end?
It hasn't ended yet.
I could end it for you. If it was me out there, that squaw would have went right along with a man.
That's so?
I hate Indians. I kill them. That's mighty near all I got on my mind. I enjoy killing them. I hate squaw men, too.
All right, get your hand away from that gun.
You wearing some kind of badge there under that vest?
That's right. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
And you figure that gives you a right to tell me who I can hate?
No. That's your business. But what you do about it is mine.
Well, I'm going to go on killing Indians is what I'm going to do about it, Marshal. Like I've been doing for 16 years.
And you've got a lot to answer for, mister. That's a long time.
It seems like no more than yesterday. I come back from hunting one time. I found my wagon burnt. My wife with a pretty back stuck full of arrows. My baby son carried off. They was Pawnees. And Marshal, your little badge ain't gonna change that. That's between me and the Indians. I'm gonna kill them till the day I die.
Edgar.
Leave me alone.
What a terrible thing.
What Matt saw was terrible too, Kitty.
Yeah.
16 years of that kind of hate's long enough, isn't it, Doc?
Much too long.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon?
That squaw is here.
Huh? Here in Dodge?
Yes, sir. She come over to the office. She wants to talk to you.
Oh, where is she now?
Well, there was another Indian with her there, waiting out near the edge of town.
All right, let's go.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller with another page from your American Heritage Scrapbook. The majestic Hudson River, which has cut such a wide path through American fact and fiction, was apparently first discovered by Giovanni da Verrazzano, a Florentine navigator, on April 17, 1524. But the man for whom it was named, Henry Hudson, made the first conclusive exploration of the river during the months of September and October of 1609. Henry Hudson, hoping to find a waterway through North America to the East Indies, sailed his ship, the Half Moon, up the Hudson as far as present-day Troy, New York. In the 1620s, Dutch patroons had established a permanent colony, New Netherlands, along the banks of the Hudson, and New Amsterdam was spreading out from the southern tip of Manhattan Island. It was in 1664 that an English invasion force entered the deep-channeled mouth of the Hudson River and took over control of New Amsterdam from the Dutch. They renamed the city New York. Ships flying the Union Jack cruised the Hudson for more than a century, bringing furs and food supplies to cosmopolitan New York. Control of the Hudson became imperative during the colonial revolution for independence. The British attacked and captured Fort Washington and Fort Lee late in 1776. But their attempt to cut the jugular vein that united New England and the middle colonies was unsuccessful. Colonial independence won, peace reigned again over the river Henry Hudson once described as the great river of the mountains. Yes, running 306 miles from the summit of Mount Marcy in the Adirondacks to the wide-spreading harbor of New York City, the Hudson River became the lifeline of a new nation, just beginning to explore and develop its natural riches.
I don't see him, Chester.
Me neither.
You sure that's the right place?
Well, I think so, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't understand her too good. Maybe they changed their mind and left.
Now, that's not very likely. Must have had something pretty important to say to come all the way into town like that.
They sure must have.
Oh, there she is. Moving out into the clearing.
Yeah, but she's alone now. Where's that?
Well, we'll probably find out.
Mr. Dillon, we better be careful. I don't like this.
You want to wait here?
No, I'm coming.
We talk.
You come alone now. My friend says that there was another Indian.
He back there. He little white wolf. Brother. He no make talk. He wait.
Is that the one, Chester?
Well, I think so. He never come near enough for me to get a real good look at him.
Yeah. Any other Indians here?
No other. 3. All go. Leave village. Make new house. Oklahoma.
Huh. All right, we talk now.
White man kill husband. White man go to city.
How do you know this?
Brother, he gone. See one, only white man. Then go find husband dead. Brother track white man. Go to city.
Who is the white man?
He wear black hat, spotted shirt. He ride black horse.
Why, I seen him.
Wait a minute, Chester. There are many men like that in the city. You got to say more than that.
You find, you make prisoner, you kill.
Now listen. The law must know, and it must know good. Did your brother see the white man kill your husband?
Brother, he gone. Then see one, only white man.
Yeah, but the brother did not see. Maybe the white man did not kill. Now, the law must know. It must be certain. You understand that?
Law not certain. Then law not kill white man?
That's right.
Then you give us white man, we kill.
No.
Brother not have 2 hearts. Brother certain, we kill.
No. That's much bad. Now, you go to Oklahoma. You make new house.
White man big enemy. We no make peace. We wait. We kill.
Well, it's sad.
Reckon she means it?
Yeah, she means it all right. They'll get him. Eggert, I want to talk to you.
Come on in.
I tried to find you last night.
I ain't been hiding much.
Yeah, I know. It was late when I got back to town. Nobody knew where you were staying. I went out to talk to some Indians.
You seem mighty fond of Indians.
I'm fond of the law, Eggert. Now, tell me, did you kill that Pawnee?
I killed lots of Pawnees in the last 16 years.
That's not what I'm asking you. Did you kill that one yesterday?
Supposing I did, what would you do about him?
I'd hang you.
For killing an Indian? Might as well hang a man for squashing worms.
That day's past, Eggert. Now, the Indians think you killed him, and so do I.
I reckon you'll have to prove it, Marshal.
Yeah, there's an Indian who can identify you. The squaw's brother, so you do it.
That ain't exactly true.
No?
No, because if it was, you'd have me in jail right now. You ain't got no proof.
Well, the Indian heard your last shot, and he saw you ride off. He tracked you here to Dodge.
Don't put no rope around my neck.
Not legally, no. But the Indians know that you did it. And I don't want to have to hang those Indians.
And what do you mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean by that. They're waiting for you, Eggert.
They're what?
That's right. So you stay in this town. You set one foot outside of Dodge City, and those two Pawnees will kill you.
Don't be sure of that, Marshal. Don't be sure of it at all.
This is Myron J. Bennett, back again with another little-known item of American military history. When you're up there in the wild blue yonder, either shooting or getting shot at, there's not much time for making famous remarks. Perhaps that's why there aren't too many on record for the Air Force, although our youngest branch of the armed forces got a big piece of the action in our recent wars. It started out on August the 1st, 1907. With only one officer and two enlisted men, and didn't get its first airplane until a year later. Under the Signal Corps, aces made history in the dogfights of World War I. But it wasn't until General William Billy Mitchell got himself court-martialed for backing up his statement that nothing can stop the attack of aircraft except other aircraft that the air arm really got going. In World War II, General Henry H. Hap Arnold built the Army Air Corps into the greatest military armada ever seen, with his three-legged stool formula of pilots, planes, and airfields, and the slogan, "Keep 'em flying." And in the Cold War that's been going on ever since, the now independent Air Force, with its ever-ready Strategic Air Command, carries the biggest stick we've got behind its soft-spoken motto, "Peace is our profession."
You got time for a cup of coffee, Matt?
Yeah, I reckon so, Kitty. There you are.
On, can we have some coffee?
Right away, Miss Kitty.
Where'd you run off to last night, Matt?
Well, that Pawnee squaw wanted to see me, Kitty.
Oh?
Yeah, she and her brother know who killed her husband, and they came to me for help.
I get them to believe in the law, Matt. That's good.
Yeah, it'd be fine if the law could do anything about it.
Your coffee.
What do you mean, Matt?
No legal proof. So the Indians are going to do it in their own way.
Who was it?
Eggert.
That man who lost his wife and baby?
Yeah. I was up to see him this morning. He's the one, all right.
Mr. Dillon, I've been looking high and low for you.
What's the matter?
Well, you give that Eggert orders to stay in town, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he didn't do it. He left about a half hour ago.
Yeah, I should have known he would. All right, come on, Chester. Maybe we can catch him.
Seems like we ought to have caught up with him, but now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Maybe the Indians got him already.
I doubt it, Chester. I think they'd get him behind him and trail him till they could set up an ambush.
Well, it's a pretty good spot for a fight right here.
Wait a minute. There's the squaw over there in those trees.
And she's riding up that little gun.
Yeah, come on. She's turning.
Well, she jumped off.
I'll get her. You catch the horse.
Yes, sir.
Hey, stop. Come here. Now, where's your brother? Come on, talk. Where's Little White Wolf? You see white man who killed your husband?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, over here, Chester.
I got her horse. What'd she say?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, not a word. Look. Brother killed white man, he break the law. Now, the law will punish him. You understand that? Now, where is your brother? All right, come on.
That's where I don't understand, Mr. Dillon.
I do, Chester. She waited on the trail as a decoy and deliberately led us away to give her brother time. Right now, that Indian and Eggert are stalking each other somewhere in that bush.
Hey, that was a rifle.
White man, big enemy. We kill now. Little White Wolf avenge husband.
Where'd it come from, Chester? Could you tell?
Well, from that bluff yonder, it sounded like.
All right, let's get over there. Maybe we still have time to stop him. Haggard! Haggard!
Maybe that Indian got him, Mr. Dillon.
Haggard!
Here, Marshal.
Huh?
I got me another Pawnee. But he got me, too.
Where is he, Haggard?
Right in them rocks.
Yeah, here he is, Chester. He's shot right through the head.
Well, he's much more than a boy. He's Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Little white wolf.
He's dead. Little White Wolf wasn't your brother. Not your true brother, was he?
No. True brother died baby. Chief gave mother white baby. Call him Little White Wolf. He grew up fine Indian. He good brother. White man die?
Yeah, he'll die very soon.
Marshal.
Yeah, Haggard.
Did I kill him?
You killed him.
Well, that's good.
You were just a kid. About 18.
I'm glad. That's just about right. By now, my own son would have been just about 18. Mm-hmm. Mr. Dillon, did you tell him?
No, Chester, I didn't tell him. Well, at least we can bury him together.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you probably remember, last week Jack Benny was sick in bed. However, he's up and around now, so let's go out to his home in Beverly Hills. Jack is eating his breakfast.
I'm glad you came by, Mary. Have a cup of coffee.
No, thanks. How are you feeling, Jack?
Oh, much better. Naturally, it was quite a shock being robbed of $10,000, but I'm all right now.
Well, I just dropped by to say hello. I'm going over to the club to play some golf.
It's certainly a lovely day for it. You know, Mary, I think I'll take up golf again.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't play golf. You take it too seriously. You always get so mad.
I do not.
You do, too. Every time you miss a putt, you accuse somebody of moving the hole.
I only did that once.
And another thing, you never keep your mind on the game. What about that time you got in the sand trap? You were there for 2 hours.
Well, a lot of people play in the sand trap.
With a pail and shovel?
Oh, stop, will you? I wish Rochester would bring my toast. I've almost finished my breakfast.
Say, Jack, what's that little thing there on the table?
This? Oh, it's a light fuse. I took it out so there wouldn't be any electricity in the kitchen.
Well, for heaven's sake, why?
I'm punishing Rochester. Twice this week he came out of the kitchen and left the light on.
But, Jack, shutting off the electricity.
I know what I'm doing.
What's the matter? You're still coughing.
Well, I'm not completely well yet, Mary, but I'll be all right. Oh, by the way, here's that book you were reading to me the other day. Read some more, will you, while I'm eating?
Okay. Now, let's see. Where did I stop? Oh, here it is. For 2 hours, the crippled submarine had lain helplessly on the bottom. The men trapped inside were gripped with fear and despair. The air was so heavy...
Toast, Mr. Benny.
My toast? Well, it's about time, Rochester. What in the world took you so long?
Have you ever tried making toast with sunshine and a magnifying glass?
Oh.
How about giving me back that fuse now, boss?
Well, do you think you've learned your lesson?
No, but the icebox is defrosted, and that ain't going to help the food.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about that. Is all the food spoiled?
Well, not all, but you know that fish you bought for tomorrow night?
Yes.
Well, he ain't going to make it.
Oh. Well, would the fish be all right if we had it tonight?
Boss, you couldn't eat that fish if you cooked it in life, boy.
Then just throw it out. Here's the fuse. Hurry and put it back. And take that miner's lamp off your hat.
Yes, sir.
Finish reading the book, Mary.
Okay. The air was so heavy that breathing was labor. A violent current caught the submarine and rolled it to one side, spilling the groggy men on the floor. It took almost all their strength to...
Answer the door, Rochester.
Answer the door, answer the door.
Quiet, Polly.
Yeah, you ain't paying me.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead, finish the book, right?
Okay. It took almost all their strength to rise to their feet. Every man knew that hope of rescue was fading.
Gee.
Then suddenly they heard a faint tapping on the outside of the sub. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. A look of hope came into the men's eyes as the tapping continued.
Pardon me, boss, but Inspector Flanagan is here to see you.
Oh, the detective. Excuse me, Mary. Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I just dropped in to talk to you again about the robbery.
Good. Come on, sit over here by the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Inspector, don't you ever have your oil changed?
Huh?
Nothing. How are you coming along on the case?
Well, I came to tell you that I thought I caught the guy that robbed you. He fitted the description precisely.
He did?
Yeah, he had a cauliflower ear, broken nose, scar on his cheek, and a little mole on his chin.
You a Scotchman or something?
I'm from Brooklyn. But he wasn't the guy that robbed you the $10,000.
What'd you say?
He wasn't the guy that robbed you of the $10,000.
How'd you find out?
Well, I searched him, and he only had $9,870.
Oh, well, I might as well tell you, Inspector. The man who robbed me called up and threatened my life. So I need a bodyguard and... Inspector! Twinkle toes! Some detective. The robber calls me up, threatens to kill me. I tell the detective, and he walks out.
Maybe he went to the florist.
Yeah. Mary, there's no time for jokes. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Rochester, my life is in danger. I might get shot at, and I need a bodyguard.
Don't look at me.
Rochester, you're not a coward, are you?
More than that, I'm a careful coward.
Well, anyway, I didn't mean you. I wondered if you knew anyone who'd be a good bodyguard.
Well, now, let me see. I got it. You know, boss, Joe Lewis is in town.
Joe Lewis? The heavyweight champion? Rochester, I could never get him for a bodyguard.
I think you could if you worked it right, boss. I was talking to him the other day, and he told me he wants to be a radio comedian.
Uh-huh.
So if you let him think that maybe he could be one, he'd come over and talk to you.
Yeah?
Then all you got to do is keep him here and stick close to him. Amalgamate, boss, amalgamate.
By golly, Rochester, that may be it. Why don't you call him up?
Better than that, boss, I'll go over and see him personally.
Good, and hurry. Gee, Mary, this may be the solution to all my worries. Joe Lewis for a bodyguard. Go on, finish reading the book for me, will you?
Okay. A look of hope came into the men's eyes as the tapping continued. The air was so bad now that the breathing was almost impossible. In just a few seconds, it would be too late.
Oh, my goodness.
Suddenly, the steel hatch clanged open, and a blast of cool, fresh air revived the stricken men. The rescue device had worked. They were saved.
Oh, boy.
And thus ended another hair-raising adventure of our hero, Tom Swift.
Hot ziggity. What a guy. And you're always talking about little women. Why, if they were just
Hello,
more...
Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Larry.
Hello, Larry.
The door was open, so I just came on in. How are you feeling, Mr. Benny?
A lot better, kid. Thanks for asking.
I had to ask. It's in my contract.
Oh, yes.
Say, Mr. Benny, I've got a swell song for next Sunday's program. Would you like to hear it?
I sure would, kid. Go ahead and sing it.
All right.
Oh, boy, that Tom Swift. He led a life just like I did. Jack Benny and his electric rifle. Jack Benny in the darkest...
Kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time. You'll never know how many dreams I dreamed about you. Or just how empty they all seem without you. So kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. My dreams have been so empty, dear, without you. So kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time.
Very good, Larry. Use that number on the show.
Okay, Mr. Benny. Well, I've got to go now. I promised my wife I'd help her with the housework.
Oh, that's the spirit, Larry. You're really starting your married life off right.
That's what her mother keeps telling me.
Oh, so that's it. Look, kid, you tell her mother to keep her busy.
Jack.
I'm only trying to advise them.
Well, you're advising them all wrong. Mothers know best. For instance, Jack, take my mother.
I will not.
Jack. All I'm trying to say is that my father always helped my mother with the house cleaning.
Mary, when your mother grabs your father by the back of the neck and wipes the floor with him, that's not house cleaning. Believe me. Besides, how can she get him in all the corners? And another thing about your mother...
For the million things she gave me.
Polly.
Well, I've got to run along now, Mr. Benny.
Okay, so long, kid.
So long.
Jack, I know you don't like Mama, but I wish you wouldn't talk about her in front of people.
Oh, Mary, I'm only kidding. If I didn't like your mother, would I have her picture hanging in my living room?
You only hung it up when you lost the target to your darts game.
You nearly lost that gag, too, there. Mary, I'm improving, too. Last night when I was playing, I got 1 chin, 1 ear, and 3 noses. I'm getting better all the time.
Answer the door, Rochester. Answer the door.
Polly, Rochester isn't here. Oh. Come in. Oh, hello, Don. Come on in.
Hello, Jack, Mary.
Hi, Don.
I'm glad to see you looking better, Jack. Must have been quite a shock being robbed of $10,000.
Yeah, I was ribbed about it, too. Yes, it was, but I'm feeling fine now. By the way, Don, would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
Works for me, buys his coffee at the drugstore.
Well, Jack, I'm going to run along or I'll never get to that golf game in.
Oh, are those your clubs, Mary? You know, I play golf occasionally, but just walking around the course doesn't keep me in trim. I like a game where there's a lot of jumping around.
You mean tennis?
No, checkers.
No, I thought your fingertips looked a little muscle-bound there. Don, you probably don't like golf because you don't play it well.
What do you mean I don't play it well? Why, just last week I was in a tournament. We were approaching the 18th hole, and there I was on the edge of the green. The whole tournament was at stake, and I couldn't make up my mind which club to use. But my caddy, he knew what to do.
Believe me, Don, Excuse me a minute. Hello? Yes. Well, maybe so, but I thought that... Well, if you think so, okay. But wouldn't it be better if I just... Well, all right, if you want it that way. Goodbye. Now, Don, as I started to tell you...
Jack, who is that?
My press agent, Steve Bradley. You know, he used to talk so fast I couldn't understand him.
Well, I'm going out now and play a game of golf.
I'll go with you, Mary. So long, Jack.
So long, Don. Goodbye, Mary. Have a good time.
I will.
See, I wonder how Rochester's making out with Joe Lewis. I hope he can trick him into coming over here and be my bodyguard. I guess Rochester will know how to handle it. He always does.
I'm sure glad I caught you at home, Joe.
Well, I'm glad you came over, Rochester.
You know, Joe, so many things have happened since I saw you last, I don't know where to begin.
Well, there's no hurry, Rochester. Would you like another drink?
Well, I had 2 already.
One more won't hurt you.
Okay, pour it out. Thanks.
Rochester, have you ever thought about being a prize fighter?
No, I'm just drinking this milk to be friendly. Now, Joe, let's get down to business. You know, it's been rumored around you'd like to be a big comedian.
That's right. I want to make people laugh. I've been wanting to do that for years.
Well, Joe, if you want to make people laugh, you've been going about it the wrong way.
Who told you that?
Max Smelling, Tony Galeno, Jim Braddock, and Buddy Bass. That's who.
Well, them fellas have no sense of humor.
Well, you know, it's pretty hard to laugh with a referee counting over you.
I wouldn't know. That never happened to me.
Never?
Never.
Joe, remember that first fight you had with Max Smelling?
Mm-hmm.
What happened in the 12th round? What happened?
That's the one page I tore out of my scrapbook.
Anyway, Joe, if you want to be a big comedian, Mr. Benny's the man to get you started.
Do you think so?
He'll not only get you started, he'll stick close to you. Yes, sir, awful close.
Well, this is going to be a lifesaver.
You ain't kidding. Come on, let's go over to Mr. Benny's house and talk to him.
Okay, I'll get my hat and coat.
Don't forget your gloves.
I got them right here in my pocket.
Not the social ones, the business ones, the big ones, the fat ones. You know, the fighting ones. Come on, Joe, let's go.
20 minutes to 7. Dark out, and Rochester isn't back yet. That robber did threaten me. Maybe I ought to hold these darts in my hand, just in case. I wonder if... Well, another nosy. Doggone, I wish that the... That must be Rochester. Come in!
Hiya, Jackson. What are you doing up so late?
Oh, hello, Phil. I'm glad you dropped by.
Well, I can only stay a minute. I just came over to invite you to a costume party I'm throwing Saturday night.
A costume party?
Yeah, and Alice is going to put on a little girl's outfit and be little Bo Peep.
Oh, that's cute. What are you going to be, Phil?
I'm going to put light bulbs in my ears and come as a pinball machine.
A pinball machine?
Yeah, by 11 o'clock, I'm tilted anyway.
Oh, you know, these costume parties always throw me. I never know what to be.
Why don't you spruce up a little bit and come as Father Time?
Don't be funny. Come on in, Phil. We'll sit down and talk, huh? Oh, there's the phone. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, is this Phil Harris, the little girl?
Uh-huh. Is this Mr. Benny?
It sure is.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm sorry about you being robbed of $10,000. But my daddy said it was your own fault.
My fault?
Yes, my daddy says if you paid him what he's worth, you wouldn't have all that money lying around.
Oh, I see.
Can I talk to my daddy now?
Yeah, just a minute, honey. Phil, it's for you. It's your little girl.
Okay. Hello, honey.
Hello, hotshot.
Anything wrong, baby?
Uh-huh. I got my dolly on the sidewalk, and it's all broken.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Which dolly was it?
Pretty one with the long eyelashes.
And the curly blonde hair?
Yes, the one you said looks just like you.
Well, Dowdy will get you another one just like me.
Oh, goody. When are you coming home?
Right away.
Well, Mommy wants you to stop by the store and get a loaf of bread, a head of lettuce, and some corn.
All right, honey. Does she want corn on the cob or canned corn?
Mommy says when it comes to corn to leave that up to you.
Oh, well, okay, darling. I'll get it. Goodbye.
Bye, hotshot.
Oh, gee, Phil, your daughter's so cute. How old is she?
I don't know, Jackson, but last year she was 3.
Oh, well, then she's 4 now.
Could be. It could be.
Yes, sir. They sure grow up, don't they?
Oh, boss, he's here.
He is, Rochester?
Yeah, he's waiting in the den.
Oh, excuse me a minute, will you, Phil?
Yeah, I gotta go anyway. So long, Jackson.
So long, Phil. Rochester, have Joe Lewis come in.
Okay, but remember, boss, he don't know he's going to be your bodyguard.
Yeah.
He only came over here because he thinks you're going to get him started as a comedian.
I know.
So make him think he's funny.
I will. Don't worry. Call him in.
Yes, sir. Come on in, Joe. Joe, I'd like you to meet Mr. Jack Benny.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Benny.
Pleased to meet you. What a delivery. Oh, boy. How do you feel, Joe? Huh?
Oh, fine.
Fine. That's a honey. Anybody else would have said pretty good, but you ad-libbed fine. Oh, boy, what a gem.
Boss, don't overdo it.
Say, Joe, how long you been out here in California? That's good.
I haven't said anything yet.
I was still laughing at fine, That was dynamite. Huh?
Well, boss, I'll leave you two alone to discuss business.
All right, Rochester. Say, Joe, I've got a little proposition to make to you.
What's the proposition?
Well, you see, I'm a little more experienced as a comedian than you are, so anyone ever starts pulling jokes at your expense, well, I'll sort of help you out, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And naturally, you're a little younger and stronger than I am, so anyone starts punching me or picking a fight with me, you see, you'll help me out.
But, Mr. Benny, why should anybody want to start a fight with you?
Because I'm such a heel. I mean, You see, Joe, there are so many people who are jealous of me.
But I thought everybody liked you. You're so nice and so kind and so free with your money.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. Why didn't you laugh?
Oh, yes, free with my money. Well, Joe... Joe, getting down to business, how would you feel about doing comedy on my program?
I like it very much.
Well, let's discuss this thing thoroughly before... I wonder who that can be. Oh, Joe, would you mind taking a little walk with me?
Where to?
To the front door. Come on, Joe.
Aren't you crowding me a little bit, Mr. Benny?
Oh, pardon me. Just a minute.
Okay, Benny, you asked me.
What?
I told you what had happened if you blabbed to the cops about me sticking you up, and now I'm going to give it to you. Take that.
Ooh.
And that.
Ooh. Joe, he's beating me up. Fight with him.
Oh, I can't fight with just anybody. Who did he ever lick?
I mean, that's not important now.
Squeal on me, will you, Benny? Take that.
Ooh. Another nosy. Polly, you're supposed to be on my side.
Take that.
Ooh.
And that.
Oh, Joe, please don't just stand there. Please do something.
But, Mr. Benny, I can't fight with unknown. He would have to get a reputation for himself.
Well, he doesn't have to get it on me, for goodness sake. Look.
Take that.
Out.
And that.
Oh, stop.
And that.
Stop. Joe, help me.
I'm warning you for the last time, Benny. The next time you open your mouth to the cops, you're going to get more than this.
Yes, sir.
And just so you don't forget it, take this.
Ooh.
Mr. Benny, get up and go to your corner. Mr. Benny, get out. Well, if you don't, there's only one thing left for me to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. $39, $40, $41, $42, $43, $44.
Joe, you can stop already. I'm feeling better. Anyway, I got to go to the Maskers now, do a show at 6 p.m. on another network. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Bill Harris and his orchestra, and Jack Benny. Larry Stevens, young singing star of the program, steps forward now to sing Stars in Your Eyes. Larry? I see stars in your eyes when my lips beg your lips to surrender. you may say, there's always one little thing that always gives you away. Stars in night make me thrill with a thrill oh so tender.
The Armed Forces Radio Service.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The night Fibber, Magee, and Molly introduced a new character into their show called Gildersleeve, I'm sure no one could have foreseen the fantastic success story to which we add another chapter tonight. Mr. Gildersleeve made a great hit with Fibber and Molly's audience, and soon had a radio program of his own. Then came a series of pictures at RKO. And tonight, we've cast him in one of the great comedy hits of the American theater. It's George Kelly's famous play, The Show-Off. And to show off the great Gildersleeve in a proper setting, we've co-starred him with Una Merkel and Beulah Bondi. You'll find another name on Gildersleeve's birth certificate, Harold Perry, to be exact. But Mr. Perry has been swallowed up by Mr. Gildersleeve to the great enjoyment of the American people. In The Show-Off, he plays Aubrey Piper, a gentleman with a talent for getting into trouble. Witness the case of his brother-in-law's invention, which you'll hear more about in just a moment. Some inventors are remembered by everyone. The names of others are lost in the fog of time. The airplane, the electric light, the wireless, any school child knows who was responsible for them. But nobody knows who invented the wheel or who invented soap. Yet someone did invent soap hundreds of years before it reached the level of perfection that's called Lux toilet soap. I leave it to you. How many modern inventions would you give up before you do without soap. In research for a picture about Cleopatra, which I made a few years ago, I discovered that she had several ladies in waiting whose job it was to help her keep beautiful. But all the wealth and power of the ancient Queen of Egypt didn't serve her half as well as the queen of any American home is served by a cake of Lux toilet soap. But now the show goes on with the show-off. And here's the first act, starring the great Gildersleeve as Aubrey Piper, Una Merkel as Amy, and Beulah Bondi as Mrs. Fisher. It's 8 o'clock on a Wednesday evening, and Amy Fisher is aflutter with excitement. 8 o'clock Wednesday is a big moment in Amy's life, for at 10 after, a certain party will ring the doorbell of the little frame house near Philadelphia. Hurriedly, she dabs a powder puff at her nose, and then, hearing the front door open, she rushes to the head of the stairs.
Mama? Mama, was that the door?
Yes, it was. It was your sister.
Oh. Mama, when the bell rings, let me answer it. Hello, Clara. How's Frank? All right. Mama, did you see my blue bar pin? It was in my drawer.
Well, look in the drawer. I haven't seen it.
What's all the excitement, Mama?
Wednesday night.
Oh. Is that fella still coming here?
Oh, right on the dot, such as he is. It looks like a steady thing, Clara. You never in your life heard anybody talk so much. I don't know how Amy stands him. Your pop can hardly stay in the room where he is.
Well, doesn't she take him into the parlor?
She does, yes, but she might just as well leave him out here, because he's not in there 5 minutes till he's out here in the kitchen again, talking about politics. You'd think he knew something about it. And the investment business. He's always talking about that, too. That's where he works, you know, the Billings Investment Company. He says he's head of the sales department. But I says to your brother Joe, I says, I don't know how he can be head of anything from the talk of him. Joe says he's a nut. But you don't dare say anything to Amy about him. Oh, no. She thinks he's heaven's gift to the Fisher family. And for all she knows about him, he could be a tramp in the park instead of with the Billings Company.
Well, that's where he works, though, Mom.
How do you know?
Well, Frank knows him.
You're Frank?
Uh-huh. He says he eats his lunch at the same place, there at 15th and Arch.
And does he say he knows him?
Why, sure. He says he's seen him around there for a long time. Frank calls him Carnation Charlie. He says he's always got a big carnation in his buttonhole and carries a cane.
That's the one. He's always got it on when he comes here, too. I believe in my heart, Clara, that's what's turned your sister's head.
Oh, my.
Did Frank say what his name was?
Aubrey Piper, I think.
That's it, Aubrey Piper. Sounds more like a place than a man's name. What does he do at Billings?
He's a clerk.
A clerk. I knew it. Head of the sales department.
Hello, Clara.
Oh, hello, Pop.
Well, has that nut arrived yet?
Not yet, but he will.
I hope to heaven he stays in the parlor tonight. I want to read my paper. And if he slaps me on the back once more, I'll kill him. That laugh of his. Enough to drive a man crazy. What's that?
Must be Joe. He's down the cellar trying to fix the radio. Joe, is that you?
Yeah. Give me a hand with a set, will you, Pop?
Oh, I thought you was going to keep it downstairs.
There isn't enough light.
Okay, thanks, Pop. Well, has that screwball come in yet?
Well, he certainly is a big hit with this family.
Laughing Louie. He's a first-class pest, that guy. Every time I'm working on something, he sticks his nose in it. What are you doing? What are you doing? You know that formula I've been working on to prevent rust? He got his nose into that the other night, too. Next time he does it, he's going to get socked.
Oh, there he is now. Amy?
Put out the light in here and shut the door. Maybe he'll think we've gone out.
Well, I gotta go.
Well, go out the back door if you don't want to be here all night. Amy!
Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Pop.
Goodbye. Be quiet now. If he hears a voice in here, he'll pop in here like a jumping jack.
Just a minute.
Aubrey. Hello, Aubrey.
Greetings on you, little girl. How's every little thing? Hitting on all three?
Come in, Aubrey.
Right on the job, Amy. 10 minutes past on the dot. The pride of old West Philly never misses, no, sir.
I'll take your hat, Aubrey.
Anything to please the ladies. Here you are. And the boy rode off with many thanks and many a backward bow.
Oh, oh come on in the parlor, Aubrey.
1 second, little gal. One little favor. Never again will I trouble the belle of old North Philly. How about a drink of the old Aqua Pura, huh?
That's water to me.
Of course, Aubrey. I'll be right back. Make yourself comfortable.
Don't you worry about me, little gal.
Amy, shut that door. Oh, what's the matter, Mom? I just want to get a drink of water for Aubrey.
Listen, Amy, I don't want that fella popping in here.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gents. Yeah.
Oh.
Stay right where you are, folks, right where you are. Going right out on the next train. How are you, little mother? Evening, Pop. Hiya, Joe.
Hello.
Amy, step on the gas with the old Aquapura. Man's got to have a drink. How about it, Pop? You'll stay with me on that, eh, Pop?
Oh. Listen, I don't like to be slapped on the back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to tell you this is a very pretty little picture of domestic felicity. Father reading, mother knitting, and little old Joe Edison Fisher there working 18 hours a day to make the rich man richer and the poor man poorer. What about it, Popcorn? Am I right or raving?
Oh, will you let me alone and keep your hands to yourself? I never saw such a pest in my life.
Oh, what's the matter with Popsy Wopsy? Little office feed, eh, Mother Fisher?
Here's your water, Aubrey.
Thank you, my dear. Blushing as she gave it, looking down at her feet so bare in her tattered gown. Yeah. How's that, Mother Fisher? Can't beat that little old Willie Shakespeare, now can you? No, sir, I'd like to tell the brothers that little old Shakespeare party shook a wicked spear. Yeah. Well, here's laughter, ladies. And Mr. Marconi, my best regards to you. Ah, very nice indeed. And a sweeter draught from a fairer hand was never quaffed.
Oh, you.
Well, Mr. Joseph, what are you doing? What are you doing, Joseph?
I am fixing something.
At it again, eh? The young inventor himself. Well, Mr. Joseph, I want to tell you you're wasting your time. When you're all through, they'll offer you 20 cents for it and sell it for $20 million, take it or leave it, sign on the dotted line. Yes, sir. That's exactly what they did to little old yours truly here. 20 Lincoln Anacondas for a formula that would have solved the greatest problem before the industrial chemical world today.
What kind of a formula?
Why, a formula to prevent the rusting of iron and steel. A solution of vanadium and manganese to be added to the metal in its molten state instead of applied externally.
Where did you hear that?
Hear what, my boy?
About a rust preventative using vanadium and manganese?
Little idea of my own.
Yeah. You heard it right here in this room. I was talking about it last Sunday.
Oh, you thought of it too, eh? Well, just goes to show you, Joe, great minds run in the same...
Oh, shut up. You give me a swift pain.
I love that boy. Yes, Mother Fisher, that little boy of yours has got some great ideas. I was speaking to some of the men who work under me just the other day, Mother. I said, gentlemen, the inventive genius in this country is... where are you going, Mother?
I got a touch of the same pain. Good night.
Must be an epidemic around here.
Oh, Aubrey. Aubrey, let's go in the parlor, shall we?
Yeah. You know, Amy, sometimes I get a funny feeling that your folks don't like me. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware, well, little high, I guess.
Yes, Mother, do you want something?
I just wanted to tell you that it's nearly 12 o'clock. We're all going to bed around here.
I was just about to take my reluctant leave, little mother.
Well, I don't want to hurry you.
Not at all, not at all. In fact, the recent outburst was in the nature of a farewell concert. A little old song at twilight, you know, Mother Fisher, to soothe the savage beast. Yeah.
Come on, Aubrey. I'll walk to the gate with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a beautiful night, all right.
Oh, isn't it?
Look at that moon up there, Amy. Is that a moon or is that a moon? I say it's a moon.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. You know, it's times like this when a man gets to thinking, Amy.
Does he, Aubrey?
Yes, sir. That old moon up there makes you think a lot of things. A man's got to be pretty careful.
Oh.
But when a man's knocked around the world like I have, a man gets pretty wise. When a man meets the right girl, a man knows he's met the right girl. Do you follow me?
I think so, Aubrey.
Amy, You think a married couple can be happy on $100 a week?
Oh, Aubrey, yes, I do.
Be nice if they had it, too.
Aubrey, is that how much you...
Well, more or less. Right now, it's a little less. But I'm thinking of putting over a deal, Amy, just between us two, you know.
I don't think it makes any difference how much a man makes. I think when a girl cares for a man, loves a man, that's all that counts. The only important thing in the world, or should be, even if he doesn't have a dime, don't you?
Well, I got 2 nickels.
No. I mean, don't you think about love?
Oh, sure. Ever since I was 14, Amy. Yes, sir. It's a little old Cupid dart that counts.
And after all, you can't buy happiness, can you?
Definitely not. So they say. Well?
Well?
Amy, what do you think, huh?
You mean about...
Yeah, what do you say? Is it a go? Say yes, Amy. Say you'll pool your coffee ration with me.
Aubrey, you mean will I marry you?
That's the general thought I'm trying to convey.
Oh, Aubrey, yes, I will, Aubrey, any time you say.
Amy. Amy Piper.
I'm not going to let you do it. I won't stand for it.
Oh, Mama, stop it. I'm going to marry him, and that's all there is to it.
But you don't even know him. You don't know what he does or how much he makes or anything about him.
I don't have to. I know I like him, and that's enough.
All right. But remember this, Amy. Be sure that he keeps you, and you keep him. And don't be coming around here for your pop to keep you.
Mama, don't make me laugh. Aubrey's got a wonderful position. He makes plenty of money.
Who says so?
I just know from the way he talks. He makes at least $100 a week.
Who ever heard of a clerk making $100 a week?
A clerk? Where did you hear that?
From Frank Highland.
What does Frank Highland know about it?
He knows Aubrey Piper, and Frank says he's a clerk down there just like 5 million others.
Oh, that just shows how much he knows about it. Aubrey told me he makes $100 a week, and what's more, he's going to swing a great big deal pretty soon.
The only thing he'll ever swing is that cane he carries. Amy, dear, I'm warning you once and for all.
Oh, Mama, why don't you let me make my own life? You took who you wanted, didn't you? And Clara took the man she wanted. Well, I'm going to take what I want, and I want Aubrey Piper.
So you'd like a raise, eh, Piper?
Well, that's the general idea I was trying to convey, Mr. Williams.
What for?
Well, the way I figured is this. A man's going to get married. Well, when a man gets married, he's got to have enough to support a wife, right?
Right.
And I figure about $100 a week, maybe a little more.
How much do you make now, Piper?
35. Not very much, Mr. Williams.
No, it isn't. But this investment business isn't what it used to be either.
Yes, sir, but...
35 is all you're worth, Piper.
But, Mr. Williams...
From what I've seen of your ability, it's more than you're worth.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you like 35 or nothing at all?
No, sir.
What makes you think you're entitled to a raise?
Well,
You don't have to get married, do you?
No, sir.
Then put it off for a while.
Yes, sir, but
That's all, Piper. That's all. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Piper.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Huh?
Look, how did it go? Where did you get the raise?
Oh, the raise. Oh, yes. We talked it over, the boss and I. He's going to sleep on it. I hope he has nightmares.
Oh, gee, pretty lucky, Piper.
Well, there's nothing to it if you got the right approach, Fred. I got in a good word for you, too.
Yeah? Oh, gee, thanks.
Well, I'll go to lunch now. Got to feed the old furnace, you know. See you around, Fred.
Yeah. Hi, Aubrey. What'll it be?
Hi, Sam. I'll have a ham on rye and a chocolate frosting. And don't spare the ice cream, Sam.
2 scoops?
Oh, 2 scoops, sure. What do I care?
That's a nickel extra, Aubrey.
Slap it in there, Sam. You know Piper, the old sport himself.
Sure. 1 ham on, 1 frosted. Scoop a double.
Aubrey.
Amy, what are you doing way down here?
Aubrey, I have to speak to you.
Say, I'm glad you came, Amy. You know that deal I was talking about? Well, it didn't go through, honey. I mean...
Aubrey, listen.
So I was just thinking maybe if we could postpone getting married.
Aubrey, I've got to tell you, darling, it's awfully important. I've done it, Aubrey.
Done what?
I've done it. I've left home.
You left... Oh...
Oh, I just had to. I couldn't stand it anymore, and I just told Mama. I said, I'm leaving, Mama, and that's that.
You told Mama, huh? Oh. Well, I was just going to tell you, Amy. that deal, I mean, where are you going to live?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. I've burned my bridges, Aubrey.
You burned mine, too. Oh, well, I guess we better get married pretty soon then, huh?
Oh, Aubrey, do you suppose we could?
Oh, sure. You just leave everything to me.
Oh, Aubrey, that'd be wonderful. And it doesn't really make any difference, does it? I mean, we were going to be married anyway, and, well, you make so much money and all, and, oh, Aubrey, tell me it's all right.
Oh, it's fine, Amy. It's fine. Just a minute. Hey, Samuel. Samuel.
Yeah?
Cancel that extra scoop, will you?
Act 2 of The Show-Off, starring the great Gildersleeve as Aubrey Piper, Beulah Bondi as Mrs. Fisher, and Una Merkel as Amy. 6 months have passed, and the romance of Amy and Aubrey has blossomed into marriage. Amy is too proud to admit it to her family, but she has discovered, as wives sometimes do, that her mate is more talk than action. He's not the head of his department, nor does he earn the expected $100 per week. And now, in the Piper kitchenette, the financial question has again reared its ugly head.
Bills, bills, bills. Aubrey, what are we going to do?
How's the coffee coming along, Amy? Boy can't be late to work, you know.
Aubrey, listen to me.
Sure, what's on your mind?
Aubrey, we've just got to get some money. We can't go on like this any longer.
Why not? We've been getting along fine.
Have we? Look at this. We owe $30 to the butcher, $23 to the grocer, $8.10 to the milkman, and the janitor was here about the rent again.
I'll speak to him on the way out.
On your way out is right. He's going to throw us out Friday.
You mean he's threatened us? Why, he can't get away with that. I'll break the lease. That's what I'll do. How about a piece of toast, honey?
Aubrey, he can get away with it. We've got to pay up or get out.
All right, we'll get out. I never liked this place anyway. The bathtub gurgles. Have you got any peanut butter?
Aubrey, how can I make you understand?
Listen, honey, do me a favor, will you? Forget about it. Everything's going to be fine.
Is it? How?
You just keep your eye on the boy from West Philly, that's all. Now, I didn't want to mention this, but I'm working on a deal right now that'll put us right up there on top. Where's the jelly?
What kind of a deal, Aubrey?
Never mind, you'll see.
But I want to know.
Well, it's a little idea I've had in the back of my head for a long time.
What idea?
It's pretty technical, Amy.
Aubrey, tell me, what is it?
Well, it's a rust preventative. A combination of magnesium and vanadium added.
Oh, Aubrey, that's Joe's idea. That's the thing he's been working on for years.
Oh, beat me to it, eh? Well, the more power to him.
Oh, Aubrey.
Good evening to you one and all. Hello, Mother Fisher.
Oh, hello. It's you, is it?
What's the good word, Mother? Been siphoning out any gas tanks lately? Where's Amy? Is she here?
No, ain't she home?
No, I just came by there.
Well, she ain't been here today.
Yeah, she was saying this morning she thought she'd go out and look for a house today. I suppose she hasn't got back yet. I wanted to take her to the movies. I got the loan of Harry Albright's car.
Did you say she was out looking for a house?
Yeah, we got to get out of that place we're in. The Acme Machine people have bought the whole block. They're going to put up a new factory there.
How soon do you have to get out?
Friday. I mean, as soon as we can find another place.
Well, I'm afraid you won't find it so easy to get a place as reasonable as that again in a hurry.
I don't want a place as reasonable as that. I want a real home, Mamma Mia. Something with ground around it. Where I can do a bit of tennis in the evening.
Well, if you do, you'll pay for it.
That's exactly what I expect to do, Mother Fisher. Not giving you a short answer, of course. That's exactly what I expect to do. And no more of the old first-of-the-month business for this growing boy. He's all washed up, signed on the dotted line. I'm going to buy, Mother.
Buy? Buy what?
A house, Mother Fisher. A real little home. You ought to go out along the boulevard some Sunday. Some fine little buys out there.
Well, there's no danger of your going out along the boulevard except for a walk.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people out that way, Mother. And a man's got to live someplace.
Well, if he's wise, he'll live where he's able to pay for it. Besides, you haven't got any furniture for a house, unless you don't mind sitting on the floor.
The matter of furniture nowadays, little Mother, is a very inconsequential item.
It still costs money, don't it?
Money. That's something that never worries me.
I know, but it worries me.
Yeah.
How are you going to buy furniture when you haven't got any money to even buy a house?
Don't fret, Mater. There's things in the wind. Things in the wind.
Well, there ought to be. There's plenty of it.
Plenty of what, Mother?
Plenty of wind.
Yeah. Well, right there with the old sense of humor, eh? Well, I guess I'll mooch along.
Yes, mooch.
Oh, say. If Amy calls, tell her I got the loan of Harry Albright's car. Fred Myers and I will meet her in front of the Rivoli at 8 bells.
I suppose you mean 8 o'clock, don't you?
Give the lady a cigar, Professor. Well, cheerio, Mrs. Whistler.
Who?
Mrs. Whistler. Man's dream of an ideal mother.
Oh, shut up, you fool. Go on, mooch.
Yeah. Cheerio, gal. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep.
Hello, Aubrey.
Well, Jojo the dog-faced boy. How's the lad?
Oh, I'm okay, fine.
What's the matter, Joe? You look excited.
Well, I am, in a way. Look, Aubrey, can you keep your mouth shut about something?
You can trust me, Jose. Sphinx Piper, my friends call me.
What?
Sphinx.
Oh.
Well, Joe, what's the big secret?
Well, I sold it.
Sold it? Sold what?
My invention, the rust preventative.
No.
Yeah, I was down at the Miller Grant office all day. I went over the whole thing with him, and we're going to tie it all up Monday morning.
Nice work, Mr. Joseph. I hope you got yourself a good slice of the old moolah.
I think it's all right. They're going to give me $50,000 for it.
50,000. Well, not bad, not bad. First offer, I suppose.
First and last. I'm grabbing it.
Don't be a sucker, Joe. Give them the old hard-to-get treatment. They'll come through with twice that.
Oh, no, this is too good to fool around with. Anyway, I'm satisfied. You know, we can do a lot with that money.
We certainly can.
I was talking about the family.
Oh, the family, yes, of course. That's what I meant. But I still think you could get more, Joe. What you need is somebody to go in there and talk to those guys. Somebody to...
cut it out, will you? I'm satisfied. I'm sorry I mentioned it to you at all.
Hey, Aubrey, what do you say?
Right there, Fred. Well, best of luck, Joe, my boy.
Don't forget now. Don't say anything about it.
Mum's the word, Joe. Mum's the word.
Hey, Aubrey, I thought you said you knew how to drive.
What's the matter, Fred? We're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah, but I hate to think what Harry's car's going to be like.
Don't you worry about the car, Fred. Everything's under control.
Yeah, so I hear.
Got a slipping clutch, that's what it is.
Hey, that's a red light. You better stop.
Huh?
Oh, boy, Aubrey. You're about the world's worst. I think I better get out and walk.
Oh, we'll be there any minute. Just let that little old light give me the go-ahead, Fred, and we'll be zipping on our way. Here we go.
Hey, watch it.
What's the matter?
Look out for that car. Look out. Look out.
Did you see that guy? He cut right in front of me.
Listen, Aubrey, that was a police car.
A what?
A police car. You slammed right into a police car.
All right, keep moving there. Move along. Hey, you.
Good evening, officer. Had a little brush here. And nothing serious, I hope, eh?
Oh, no, you just knocked 3 of our wheels off, that's all.
I'd like to take a sock at that dope. Where is he?
Now, take it easy, Mike. You go along and have that arm fixed. I'll take care of this fella. Go along now.
All right, but you better report about the car.
Don't worry, Mike.
Did that other gendarme get hurt?
Oh, no, I think it's just a little matter of a broken arm. Nothing serious, as you say.
Broken arm? Well, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, but I think he was waving to a friend. He threw it out a joint.
Very good.
All right, let's see your license.
License? License. Oh, you mean my driver's license.
You know what I mean.
Oh, sure. Let me see now. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, my draft card. 4PH.
PH?
Positively hopeless.
They ain't kidding either.
Yeah. You got me that time. Now, let's see.
Come on. Give me your license.
Well, officer, I'll tell you the truth. You beat me to it by 3 days.
What are you talking about?
Well, I've been meaning to get a license for some time. As a matter of fact, I was going down there for one next Tuesday.
Just a minute. Am I hearing things? Are you trying to tell me that you don't have a license?
You got me again, officer.
I've got you all right. Get out of that car.
Now, wait a minute.
I can't understand it. I waited at the movies for over an hour. If he wasn't going to come, he would have called here, wouldn't he?
Don't ask me what he'd do.
I'm beginning to get worried.
He says you've got to get out of that place you're in.
Yes, that's what I was doing today, looking around for something.
Did you see anything?
Oh, I saw a couple of places that were fair, but they want too much money.
You're not really looking for a house, are you, Amy?
Yes, if I can find one. Aubrey says he will not live in rooms any longer, and he doesn't want to pay rent. He wants to buy.
Amy, I thought you had a little sense, but you're nearly as bad as him.
You talk awfully silly, Mother. You'd think everybody that was married was living out in the street.
Well, that's where a good many of them would be living, Amy, only that somebody belonging to them is giving them a hand. You're everlasting borrowing as it is.
Well, I always pay it back, don't I?
You do when you get it, but that's not the point, Amy. It's that what you get one week don't last you till the next.
Oh, Mother, let me alone. If you're trying to make me say I'm sorry I married Aubrey, well, I'm not. I'm glad I married him, and I wouldn't change him for anyone else I ever met in my life. So there.
All right, Amy, but someday that man's going to bring trouble on us. I can feel it in my bones.
He won't bring trouble. And if he does, it'll be between him and me. You don't have to worry.
All right, Amy. Is that you, Joe?
It's me, Mom.
Oh, hello, Clara. What you doing here?
Well, I don't know. Isn't Frank here?
You're Frank?
He called up the house and said I better get right over here. It was something about Aubrey.
What about Aubrey?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Oh, I hear you moving, Amy.
Yes, we are. We want a house.
A house? Oh, Amy, if you can't pay your rent where you are, how do you expect to pay more?
How do you know I'm not able to pay my rent where I am?
Now, don't you start a fight, Amy.
Oh, but I'd just like to know what business it is of hers, whether I can pay my rent or not. Nobody's asking her to pay it.
Oh, no? Well, your husband's been to Frank Highland twice already to pay it.
What?
That's a lie. It is not. He's asked him twice and got it, too. Till I put a stop to it.
Mama, make her take that back.
I won't. It's true.
Now, you hush up, both of you. I guess if Clara says it's true, Amy, she must know. And it just goes to prove what I said.
Oh, let me alone.
I told her that man would start trouble. Oh. Well, now, who should arrive?
Oh, buenas noches, little mother. Is Amy here?
For land's sake, what's happened to you? What's that bandage on your head?
Bandage? Oh, yes. Nothing to get upset about. Beginning to rain outside, Mother.
Never mind the rain. The rain didn't do that to you. I guess you ran into somebody, didn't you?
Don't get excited, Mama. Just a little misunderstanding on the part of the traffic officer.
You don't mean to tell me that you ran into a traffic officer?
Control now, little Mother. I assure you there's no occasion for undue solicitation. Good evening, Clara.
What happened to your head?
The veriest trifle, Mrs. Highland. Just a little spray from the windshield.
Where's that car you borrowed? Smashed, I guess, ain't it?
The car I borrowed, Mother Fisher, is now in the hands of the bandits of the law. The judicial gentlemen who collect fines from motorists by ordering them to go one way and then swearing they told them to go another.
Never mind your fancy talk. I want to know who you killed, and where's the automobile that someone was fool enough to lend you?
The automobile, little Mother, is perfectly safe, parked and pasturing in the courtyard of the police station.
So you got arrested?
Well, I accompanied the officer as far as the station house, yes. And while I was there, I told them a few things about the condition of traffic in this city.
I guess they told you a few things, too, didn't they?
Repeat the question, please.
Oh, shut up.
Yes.
What did they do, fine you?
Well, they were all set to find me. But when I got through with them, they didn't have a leg to stand on. So they trumped up a charge of driving an automobile without a license.
Did they take the automobile away from you?
Nothing of the sort. They simply complied with the usual procedure in a case of this kind, which is to release the defendant on bond pending the extent of the victim's injuries.
So there was somebody injured?
The traffic cop that ran into me.
For heaven's sake, couldn't you find anybody but a traffic cop to run into?
I didn't run into him, Mother. You don't understand the circumstances of the case.
Well, I understand this much. They can give you 10 years for a thing like that, and it'd just serve you right if they did, too. Borrowing people's automobiles and knowing no more about running them than I do.
No time like the present to learn, Mother.
Well, you'll have plenty of time from now on if that officer's seriously injured.
He was faking a broken arm around there when I left.
Oh.
But it's a wonder to me the poor goof wasn't signed on the dotted line. He ran head-on right into me.
Did they take the cop to the hospital?
I believe they did.
Oh,
Aubrey. Aubrey, what happened to you?
Well, the little woman herself. Hi, Amy.
What is it, Aubrey?
Nothing in the world, baby. I had a little mix-up on Broad and Erie Avenue.
You didn't get hurt, did you?
Nothing but a scratch on the medulla oblongata. Just a little shake-up.
He nearly killed a traffic officer. That's how much of a shake-up it was.
You didn't, Aubrey, did you?
Certainly not, Amy. Your mother's raving.
The man's in the hospital. I don't know what more you want.
Is he, Aubrey?
Do you think I'd be here if he was?
You wouldn't be here only that someone was fool enough to bail you out instead of letting you stay there where you couldn't be killing people.
Are you out on bail, Aubrey?
They always bail a man in a case like this, Amy. They got my car on their hands. I just got to call around for it Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock.
I guess you just got to go down there to a hearing Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock and pay your fine. I guess that's the automobile you've got to call for.
How much did they fine you, Aubrey?
They didn't find me at all.
They'll do that Tuesday.
Yeah, time will tell that, Mother Fisher.
How much bail did they put you under, Aubrey?
1,000 berries, Amy.
$1,000?
What?
That's regulation. Little chicken feed for the stool pigeons.
Did you say $1,000?
That's what I said, Mother Fisher. 1,000 trifles. I wouldn't kid you.
You wouldn't kid anybody that'd listen to you for 5 minutes. And who did you get to go $1,000 bail for you?
Don't be alarmed, little mother. I saw that the affair was kept strictly within the family.
What do you mean?
Your other son-in-law was kind enough to come forward.
Do you mean my husband?
That's the gentleman, Clara, Mr. Francis X. Highland.
Oh,
Ladies.
Aubrey, don't you think you'd better go to bed?
In a minute. I'm thinking, Amy.
Is your head hurting you?
I'm not thinking that hard. And besides, it's just a couple of little scratches.
Aubrey, what do you think they'll do to you down there Tuesday?
Now, don't worry about that, sweetie.
Oh, but they're getting awfully strict. What if that traffic cop is hurt bad?
Oh, it'll only be a fine for reckless driving, even if they could prove it was reckless driving. And I can prove it was the officer's fault. So they'll be very likely apologizing to me around there Tuesday morning instead of fining me.
Oh, I wouldn't care if they only fined you, Aubrey, because I could go back to work until it was paid.
You'll never go back to work, kid, while I'm on the boat.
I wouldn't mind it, Aubrey.
Not while you're my wife, Amy. I'm the provider around here.
You don't think they might do anything else to you, do you, Aubrey?
Oh, they might try to take away my license.
You haven't got a license, have you?
That's where I fooled them.
Aubrey, what is it they send them to prison for?
Look, Amy, everything's okay. I've got the whole thing worked out in my mind right now. All I've got to do is pay that little old fine, and I'm as free as the air. Why, it's a cinch.
How much will the fine be?
Well, I can't tell. Maybe that 1,000 berries.
$1,000? Where'll you get $1,000?
Now, stop it, honey. Look, I'll have that $1,000 Monday. It's a breeze.
$1,000 Monday?
Sure.
How?
Look, if a fellow was going to sell something for $10, see?
Yes.
And I knew it was worth at least $20, see? Well, if I went to the men who were going to buy it for $10 and I convinced them they ought to pay $20, well, I'd be entitled to a commission now, wouldn't I? At least 2%. 2% of the difference, sign on the dotted line, and I got my $1,000.
But, Aubrey, that would mean that you'd have to sell something for $100,000.
That's the ticket, Amy.
You mean that somebody's selling something for $50,000 and that you can get $100,000 for it?
Amy, it's a cinch. Well, what do you say, little lady? Mr. Miller ready to see me yet?
Let's see now. You're Mr. Piper, aren't you?
That's the name, little lady. Just tell him I'm here about Mr. Fisher's invention.
Oh, I told him that already, Mr. Piper.
Oh, thank you, little lady. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, you go on.
No, you go on.
Miss Gray?
Yes, Mr. Miller?
I'll see Mr. Piper now.
Yes, sir. That door over there, Mr. Piper.
Oh, thank you. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so be... good morning, Mr. Miller.
Morning, come in.
Piper's the name, Aubrey Piper.
How do you do? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I've come to see you about the rust preventative.
So I hear. Well, where's Mr. Fisher? He was going to be here at 11 to sign the papers.
So I came at 10. The signing of the papers can wait, I think.
Oh? Are you an interested party in this deal, Mr. Piper?
Well, slightly, yes. I'm Mr. Fisher's business advisor.
Oh, I see. Well, he's a fortunate young man.
Oh, very fortunate. And that's what I like to see, Mr. Miller. A young man getting someplace, pulling himself up by the seat of his pants. Yes, Mr. Miller, it's the American inventive genius that's put this country where it is today. And I'm here to state that every right-thinking citizen has the duty, no, sir, the privilege, of doing everything in their power to help the growing boy along. Am I right or wrong? Shake it up, brother. Shake it up.
Just a moment, please.
Yes. Now, let's not beat around the bush. I'm a man of a few words, Mr. Miller, and I can see that you are, too. Now, what I like to do is come straight to the point, sign on the dotted line, wrap it up, and take it away. Now, you know what this boy has done. Just one little idea, you say. One simple operation. That's true, Mr. Miller, but we can't pass it off like that. Oh, no. Now, you're a businessman, Mr. Miller. Your time is valuable, and so is mine. So let's settle right down now here.
Just what are you talking about?
Mr. Fisher's invention. What else?
Well, you're a little late. We went all over this with Mr. Fisher last week. We're giving him $50,000 for it this morning.
Now you've hit it, Mr. Miller. Right on the old button. $50,000. A paltry, measly, contemptible... Shame on you, Mr. Miller.
What's that?
Think of it. Put yourself in this boy's place.
$50,000 is a very fair price.
Not for genius, Mr. Miller. Genius is priceless. And I'm here to stay...
Wait, please. Am I to understand that you'd like to call this deal off?
Now, Mr. Miller, don't you jump to conclusions. We want you to have this invention, but at a fair price.
All right, Mr. Piper, let's have your proposition.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. In the first place, we want $100,000 on the line as an advance.
Oh, really?
A check will do, but cash won't hurt. Number 2, the Miller Grant Company will have to sell it at their own expense.
I see.
And number 3, we want 1/2 the net on every gallon sold as a royalty. There you are, Mr. Miller. That's our proposition, and a fairer one you couldn't find. Am I right or wrong? Shake it up, brother. Shake it up.
Mr. Piper, I'm afraid you're wrong.
Yeah. Huh?
I said you're wrong.
Now listen here.
I'll do the talking now. Who do you think you are walking in here trying to bulldoze me out of $50,000? We made a fair price, and we were ready to stand by it. But I don't like the way you do business, Mr. Piper. And you can go back and tell Mr. Fisher that he can thank you for this deal falling through.
Now, what was that?
The deal is off. We won't give you a lead nickel.
Now, wait.
I'm sorry, Mr. Piper. Good morning.
But you can't do this.
Oh, yes, I can. There were no papers signed, and there won't be any papers signed. Now, get out.
Mr. Miller, you're making a terrible mistake.
Will you please get out?
Now, let's be reasonable, huh? We'll come down a little bit. Make it $75,000.
I told you I wouldn't...
Make it $60,000.
No.
$55,000.
No.
$53,000.
No.
$52,000.
No.
$51,000.
No.
You're a hard man, Mr. Miller. And just for that, we won't sell it to you at all. We'll take our product elsewhere. And you'll regret this to the end of your days. Just remember, whenever you hear the Fisher-Piper process, that you could have been in on the ground floor and you missed your chance. Good morning, sir. Oh, this is one of my bad days.
Now the curtain rises on the third act of the show-off, starring the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi. It's the morning of Aubrey's trial. In the corridor, just off the courtroom, the luckless show-off stands cracking his knuckles with nervousness. For the first time in his life, Aubrey is scared. With him is his benefactor, a sad-faced, sad-eyed man, his brother-in-law, Frank Highland.
And take it easy, Aubrey. Don't try to tell the judge his business. If he finds you, just keep your mouth shut. I'll take care of whatever it costs.
Gee, Frank. Certainly is swell of you to stick by me like this.
Oh, it's all right.
If I can ever do anything for you, just tip me off.
Yeah. Things certainly been going awful lately. Did you hear about Joe?
Joe? No. What's the matter with Joe?
He had a deal all set for $50,000 for his invention. Went down there yesterday and they wouldn't even see him.
Well, what do you know? No explanation or anything.
No.
Well, just goes to show you. You can't trust those fellas as far as you can throw them.
Yeah. Wish I knew what gummed it up.
So do I.
Aubrey.
Oh, hello, Amy. Glad you got here, kid.
Hello, Frank.
Hello. Well, I'll see you later. I got to get some coffee.
No refills, Frank. See you in court. Well, honey.
Aubrey, are you nervous?
Nervous? Who, me? Yeah.
Oh, Aubrey, don't worry. It'll come out all right.
It's not only the trial, Amy. That isn't so much. I got something else on my mind, Amy. I've just discovered I'm a terrible heel.
Aubrey!
That's right. It's an awful blow to me after all these years.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Amy, listen. Remember that deal I was going to swing? That $100,000 thing?
Yes?
It didn't go through.
Oh, that's all right.
I hope Joe feels like that.
Joe?
Yeah, it was his deal, the invention. I crabbed it for him.
Oh, Aubrey.
All right, go ahead. Give it to me. I deserve anything I can get.
But how did it happen? How? It was all settled.
Well, yes, but I went there to talk for Joe.
Oh.
I thought I could bluff him into it, Amy, and instead of that, they bluffed me out. I was only trying to do a good turn, that's all.
I guess you can't help it, Aubrey. I guess it's just the way you're built or something.
Oh, honey, from now on, it's going to be different. I'm going to be a brand new heel. Man, you wait and see.
Well, what are you going to tell Joe?
Joe? Oh, you think I ought to tell him, huh?
Well, you've got to tell him. You've got to take your medicine, Aubrey.
All right. I'll face him. I'll face him like a man. Joe, I'll say. Joe, my boy. I'd rather face my draft board.
Well, when the trial's over, we'll go up to the house, both of us.
Okay, Amy.
Of course, that's just assuming that they'll let you out after the trial.
Aubrey Piper.
Yes, here I am. Who wants me, mister?
The state of Pennsylvania. Get in here.
Oh, brother.
Here it is. Look, Clara, it's in the papers already.
About Aubrey?
You'd know it was about Aubrey if they didn't even mention his name.
Oh, what's it say?
Mad motorist fined $1,000.
That's him, all right. I suppose Frank had to pay it, too.
Aubrey Piper of 903 Lehigh Avenue was arraigned today before Magistrate Lister to answer to the charges of reckless driving, injuring a traffic officer, and operating an automobile without a license. Magistrate Lister heard a plea of leniency and fined the defendant $1,000. Look, there's his picture.
Aubrey's picture?
Oh, carnation and all. I'd like to get my hands on that fool. I'd tell him a thing or two. Disgracing the whole family.
Well, here's your chance.
Oh, hi, Clarabelle.
Come on in. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Well, it's all over. The said and done. Sign on the dotted line. Greetings, Mother Fisher. You're looking very beautiful this afternoon. Pretty as a gangster's moll. Yes, sir.
Shut up.
What's the matter, Mother?
What'd they do to him, Amy?
Oh, nothing much.
I'll tell you what they tried to do.
You keep quiet. Nobody wants to hear what you've got to say about it at all.
Well, I told them down there what I had to say about it, whether they wanted to hear it or not. I told them plenty.
And then they fined you, didn't they?
A little.
Yes, they fined you $1,000. It's all right here in the paper. Mad motorist fined $1,000.
Is that what they called me? Why, I'll sue them. Let me see that. Not a bad picture, is it?
Oh, give me that paper. What do you want to do? Put it in your scrapbook?
Oh, Mama, let's not fight about it. We're in trouble enough right now. Let's forget it.
Oh, sure. Forget it.
Is Joe here, Mama?
No, he ain't.
Well, Aubrey wants to see him about something when he comes. Then we're going home. I'll go make a cup of tea.
Nothing for me, Amy. I couldn't eat a thing.
Who asked you to?
All right, Mother, all right.
Is that you, Paul?
It's me, Mom.
Oh, come in. You've got company.
Who is it? Oh, hello, Aubrey.
Oh, hi, Joe.
How'd you make out today, Aubrey?
Well, I'll tell you.
They fined him. He's lucky he isn't in the Hooskow right now.
Oh, that's too bad.
Joe, listen, I got to speak to you about something.
Not now, Aubrey. I'm pretty busy.
Yeah, but it's very important, Joe.
What could you have to say that's important? You know who he is, don't you, Joe? He's the mad motorist.
You cut it out, Mother.
What is it, Mom?
Right here in the paper, look. Oh, I never thought I'd live to see a thing like this happen.
You know, there's something else in tonight's paper, Mom.
What?
Just cast your eyes on this right here.
Well, what is it?
Philadelphia youth makes important chemical discovery. Mr. Joseph Fisher of North Philadelphia perfects rust preventative solution. How do you like that?
Joe, did they buy that thing from you?
$100,000, Mother. They signed for it this afternoon in the lawyer's office.
What, Joe?
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful. Oh, I'll go tell Amy.
Wait a minute. What is all this?
Here, read it.
Joe, I can't believe it.
Let me see that thing.
They sent for me to come over there this afternoon about 2 o'clock, and they had their contracts all drawn up and everything.
What did you say about $100,000, Joe?
Well, that's what they paid for it this afternoon on account. Then they're to market it for me from their laboratories and give me half the net.
Net? What's the net?
Whatever's left after all expenses are paid.
But did they give you any of the money, Joe?
$100,000, sure.
Not in money, though.
Oh, not in dollar bills. No, they gave me a check for it. Well, Aubrey, what do you say?
Not bad, not bad. I guess we put it over, eh, Jose?
What do you mean, we?
Yes, what do you mean, we? Who cut you in on this?
Now, Mother, you never know.
Oh, shut up.
You know, it was a funny thing, Mom. When I first talked to the Miller Grant people, I was only to get $50,000 advance. Then they called it all off. But today they sent for me and said, okay, you win $100,000.
And they're getting away with manslaughter at that.
Keep still, you. You don't know anything about this at all.
I made them think I knew something about it.
You made who think?
The Miller Grant people.
What are you talking about, Aubrey? Do you know?
Certainly I know what I'm talking about. I went to see those people yesterday.
And what did you do up there?
Well, I told them they'd have to double the advance if they wanted to do business with us.
And what business was it of yours?
Well, I'm Joe's relative, ain't I?
Who told you you were?
Well, he's got to have somebody tend to his business, doesn't he, Mother? He's only a lad.
He doesn't need you to tend to his business for him. He tended to his business long before he ever saw you.
He never landed $100,000, though, Mother, till he saw me, did he?
Well, what did you say to them, Aubrey?
Well, Joe, I simply told him I was acting in the capacity of business advisor to you. And that if this discovery of yours was as important as you'd led me to believe it was, they were simply taking advantage of your youth by offering you $50,000 for it. And that I refused to allow you to negotiate further unless they doubled the advance, sold it at their expense, and gave us one half the net sign on the dotted line.
Holy smokes.
I don't believe it.
Well, I certainly have to give you credit, Aubrey. That's the way the contract reads.
I told it to him all right from the shoulder. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll have to give you a little present of some kind out of this, Aubrey.
You'll not give me any present, Jose. Give it to your family. They'll need it more than I will.
Joe, is it true what Clara said?
Sure it is. Here's the paper.
Oh, Joe.
But Aubrey gets half the credit. He swung the deal for double the money.
Aubrey, it's wonderful, darling. You're wonderful. Everything's wonderful.
Nothing at all, Amy. Nothing at all.
Do you want some tea, Aubrey?
Tea? Yes, I might, Clara.
And a sandwich. I'll fix you something, Aubrey.
Sure, anything he wants, eh, Aubrey?
Well, thanks, folks. Can I help, Amy?
No, you just sit down there, Aubrey, and rest.
Rest? Oh, thank you. Oh, Amy, that newspaper there. Just hand me the financial page, will you?
Heaven help me from now on.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday is the beginning of Boy Scout Week. This year marks the 33rd birthday of scouting in this nation, a third of a century of service. Every Boy Scout is working for his country now, helping to win the war. And tonight we join millions of other Americans in saluting their great work. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Krieger in The Maltese Falcon. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Great Gildersleeve appeared tonight through the courtesy of the Kraft Cheese Company. Beulah Bondi will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Watch on the Rhine, starring Betty Davis. Heard in tonight's play were Paula Winslow as Clara, Jeff Corey as Joe, and Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Leo Cleary, Charles Kane, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ken Christie, Sharon Douglas, and Fred Mackay. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John N. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Krieger in The Maltese Falcon.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, stories start out in many different ways. Tonight's story started when I walked into a nice little guy's private world and it blew up right in my face.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When the streetcars and the subways spill out their thousands of tired ones who scurry off into a million directions to find home, that's when my job begins. I start walking, looking for my story so that you can read about it in your morning newspaper and feel good because it didn't happen to you. Tonight I got my story fast. Just walking down Madison Street, west, away from the center of things. I kept walking past the shooting gallery, the nickel arcade with the peep shows and the fortune-telling machines, the jukebox taverns, Madison Street, the quick route to happiness with the world's worst hangover. And then straight ahead of me was Pop Gordon's training gym. That's where the public pays 30 cents to watch fellas training to beat each other's brains out. You know, when I got inside, it looked like just one of those fights. And then I heard one voice over the others. It was a voice I knew.
Somebody call the cops and get that punchy loon out of here.
You yelling stupid bum, fella, you're laughing at me.
What's the matter, Pop?
Randy.
Yeah.
This crazy owl's gone clear off his rocker.
Oh, that's Billy.
Yeah. Somebody call the cops.
Wait a second, Pop. He's all right.
Sure. Listen to him.
Tell you, anybody lays a glove on me gets killed. You
Only one place for a loon like that in a bughouse. I'm going to get the cops and have this owl tied up.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Let me talk to him.
Randy, stay away from that lot. 5 of us couldn't hold him.
He knows me.
Randy, the guy's gone nuts.
Yella, like I said, everybody's scared of getting the same...
Hey, Billy!
Kid.
Billy!
What?
Hi, Billy. How's it going?
You coming in with me?
No, sure. Make me a big man getting into the same ring with a champ.
Well, that's me, champ. And you're a two-bit bum.
Well, that's a thumbnail description if I ever heard one.
Admit it. The truth, a two-bit bum. Admit it.
I admit it, Billy.
Yeah, but you don't mean it. You're laughing at me like the rest of them. You're laughing at me.
Billy, I never laughed at you in my life.
You're laughing. Well, I'll show you what happens to anybody who laughs at Billy the Kid.
As the world flew away in all directions, I dimly remembered how the sports writers used to speak so respectfully of Billy's fast left hand. But, brother, if they knew what I just found out about his right. When the fog finally cleared, Pop Gordon was bending over me, and there were a lot of other faces, too. But I didn't see Billy when I stood up.
You okay, Randy?
Oh. This is being okay. I don't want any part of it.
He slugged you, but good.
Where is he?
Well, he took off before the cops come. Took off before anybody could grab him.
I don't blame him.
Yeah. I let that bum come in the gym and sit around. Everybody else pays 30 cents, but him, I let him free. What's he do, huh? What's he do? He busts loose, he blows his top.
But why? What happened to Billy?
Oh, I don't know. Tonight I catch him putting a bite on my customers. 2 bits here, a dime there.
Billy was panhandling?
Sure. Like I said, I didn't like it, so I tell him.
And then what?
I don't know. I'm over at the other side of the gym. I hear somebody laugh, and the next thing I know, the owl's swinging like a windmill. He's going to kill everybody just for being around. He ought to be tied up.
Uh-huh, just like that, huh?
Yeah, he ain't safe.
What do you want, the Black Mariah to come around, cart him away like a load of rubbish?
Yeah, but for his own good.
Oh, Pop.
Yeah.
Remember when he was champ? He packed him in every club where he fought. He had $1 or $5 for anybody who held out a hand.
So? What are you getting at?
Well, now he's got no one, Pop, and now he's out in the cold.
Yeah. Oh, I'll forget the cops. But we still got to put him away.
Well, all right, sure, but let's do it as painless as possible. I'll keep him with me tonight, and then tomorrow...
You going after him?
Yeah, which way'd you go?
Straight up the streets, but watch out, Randy. He blows his lid.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I don't want any rematch. I'd like to know why he blew his lid in the first place, and my jaw in the second place. I'd known Billy a long time. A sweet, gentle guy who always seemed to be living in a world all of his own. A world that nobody else knew about and cared less. And now he was in trouble. In his mood, he might hurt someone, or worse, he might get himself hurt. I must have walked for half an hour before I finally spotted him. He was standing on a corner. I stopped and watched him for a couple of minutes. I watched his hesitant and embarrassed panhandling. Then I walked over to him slowly. Hello, Billy.
What? Oh, hiya, Randy, old pal, hiya.
You want some company?
Oh, sure.
Good.
Randy, where you been keeping yourself? I ain't seen you for a couple of weeks.
You haven't seen me for a couple of weeks?
Well, I thought maybe you'd forget an old pal, huh?
No, you're not the kind of a fellow one forgets, champ. Now, what was the trouble back at the gym?
Gym? What gym?
Pop Gordon's.
Pop's place?
Yeah.
Well, let's go. I gotta help Pop. He's a good Joe, you know. He never charges me nothing.
Wait a minute, hold on a second, Billy. Hold on.
Yeah?
Weren't you at the gym tonight?
Oh, no, not tonight. I've been here.
And you didn't, massage my chin?
You giving me a rib? Well, what you looking at me for like that, Randy?
Forget it, Billy.
You was just ribbing, huh?
Oh, sure. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I like ribs. Not giving the hot foot, nothing like that. But funny ribs that don't hurt nobody.
No, sure. Can I ask you a $64 question?
Well, sure not. You can ask me anything, Randy, anything.
I saw you a minute ago, Billy.
What?
I never seen you ask for a touch before.
I ain't never gonna do it no more, but Randy, I got it tonight. I gotta get a few bucks. Maybe 15. I already got $2. Maybe...
Why do you need $15?
What? I gotta get a new suit.
A new suit? What's so special about tonight, Billy?
What, there's something I gotta do. I just gotta do it, Randy. I gotta have 15, but... Hey, them's cars.
Hey! Is that you, Randy?
Yeah? Oh, Sullivan!
Yeah.
Randy, don't let him pick me up for panhandling, please.
No, I won't,
Please
Billy. Now,
don't.
you wait here. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
That's Billy back there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Sullivan. Why?
Heard you had a little trouble with him back at the gym. Maybe we ought to put him in the tank for the night, keep him out of trouble, huh?
Look, Sullivan. He's going away tomorrow for a long time.
Oh, like that, huh?
Yeah, that's it. This is his last night out.
Yeah, I see. Okay, good. That's the way I do it myself. I'll see you around, Randy, but keep an eye on him.
Yeah, I'll watch him like a hawk. Thanks, Sullivan. So long.
What they say, Randy, they ain't gonna pick me up for mooching, are they? They ain't going...
No, of course not. Look, Billy, how'd you like to come to my apartment for a while?
Oh, you can't. I told you I gotta get 15 bucks.
Well, we'll talk about it.
Well, I gotta get it tonight. Now I gotta get a new suit because...
Yeah, go on. Why?
I can't be wearing this crummy rag when I see her. Not when I see her.
I didn't know what he meant. But whatever had made him go crazy at the gym, whatever had made him hit me was tied in with her. Who she was, I didn't know, and I wasn't sure that he knew. I finally talked him into going to my place, and when we went in, I watched that slow, gentle smile come over his face.
Hey, this place is A number 1.
Yeah. Sit down, Billy.
I ain't got much time.
Just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'm awful tired, Randy. Seems like a lot of things has happened tonight, you know. I'm kind of tired, sir.
Want a drink, Billy?
Oh, no. I never touch it, you know that.
Yeah. And you never panhandled before.
Well, I ain't gonna do that no more just tonight. I never bummed off of nobody. I paid my own way. Come anything, I paid my own way.
Yeah, that's why I want to know why you're putting the bite on people tonight.
I ain't gonna tell you. You'll laugh.
I won't laugh.
You will. Somebody else laughed when I told her. Somebody laughed, and well, when somebody laughs at me, I don't like it.
All right, easy, Billy. Easy. Come on. That's better.
I tell you, I gotta get 15 bucks. Hey, look at this.
What's that, Billy?
I cut it out of the paper today. I seen it. Hey, you take a look at it, huh? You read what it says.
Right. Mrs. Walter Compton and her husband...
Yeah? Yeah, go on. There's more.
Prominent society leaders of New York will be in town tonight. They're staying at the lake shore and...
I can't go there in this crummy rag.
Well, why do you have to see her?
What? Well, I gotta tell her something. It's getting late, Randy. I gotta get...
I'll lend you the $15, Billy.
You? Oh, no. I pay my own way.
Well, pay it back whenever you get a job.
No, I don't want any handouts.
It's just a loan, Billy. It's a loan.
What? Thanks, Randy. You're a champ.
Now, tell me why you got to see her.
You ain't gonna laugh? I can take anything but that, anything.
I won't laugh, Billy.
No, I guess you wouldn't. Okay. You remember once I was champ? Huh?
Oh, everybody knows you were champ. Now, what about her, Mrs. Compton?
Yeah. Well, it's one night after a fight, see? I ain't champ yet, but this one fight, she ain't there. So I go to see her at her place. She's there. And so when I'm...
Who's that?
It's me, Billy. Where are you?
Yeah, in a minute.
Sure. Hey, I win tonight. I said I win tonight, Edna.
Yeah, I heard on the radio.
Well?
Well, what?
It don't mean a thing?
Sure. Means a lot, I guess.
You guess. A kid for $1 who's going to marry the next middleweight champ, you sure take things like a lump of ice.
Yeah.
Edna, anything wrong?
No.
Oh, there is.
Okay, something's wrong. Have it your way.
You wasn't at the fight tonight, baby. I looked for you. It took me 3-4 rounds to get going because I didn't see you.
You won.
Oh, kid, look at me.
Sure. The eye got torn open again, huh?
Oh, that's nothing. Collodion fixed it.
Collodion fixes everything, huh? Get cut up, use collodion. That's nice. That puts you all together again. How long do you think you'll stay together?
What's eating on you, honey? The last 2-3 weeks.
The last 2-3 weeks. The last 2-3 years.
Yeah, that's right.
I hate it.
You hate what?
Oh, shut up.
Oh, kid, what's wrong?
You and me.
I don't get it.
The only thing you do get is a measly few bucks for getting your head knocked off.
Oh, I'm a fighter,
So you're
honey.
a fighter. All right, fight. But count me out.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting for him to carry you home.
Me? Me?
It can't happen, huh?
Well, all of a sudden you start blowing your top.
It's not all of a sudden. You said it. You said there was something wrong for the last 2-3 years.
Okay, spill it.
I'm through, Billy. Washed up. Finished.
What?
You and me. Done.
Since when?
Since right now.
Oh, baby, it's just the eye. You see me this way and you...
The eye.
Don't laugh at me, Edna. Don't laugh at me. I take anything but being laughed at.
It is a laugh.
Oh, now listen,
You listen.
honey.
I don't care if you get punched all over the state. I don't care if you get your brains rattled so hard. It's
Edna.
me I care about from now on.
Okay. So I'll be champ. So you'll get your fur coats.
Not from
and
you. Not from a guy who's beginning to look like a punching bag instead of a man. Look at me. Take a good look.
I am. Yeah, I am.
I got looks. I got class. I can do all right.
I still don't get it.
All right, I'll lay it on the line for you. Want me to?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to tie myself to a punchy character. I'm not going to have to walk in nice places with a guy whose face is... Well, look at her. Go on, take a look in the mirror. You see what I mean?
You want me to quit?
I don't care if you do or not, because it's too late, Billy. It's too late.
Edna, you shouldn't say things. Please, Edna, don't. That's the way it was, Randy. That's the way it was.
Yeah, I see. Look, Billy, you don't want to go and see her after that?
I tell you, Randy, I gotta see her. There's something I gotta tell her, and it's gotta be tonight because tomorrow she'll be gone.
Billy, how do you know that she'll... Well, that she'll see you?
Oh, I know, because there's something I ain't told you. There's something I ain't never gonna tell nobody. And, Randy, please, don't try to stop me. Please, don't let nobody try to stop me, because if they do, I'll kill them.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Billy said he'd kill anybody who'd try to stop him from seeing Mrs. Walter Compton. I looked at his scarred face and into his eyes. A wild fever you see in the eyes of a dog everyone says is mad, but only wants a drink of water. And then...
I guess I shouldn't have said that, Randy.
Well, let's forget it for a minute, Billy. Now, tell me, why do you want to see her?
You don't understand dames, huh?
No, my mother never told me.
Well, she gives me the brush, see, like I tell you. She gives me the brush, but she does it for me, see? She don't want me to get my brains knocked out, see?
Yeah, I'm I'm beginning to see, Billy.
Sure. But me, I got no sense, so I don't see it her way. So I let her walk out, and I don't see her no more. Not until I get hold of that paper today.
And tonight you want to see her. To say what, Billy?
Well, but don't you see? She loves me. All these years, she never lets up. And I want to tell her it's okay, that maybe her and me, we can start all over, like, see? What's the matter, Randy?
Nothing, Billy. Look, don't let anybody kid you, pal. You're still champion.
Oh, I ain't nothing. But, I gotta go now. I gotta get $15 for a
Now, look, you're tired. You need a shave. Maybe take a shower. You thought of that?
No.
All right, now you wait here and take a shower and a shave, and I'll bring a suit back for you. Is that a deal?
Oh, gee, you're a champ, Randy. You're a real champ.
I might be gone for a little while, Billy, but when I come back, everything will be okay. Sure. Okay. There was only one thing for me to do, go and see Mrs. Walter Compton. I made sure that Billy couldn't leave my apartment. I locked the door from the outside. I didn't want him picked up before he had the chance to see her. To see the woman around whom he'd built a whole world of fantasy in which he'd lived for so many years. I didn't want that world to come down around his ears. My newspaper pass got me in to see Mrs. Walter Compton in her suite at the lakeshore.
You're Mr. Stone?
Yes, I am, Mrs. Compton.
You're from the newspaper.
Well, I'm not on newspaper business, Mrs. Compton. Not tonight. This is more personal.
Really? Well, what can I,
do for me? Nothing.
Then please get to the point, Mr. Stone. My husband will be here shortly with guests.
How soon?
An hour. Why?
Well, because it concerns someone you used to know.
Really? Who?
Billy Candell.
Billy Candell?
Yes, he was better known as Billy the Kid, once middleweight champion of the world.
Oh, I'd forgotten. And I was glad to.
Mrs. Compton, he's coming here tonight to see you.
What? He's coming? How stupid can you get?
Well, for a lot of people, it's not hard to be stupid or heartless.
Yours must be a rather sentimental column, Mr. Stone.
Yes, it's about people.
You'd better go.
Look, please see, Billy, what can you lose?
It's out of the question.
Listen, all he wants is to tell you something. He wants to tell you that he knows that you still love him.
What? Oh, no.
Oh, now listen to me, please. So tomorrow he's going to... Well, he's going where he can rest. He's sick, Mrs. Compton. He's desperately sick.
Let's not be so polite. The word is punch-drunk, I believe. You want me to see a lunatic?
No, he's not. And I'll be here when he comes. We'll keep it between us three.
Do you know what you're asking?
Yes, I'm asking you to give a guy a few minutes of his world. Make it real for him. Tell him anything. Tell him you still love him. Then he'll go away. After tomorrow, you'll never see him or hear from him again.
You're asking me to receive that thing and to bring him into this hotel where everyone can see him? Do you know what that means?
Well, to him, yes.
I'm talking about myself. Myself, Mr. Stone.
Yes, I'd like to get off that subject for a moment.
It's the only subject that matters.
If you don't see him, he'll crack up all the way.
That happened long ago. Good evening, Mr. Stone.
3 minutes of your time.
I said no. Did you hear, Mr. Stone? I said no.
Okay, lady, I'm going. Thank you for everything. It's been lovely.
You needn't be sarcastic, Mr. Stone.
Oh, needn't I be? Look, Queenie, I got a little spot announcement for you. Billy owes you a vote of thanks. He'll never know it, but you gave him the biggest break of his life when you walked out on him years ago.
Oh, really?
Yes, positively. Tonight you're giving him even a bigger break.
Tell me about it, Mr. Stone.
Yes, I'll tell you. The only thing that poor guy's got left is his memory of a girl named Edna. Any resemblance between that memory and you was strictly coincidental. Goodbye. I was glad to get out into the fresh air. All the way back to my apartment, I kept thinking of what I'd tell Billy, how I'd tell him. Then as I walked across the lobby toward the elevator...
Mr. Stone! Mr. Stone!
What is it, Charlie?
Here's a message for you.
Okay.
Here you are, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. How long ago he leave this?
Oh, what, just a few minutes after you left. Did you know you left him locked in? He called down. He asked me to open the door.
Yeah, did he say where he was going?
No. Just that he couldn't wait for you any longer.
Oh, that is on the note. How'd he look?
How'd he look?
Well, I mean, anything unusual about him?
No, he had on one of your suits, I remember now. That pinstripe one. He must have stolen it.
No, he didn't steal anything. Now, listen to me. I'm going to the Lakeshore Hotel. If he comes back here, get in touch with me there. Mrs. Compton's suite.
Mrs. Compton's suite, yes.
Oh, and listen, I think you'd better call the police. But as for Kalski, remember that Kalski?
Kalski.
Tell him to meet me at the Lakeshore Hotel and quick. I took a cab, and I took the shortest way to the lakeshore. I watched the pavements looking for Billy, but I didn't see him. He had some money on him, and he must have taken a cab himself. And then I was back at the lakeshore talking with the clerk at the desk there.
Yes, sir. There was a man here of that description. He asked that a call be put through to Mrs. Compton's suite.
And was it?
Well, sir, he was a rather... Well,
yes, I know. So he didn't get through.
Oh, I called Mrs. Compton's suite myself and told her. That is, I described the man.
Yes, go ahead. What'd she say?
That on no account was I to put him through or send him upstairs.
Oh, well. Okay, that's something. What'd he do then?
He left immediately.
Which way?
Oh, I'm afraid I didn't notice, sir. I was registering some new guests, and I paid no attention.
Okay, thank you very much. I had to find Billy before... Well, before what? What would he do? Where would he go? I asked myself those questions as I walked slowly along, watching for him, hoping to see that pathetic figure in my pinstripe suit, hoping I'd get to him before someone else stopped him. I was afraid of what might happen or could happen. And then I saw him, just past the Lakeshore Hotel, shambling slowly along, his shoulders hunched against the wind that cut in off the lake. I ran and caught up with him. Billy! Billy!
What? Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi.
What you doing over here?
Oh, I just, looking around. Why'd you leave my apartment?
What? Oh, well, you was gone so long, and I had to get going, see.
Oh, sure. Come on, let's walk.
Yeah. Hey, I borrowed one of your suits. It's a real champ suit, all right. You mind, huh?
No, Billy, none at all. Did you see her?
Oh, sure.
What? You did?
Yeah, I see her.
Billy, they wouldn't let you go up, remember?
Oh, yeah, but I went up the back.
The back, Billy. Now look at me. Are you sure?
Oh, sure. And she still loves me, Randy. I said everything was okay. She's crazy about me like she always was.
What did she tell you?
Well, she didn't want to talk to me. You know how she is. But then I told her I love her, and she loves me.
Yeah? Billy?
I'm tired, Randy. Lots of things happened tonight. Lots of things.
Yeah, I know. What do you say we go someplace for coffee?
Yeah, I'd like that. I'm awful tired. And when I get real rested good, I'll go back to see her. Her and me, we'll start over again. Hey, this is where she lives, you know.
Yeah.
Look, I gotta see her once more, Randy. Maybe she'll talk to me this time, huh?
Not tonight anymore, Billy.
But I want her to talk to me.
Well, I don't she will.
Yeah, she will. She loves me.
Billy, now listen to me. You let me go up there first. I'll talk to her and fix everything, okay?
Well, tell her not to act like a kid. Tell her to talk to me.
Yes, sure. I'll tell her, but you must put...
Hey, Stone?
Yes, Kolsky?
You put in a call for us?
Oh, yes, I did. It's okay now. I found him.
What'd you call the cops for, Randy?
Oh, Kolsky's not a cop. He's a pal of yours.
Huh?
He thinks you're the greatest fighter that ever lived. He always wanted to talk to you about your big fight.
Oh, sure. But we're busy now. I'll talk to you about it later, Kolsky. I gotta see somebody.
Billy, I promised you I'd see her, remember?
You're gonna tell her I'll be waiting?
Sure. Now, you just stay with Kolsky here. Tell him about the night you won the belt.
Anything the matter, Stone?
No. Just keep him here. I'll answer questions later. Now, Billy.
Yeah?
Promise me you'll stay right here.
You won't stay long, huh? Just tell her she loves me and I want her to talk to me.
Sure, I will. Okay, now you wait here. I didn't think it would do any good to see her again, but I wanted to give Billy a good memory to take along. I saw her all right, but she didn't talk to me either. I went back downstairs and out to the street. I hadn't been gone more than 5 minutes, but they were the longest 5 minutes of my life. Brother, I was beat.
Hey, Rhonda, you see her, huh? You see her?
Yeah, I saw her, Billy.
What did she say? You tell me what she said, huh?
Well, I told her.
Hey, Stone, how long does this go on? This is a prowl car, not a bus.
Yeah, we're coming along with you.
What's the idea?
Get in the back, Billy.
Yeah. I'm kind of tired. I'd kind of like to ride to your place, Randy.
Sure. Take us to the precinct, Colson.
Listen, Randy, did you see his girl?
Yes, I saw her, but she didn't talk to me either. I guess she laughed once too often. She's dead.
Huh?
All right, now just take it easy, Skalski. The poor guy doesn't even know that he killed her. 4 a.m. and the lights are going out all over the city. Even those neon signs on Madison Street. I've got to write my piece and put it in the slot. But what can I say? The story of a one-sided love? Well, if that's what love does to you, I'll stick to pinochle. It's a funny thing about love, isn't it? Let someone get up and talk about hate, and he's hailed as a new leader. Let him speak of love, and he's ridiculed, he's spat upon, and even nailed to a cross. Love is the greatest thing, the oldest yet the latest thing. Yeah. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. The part of the prize fighter was played by Bill Conrad. Others in tonight's cast were Lorene Tuttle, Bill Lally, Larry Dobkin, and Leo Cleary. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's another great action-packed program you'll enjoy listening to on NBC every Sunday. It's Christopher London with Glenn Ford in the title role. Christopher London was created especially for radio by the world's most widely read mystery writer, Earl Stanley Gardner. You'll truly enjoy this fast-moving mystery adventure series when you tune to NBC next Sunday on most of these same NBC stations. Stay tuned for Brian Donlevy and Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Noxima's two famous products.
Noxima Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
And Noxima Shave Cream for a cooler shave. Presents The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Is painful sunburn adding to your shaving troubles? Then right now is the time to switch to Noxima Shave Cream. It's medicated for a cool shave, a soothing shave. Noxima soothes and helps protect sensitive skin. Yes, even if your skin is hot and sore from sunburn, Noxima can give you a cool, more comfortable shave. There's no pulling, no scraping. For Noxima softens wiry whiskers so they come off quick and easy. And there's no after-shaving irritation, for Noxima is medicated for a cool shave, a soothing shave. So don't suffer needlessly, especially if your face is sunburned. Shave in cool comfort with medicated Noxima Shave Cream. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Bush. Well, it's a warm summer evening on Elm Street. The mayor, his ward Butch, his housekeeper Marilli are on the front porch, and Marilli is warming up her vocal cords for choir practice.
Oh, doggone it, Marilli. Would you please get us out of that corner? I've been stuck in there so long, I'm getting claustrophobia.
Well, I don't know what's happened to my voice, Mayor. It's kind of sticks on me in places. Maybe on account of that bug I swallowed a while ago. He flew right down my throat.
It's a mystery to me how he ever did it.
Huh.
It's like a piper cub bucking a wind tunnel.
Oh, gosh, maybe you shouldn't go to choir practice, Merle. If you get sick, we can't go on a vacation. Hey, maybe you just better lie down and gargle.
Oh, now there's no use in you being so thoughtful all of a sudden. I'm going to church, and you're going with me to carry that basket of flowers to Reverend Dinwiddie.
Yes,
and you will sit in a pew and wait for me like a little gentleman, not rolling your eyes or indulging in pained expressions while we're singing.
Yes,
And also refrain from rushing out every 5 minutes for a drink of water now.
Oh, gee whiz, Merle, I just can't help that.
Well, why can't you help it?
Oh, it's those songs the choir sings.
Huh.
You're always waiting by the shore or standing by the river or sailing in the harbor. And I get terrible thirsty.
Oh, fiddle-dee-dee.
Oh, it makes me dry just to hear about it. Would anybody else like a swig of this lemonade?
Oh, I would, Mayor.
You know, speaking of lemons.
Come now, really. Let's refrain from personality.
Speaking of lemons reminds me of Miss Torrance.
Oh, why does Mrs. Torrance make you think of lemons, Merle?
Well, because I was over there today to talk about our trip, you know, and she was making a cherry pie. And her mother, old Mrs. Blair, was removing the cherry pits, and I could feel at once there was an air of tension.
Oh, well, it might have interrupted a little squabble. The old Mrs. Blair's getting on in years.
70 and 2 months. I gave her a fisher for her birthday. I
Sure. And when you get to be that
what
age...
fishy with polka dots freezing?
When you get to be that age, you like to have your own way.
$1.98 at the Bonton, I remember.
Oh, but what about this morning, Merle?
Oh, yes. Well, it was more than just a light squabble, as you termed it, Mayor.
Yeah.
Because Mrs. Blair had been crying.
Yeah?
Didn't want me to know, of course. Wouldn't hardly lift her head.
Oh, gee, Merle, maybe just before you came in, she was peeling some onions.
Oh, I just got through telling you, Roscoe, that she was picking cherries.
Yeah, I know, but
And it is highly unlikely indeed, that she would peel and stick in one morning.
Hey, and just think, by asking Butch if he wanted lemonade, I started this whole edifying conversation.
Well, when you mentioned lemon, a thought was straightway telegraphed to my brain. You see, lemon is the word I use to remember the name of Miss Troy.
Who's Miss Ford?
Well, she's the interior decorator, and she comes from Schenectady, you know.
Well, what makes you think of Miss Troy when you think of lemons, Merle?
Because the last time I was in Schenectady, lemons were 70 cents a dozen.
Say, look.
What?
Have you any idea at all what you're talking about?
Certainly. This Miss Troy was leaving the Torrance house just as I got there.
Yes.
And I have a pretty good idea that her visit was the cause of old Mrs. Blair crying and her daughter acting so stiff.
You know something, Merle?
What?
You've got an imagination with a two-way stretch.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Half past 7. Come on, Roscoe. I don't want to be late for choir practice.
Okay, Merle, I'm coming.
We'll be home about 10 there.
All right, Merle. I think the house and I'll still be here.
Roscoe, will you carry the basket in your other hand and stop bumping it against my legs? I'm pretty good at any that thing you've been going on your own line. Wow.
Sweet Alice? Kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, jump up. Plenty of room. You know what I admire most about you, Sweet Alice? It's the wonderful fact that you're only a one-word woman. The word meow is your entire vocabulary. Yes, sir. I'm very grateful for the fact that you can't talk.
Isn't it a lovely evening,
Oh, doggone. Sweet Alice, is that you?
It's me, Mayor, Mrs. Blair.
Oh, well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. For a minute, I thought sweet Alice had soured a beautiful friendship.
Well, I knew this was the night for Marilla's choir practice.
Yeah.
So just as soon as I saw her and Bush go past our house, I came right over to talk to you in private.
Well, I'm glad you did, Mrs. Blair. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
How about some lemonade?
Well, it always was my favorite, Mayor.
Mine, too.
In fact, Henry and I, he was my husband, we met over a glass of pink lemonade.
Is that so? Well, here you are, Mrs. Blair.
Thank you. That was at the World's Fair in Chicago in 1893.
Wow. Oh, that's quite a few years ago.
I was only 17.
Yeah.
But he was 21, and he had a beautiful mustache.
Handlebar style?
And wax. It tickled dreadfully when he kissed me on top of the giant Ferris wheel. You know, my daughter would be real upset if she knew I was over here bothering you.
Bothering nonsense. I'm glad to have someone to visit with.
Well, old people do get so terribly lonesome at times.
So
And ever since Henry passed away,
I understand perfectly, Mrs. Blair.
But I didn't really come over just to visit, Mayor. I came to ask you something.
Oh, well, just fire away.
Well, my daughter is having her whole house done over. Right from top to bottom.
Oh, you don't say.
Well, I guess it's going to be real pretty.
Oh, sure.
She's hired a Miss Troy, who's a high-priced decorator, to see that it's right up to date.
Oh, yeah, sure. I've heard of Miss Troy.
And my room's going to be done, too, of course.
Uh-huh.
New wallpaper, curtains, and such.
Yeah, sure.
New furniture, too.
Yeah?
They're selling my old stuff secondhand. Oh, it don't amount to much. I don't set any store by it. Except one thing.
What's that?
A rocking chair. Henry and I had it when we were first married.
I see.
I guess I'm just a silly old woman, but I like to sit in it.
Oh, sure.
I like to sit in it and kind of remember all the good times we had when the chair was brand new. And Henry and I were young and new, too.
Sure. A person can rock a lot of miles, a lot of memories into a chair like that.
It was a wedding present.
Is that?
Mm-hmm. The men where Henry worked, they picked it out and brought it up to the house and made me sit down and try it. Then they made Henry try it with me sitting in his lap.
I'll wager you were a very pretty bride, Mrs. Blair.
Well, Henry thought so. Of course, he was terribly prejudiced.
Well, now, just what would you like me to do, Mrs. Blair?
Well, if I gave you the money, could you buy the chair and put it in your shed?
Well, I don't see why I couldn't.
And then maybe I could run over now and then and just sit in it and rock.
Mother?
Oh,
Mother.
Oh, that's my daughter. I'll have to go.
Sure. Now, don't worry about a thing. We'll work it out.
Thank you, Mayor. And good night.
Good night, Mrs. Blair. Good night.
Yes, Dorothy, I'm coming.
Good night, Mrs. Blair. Good night.
Fiery sunburn has you feeling hotter than a 4th of July firecracker, use Noxema. Not only for sunburn, but for cooling, soothing relief from chafing, prickly heat, tired, burning feet, the itchy sting of minor insect bites, and other summer skin irritations. Ask your druggist right away for Noxzema, Noxema Skin Cream. And now back to the Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. It's the afternoon following old Mrs. Blair's evening visit with the mayor. And now Miss Alicia Troy, quite young and very coolly efficient, looks up from her desk as the mayor is shown into her office.
How do you do, Mayor?
Miss Troy?
Yes. Will you sit down?
Thank you.
I was sorry to keep you waiting, but I'm so very busy.
Oh, that's quite all right, Miss Troy. Your reception room is very comfortable. And indeed, look at it.
traditional 18th century in line and math, with the modern note in proportions and finishes.
Oh, you don't say.
This being my office and workroom is strictly modern and utilitarian.
Sort of up to date and fit for action.
Exactly. No useless gadgets. Nothing to distract.
Efficiency plus.
That diagram becomes a bed if I have to stay night.
Ah.
Telephone cabinet is a small refrigerator, etc. You see, everything has a purpose.
Easy. I suppose that doll over there on the table conceals a dictaphone.
A doll? Oh, no. No. The doll has no purpose at all, Mayor. Well, it's sort of a mascot.
Oh, really?
It was the first store-bought doll I ever owned.
Uh-huh.
My parents were rather poor. Silly to hold on to such keepsakes, but I allow myself the indulgence.
Well, I can't see anything wrong about that. What'd you call her?
Mary Ann. What did you wish to consult me about, Mayor?
About a rocking chair.
A family heirloom?
No, just a rocking chair. It belongs to old Mrs. Blair, Mrs. Torrance's mother.
Oh, yes, I know the chair you speak of. Early Grand Rapid. Rather horrible.
Oh, but not to Mrs. Blair. She's very partial to that rocker, Miss Troy. I wanted to ask you if you could redecorate her room so that her chair could stay right where it is.
You're asking the impossible, Mayor.
Why?
The chair's a monstrosity. No matter what I planned, it would stick out like a sore thumb.
Well, perhaps it would. But it'd make Mrs. Blair very happy, Miss Troy. And isn't that the purpose of rooms, to make people comfortable and at home?
The purpose of modern design.
Well, I'm not talking about modern design. I'm talking about an old lady and an old chair and some very special memories.
I'm afraid you're being reactionary.
I'm afraid I'm being even worse, Miss Troy. I'm being sentimental. Two very great sins in this modern day. But I've got a great deal of comfort and pleasure out of them.
Well, being engaged in a business that's highly competitive, I can't afford such luxuries. Very sorry I can't do anything for you, Mayor.
Well, I'm very sorry, too, Miss Troy.
Is that all you wish to see me about?
Yeah, that's all. And please forgive me for asking the impossible. But you know something? You had me fooled for a minute.
Fooled?
Yes, sir, fooled. I had the crazy idea that anyone who kept an old doll named Mary Ann would be a pushover for an old rocking chair. Well, good day, Miss Troy. Good day. Good day.
Gosh, it sure is hot tonight, Mayor.
Yeah. Kind of sultry, too. Butch, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a shower before morning.
Well, it's not much cooler out here on the front porch than it is in the... Boy, did I smash that one. You know, I think I kind of draw a mosquito.
Well, I wish you'd draw a few from over my way. I also wish Marilla'd show up with a handful of punk and a pitcher of lemonade.
Oh, she chased off right after she finished the supper dishes to see old Abby Peters or somebody.
Well, she's got a better cooling system than I have. Sweet Alice? Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, sweet Alice. Jump up on the porch swing.
Mayor?
Yeah?
Do cats sweat?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I just wondered. Whenever I lie here on the steps on a hot night, I always wonder things like that.
Is that a fact?
Sometimes I even wonder why I wonder. Hey, maybe I'm going nuts, huh?
Well, maybe we all are.
You think so?
Well, if you live long enough in a topsy-turvy world, you're bound to get a little topsy-turvy yourself. Oh, you agree with me, sweet Alice. Thank you.
Oh, don't you feel good tonight, Mayor?
Yeah, sure I feel all right. What's why?
Oh, did you have a hard day?
No, well, I had a little disappointment. I made a discovery. In this brave new world, I'm just a pre-atomic softy.
Hey, here comes Marilla'd.
Gosh, getting home this early, she and Abby Peters must have had a fight.
We're right here on the porch, Merle.
Well, I didn't want to come too close until I was sure. I've just been accosted.
Where did this miracle occur?
Right down there at the corner. Yes, sir. He stepped up and spoke to me bold as brass. Yes, then he pressed this quarter in my hand and walked off.
Oh, gee whiz, Merle, why should he give you 2 bits?
Well, that's what I don't know, Roscoe. You see, I stopped for just a minute to try out my voice. I've been worried about the way it's been sticking on the high notes, you know, and I was 8 bars into brighten the corner when he spoke to me.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, he said, "Here, my poor destitute creature, take this alms for coffee and a sandwich." Well, I tell you, it just goes to show the kind of people we have walking around our streets. Anyone with eyes in his head would know I'm not the type of person who can drink coffee this late at night.
Oh, I thought you went to see old Abby Peters. What were you doing down by the corner, Merle?
Well, Abby wasn't home, so I went to call on Miss Torrance. Had a lovely chat.
Yeah, I bet you had, too.
Yes, and while I was there, that Alicia Troy stopped by for a minute.
Oh, I'd say Miss Troy keeps very late business hours.
Well, she was terribly excited over something she found out, and she just had to tell Miss Torrance.
Oh, what'd she find out, Merle?
Well, she said nobody'd hardly believe it. She'd even had her fool till this afternoon. But there's an old rocking chair in Mrs. Blair's room that's practically priceless.
No. I mean, is that so?
Yes, that's what Miss Joy said. And after talking to a well-known authority in her office, she suddenly recognized the rocker as a very fine old specimen of the Mary Ann period.
Don't say.
Yes, a very important period, according to Miss Roy.
Oh, yeah. What's she going to do with this old chair, Merle?
Well, she's going to leave it right in the bay window of old Miss Blair's room, and she's going to decorate the whole room to fit the chair.
Are you sure of that, Merle?
Yes. I can remember exact words. She said, it would be the most comfortable and heartwarming room in the house. Reactionary in line and mass, and sentimental in proportions and finishes. That's what she said. That's what she said.
Well, now, that Miss Troy is quite heartwarming herself.
What?
Nothing. I imagine old Mrs. Blair was quite surprised.
Surprised? Oh, my goodness, she was just tickled to death, maybe. She was just tickled pink. It isn't everyone has a genuine Mary Ann rocking chair, you know. Oh, can't get over that bug. My. It certainly is a beautiful night.
It is a beautiful night, Merlene.
Hey, there's going to be a new moon. And you know what I'm going to wish?
What?
That I catch the biggest fish I ever caught on a vacation.
Well, if I was to wish, I'd ask that we have a real nice trip and maybe meet some interesting people. Assorted genders, you know.
Well, we'll have lots of time, really. We won't be back until September 7th.
Oh, that's 2 whole months.
Oh, what do you wish, Mayor?
Me? What? Well, I don't know that I can wish for a doggone thing. It's a wonderful night. It's a wonderful old world. It's full of wonderful people. Oh, that's right, sweet Alice. You took the words right out of my mouth. This whole wonderful world is the cat's whisker.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the mayor of the town leaves the air for a brief 8 weeks. So here to say goodbye for a while is the mayor himself, Mr. Barrymore.
Well, friends, I might as well admit it. Butch and Briley and I are really looking forward to this vacation. Does everybody good to get away for a while, but we'll be back again first Saturday in September, and we hope you will be here to welcome us. So, until September the 7th, many thanks for your loyalty both to us and to our sponsor, the makers of Noxzema. And that reminds me, don't forget to slip a jar of Noxzema in your bag when you're getting ready to go away. Because Noxzema can do a lot to help you enjoy your vacation. Ken Peters, you go ahead and tell them why.
Well, it's simple. Noxzema means real skin comfort. For Noxzema gives quick, cool, soothing relief from so many summer skin irritations, especially painful, fiery sunburn. So wherever you go, whatever you do, keep Noxzema handy. And be sure to be with us September the 7th, same time, same station, for the mayor of the town. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is honored to receive a special award from the Los Angeles Alumni Chapter of Phi Beta Fraternity, a national honorary of music and dramatic art. Here is Miss Isabel Dresmer, the president, to present it.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. We, the members of Phi Beta, strive to promote the best in music and drama, and have voted the mayor of the town the best dramatic broadcast of this year. To Mr. Barrymore, to Miss Moorhead, whom we Phi Betas are proud to have as an associate member, to Conrad Binion, all the members of the cast throughout the season, the writers, the orchestra, and the producer, Mr. Knowles Enderton, I present the Phi Beta Radio Drama Award for 1946.
Our script tonight was written by Charles Caswell, music by Bernard Cass. Mr. Barrymore appears to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Easy to Wed, starring Van Johnson, Esther Williams, Lucille Ball, and Keenan Wynn. Now, this is Ken Peters wishing you all a very pleasant good night for two famous products.
Noxzema Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
Noxzema Shave Cream for a cooler shave. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Columbia Network takes pride in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the third broadcast of a unique new series dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. This is the first time that a complete theatrical producing company has been brought to radio, and the Columbia Network again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to its own stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation coast to coast. Every week, Orson Welles invites our listeners to suggest their favorite titles. And tonight, at your request, the Mercury Theater on the Air presents A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens, with Orson Welles as Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton. A Tale of Two Cities.
Paris, 1767. I, Alexander Manette, unfortunate physician, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille. Hope has quite departed from my breast. I write these words with a rusty iron point, dipped in scrapings of soot and charcoal from the chimney, mixed with blood. One cloudy night, 10 years ago, I was walking along the quay by the river.
Dr. Manette. Dr. Manette.
That is my name.
Dr. Manette, formerly of Beauvais.
I am that Dr. Manette.
Will you please to enter the carriage, Dr. Manette?
Gentlemen, pardon me, but I usually inquire who does me the honor to seek my assistance.
Doctor, your clients are people of condition enough. Will you please to enter the carriage?
They were armed and I was not. I got in silence. We left the streets behind, through the north barrier, onto a country road, and presently stopped at a solitary house. I saw that the two men were brothers. In an upper room, I found a patient in a high fever of the brain lying on a bed. She was a woman of great beauty and young, certainly not past 20. Her hair was torn and ragged, and her arms were bound to her side.
My husband, my father, my brother. 1, 2, 3.
How long has she
4.
lasted?
Since about this hour last night.
She has a husband, a father, and a brother?
A brother.
You are not her brother?
I am not.
My brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There is another patient. You had better see. Come.
7, 8, 9.
In a back room on some hay on the ground lay a handsome boy of not more than 17. His wound was a sword thrust, received from 20 to 24 hours before. He was dying fast. How was this done, monsieur?
Crazed young common dog, a peasant, forced my brother to draw on him and has fallen by my brother's sword, almost like a gentleman.
The boy's eyes moved slowly towards me.
Have you seen her, Doctor?
I have seen her.
She is my sister, Doctor. She was a good girl, married to a good young man, too. One of his tenants. We are all tenants of his. But the Marquis of St. Ambremont saw her, and what do you think they did? He and his brother. You know, Doctor, that is among the rights of these nobles to harness us common dogs to carts and drive us. They so harnessed my sister's husband and drove him all day, and all night kept him on the grounds in the unwholesome nights, quieting the frogs so that their noble sleep might not be disturbed. And then back in the harness in the day. Taken out of harness one day at noon to feed, if he could find food. He sobbed 12 times, once for every stroke of the bell, and died on her bosom. And then, when her husband was dead, that man took her away. I saw her pass on the road. I tracked him here, and last night I climbed in. A common dog, but a sword in my hand. I made him draw and fight with me. Common dog though I am. Where is he?
He is not here.
Marquis of St. Ambremont. In the days when all these things are to be answered for, I summon you and yours to the last of your bad race to answer for them. I mark this cross of blood upon you as a sign that I do it.
He put his hand to the wound in his breast, and with his forefinger drew a cross in the air. He stood for an instant with a finger yet raised, and as it dropped, he dropped with it, and I laid him down, dead.
My husband, my father, my brother.
I
1,
returned
2,
to the bedside of the girl.
3, 4.
The sound of her voice never ceased. She lingered on for a week. Then, on the 8th day...
Last she is dead?
She is dead.
I congratulate you, my brother.
5 nights later, toward 9 o'clock, a man in a black dress rang at my gate, demanded to see me, and softly followed my servant, Ernest Defarge, upstairs, into the room where I sat with my young wife.
An urgent case, Doctor. Won't detain you long. I have a coach waiting.
When I was clear of the house, a black muffler was drawn tightly over my mouth from behind, and my arms were pinioned. The two brothers crossed the road from a dark corner and identified me. Not a word was spoken. That coach brought me here to the Bastille. It brought me to my grave. If it had pleased God to put it in the hard heart of either of the brothers, in all these frightful years, to grant me any tidings of my dearest wife and my child, so much as to let me know by a word whether they are alive or dead, I might have thought that he had not quite abandoned them. But now I believe that the mark of the Red Cross is fatal to them, and that they have no part in his mercies. And them, and their descendants, to the last of their race, I, Alexandre Manette, unhappy prisoner, do, this last night of the year 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce them to heaven and to earth.
The words are written in scrapings of soot mixed with blood on scraps of crumbling paper. There they lie, hidden away in the solid stone, year after year. Now in the North Tower, cell number 105 is heard all day a low, hammering sound. The sound of an old man making shoes in the dark. One day, after 18 years, the sound stops. And for a while, North Tower cell number 105 is empty. My name is Jarvis Lorry. Most of the characters in this history are people whom I first encountered in the course of business on behalf of Tellson's Bank, London and Paris, of which I have been for many years a partner. This is a history of events that took place in London and across the Channel in France in the terrible years immediately preceding and during the Great French Revolution. 1785, the Dover Road.
What o'clock do you make it, Joe? 10 minutes good past 11. My blood, and the Dover coach not atop a shooter's hill yet. Hey, Joe.
What do you say, Tom?
I see an horse at a canter coming up, Joe.
I see a horse at a gallop, Tom.
Gentlemen, in the king's name, all of you.
Hello! You there! Stand the right fire!
Is that the Dover mail?
Never you mind what it is. What are you?
Is that the Dover mail?
What do you want to know?
I want a passenger if it is.
What passenger?
Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Gentleman of the name of Lorry. Answer straight.
Yes, what is it? Does somebody want me?
Mr. Lorry.
What's the matter?
A dispatch sent after you from over yonder. Kelson and Company.
He can come close, guard. There's nothing wrong.
I hope there ain't. Hey, you! Come in at a footpace.
Let's have the dispatch. Here it is, Mr. Lorry.
Thank you. Guard, there's nothing to be afraid of. I belong to Tellson's Bank in London. I'm going to Paris on business. Now read this.
If so be as you're quick, sir.
Wait for Miss Manette at Dover. You see, guard, it's not long. Messenger.
Yes, sir.
Take back my answer to London. Here it is. Recalled to life.
Recalled to life?
Yes, Mr. Lorry.
Good night.
Tom.
Hello, Joe.
Did you hear that message?
I did, Joe.
What did you make of it, Tom?
Nothing at all, Joe.
Well, that's a coincidence, too. Well, that's just what I made of it myself.
This way to the galley packet. This way to the galley packet. We sail with the tide, ladies and gentlemen. All aboard for Calais.
Glad to have you with us again, Mr. Lorry.
I'm expecting a young lady aboard, a Miss Manette. She may ask for Mr. Jarvis Lorry, or she may ask for a gentleman from Tellson's Bank. But when she comes, will you show her to my cabin?
Very good, sir.
We sail with the tide, ladies and gentlemen. All aboard for Calais.
Miss Manette. Sit down, if you please.
Thank you.
Miss Manette, it's very difficult to begin. Miss Manette, I'm a man of business. I have a business charge to acquit myself of. The story relates to one of our customers.
The story?
Yes. One of our customers, a French gentleman, a scientific gentleman, a doctor.
A doctor?
Miss Manette, if your father had not died when he did, don't be frightened, miss. As I was saying, if Monsieur Manette had not died, if he had suddenly and silently disappeared, If he had been spirited away to some dreadful place, then the history of your father would have been the history of this unfortunate gentleman, the Doctor of Beauvais.
I entreat you to tell me more, sir.
I will, I'm going to. Can you bear it?
I can bear anything but this uncertainty.
Miss Manette, your father has been found in the house of an old servant in Paris. We're going there. He is alive. In the quarter of Saint-Antoine, in a narrow, mean street full of offense and stench, peopled by rags and nightcaps and hunger, smelling of rags and nightcaps and hunger, we found the wine shop of Dr. Manette's old servant, Ernest Defarge. His wife sat in the shop behind the counter as we came in. A stout woman wrapped in fur. She was knitting. Ernest Defarge?
That's me.
May we have a word with you?
Willingly, sir.
My name is Jarvis Lorry of London. This is Miss Manette.
Come with me, then. I'll take you to him. He's very high. It's a little difficult. Better to begin slowly.
Is he always alone, then?
Yes,
His own desire?
of necessity.
He is greatly changed.
Changed? Huh.
The door's locked.
Yes.
You think it necessary to keep him locked up?
I think it necessary to turn the key.
Why?
Why? Because he has lived so long locked up that he'd be frightened, rave, tear himself to pieces, die. His door was left open.
Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes, it is possible in this fine world we live in. Not only possible, but done. Done, see you, under that sky there every day. Will continue being done until the last of that accursed race has perished from the face of the earth.
Quiet. Let us go in.
I'm afraid of it.
Of it? What?
I mean of him, of my father. Listen. What is that sound?
Faintly, through the dark, with his back toward the door, we saw a white-haired man sitting on a low bench, stooping forward. Very busy, making shoes.
Father.
Good day, Manette.
Good day.
Still hard at work, I see.
Yes. Yes, I'm working.
I want to let in a little more light here. You can bear a little more?
Well, what did you say?
You can bear a little more light?
I must bear it, if you let it in.
You have a visitor, Manette.
What did you say?
Here is a visitor. Show him the shoe you're working at. Take it, monsieur. Now tell monsieur the maker's name.
I forget what it was you asked me.
The maker's name.
Did you ask me for my name?
Yes, I did.
105 North Tower.
Is that all?
105 North Tower.
At that moment, his eyes caught the skirt of Lucy's dress. He raised them and saw her face.
What is this? You're not the jailer's daughter?
No.
Who are you? Who are you?
She sat down on the bench beside him. Her golden hair, which she wore in long curls, had been hurriedly pushed aside and fell down over her neck. Advancing his hand, little by little, he took it up and looked at it.
It is the same. How can it be? When was it? She laid her head upon my shoulder that night when I was summoned out. She had a fear of my going. Or was this? Was it you? Was it you? No, you're too young. It can't be. It can't be. You're too young, too young, too young.
Father.
Mr. Lorry, Dr. Manette is, for all reasons, best out of Paris. Best out of France.
The next morning, we left for London. As we drove off, we left Monsieur and Madame Defarge standing on the doorstep looking after us. There was that same look of secret, dangerous anger in their faces that I had seen before. Madame Defarge was still knitting. The next night we were in Calais. There we boarded the packet and after a rough voyage reached England in safety. I was to be reminded of that voyage. 5 years later, a trial was held at the Old Bailey at which I was summoned to appear in company with Miss Lucy Manette and Dr. Alexander Manette, all three of us, as witnesses for the Crown.
His Lordship exact.
What's coming now?
The treason case.
The quartering one?
He'll be drawn on an early will. He'll be half-egged. Then he'll be taken down and sliced before his own face. Then his head will be chopped off and he'll be cut in quarters. That's the sentence.
If he's found guilty, you mean?
Oh, they'll find him guilty. Don't be afraid of that.
The prisoner was brought in. A young gentleman of about 25, well-grown and well-looking. He was very pale. For a moment his eyes turned to where we sat. Then the indictment was read.
Charles Darnay, you're a false traitor to our serene, illustrious, excellent prince, our lord the king, by reason of your having on divers occasions, by divers means and ways, assisted Louis the French king in his wars against our serene, illustrious, excellent prince, King George. That is to say, by coming and going between the dominions of our said serene, illustrious, excellent prince, and those the said French Louis, and wickedly, falsely, traitorously.
Prisoner, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I shall now prove, my lord, to the satisfaction of yourself in this jury, that the prisoner Charles Darnay, though young in years, is old in these treasonable practices which today claim forfeit of his life. That this correspondence with our national enemy is not a correspondence of today, nor of yesterday, nor even of last year or the year before that. That as long as 5 years ago...
First witness to the Crown, Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Jarvis Lorry. Mr. Lorry, are you a partner of Tellson's Bank?
I am.
On a certain night in November, 1775, did business occasion you to travel between Calais and Dover by the packet ship?
It did.
Mr. Lorry, look upon the prisoner. Have you seen him to your certain knowledge before?
I have.
When?
At Calais that night, the prisoner came aboard the packet and made the voyage with me.
At what hour did he come aboard?
A little after midnight.
In the dead of night, eh? Were you traveling alone, Mr. Lorry, or with any companion?
With two companions, a gentleman and a lady. They're here.
They're here!
Next witness, Miss Manette. Miss Manette.
Miss Manette, look upon the prisoner, Charles Darnay. Miss Manette, have you seen the prisoner before?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On board the packet ship just referred to, sir.
You are the young lady just referred to?
Most unhappily, I am.
Answer the questions put to you.
Miss Manette, had you any conversation with the prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Recall it.
When the gentleman came aboard...
You mean the prisoner?
Yes, my lord.
Then say the prisoner.
When the prisoner came on board...
Did he come on board alone?
No.
How many were with him?
One, a French gentleman.
Did they confer together?
Yes, they seemed angry. I thought I heard the prisoner say, there is a curse on our house. You have brought a curse on our house.
Miss Manette, the court is not interested in what you think you overheard. What conversation did you have with the prisoner?
Soon after we started, he noticed that my father was very tired and in a very weak state of health. The prisoner was very kind and useful to my father. I hope I may not repay him by doing him harm today.
The prisoner's conversation, Miss Manette. What did the prisoner say to you?
He told me that he was traveling on business of a delicate and difficult nature, which might get people into trouble, and that he was therefore traveling under an assumed name. He said that in England, my father...
Alexander Manette!
Dr. Alexander Manette!
Dr. Manette!
Dr. Manette, look upon the prisoner.
As the old man looked at Darnay, his face for an instant became frozen, as it were. It was a curious look, very intent, deepening into a frown of dislike and distrust, not even unmixed with fear. It passed so quickly that few could have noticed it.
Dr. Manette, have you ever seen this prisoner before?
Once when he called on us at my lodgings. some 3 years ago.
Can you identify him as your fellow passenger aboard the packet ship, or recall his conversation with your daughter?
Sir, I can do neither.
Is there any particular and special reason for your being unable to do either?
There is.
Has it been your misfortune to undergo a long imprisonment without trial in your native country, Dr. Manette?
A long imprisonment.
Were you newly released on that occasion?
They tell me so.
Have you no remembrance of the occasion?
None. My mind is a blank. From some time, I cannot even say what time, when I was employed in making shoes. That was in my captivity to... Excuse me, sir, to the time when I found myself living in London with my dear daughter here. I have no remembrance, no remembrance.
Next witness! Next witness! Next witness! Next witness!
Now things began to look black for the prisoner. The prosecution held that previous to that Friday night in November 5 years ago, Charles Darnay had visited a dockyard town on the south coast of England, and there collected information which he later delivered to the French authorities in Calais. In proof of this, the star witness, who had every appearance of being himself a paid spy, now took the stand and identified Charles Darnay as having been at the precise time required in the coffee room of a hotel in that dockyard town, waiting for another person. On this point, counsel for the prisoner tried in vain to shake him.
And that is the only time you ever saw this prisoner?
Yes, Your Honor.
You never saw him before or since?
No, Your Honor. No.
Now, a curious thing happened. A gentleman who had been sitting off by himself all this time, staring up at the ceiling of the court, suddenly came to life, removed his wig, wrote a word or two on a little piece of paper, and tossed it to the prisoner's counsel, who opened it, and then looked with great attention and curiosity at the prisoner.
You say again you are quite sure that it was the prisoner?
Oh, quite sure, Your Honor.
Did you ever see anybody very like the prisoner?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Do you think there could be anybody so like the prisoner that you could be mistaken?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
But if there were, you would then admit that you might have been mistaken.
Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Look upon Mr. Sidney Carton, my learned friend there, without his wig, and then look well upon the prisoner. How say you? Are they not very like each other?
God, like as two peas in a pod. Two peas. It ain't natural.
Gentlemen of the jury, do you find the prisoner Charles Darnay guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
The lights were nearly all out in the passages as I left the court with the prisoner, Charles Darnay. There, leaning against the wall in the dark, stood Sidney Carton. There was wine on his breath.
Oh, Mr. Lorry. Men of business may speak to Mr. Darnay now.
Sir, we men of business are not free.
I know. Don't be upset, Mr. Lorry. You're as good as another, I have no doubt. Better, I dare say.
Indeed, sir. I really don't know what you have to do with the matter. If you'll excuse me for saying so, I really don't know that it's any of your business, Mr. Carton.
Business? Bless you, I have no business.
It's a pity you haven't, sir.
I think so, too.
If you had, perhaps you would attend to it.
Lord love you, no. I shouldn't.
Mr. Darnay, good night. God bless you, my boy. I hope you've been this day preserved for a prosperous and happy life.
Thank you, sir.
Good night. Good night, my boy.
Good night. Mr. Darnay.
Yes?
Mr. Darnay, this is a strange chance that throws you and me together. This must be a strange night to you, standing alone here with your counterpart on these street stones.
I hardly seem yet to belong to this world again. I feel quite faint.
Then why the devil don't you dine? Let me show you the nearest tavern to dine well at. Come on. Now, Mr. Darnay, now that you've eaten, Do you feel that you belong to this terrestrial scheme again? It must be an immense satisfaction for you. Waiter, another bottle of wine. To me, the greatest desire I have is to forget that I belong to it. There's no good in it for me, except wine like this. Nor I for it. So we're not much alike in that particular, Mr. Darnay. Indeed, I begin to think we're not much alike in any particular. You and I, except that we look alike. Now your dinner's done, why don't you call a health, Mr. Darnay? Why don't you give your toast?
Why, what health? What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. It ought to be, it must be. Swear it's there.
Well, Miss Manette, then.
Miss Manette, then. Miss Manette, that's a fair young lady to hand to a coach in the dark, Mr. Darnay.
Yes.
That's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for by. Huh? How's it feel? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy and compassion, Mr. Darnay?
Mr. Carton, you saved my life today. I have not thanked you.
I neither want any thanks or merit any. It was nothing to do in the first place, and I don't know why I did it in the second. Mr. Darnay, let me ask you a question.
Willingly.
Do you think I particularly like you?
Really, Mr. Carton, I have not asked myself the question.
But ask yourself the question now.
You have acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do.
Nevertheless, there is nothing in that, I hope, Mr. Carton, to prevent my calling the reckoning and our parting without ill blood on either side.
Oh, nothing in life. Oh, you pay the whole reckoning, Mr. Darnay. Then, bring me another pint of this same wine drawer and come and wake me at 10. Last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think you know I've been drinking?
Since I must say so, yes, I know it.
Then you shall likewise know why. I am a disappointed drudge, sir. I care for no man on earth, and no man on earth cares for me.
That is very much to be regretted, Mr. Carton. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. Maybe so, maybe not. But don't let your sober face elate you, however. You don't know what it may come to. Good night, Mr. Darnay. Drawer! Drawer! Where's that bottle of wine?
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. We pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting A Tale of Two Cities, and the Mercury Theater resumes the story with Orson Welles as Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton.
The years pass. In the quarter of Saint-Antoine, in the wine shop, in the narrow, mean streets, little groups of men gather to talk and scatter quickly when a stranger enters. Madame Defarge still works at her knitting.
You knit with great skill, Madame Defarge.
I am accustomed to it.
A pretty pattern.
You think so?
Strange, too. It looks like many names knitted there. But that can't be.
No, that can't be.
May I ask what it's for?
Pastime?
Not for use.
That depends. I may find a use for it one day, who knows? If I do, well, I'll use it.
Madame Defarge.
Yes?
I have news that may interest you. News from England. Dr. Manette.
Yes?
I perceive you know the name.
Yes.
His daughter, Miss Manette, is going to be married in England. There is a curious thing about this marriage.
Yes?
What it comes to is this. Miss Manette, daughter of Dr. Alexander Manette, is going to marry the Marquis de Saint-Evremond. Oh, I perceive you know that name, too.
Yes.
In England, of course, he does not go under that name. He is called Mr. Charles Darnay. Mr. Charles Darnay.
Defarge.
Yes. What is it?
Is it true, do you think, what he said of Mademoiselle Manette?
If it is.
If it
is true, then when our day does come, I hope for her sake Destiny will keep her husband out of France.
Her husband's destiny will take him where he is to go, and will lead him to the end that is to end him. That is all I know.
Madame Defarge sits there knitting names into a scarf. Noble names. Lausanne, Lamballe, Guise, Saint-Evremont. Darkness is closing around. And then comes the ringing of the church bells. She sits knitting. Another darkness is closing in when the church bells shall soon be melted into thunder cannon, when the drums shall be beating to drown a wretched voice. And Madame Defarge, at the foot of a structure yet unbuilt, will sit knitting, counting dropping heads. London, 1789. Never did I see two people more united than Dr. Manette and his daughter in the weeks before Lucy's marriage to Charles Darnay.
Are you happy, my dear father?
My child, I never thought I should live to know such happiness.
An occasional visitor to their house in Soho Square was Sidney Carton. He was not improved in habits, or in looks, or in manner. His air of debauchery was as if, even more pronounced, and it seemed to me that he was behaving with even less delicacy than usual when he presented himself one afternoon, only a few days before Lucy's marriage, and asked to see Miss Manette alone. He was shown upstairs.
Miss Manette, will you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette, I know very well that you can have no tenderness for me. I ask for none. I'm even thankful that it cannot be.
Without it, is there nothing I can do for you, Mr. Carton?
All you can ever do for me is done. I wish you to know that even the last dream of my soul, in my degradation, I've not been so degraded, but at the sight of you with your father and of this house, the stirred old shadows that I thought had died out of me. A dream that ends in nothing and leaves the sleeper where he lay down. But I wish you to know that you inspired it.
Will nothing of it remain?
No, Miss Manette. No. No, I shall never be better than I am. I'm like one who died young. All my life. Might have been. Don't be afraid. I'll never refer to this again, only in the hour of my death I shall hold sacred this one good remembrance. That my last avowal of myself was made to you, and that my name and faults and miseries were gently carried in your heart. Do you believe this of me, Miss Manette?
I do.
And this, too, believe. For you and for any dear to you, I would do anything. Remember sometimes. Remember that there is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye.
Paris, 1789, July 14. In the quarter of Saint Antoine, something is happening. In the narrow, mean streets, smelling of rags and nightcaps and hunger, All night crowds have been stirring. Soon after dawn, Madame Defarge puts down her knitting.
Defarge, at last it has come.
Yes, our day has come.
San Antoine this morning is a vast, dusky mass of scarecrows heaving to and fro, with gleams of light above the billowy heads, where steel blades and bayonets shine in the sun. Now the mass begins to move.
Patriots and friends, we are ready. To the Bastille.
Rises wave on wave, depth on depth, overflowing the city. After 2 hours, a white flag from within the fortress. The sea rises wider and higher, over the lower drawbridge, past the massive stone outer walls, in among the 8 great towers surrendered.
The prisoner! The secret cell! The instruments of torture! The prisoner! The secret cell!
The North Tower. What is the meaning of 105 North Tower? Quick.
It is a cell, citizen.
Show it to me. There is something hidden there that I must find.
Pass this way, Citizen Defarge.
3 years go by. The King of France and the Queen of France have paid with their lives for the suffering of the people. Day after day, fresh victims are driven through the streets of Paris to feed this new monster which lives on human blood, the guillotine. And at its foot, day after day, sit the women, knitting. London, 1792. The headquarters and the great gathering place of those who fled from France in those troubled years was Tellson's Bank.
Letter for Marquis de Saint-Aubin.
Here.
Vicomte de Lille. Vicomte de Lille.
Arrested at Calais. Executed.
Baron de Neuville.
Arrested. Executed.
Marquis de Saint-Evremont. Marquis de Saint-Evremont.
Here.
Mr. Darnay.
I'll take it.
Charles Darnay. I didn't know that you were familiar
I'll take
with...
charge of the letter, Mr. Lorry.
You know where to deliver it?
I do. If there's any answer, I'll let you know. Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis Charles de Saint-Evremont. I have been seized and brought to Paris. The crime for which I am to lose my life is, they tell me, treason against the majesty of the people, in that I have acted against them for an emigrant. You are that emigrant. It is in vain that I tell them that even before the confiscation of emigrant property, according to your commands, I had collected no rent and forced no taxes. Their only answer is that I have acted for an emigrant. Where is that emigrant? I beg you, Monsieur heretofore the Marquis, to come to my rescue and release me. I pray you, be true to me, your poor servant.
Yes, Darnay?
I have the answer to that letter.
So soon?
It is to a prisoner in the La Force prison in Paris.
And what is the message?
Simply that he has received the letter and will come.
3 days later, a few leagues out of Calais, on the Paris road, Charles Darnay was arrested.
Citizen, I beg you to observe that I came here of my own free will, in answer to that written appeal that lies before you. Is that not my right?
Right. Immigrants have no rights. You're consigned, Evremont, to the prison of La Conciergerie.
Just heaven, under what law? For what offense?
We have new laws, aristocrat, and new offenses since you were here.
News reached London through a secret agent of Tellson's Bank that Charles Darnay was in prison in danger of death. 3 days later, we were in Paris. Lucy with her child and Dr. Manette. Come in.
Good evening, citizen. Do you know me?
I've seen you somewhere.
Perhaps at my wine shop.
I noticed standing in the door a heavily built woman, silently knitting. Madame Defarge?
Yes.
That she may be able to recognize the faces and know the persons.
It is for their safety.
Mr. Lorry.
Lucy, this man has a letter for you from Charles.
Oh, thank you. Dearest, take courage. I am well, and your father has influence around me. You cannot answer this. kiss our child for me.
Is that his child?
Yes, madam. This is the prisoner's little child.
It is enough, my husband. I have seen them. We may go.
Oh, Madame.
Yes, aristocrat.
Madame, you will be good to my husband. You will help him to see him if you can.
What is it that your husband says in that little letter? Influence, no. He says something about influence.
He says...
Perhaps it will release him.
As a wife and a mother, I implore you to have pity on me. My husband is innocent.
The wives and mothers we have been used to see have not been greatly pitied. All our lives we have seen our women suffer. Poverty, hunger, thirst, sickness, misery.
We have seen nothing else.
We have borne this a long time. Is it likely the trouble of one wife and mother would be much to us now? Goodbye, aristocrat.
Charles Abremont, call Donny!
Prisoner, is it true that you have lived many years in England?
That is true.
And you are an immigrant?
No, citizen judge.
Prisoner, why did you return to France when you did?
I returned to France on the written entreaty of a French citizen to save a French citizen's life. Is that the action of a guilty man? Is that criminal in the eyes of the Republic?
Citizen Dr. Manette, take the stand. Dr. Manette, do you know this prisoner?
I do.
Where did you first make the prisoner's acquaintance?
In England, citizen judge, on my release from long imprisonment. This man is my first friend. For years he has lived in my house, always faithful and devoted to my daughter and myself in our exile. In all the years that I know this man, I, Dr. Manette, for 18 years, prisoner in the Bastille.
Enough! Live, Dr. Manette!
Not kill him!
Don't kill him!
Citizens! Wait! This prisoner has been denounced for a crime against the Republic. Before this prisoner is released, I demand in the name of the Republic that this denunciation be read aloud.
Why waste time?
Charles Everyman called Darnay. Suspected and denounced enemy of the Republic. Aristocrat. One of a family of tyrants. One of a race proscribed. Charles Everyman called Darnay. In right of such proscription, doomed to die.
Was the accused denounced openly or secretly?
Openly, President.
By whom?
3 voices. First, Ernest Defarge, wine vendor, a son at one.
Good.
Second, Terence Defarge, his wife.
Good.
Third, Alexander Manette, physician.
President, I protest this is a forgery and a fraud. The accused is the husband of my daughter, who says that I denounced the husband of my child.
Citizen Manette, be still. If the Republic should demand of you the sacrifice of your child, you would have no duty but to sacrifice her. Be silent!
On the 14th of July, 1789, at the taking of the Bastille, a paper was found by citizen Ernest Defarge, concealed between 2 stones in the chimney of a cell known as 105 North Tower. The writing is the writing of Dr. Manette. I, Alexander Manette.
Let it be read!
I, Alexander Manette, unfortunate physician, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille. Hope is quite departed from my heart. I go down and their descendants to the last of their race. I, Alexander Manette, unhappy prisoner, do this last night of the year, 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce to the times when all those things shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and earth. Death!
All day, tumbrils go through the streets, feeding the guillotine, and at its foot, splashed with blood, sit the women knitting late into the night, counting dropping heads.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Lorry. Don't be alarmed. I'm quite sober.
Sidney Carton.
Now, Mr. Lorry, listen carefully to what I have to say.
But, Cotton...
Don't waste time asking questions. First, Mr. Lorry, here is the certificate which enables me to pass out of the city. You see, Sidney Cotton, an Englishman.
Yes?
Yes. Keep it for me until tomorrow. I have arranged to see Charles Downey in prison in the morning, and I'd better not take it with me. Do you understand?
Why not?
I prefer not to do so. Now, take this paper. It's a certificate enabling Dr. Manette and his daughter and her child at any time to pass the barrier on the frontier, you see?
Yes, but
You can buy the means of traveling the coast as quickly as the journey can be made. You have money. Order your horses to be ready at 2 in the afternoon. Well?
It shall be done.
Tell Lucy tonight, for the sake of her child and her father, tell her and press upon her the necessity of leaving Paris with them and with you at that hour. Tell her it was her husband's last wish. You think she'll consent?
I believe
Have
so.
all these arrangements made in the courtyard, and here, even to the taking of your own seat in the carriage, and then, the moment I come to you, take me in and drive me away. Do you understand that?
I understand that whatever happens, I am to wait for you.
You have my certificate in your hand with the rest. The instant my place is occupied, you start for England. Promise me solemnly that nothing will make you alter the course on which you now stand pledged to each other.
Nothing, Cotton.
Remember these words tomorrow. Remember them. Change the course or delay for any reason, and no life can possibly be saved. Many lives dear to us must inevitably be sacrificed.
I will remember them. I hope to do my part faithfully.
Yes, yes. And I hope to do mine.
In the black prison of the conciergerie, the doomed of the day await their fate. They are 52. Even before their cells are quit of them, new occupants have been appointed. Before their blood runs into the blood spilled yesterday, the blood that is to mingle with theirs tomorrow is already set apart.
Is this the one?
Yes, this is the one. Go you in alone. I wait outside. Lose no time.
Good day, Mr. Downey.
Carton.
Once more we meet.
Are you a prisoner, too?
No, I happen to be possessed of a power over one of your keepers here. I come from your wife, Downey. I bring you a request from her.
What is it?
A most secret, earnest, pressing entreaty. You've no time to ask me why I bring it or what it means. I have no time to tell you. You must comply with it. Take off these boots you wear and draw on mine. Here's a chair. Now, hurry. Draw on these boots of mine. Put your hands to them. Put your will to them. Quick!
Carton, there's no escaping from this place. It can never be done. You'll only die with me. It's madness.
It would be madness if I asked you to escape, but do I? Of course not. Change that cravat from this of mine.
Carton,
Go
it's
on.
madness. It can't be done. It never can be done. It has been attempted. It has always failed.
Do I ask you, dear Downey, to pass the door? When I ask you that, then refuse me. There are pen and ink and paper on this table. Is your hand steady enough to write?
Why,
Then
yes.
write what I shall dictate. Quick, friend, quick. Write exactly as I speak.
To whom do I address
To
it?
no one.
Do I date it?
No. No. If you remember the words that passed between us long ago, you will understand this when you see it. You do remember them, I know. It is not in your nature to forget them. Have you written forget them?
I have. Is that a weapon in your hand?
No, I'm not armed.
What is in your hand?
You shall know directly. Write on there, but a few words more. I am thankful the time has come when I can prove them. That I do so is no subject for regret or grief.
What is that, vapor?
Vapor?
Something in the air?
I'm conscious of nothing. Take up the pen and finish. Hurry, hurry. If it had been otherwise, I should have had so much the more to answer for. If it had been otherwise.
If it had been otherwise.
Donnie. Donnie. Good. Hey there. Quick. Come in. Have him change his coat. Now, call for help. Take me to the coach.
You?
Him, man, with whom I've changed. You go out by the gate by which you brought me in.
Of course.
I was weak and faint when you brought me in, and I'm fainter. Now you take me out. The parting has overcome us. Such things happen here often, too often. Quick, call for help.
You swear not to betray me.
Man, don't waste time. Take him yourself to the courtyard. You know him. Place him yourself in the carriage. Show him yourself to Mr. Lorry and tell him to remember my words of last night and his promise of last night and drive away.
Hey there! Hey! Help! Man fainted!
goes there?
Who's inside? Papers? Alexandre Manette, physician, French. Lucy, his daughter, French. Lucy, wife of Evremont. Is that right? Huh. Evremont has an appointment elsewhere today, I believe. Lucy, their child, English. Sidney Carton, lawyer, English. English lawyer appears to be sleeping. Jarvis Laurie, banker, English. Go ahead, you can depart, citizens. A good journey.
Follow me, Evermore.
I'm ready.
Down, Abraham! Down, Abraham! Which is Abraham? There at the back there, next to the girl. That's him. Down, everyone. To the guillotine!
Citizen Evremont, do you remember me? I'm a poor little seamstress who was with you in the prison.
Huh? Oh, true, I forget. What were you accused for?
Plots. Is it likely? Who would think of plotting with a poor little weak creature like me?
19!
I'm not afraid to die, but I've done nothing. Citizen Evremont, will you let me hold your hand? I'm not afraid, but I'm little and weak. It will give me more courage.
Keep your eyes upon me, dear child. Keep your eyes on me. Mind nothing else.
I'll mind nothing while I hold your hand. I shall mind nothing when I let it go. If they are quick.
They'll be quick. Never fear.
21!
Is the moment come?
Yes,
May I kiss you now? I'm so afraid.
my child. Nothing to fear. I see these men around me. Long ranks of the new oppressors who've risen on the destruction of the old, perishing by this same instrument of retribution before it shall cease out of its present use. I see the lives for which I lay down my life. Peaceful, useful, prosperous, and happy in that England which I shall see no more. You know, I see her father restored and faithful to all men in his healing office and at peace. I see her at this moment with a child upon her bosom who bears my name. And I hear her tell the child my story with a tender and a faltering voice.
Number 22.
Goodbye, little one.
Goodbye.
22!
Number 23.
Right, citizen. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. It is a far, far better rest
that I go to than I have ever known.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like first to thank the actors of the Mercury Theater who played with us tonight. Among them were Martin Gable as Mr. Laurie, Ray Collins as the prosecutor, Edgar Berrier as Charles Darnay, Frank Reddick as Defarge, Eustace Wyatt as the clerk and the judge, Kenneth Delmar as the counsellor for the defense, Betty Gard as Madame Defarge, Erskine Sanford as the president, Mary Taylor as Lucy Manette. Tonight's production was done at your request, and we intend to choose later works in this series on the basis of your letters to us. We're reading all the letters with the greatest of interest, and we thank you for your valuable suggestions. And now, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Until next Monday at this same time.
Tonight's production by the Mercury Theater on the Air was heard on both the CBS network and through the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Bernard Herrmann conducted the music, and Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those glowing days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next. Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the local sheriffs found it impossible to preserve the peace. But the masked rider of the plains was always ready to help them in the fight for law and order. It was his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, that made the new territory safe for honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Trigger Bend. There's going to be trouble. Hail, Silver, away!
Election night found Trigger Bend lighted by huge bonfires in the street. Everyone was celebrating the election of a new sheriff and...
Missouri is the sheriff! Hooray! Now we'll have some square dealing around here. Good old Missouri. Get some more wood on them bonfires. Keep them blazing so high, they'll be seen as far as Pecos.
He'll kill the crew and keep the law and do the job around. Oh, Missouri, Missouri is our man. You'll have to show Missouri, Missouri is our man.
Beyond the circle of light from the bonfires, an elderly man and woman watched the crowd.
Doggone it, Mag. I just can't believe it. It's me they're cheering and shouting for. Me, a old stove-in maverick that never had a dime in his life.
Missouri, I'm proud of you. It goes to show there's things a sight more important than money. And it shows a lot more than that, too.
What's that, Mag?
It shows that a man can rise above his fellow men no matter what his beginning. You, Missouri, the sheriff of Trigger Bend, elected by the folks of the town. Tolliver and Mayor Bushwhack and that ornery crooked sheriff has been licked and licked bad. Now you're the sheriff. That's the American way of doing things.
It sure enough gets under my old hide.
Let me tell you one thing, though, Missouri. You're the sheriff now. And all you got to offer the folks is honest dealing. So help me if you don't give 'em honesty. I'll take you in hand myself and make you wish you'd never run for no office.
I'm going to, Mag. I'm going to.
You crying?
No.
Well, I'll be... You doggone old fool, you're bellowing like a calf. You're letting your honors go to your head.
I ain't no such thing. I just got smoke in my eye.
Hi, Missouri! Hi there, Sheriff! Come on! We want to pin the badge on you.
They're coming for you.
Come on, boys. Hoist him up on your shoulders. Take him to the platform. Old Missouri's going to tell us who's the first crook to be hung.
Fellas! Guys, I can't speak none.
Up with him, boys.
Careful with the old coat, boys. He's brittle and a break season.
Hey, doggone it, boys. Let me down.
It's your night to howl, Missouri. For once you can talk and be listened to. I'll be waiting for you.
Boys, let me down. Let me down.
Sure does me good to see the old fool made something of. Crying like a kid. Just hope he makes a good sheriff. That's all I hope.
He will, Mag. Not too loudly, please.
Hold on. That voice said...
Tonto and Silver are back in the woods. I slipped into town in disguise to make sure Missouri won the election.
It is the Lone Ranger. Doggone pard. This sure makes the day complete, you being here. Let me see you. Turn toward the bonfire light.
I've disguised my face.
Oh, disguise or no disguise, you sure look good to me.
Is Missouri all right?
He's all right. I told him if he took so much as one drink to celebrate, I'd brain him. You needn't worry, son. I'll keep him in line.
What's his first move to be?
Throw the crooked sheriff in jail.
Good.
He's got evidence against him, and he won't waste no time. Once Sheriff Brent's in jail, Missouri will be able to make him tell plenty. And then Mayor Bushwhack and Gambler Tolliver will be jailed, and the town will be a sight better.
I hope Missouri's going to watch himself. Tolliver won't go down without a fight.
I know it, and I'm right worried about it. Tolliver has Bushwhack in the back room of his cafe right now. And when them two crooks get their heads together, it ain't for no good.
Sit down, Bushwhack, and stop looking out that door.
I was looking for Sheriff Brent, that's all, Tolliver. He should be here.
He won't be here.
Won't be?
No, I told him to stay home and wait there.
For us?
For me, but not like he thinks. Now listen to me, Bushwhack. We're in a tough spot, and I don't like tough spots, savvy?
I savvy, Tolliver, but what are we to do about it?
Brent's due to be arrested by old Missouri.
I know it.
And Brent's yeller. He'll squeal his head off to save his neck.
That's bad, Tolliver. Mighty bad.
It's bad for you, it's for me.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Has Missouri any direct evidence against Brent?
Plenty. He's got confessions from a couple of Brent's men that tie Brent right into murder.
You're sure of that, Tolliver?
I'm sure of it. That's why I don't aim to let Brent talk.
But how'll you stop him?
I reckon a bullet will stop him soon enough.
Oh, a bullet, huh? Well, that is...
This is one job I ain't passing on to someone else to have spoiled. I'll tend to it personal.
When? Tonight?
Right. And it's all fixed, so Ascension Jones will be blamed for it.
Poor old Ascension. He'll never be able to defend himself. He's too stupid and slow-witted.
That's why I picked him. Now, as for me, you ought to stay right in here, in this room, see? Order a couple of drinks sent back from time to time and keep talking and dealing cards as if we were having a game. There'll sure be someone outside in the bar room that'll hear you, and that'll be my alibi, just in case I'm suspected. Get it?
I'd rather not be involved, Tolliver. Ain't there someone else that could just...
There ain't. Now, shut up. I've got a date to keep. I got word to Ascension Jones that he was wanted in Brent's house. That'll put him on the scene, see?
I still don't like it.
You don't have to like it.
And what are you doing?
Keep quiet. I'm just loading my gun with fresh shells. I don't hanker to take no chances.
It was after midnight when old Missouri and Mustang Mag started for the ranch. The trail led past the home of the ex-sheriff, and as they drew near the cabin, they...
Mag, I never seen an evening like this in this bend. It sure makes me feel good.
Yep, it sure was a wonderful...
Sheriff! Someone's calling for Sheriff Brent.
Hey, Sheriff, come quick. Something's
I
up.
wonder what
You're the sheriff, you old fool.
Huh? Ginger, so I am. Hey, what's up there?
Missouri, I heard a shot in Brent's place a minute ago.
A shot?
I was just running for you, then I seen you coming. It sounded like a fight.
I'll go see. Mag, you going home.
I better stay with you, Missouri.
No such thing. I can't do my sheriff and work with you hanging around. Now go on to home. I'll tell you what happened and you won't miss nothing. You're Sid Fibber, ain't you?
That's right, Sheriff.
Come on, then. You come with me. I'm deputizing you for the time being.
I don't know what happened, but sure as thunder there was something.
The lights are going in Brent's place.
Yeah.
Hi, Brent. Open up.
Maybe we better go right inside.
Open up for the law.
I'll try the door. It ain't bolted at all. Come on in, Missouri.
I'll do the ordering. Now, you stay back, Fibber.
Gosh. My sakes, there's been a shooting. Look, Brent's got it.
And that other critter stretched out is Ascension Jones. What's happened to him?
I'll have a look.
Get back. I'm in charge. I'll do the looking.
Oh.
Now, get me some water. Ascension ain't dead permanent. Just unconscious like.
What hit me?
Now, Ascension, just take it easy.
Ain't nothing can be done for Brent. He's done for.
Ain't no loss. But drat it, I want to jail him.
Jones, what you shoot him for? Head hurts like thunder. Why'd you kill Brent?
Be still, Fibber. Here, Ascension, drink this. It's water. Why, sure it's water.
Water? That ain't nothing to revive my drooping spirits with.
Your spirits is all inside you. Now get awake and do some talking. What is going on here, anyhow?
Gosh, I don't know. There's the gun he used.
Sid, you get aboard my horse and ride for Doc Lambert. We gotta have Doc pronounce Brent dead. He's coroner.
There ain't no question about Brent being dead, is there?
He's gotta be pronounced that way. Now do what you're told.
Well, I'll fetch a couple of deputies, too. We gotta put Jones in jail for murder.
Murder?
I'll be back pronto.
Ascension, why in tarnation did you drill Brent? I wanted to get the coyote into jail and make him give me evidence against Mayor Bushwhack and Jim Tolliver.
Missouri, I never killed a man in all my life.
You mean to say you didn't have a row with Brent?
Nothing of the sort.
Well, you never had no use for him. What are you doing here?
He sent for me. Says he wanted to see me about something. I got his note right here in my pocket.
How'd the shooting come about? It sure looks like you had an awful row here.
I don't know. I was hit from behind, Missouri, and that's all I know.
Let me have that there note where Brent sent for you.
You can't say I done it, Missouri.
By ginger, that's just what we'll be saying.
But I didn't. I tell you, Missouri, someone had to come in through that window right there.
I was hit from behind by something.
Now, let me see. I got to look around official and get my clues together. This here's a murder, right enough.
This shooting iron ain't mine at all. It's brand new. I ain't never had a gun since I had to sell mine 2 months ago.
Ascension, I got me a clue. Look.
Eh?
Look at this. Butt end of one of them newfangled smoking rolls in paper.
Tolliver smokes them things. He calls them cigarettes.
I just put it in my shirt pocket and see about this.
I didn't kill Brent.
Of course you didn't. Tolliver done it. He fixed it for you to get blamed for it. And he done it so's Brent wouldn't squeal on him and the mayor. Now, look, Simpson, I'll jail you, see? Make Tolliver think his scheme worked. Then I'll trap him. I'll have this evidence against him. Now, you go to jail without no argument and stay there. Don't you worry, though. Just you leave everything to me.
Later that night, the mayor and Tolliver met in the back room of the cafe, and...
It's worked out perfect, Bushwhack. Missouri was right near Brent's when I fired and came in to find Jones coming conscious.
That's good. Good work, Tolliver. Without the testimony the former sheriff could have given, there'll be no evidence against either of us.
Of course there won't. Why, the chances are you'll stay right in office as mayor.
Then we have only to rebuild our fences, speaking figuratively.
Yeah, leave that to me.
Missouri will be hard to handle.
I'll handle him. First thing, though, is to make sure Ascension Jones don't get to trial.
What?
Bushwhack, if Jones is tried, he might have too much to say. We want to make sure he's judged guilty of the murder of Brent and stays that way.
Oh, you have more plans?
Missouri? Rather, Missouri don't know Sid Farber's taking orders from me. Come here. Step out the back door and I'll show you something.
Well, what is it?
Look yonder by the jailhouse.
Well?
See the guard there? That's Sid Farber. Missouri deputized him and put him on guard, just like I figured. He's going to help old Ascension Jones get out of jail, you savvy?
For what?
No one but a guilty man would try to escape, ain't that so?
Likely.
So Jones will be shot dead trying to escape. That'll close the case, and we won't hear no more about it. And look there. Farber's opening the jail door right now. Likely getting ready.
Jones, you better look on me as your friend. What do you want,
Fibber? Oh, you ain't got a chance of living. Brent had plenty of friends in spite of the fact that he was beat in the election. His friends won't tolerate his being killed.
I didn't do it.
Oh, you might as well have done it. You'll be lynched for it. Oh, I don't like lynch parties, and that's why I'm opening this door.
But, Fibber,
You're set to hang. Now, you've got just one chance to get loose.
But I'm innocent. They can't hang an innocent man.
Well, they're going to hang you unless you run for it. I'm here to help you escape. The door's open. Now get going.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Old Missouri locked Ascension Jones up and left Sid Farber to guard the jail. But Sid, acting on orders from Tolliver, offered Jones a chance to escape.
Hurry, Ascension! Run for it while you got the chance.
Now, you hold on, Fibber. I can't outrun the law in the long run, and I'm innocent. I calculate to stand trial and be proved innocent. Old Missouri won't let no wrong be done to me.
Why, you doggone fool, you gotta hightail it, you hear? If you don't, there'll be a lynch mob here before morning.
I figure to stay, Sid.
Well, you figure wrong. You're moving out.
No, I tell you, I won't move.
Jones, you're moving or I'm moving you. Now you get.
I wouldn't try it.
Hey, what?
You're covered. Take it easy.
Who are you, stranger?
Right now, I'm a friend of yours.
There's only one reason for a guard to be so eager to let a prisoner out of jail, and that's to shoot him. Isn't that true?
No, nothing like it. I'll
take charge of this man. Come on, Jones.
Hey, you wearing the mask?
Yes, now come with me.
See here, you're under arrest.
I'd better take that gun of yours. You might try and put a bullet in our backs as we leave here.
Let go. You can't get away with this. Help! Jailbreak!
We're coming. Stand where you are, Mr. L. Open fire.
Tolliver. That's what I wanted to know. You're Tolliver's man.
Jim, he's got the prisoner.
Here, Silver.
Up to the ground, Sid. Drop.
Right.
Up with me, Jones.
Where are we going?
That's it.
Hello, Silver. Away.
Get away. Blast it all, Fibber. Why'd you let him do it?
I couldn't help it, Tolliver.
Now we're in trouble. That was the Lone Ranger.
But Jones is still guilty, ain't he? And the Lone Ranger is guilty of taking him from jail.
Sure, they're both guilty. But with that masked man around here helping that old fool Missouri, there ain't no telling what'll turn up.
The next morning, Missouri, wearing an old shirt, found Mustang Mag washing clothes just outside the kitchen door of the ranch house.
Sin and a shame to get your clothes so dirty. And you, the sheriff.
So that's where my shirt is.
I went to the bunkhouse and took it so I could wash it out. Can't have you going around in a dirty shirt.
Great guns.
Now, what's the matter?
Matter of plenty. Let me have that shirt. Let me have it.
Missouri, have you gone loco?
Oh, this is awful. This is awful. And me on my first job as a sheriff. Now look what you done.
What?
I had the evidence in the pocket. Murder evidence, that's what it was. A cigarette that was dropped by Tolliver when the polecat killed Brent.
No wonder the pocket got all stained up when I put the shirt in the tub.
Look! Now I ain't a shred of proof that Tolliver is a killer. And here I was, all set to show that poor Ascension Jones was innocent.
Missouri, you should know better than to be so careless with evidence.
Well, you shouldn't wash out my clothes without warning.
Now what you gonna do?
Sakes alive, I don't know, Mag. I know doggone well Ascension Jones ain't guilty of no murder. But the only proof I had was that cigarette butt. Now it's gone.
Maybe the Lone Ranger will help.
No telling where he is.
Well, he ain't far. That's his partner.
Tonto?
Yep. Him and Jones stayed over in my house last night.
Prisoner still in house.
Tonto, where's he at? Where's this here Lone Ranger?
Him in town.
I'm in trouble to the ears. My evidence is gone.
Oh, that bad.
What'll folks say? Here I got to try and tell them I had proof that Tolliver was the killer of Brent. Then I got to say I lost that same proof. Where is Ascension Jones?
Him in house now.
Oh, I got to bust the news to him. Oh, my sakes alive, I got worries. Look here. There's too much I don't savvy. What's Jones doing in the house? I put him in jail.
The Lone Ranger fetched him last night and said to keep him here so Tolliver couldn't get at him.
Why wasn't it told to me then?
You? What was you needed for? I was on hand with my rifle in case any of the Tolliver tribe showed up.
Hey, where's Tonto gone? Tonto, come back here. I got to talk to you.
Me go to town. Maybe be back by and by. Get him up, Scout.
A short time later, the Lone Ranger called on Missouri, gave him instructions, and rode off. Missouri rode into town and found Tolliver sitting on the porch of the 10-Strike Cafe.
A friend of yours got killed last night, Tolliver.
So I heard, Missouri. Are you sure you didn't do it?
Me?
I heard you saying plenty about the way you'd do for Brent as soon as you was in office.
Well, I aimed to do for him by jailing the Maverick, but he was shot. Only reason I can see for his being shot was that he was likely to have a lot to say about you and Bushwhack.
Well, who shot him?
I wonder. I reckon maybe Fibber told you about me arresting Ascension Jones.
Yeah.
Only Jones didn't do it.
No?
Nope.
Who did?
Well, my guessing don't prove nothing, so I ain't telling my suspicions. By the way, where was you at the time of the shooting?
Me? I was with the mayor in the back room.
Can you prove it?
I reckon Bushwhack will tell you where I was.
So that's your alibi, huh?
Did you have any other ideas, Missouri?
Not for now, I ain't. When is the last time you seen Brent?
Yesterday morning.
Well, now, that's funny. I heard that you was at his house last night. Been to his house recent?
Nope. Well, what are you grinning about?
Nothing, Tolliver. Nothing at all. I'll be seeing more of you pretty soon. Reckon I got a few other things to check on first.
Now, what's that old coot figuring? Hang it, something's in the window shows your bone.
Tolliver. Hey, Tolliver.
Huh? What's the matter, Bushwhack?
I gotta speak to you. I gotta see you private.
Speak here, there ain't no one around. What's up?
What was Missouri saying just now?
Asked me when I was at Brent's house the last time and hinted that he suspicioned me. Why? What's ailing you?
Look, I just heard something.
What was it?
I was sitting in my office. Office of the mayor, you know.
Get to the point.
I heard someone talking about you just under the window. I couldn't see who it was without showing myself, but I heard about you. Doggone it, old Missouri does have something.
What?
Them cigarettes you smoke.
What's the matter with them?
You dropped one inside Brent's place last night. Doggone it, Tolliver. Why couldn't you be careful? Why'd you have to go and drop one there? And you being the only man in Trigger Bend to use them.
So, that's it.
Huh?
I knew there was something in the back of that old fool's mind. He found it, eh?
Just so.
I already told him I wasn't at Brent's. So that's why he asked me about being there.
You gotta do something, Tolliver. You gotta get that evidence. He's fixing up a warrant for your arrest right now, and as soon as he gets it, he'll jail you. Then he'll have the evidence for the trial.
Now, let me see. Is he alone in his office?
I don't know. I only told you what I heard.
He left me just a minute ago. Seen him heading for his office, but I don't know if there's anyone else there.
That cigarette stub ain't in the office. It's at Mustang Mag's.
Yeah?
That's what the man I heard talking said.
Well, I reckon the only thing to do is to call on Mustang Mag and get it.
You don't dare.
Oh, don't. I'm heading there right now. You see to it that Missouri's horse ain't handy for him to get back there.
Oh, now, Tolliver, why have I got to keep on getting mixed into all
Do
this?
what you're told.
Well, all right, then. I'll do my best.
I'll be back here real soon and I'll have the evidence with me. It'll be my word against Missouri's, then, and I've got you to back up my word. I'll be back soon.
Dad, rat it all anyways. Why have I got to do so much of his dirty work?
Get up there.
When Mustang Mag heard the sound of hoofs stopping outside, she walked to the open front door of the ranch house.
Well, what brings you here, Tolliver?
I got something to speak to you about, Mag. It's sort of private and personal. Mind if I step inside a minute?
What if I do mind?
Well, that'll make it pretty inconvenient, ma'am. I'm hoping you'll hear me out. It's about Missouri.
What's happened to him?
Shall I step in?
Come on. What's eating you anyhow?
Thanks.
Now, you sit there and start talking. But get it through your head at the start that I don't like you. I don't trust you. And no matter what you say, it ain't likely I'll believe you.
I'm laying my cards right out on the table, Mag, because ain't no use doing otherwise with you.
Tolliver, you're talking your way toward trouble.
Missouri's hunting the man that killed Brent. He thinks he's got a clue in the butt end of a cigarette. Well, it ain't really a clue at all, but he thinks it is.
If it ain't, why you're worried?
I'm not worried. I just don't want a lot of being pestered by that old fool.
Got anything else to say?
Plenty. You hand me that clue, and I'll clear out and forget the whole thing. Don't hand it to me, and I'll either hunt for it myself...
Over my dead body!
Or I'll just have to arrange for an accident to happen to Missouri. Savvy?
I'm savvy about all I aim to listen to. Now get!
So that's how you feel, huh?
I says get!
Not so fast.
Put down that shooting iron, you yellow pup. You ain't got the nerve to shoot me.
I'm finding that hunk of paper and tobacco, Mag. And if I have to shoot you to get it, I'll do it.
Why, you wall-eyed polecat! In the first place, I'd sooner be shot than kowtow to your kind. In the second place, you won't shoot me because you'd hang for it pronto. In the third place, ain't no clue here now.
Oh, no? Yeah, that's too thin, Mag. I happen to know that cigarette butt's here.
Wait, Tolliver. Let's start over.
Huh?
Let's just suppose what you say is true. What good would that clue do Missouri?
He thinks it'll prove that I was at Brent's place last night.
Uh-huh. And would it?
I ain't saying.
Was you there?
Ain't saying that neither, and I ain't saying nothing more. Now, where's that butt?
I'll tell you the honest truth, Tolliver. Missouri had it in the pocket of his shirt, and I washed the shirt and ruined the clue. It's gone.
How can I know you're telling the truth?
You can't. Excepting that I never had no reason to lie before, and ain't starting now.
Well, I reckon you're telling the truth, Mag.
You just swear red, white, and blue that you never was near to Brent's place last night, and Missouri won't never be able to prove different.
You give me your word that clue's gone?
My word on it.
I'll take your word.
You forget one thing, no, Tolliver. When I tell about you coming here and trying to get that clue, it'll be just as bad for you as the clue itself would be.
You try and say I was here, and I'll prove you were lying.
What's that? You mean to say you'll deny being here?
Of course, and it'll be my word against yours.
That's all I ask, you skunk. My word'll be took afore yours any day in the week.
But I'll have a witness as to where I was, Mag. Right now, I'm with Mary Bushwhack. So don't try to make a fool of yourself for saying I was here.
Well, Tolliver, we talked long enough to clear things all up.
Well, I hope so.
Yes, sir. Just long enough. Being that you got the mayor to swear a lie and alibi you about being here now, It's downright likely that he'd do the same for the time he was in Brent's house murdering Brent last night.
Say, what's in the back of your mind?
Nothing. Nothing's behind me. They're behind you.
What?
Hold it, Tolliver.
Why are you...
You're covered.
And cover the plant. Hard to do, partner.
Fine, Mag.
Frame up. Bushwhack, you double cross.
I couldn't help it, Tolliver. So help me.
I'll get you for this bushwhack, you double cross.
Save your breath, Tolliver. Bushwhack didn't have anything to say about it. We fetched him along right behind you so as we could hear what you said here.
And they got witnesses outside every window. Tolliver, they tricked us. They tricked us neat.
Missouri and this fellow Jones can go free now.
He sure can. And we got Tolliver for murder, and Bushwhack for helping him with a lie on alibi, and Brent is dead. And by Ginger, Trigger Bend is doggone near cleaned up. How's that, Mag? 1 day in office, and Trigger Bend cleaned up.
Missouri, you'll do all right as long as the Lone Ranger stands by you. But now he's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Outside there.
Remember, Missouri, when the right men are in office, there'll be real justice in the West.
If only you'll keep on showing us the wrong men, we'll keep hunting for the right ones.
Hello, Silver, away!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
An angle on murder. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the mutilated bullet.
Then I grabbed her, and I wound my fingers around her throat. And I squeezed her windpipe tight. Tighter and tighter.
What's the matter, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, put the lights on.
All right.
And I said I wanted to hear the recorded confession you made of that mad murderer who killed his wife. I didn't think I'd have to listen to it in the dark.
Well, that's the way we got him to confess in the first place. Oh, I'll take it, Patsy.
Okay, Nick.
Nick Carter's office.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Nicholas Carter.
This is Nick Carter speaking.
Oh, hello, Nick. This is John Hamill, the banker's associates.
Oh, hello, John. How have you been?
Nick, I'm in trouble. I can't discuss it over the phone. How soon can you meet me?
Where?
On West Street, around the corner from the Greystone building where my offices are. Please get there as fast as you can.
All right, John. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, Scubby, you understand exactly what you're to do?
Yeah, Nick.
Okay. I'll see you later. I've got a date on this corner.
Okay, Nick. I'll be seeing you.
Hey, look
Look at that car coming up the street, would you?
Hey, Nick, watch out. That car is headed right at you. Jump, Nick. Oh, did he hit you, Nick? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh, gee, that was close. It almost seemed like whoever was driving that car did that on purpose.
Wouldn't be at all surprised, Cubby. I think somebody is interested in preventing me from keeping my appointment.
Hey, look, maybe I better stay with you, Nick.
No, I've got something else for you to do, Scubby. I got the number in that car. Hop down to the license bureau and find out who it belongs to. Then wait for me at the office. Oh, Nick.
Sorry I'm so late.
Oh, hello, John. I've been on this corner waiting for you for 20 minutes. Where have you been?
Trying to get here without anyone seeing me.
Well, why all the mystery? What's up?
Wait a minute, Nick. Here, get back in this doorway, quick. Don't let him see us.
Well, who was that? Somebody trailing you?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Well, then why'd you want to dodge him? You haven't done anything wrong, have you?
No, Nick. Absolutely nothing. Now listen, I don't want the police in on this just yet, if I can help it. A banking firm like mine can't stand any unnecessary notoriety.
Well, yes, I know, John, but what's this all about?
Well, let me explain. I wanted to tell you out here where I can be sure no one will hear us. You see, Nick, several days ago I discovered there's a serious shortage on our books. Somebody has been taking money from the accounts, and I'm almost sure I know who it is. I've called a meeting of my 4 partners. They're upstairs in my office waiting for me right now to have a showdown before the stockholders find out. That's why I ask you to come over here, Nick. You may have to make an arrest tonight.
Well, you don't want a detective, John. You want a cop.
No, you're wrong, Nick. I want you. Please come along.
Well, perhaps you better wait down the lobby while I go up and see if everything's all right. That is safe for you to come on.
No, Nick. There's no need for that.
All right,
I want to be in on the showdown. Come on.
Anything you say. And if you really feel that something dangerous is in the wind, I think I should go up there first and look around. Then if everything's okay, let you know.
No. I want to go up now and get it over with.
Well, if you insist.
I do, Nick. Oh, I know it's pretty late, but I waited purposely till the offices were closed to avoid any publicity. This whole business requires the greatest secrecy.
24th floor.
Oh, this is our floor, Nick.
After you, John.
Oh, thank you.
Kind of dark in this hallway, isn't it?
Yes, the lighting isn't any too good here, but
John, are you hurt bad?
Nick. What is it? What's happened? Why is it John?
Quiet, please, quiet. Gentlemen, John Hamill is dead.
John Hamill is dead, but that's terrible. How did it happen?
That's what I want to know. You seem to know him. Who are you?
Well, I could ask you the same question. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter, the detective?
Yes.
Oh, well, my name's Tom Burdick. I'm one of Hamill's partners, and these are the others.
Mr. Carter, I'm Emil Garrick, and this is Arthur Nelson and Alan Cornish.
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
You're Cornish, huh?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
What do you know about this?
Nothing. I was in my office all the time.
No, that's not true, Cornish. I saw you go out in the hall just a few seconds before Hamill was shot.
That right, Cornish?
Yes, I did go out for a moment. But when the shot was fired, I was back in my office. But why question me? Why don't you ask Burdick where he was, or Nelson or Garrick?
Well, I can easily explain where Mr. Nelson and I were. We were both together in my office preparing some papers for tonight's meeting.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I was with Mr. Garrick.
Which of you men belong to which office?
Well, you can see the layout yourself, Mr. Carter. They all open off this L-shaped corridor. First comes Nelson's office, then Burdick's. They're on the long leg of the L. Then on the corner at the end is Cornish's office, directly in line with the corridor to the elevator. And Garrick's office is around the corner on the short leg of the L. That's right.
That's out of sight of the elevator completely, isn't it?
Sure, you can't even see the corridor from my office.
So I see. Then, Cornish, your office is the only one which faces the corridor. I'd like to have a look at it.
All right. This way. This is my office, Mr. Carter.
Peculiar order here. Let's see. Well, what have we here in this umbrella stand? A gun.
What?
And it's been fired very recently. I should say, gentlemen, this was the murder weapon.
That's Mr. Cornish's umbrella stand.
What do you know about this, Cornish?
I don't know anything about it.
Well, that gun belongs to Mr. Cornish.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I've seen it in his desk many times. I recognize that fancy handle.
Say, what are you fellows trying to do? Well, sure, it's my gun, but I haven't seen it for 3 days. Someone stole it out of my desk, Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you report it to the police?
Because I didn't carry a permit for it. I was afraid of getting in trouble.
Cornish, I regret that appearances are against you. I'm afraid I'll have to turn you over to the police.
You won't turn me over to the police?
So what happened to the light? Cornish turned them out.
Turn those lights on, somebody.
Here they are, Mr. Carter. There he goes, Carter. It's Cornish. He's escaping down the hall.
Stop, Cornish. Stop or I'll shoot. But you see, Patsy, I was right with Hamill when he was murdered. What I can't figure out was how he was shot when there was no one else in the hall with us.
Don't ask me, Nick.
And here's something else. I heard only one shot fired. But Cornish's gun had 3 empty shells. And to top it all off, here's the bullet that killed Hamill. The coroner gave it to me. Notice how it's all banged up?
Yes, how did that happen?
I wish I knew. Patsy, if I knew the answer to that, I think I know the answer to this whole case. Until we find Cornish. Oh, I'll get it.
Hello, Carter?
Yes, this is Nick Carter.
Oh, this is Alan Cornish. I suppose I'm a fool for calling you up, Carter, but I need help. I'm desperate and I can't go to the police. You've got to help me prove I didn't kill Hamill.
Why'd you run away, Cornish?
Because I was scared. Lucky for me you didn't hit me.
Don't worry, Cornish. If I'd really wanted to hit you, I would have. Where are you now?
I'll tell you, but you've got to promise to come alone. If you don't,
The only thing I'll promise you is that I won't do anything till after I've talked to you. Now, what's the address?
1813 Oak Street. Come right over. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, sit tight. I'll be there.
You mean we'll be there? I'm sick of sitting around here. I'm going with you. "1813 Oak Street. This is it, Betsy. Gosh, what a creepy-looking place.
Certainly not very attractive. Well, come on, let's go in.
Maybe he's not here.
Said he'd be here. Wonder if... Well, the door's open.
Should we go in?
We can't keep our date with Cornish if we don't.
Gosh, it's dark in here. Nick, do you suppose it could be a trap?
You never can be quite sure, Patsy. Here's the door. Stand behind me.
You see anything in there, Nick?
Wait till I get my flashlight. No. Looks deserted. Oh, come on. Let's try another room.
Gee, this place gives me the jitters. It's practically deserted.
Maybe he's in here. Stand back, Betsy. No, nothing in there.
Maybe he got scared after he called you and slipped away.
We'll soon find out. There's another door. Over there.
Look, Nick. Is that...
Yes. He's hanged himself.
Well, Nick, I don't know why he came back to the office again tonight. Cornish is dead. I guess that closes the case.
Patsy, I'm not satisfied. When I talked to him on the phone, he certainly didn't sound like a man who was going to kill himself. When a man wants to prove himself innocent, he doesn't commit suicide. No, Patsy, there's something about that hanging that's bothering me, and I can't lay my finger on it.
You probably figured that was the best way out. To kick over the chair and end it all.
Patsy, remind me to give you a raise.
And what did I do?
I've got it. Look, Patsy, Cornish was a short man.
Well, so what?
Patsy, Cornish couldn't have hanged himself.
Well, why not?
Don't you remember, Patsy? The only furniture in that room was a bed. And Cornish was so short he never could reach that noose from the bed where it was.
Of course, Nick. The bed was on the other side of the room.
Patsy, Cornish was murdered, which eliminates him as a suspect. Probably he was killed by the same man who killed Hamill.
Oh, but who, Nick? Who?
Wish I knew. Wish I
Hiya,
knew.
Nick. Hiya, Patsy.
Well, if it isn't the missing link.
Scubby, did you find out anything about that car that nearly ran me down this afternoon?
Oh, you bet, Nick.
Good.
But what a time I've been having. Wait till you hear what I have to tell you.
Well?
I had to get the license commissioner out of bed to get it, but, oh, boy, it was worth it. Hey, do you know who that car belongs to? Tom Burdick, Hamill's partner.
Good boy, Scubby. Did you get his address, too?
Yeah, some deserted neck of the woods out in Long Island. I've got the address here somewhere.
Fine. Come on, Scubby. You and I are going to pay him a visit. You know, Scubby, the more I think of it, the more it looks as if Tom Burdick might be mixed up in this some way.
Oh, I hope so, Nick. Otherwise, we're using up a lot of gas in this jalopy of mine for nothing. Hey, have you noticed anything funny, Nick?
You mean that car that's been trailing us for the last few minutes?
That's it. What do you make of it, Nick?
I don't know, Scubby. But I think we'll be finding out quickly enough. They're overtaking us. Better step on it.
Okay, Nick. Here we go. How are we doing?
Not so good, Scubby. They're still gaining on us. Can you give her any more gas?
I'll try. There. They still coming up?
Yes, Scubby. And fast. Duck, Scubby. They're shooting at us.
You're telling me?
Watch it. Here they come.
Well, I've done all I can, Nick. This old bus won't go any faster.
Well, let's try an old trick, Scubby. When they get close to us, slam on your brakes and pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah?
They won't be expecting that. It may throw them completely off balance and spoil their aim.
Okay, Nick. You say when.
Now, pull over.
Okay. Oh, boy. That was a close one. Are you all right, Nick?
Yeah. Well, we won't see them anymore for a while. Get going, Scubby. We got to make up for lost time.
Well, Nick, I've got to hand it to you. You have the darndest way of getting into a cellar.
Well, we had to get into Verdick's house somehow. This cellar with its trick entrance from the garage looked like the safest way. Especially with those two vicious-looking dogs posted at both the front and back doors to the house.
Well, they sure were big ones, too. I'd hate to meet one of them. Hey, where do you think this is going to lead us to, Nick?
We should find a stairway going upstairs, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yeah?
Yeah. Here's one. All right, let's go up. But careful.
All right, Nick, you lead the way. I'm with you.
Here's the door.
I hope it's open. No, darn it, it's locked.
I'll soon fix that. There. All right, Scubby, come on. Oh, wait. Someone's coming into the room, Scubby. Get back. We can hear through the crack of the door. I'll leave it open in a little.
Well, Mrs. Burdick, I'm certainly glad you called me up. I'm only too happy to be here at a time like this. After all, we're practically neighbors, aren't we?
Oh, I just had to talk to someone, Mr. Garrick. I'm so worried about Tom and those horrible things that have been happening at the office. What do you make of all this?
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Mrs. Burdick. Tom can take care of himself, if he has to.
What do you mean, Mr. Garrick?
Oh, nothing. But he has been acting rather strangely lately.
Well, that's just it. I'm so worried. I haven't seen or heard from him all day. He's never been so late coming home from the office. Why, it's after 11.
Oh, there's really nothing to worry about, Mrs. Burdick, even in a case like this. Of course, it looks very peculiar for Tom to be missing his way, especially at this particular time.
Mr. Garrick, you don't think Tom had anything to do with all this sort of...
Well, Mrs. Burdick, I like Tom very much. I would hate to think that Tom had anything to do with this murder. Of course, things are...
Well, Scubby, we don't seem to be learning much this way. Might as well go in and let him know we're here.
Sure, Nick.
Good evening, Mr. Garrick.
Why, Mr. Carter, what are you doing here?
I just came along with one of my assistants, Scubby Wilson, to talk to Mr. Burdick. We came in this way because we didn't want to disturb the dogs.
Oh, really? Who are you?
Oh, Mrs. Burdick, this is Mr. Nick Carter. He's in charge of investigating Hamill's death.
Mr. Carter, the detective? Nothing's happened to Tom, has it?
I don't believe so, Mrs. Burdick. I just want to ask him a few questions when he arrives.
Well, maybe that's why Tom hasn't come home. Maybe he's afraid of...
Maybe that's he now.
Wait, I'll go look out the window to see if that's his car.
Carter, I must warn you to be careful. Burdick's a dangerous man.
Tom, Nick Carter's here.
Please, Mrs. Burdick,
Nick
come away from that window.
Here to see you.
You won't do him any good that way, Mrs. Burdick. Stop it, you hear me? Please.
Hey, that's his car, Mr. Carter. Look, he's getting away.
Come on, Scubby, let's get after him.
Okay. Wait, I'll go with you, Carter.
Hurry up. I want to know why he runs away when he hears my name.
I hope this car of yours stays on the road, Carter.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Garrick.
Carter, I didn't want to say too much in front of Mrs. Burdick, but we've all been afraid of Burdick.
All right. Scubby, just keep your foot on that throttle and keep after him.
Oh, boy, we sure made that one on two wheels. Nick, I'm pushing this crate as fast as she'll go, but we don't seem to be getting any closer. That car of Burdick's can sure step.
As long as we hang on and don't lose him, I'll be satisfied.
Hey, watch it. We're coming to a railroad crossing.
So I see. Well, maybe we can head him off now. If Burdick tries to beat that limiter to the crossing, he's crazy.
Look, Carter, I think he's going to try to make it.
He can't do it. He'll be killed.
Oh, Nick, that nurse that just came out of the operating room is signaling you.
Oh, yes. She wants me to go into Burdick. You wait for me here, Scubby.
Okay, Nick.
Burdick? Burdick, can you hear me?
Yes, Carter. I can hear you. Carter, I'm a dying man.
Yes, I know.
I swear to you, I didn't kill Hamill or Cornish.
Then why did you try to run me down with your car this afternoon?
Carter, I didn't do that. All I know is that for several hours this afternoon, my car was mysteriously missing. I didn't find it again until I started home this evening.
Bertie, why did you run away from your home tonight when your wife told you we were there? And how about the securities we found on you after the wreck?
It wasn't you. It was securities. I took them so that...
Yes, Burdick? Why did you take them?
I took them so I could keep him from stealing them.
Who? Burdick, who? Burdick, who's he?
Carter. Front office. Bottom drawer of desk. Something will lead you to murder.
Yes, Burdick? Who's the murderer?
He's... Oh.
Burdick. Burdick. Oh, poor chap. If you'd spoken sooner, you might have lived longer.
Nick. Oh, Nick, I got here as quick as I could. Have you found anything yet?
I think so. Scubby Burdick wasn't lying to me. I found this in the bottom drawer of the desk in the front office here.
A book. Well, is that what Burdick meant?
Just look at that title.
Studies of various angles of bullets in flight. Well, so what, Nick?
Scubby, that's the way Hamill was killed. It all adds up perfectly. Now I know why I heard only one shot when I found 3 empty shells in the murder weapon. 3 shots were fired, but 2 of them were fired at a different time from the third.
Well, do you know where the other 2 bullets are, Nick?
I do. Follow me out in the hall and I'll show you.
Yeah?
You see, Scubby, as soon as I found that book in the flight of bullets, I did a bit of looking around, and I finally found them.
Well, where are they? In the office here?
No, Scubby, in the corridor. Right over there in that dark corner, embedded in the wall beside the elevator shaft, about 6 feet from where Hamill was killed.
Well, what are they doing over there?
Scubby, this was a very ingenious crime. And if you watch carefully, I'll show you just how ingenious it really was. Now, you notice that Cornish's office is the only one facing the corridor leading from the elevator.
Yeah. So what?
Well, in order to shoot someone coming down the hall, the murderer, if he were in any office but Cornish's, would have to step from his office out into this corridor and be seen, right?
Yeah, right.
But our murderer was very clever. I got the answer when I located the book, and when I found these embedded in the wall beside the elevator shaft.
The 2 missing bullets.
Right.
Well, hey, they're all banged up.
Precisely, just like the murder bullet. And that's what gave me the answer. You see, Scubby,
Yeah.
The murderer never left his office. He stood inside the front office, the one around the corner, on the lower leg of the L-shaped corridor, and aimed at that steel pillar built into the wall over there. When the bullet hit the steel face of the pillar, it was deflected into Hamill's lungs. Look here. You see these marks in the face of the pillar here?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Those are the bullet marks.
Oh, well, gosh, Nick, that's fantastic. Hey, are you sure you're right?
Positive. Don't you see, Scubby? That explains the other 2 shots that were fired. They weren't fired at Hamill, and they weren't fired at the time the murder was committed. They were practice shots used by the murderer to be sure he had the correct angle from which to shoot Hamill.
Gosh, Nick, I've certainly got to hand it to you.
Yes, but we still have to get the murderer.
But how? And who is it, Nick?
I rather think that if we step back in the office and wait, we'll find out soon enough, Scubby.
Well, what do you mean, Nick?
I mean that whoever it is will be in this office within the next few minutes, because after my discoveries, I made a couple of phone calls, and I invited the 2 remaining partners to meet me here.
Shh. Here comes someone now.
Oh.
Oh,
How do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, Garrick.
I got your phone call, Carter, and I got here as fast as I could.
Garrick, have you seen this book before?
Studies of various angles of bullets in flight. Why, yes. Now that I think of it, I think I have.
Does it belong to you?
No, it doesn't. But I remember that one day when I was with Mr. Nelson, he stopped in front of a bookshop and looked at it. Rather closely now that I think of it. Yes, I'm sure it was Nelson.
Very interesting. Now tell me, Mr. Garrick, when the murder was committed, are you positive that you and Mr. Nelson were in this office together?
That's right, Mr. Carter.
Can you show me exactly where each of you stood at the time the shot was fired?
Well, now let me see. I was here, facing the window, and Nelson was, standing right about here by the door.
Mm-hmm. I see. Did you notice in which direction he was facing at the time?
Yes, I remember. This way, facing the corridor.
In other words, the way he was standing, you could see him only in profile.
That's right.
Well, there's no question but that's how it was done, Scubby. The murderer planted himself in this office so that he could establish a strong alibi. He then took the gun from his pocket, unseen by the other person in the room, who could see him only in profile, and then fired it at that steel pillar. Then as he ran into the corridor with the rest, after Hamill was dead, he dropped the gun into the umbrella stand in front of Cornish's office.
Well, Carter, do you mean that Nelson is the one
How
who...
do you do, gentlemen? Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, Nelson, you did. Why did you kill Hamill and Cornish?
Please, Garrick, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, Nelson, does this book look familiar to you?
This book? No, I can't say that it does.
You sure you've never seen this book before?
Now that you mention it, I may have glanced at it in a bookshop at one time or another, but then I look over a lot of books. I like to browse.
I see. Nelson, see how you approve of this story of Hamill's murder.
Yes?
The killer knew of Cornish's criminal record, and he figured he could embezzle some of the firm's money and pin it on an innocent man. Then when he found out that Hamill was becoming suspicious and was having the accounts checked, he became panicky and afraid that it might not work out the way he had planned. So he decided to kill Hamill. Then when he happened to overhear Hamill's conversation with me over the telephone, he hurriedly borrowed Burdick's car without Burdick's knowledge and tried to get rid of me.
That's an interesting way out, Mr. Carter. Have you also a theory as to who the killer is?
I have. By the process of elimination, it has to be either you or Mr. Garrick or an unknown.
And I've already proved that I didn't do it.
It must have been an unknown then, Mr. Carter. I certainly didn't kill Hamill. I had nothing to do with the murder. When the shot was fired, I was right here in this room with Mr. Garrick. He can testify to that.
He has already, Mr. Nelson.
In fact, Mr. Carter, I was standing right here facing the window when the shot was fired.
Oh, no. That's where I was, Mr. Carter. Standing there at the window.
Now, please, Garrick.
Please,
now,
gentlemen, please.
I...
You don't have to argue about it. I know who was at the window, and I know who fired the fatal shot. Scubby, take a look at the flyleaf of this book.
Well, what are they, Nick? They look like the scribbles that some guys draw when they have nothing else to do. Oh, doodles, they call them.
Exactly. While I was looking through the various offices, I found some papers with these same doodling marks on them in one of the desks. And these marks were made by the murderer. Garrick, I arrest you for the murder...
He's got a gun!
Well, Scubby, pick up the pieces.
Oh, boy.
There's the murderer, Garrick. He's also the man who tried to murder you and me last night on the road to Burdick's home.
Well, I'll be...
You see, Scubby, Burdick has his suspicions about Garrick. That's why we found those securities on him. He took them so that they wouldn't fall into Garrick's hands. He'd suddenly found out that Garrick was an unscrupulous crook. And that was the reason he ran when Mrs. Burdick called him. He saw Garrick at the window and was afraid of him.
Well, Nick, I must say he had me fooled when he said that Nelson was standing at the door of the office here when he was really there himself.
Yes, in telling us who was in this office, our clever murderer just reversed the positions in which he and Mr. Nelson were standing when the murder was committed. But once I saw the marks on that flyleaf, I knew who stood where. And that's why I had Nelson come up here, to force Garrick's hand.
Well, Nick, one way's as good as another as long as you get results. And you always seem to do that.
So you finally decided to come back, did you?
Yes, Patsy, it's all over. Well, I think you can go home now.
Why, Mr. Carter, are you sure you can spare me?
Why not?
You've been so busy on this case all night, Mr. Carter, you may not have noticed that it is now a new day. And a good secretary is always on the job the first thing in the morning. Shall I take a letter, Mr. Carter?
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called An Angle on Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mutilated Bullet. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what's next week's story all about?
Well, when this case was first brought to me, it seemed so routine and uninteresting that I practically turned it down.
But it was far from routine once you got into it, wasn't it, Nick?
Yes, indeed. So far from it that I almost got myself bumped off investigating it.
It's really the story of a man who thought he was so much cleverer than Nick that he could outwit him every time.
I don't suppose he got away with it.
No, he found he wasn't really so clever after all. Like practically every criminal I ever met, he gave himself away by being too clever.
Well, sounds like an interesting tale, Nick.
Not only interesting, but downright exciting. But more of that next week. So long, folks.
So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, and Scubby by John Kane. The story was written for Nick Carter by George Gordon. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Body on the Slab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Husband.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Beginning Wednesday, November 3rd, The Return of Nick Carter, which is produced in the studios of WOR, will be broadcast over most of these stations on Wednesday evenings at 8:30 Eastern Wartime. Remember the new time, Wednesdays at 8:30 Eastern Wartime, beginning Wednesday, November 3rd. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Presents the case of the New York narcotics king, who ran a $2 million dope racket until he was tripped up by a federal agent's broken leg.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John C. Hilley, Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case. Welcome back to Gangbusters, Mr. Hilley.
Thank you, Don Gardner. It's a pleasure being back.
But now, Mr. Hilley, perhaps you'd like to say a word about the problems involved in tonight's case.
That's a large order, Don. A word certainly couldn't cover it. But I can say this. Traffic in illicit narcotics is a multi-million-dollar international business. But most important, narcotics are a breeder of crime. Innumerable thefts and robberies today are committed for the primary purpose of getting funds for the criminal to purchase drugs. In other words, stamp out illegal traffic in drugs, and we cut our annual crime bill nearly in half.
And what about tonight's case, Mr. Hilley?
Well, Don, it involves a syndicate of some of the most despicable criminals I've run up against in all my years of law enforcement work. In a federal district courtroom right here in New York City, just about a year ago, two surly, expensively dressed defendants were standing before the bar of justice as the usually mild-mannered judge addressed them in a tone seldom heard in his courtroom.
I'm given to understand by Captain O'Neill and the Treasury Department that it's common knowledge that you, Galliano, are the boss, and that you, Lawyer Cano, are second in command of one of the largest narcotic syndicates in the country. You bring physical ruination, mental decay, and moral corruption to thousands of victims.
Judge, Your Honor, I'm not that bad after you get to know me.
If you have no respect for this court, Galliano, I'll hold you in contempt.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I'd like to send you men to the penitentiary for the rest of your lives. You belong there. But the rules of evidence were formed to protect the innocent as well as convict the guilty. It's not a reflection on our system of justice that often the guilty are comforted by those rules. I want you to understand that. I'll rule on the defense motion. The indictment is dismissed for want of evidence. Adjourn until 10 tomorrow.
The Honorable United States Court for the Southern District of New York is adjourned until 10 a.m.
Come on, Luggage. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. And he laced it into us.
So he laced it into us. We're walking out, aren't we? Wait a minute. Hey, Counselor, send me a bill. You'll get a check in the next mail. Good work. Come on, Luggage.
What'd you have to crack wise to the judge for? He could have nailed you for contempt.
Well, didn't I apologize? Forget it. We got work to do. I want those 5 ounces delivered tonight.
Hey, Pip, for crying out loud, we ain't even out of the courtroom yet.
So we ain't out the courtroom. Get those 5 pieces of brown stuff delivered tonight.
From the Commissioner of Narcotics, Treasury Department, Washington, D.C., to District Supervisor, Bureau of Narcotics, New York. Extraordinary measures approved in case of Joseph Gagliano, alias Pip the Blind, and Angelo Loiacano, alias Luggy, connection $2 million narcotics syndicate.
Hi.
What do you want?
I'm Luggy.
So you're Luggy?
Angelo Loiacano. I'm with Pip the Blind. What are you drinking?
Strychnine. You want a dose?
Look, you want to do business, don't get smart.
I deal with nobody but the principals. Where is this guy, Pip?
He's a homebody. He don't go out nights.
All right, run along, chum. I don't talk unless I know who I'm talking to. There's too many agents floating around.
You think I'm an agent?
I've seen crummier-looking ones.
Hey.
Now, look. I spent 3,000 miles from San Francisco and a lot of time making this connection. I meet Pip and do business with him, or I don't do business.
You'll meet Pip. What's your full moniker again?
Porter. Vince Porter.
Ah, you got some good friends, Vince. They made you a good connection.
That's what friends are for.
How much of the brand do you want?
Get out of here.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? I'll tell you what's the matter. 2 minutes we've been talking. I don't know you're okay. You don't know I'm okay. Who you kidding?
This is New York. This is the Big Apple, Vince. We're quick and to the point.
I don't care if it's Timbuktu. I've been around enough to be careful what I'm walking into. And I don't like doing business with a guy who offers me something before he knows I'm okay. That means maybe he's not okay.
We got this thing set, Vince. We do business in broad daylight, practically.
Yeah?
Sure. We've been in and out of that federal courthouse so much we practically got a lease on that joint. They ain't stuck us yet.
There'll come a day.
Not the way we work. We make a deal, so you say you want 10 pieces. It's set for delivery. Okay. We make a meet someplace. You pass me the dough. Okay. I leave you.
Yeah. With the dough.
We're on the up and up, Vince. We got a good trade, and we're going to keep it good.
Mm-hmm.
So no monkey business from us.
Okay. No monkey business.
So I get the dough, and I'm on my way. I got one of my boys waiting around the corner. He's got the package of brown. I give him the high sign. He grabs some kid in the street. He asks him, you want to make an easy $5? Kid says, sure. My boy hands him the package and says, go give it to you. See?
Yeah, I see. You guys can't get stuck.
Well, that's why we do it that way, so we can't get stuck. Maybe one of my boys gets stuck every so often, but, well, we make it worth his while.
What about the buyer, though? As soon as I take delivery, somebody can put his hands on my shoulder. I'm cooked. But they can't touch you.
Oh, we watch our stab. Customer in a can is one less customer. We like more customers, not less. Okay, come on.
Come on where?
To meet Pip. You can close with him.
Okay. Just let me finish my drink.
Captain Othniel.
Captain, I've reached Lieutenant Neary of the New York City detectives for you.
Oh, good. Put him on.
1 second. Go ahead. Hello?
Lieutenant, this is Captain Othniel, Narcotics Bureau, Treasury.
Yes, sir.
We're working on a new angle on Pip the Blind. Could you make a meeting tonight on it?
Oh, sure thing.
And, Lieutenant, could you get hold of Rothman in the district attorney's office? I'd like him to be there, too.
I'll call him right away. Where's it to be? At your office?
No. I have a reason for wanting it away from here. Make it at the Spencer Hotel, room 1102, 1130.
Okay, I'll be there.
Good.
and this may take a long time, gentlemen. But I think if we have enough patience, we can work this thing right. We can nail them once and for all.
Well, are we going to work from the hotel here, Captain, instead of headquarters?
Yes, Sloan, for a while.
I see.
Suits me fine, Captain.
Yeah, it's all right with me.
The trouble in the past has been that Pip doesn't figure directly in any of the transactions. Because he hasn't been in on the buys, because he never handles any of the stuff personally, we haven't been able to stick him.
Well, if he stays out of the actual transfer of the narcotics, do you think we'll ever be able to stick him?
This works, we will. I'm lucky, too. These two men have been running wild long enough.
Well, Captain,
Captain. Yes?
Somebody on the fire escape. I'll get him.
Lieutenant.
I'll move you.
Okay.
It's all right, Lieutenant. It's okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Come in, Purdy.
Excuse me, will you? Shut this thing. It's kind of chilly out there.
How'd it go?
Okay tonight, Captain. I met Pip.
Good work. Gentlemen, this is Agent Vincent Purdy of the San Francisco office.
What?
He's got the next room. We brought him here to work his way in and make a buy from Pip. He's the extraordinary measure I was telling you about. Lieutenant Neri of the New York detectives.
How are you? Lieutenant?
Inspector D'Angelo, Mr. Rothman of the New York District Attorney's Office, Agent Sloan, and Agent Oppenheimer, you know.
Glad to see you all.
Now, gentlemen, Agent Purdy is operating as Vince Porter, San Francisco narcotics wholesaler.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vince?
Well, Captain, I think we're going to have a hard time with Pip. Under no circumstances will he handle the goods.
Well, that makes it awful tough.
The precautions they take in transferring the stuff make it almost impossible to secure the evidence we need. Now, I can get bolder if you'd like and make some suggestions to them, but that's liable to queer the whole deal.
No, we'll be all right as we're going. It'll take a lot of work and a lot of men to get us what we need. Vince has made a good connection. I think he's in a position where they trust him. Now, we stall for
So, Don, even with a Treasury agent working undercover as a San Francisco narcotics wholesaler, the law enforcement officers were having a difficult time making a case against Pip the Blind Galliano and Luigi Loiacano. But with the help of a broken leg and a delivery truck, the officers were soon able to get within range of what they sought.
San Francisco narcotic merchant had nearly completed arrangements to buy a quantity of illicit heroin from the syndicate headed by Joseph Galliano, known as Pip the Blind.
That's right, Don. A few minutes before the time set for the undercover agent's appointment, Pip was in his home on New York's Upper East Side, waiting for his lieutenant to show up with the new customer when the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Pip. Luggy.
Where are you? I thought you were bringing this Vince around.
He had an accident, Pip.
Accident? What kind of accident?
He broke his leg.
What?
Yeah. Fell down some steps in this hotel and chipped the bone. It's got a regular cast on it.
Well, if he thinks I'm going to him, he's crazy. I don't make deals in strange rooms.
It's not that bad, Pip. He's outside here in his car. He can drive all right. Doc says he just has to keep his weight off the leg.
Okay. Bring him around the house. I'll, come out to his car. I'd like to take a look at that leg.
Hey, he's right here in the car. You can take a look at him.
Okay.
He says he can use plenty of the brown, Pip.
Okay. If everything looks all right, I'll feel him out on the price situation for this first 50 pieces. If we're tough now, we might save trouble later.
Yeah, this is it, Pip.
Hi, Vince.
Pip? Get in.
Yeah. Just a second. Luggy, stand around on the sidewalk. Keep your eyes open.
Right, boss.
Careful. Watch his crutches there, will you?
Sorry to hear about your tough luck, Vince.
Well, accidents happen. Ain't so bad, except for this cast.
Well, let's get down to business.
That's what I'm here for. Can you deliver me 50 ounces of the brown stuff?
Sure, I can deliver. But not cheap.
What's not cheap?
350 apiece.
350? Look, we're not kids. I don't have to come to New York to buy a 350. At 350, I can buy all I want any place.
Then why don't you?
50 pieces, 300 apiece.
You heard my price.
Look, this 50 pieces is only the beginning. I'll buy plenty from a source at the right price.
350's my price all over. Word gets around, I let it go for less. I'll be in a spot with the boys all over the country. I got other customers to think about.
Who's gonna know?
300's out of the question.
All right, I'll split the difference. 3 1/4.
Okay. It's a deal, Vince. 50 pieces at 3 1/4.
And look, Pip. No short waits. All pure stuff. I don't come back for more.
What do you take me for? I'm a businessman. You buy an ounce of heroin from me, you get an ounce of heroin, nothing else.
All right. I just want it understood.
It's understood without saying. I got a reputation. Luggy will make arrangements for the meet.
Okay.
Luggy.
Yeah, Pip. Everything okay?
50 pieces of brown at 3 1/4. Arrange with him for the meet.
Right.
See you around, Vince. So long.
Yeah. Get in, Luggy.
Yeah, you got a good price, Vince.
So I got a good price. I need the stuff quick. What about the meat?
Tomorrow night.
I need it tonight.
I can't get to the plant till tomorrow. You want the brown, you'll have to wait until tomorrow night.
I got a carrier leaving on a plane for Frisco tomorrow. These 50 pieces have got to go with them.
What time's the plane leave?
5:33 from LaGuardia.
Okay, we'll make the meet tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon? There'll be no meet in broad daylight. Not with me, they won't. What kind of a chump do you take me for?
I can't get my hands on the 50 pieces till the morning. You want the stuff on that plane, we'll change the meet in the afternoon.
That stinks.
Leave it to me. You won't be bothered.
And I got no choice.
Not if you want the goods on that plane, you haven't. How's 1 o'clock?
I guess it'll have to be okay.
85th and Amsterdam, southwest corner, 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll see you.
50 pieces at 3 1/4. 50 at 3 would be 15 grand. 25 times 50, 12, 11 and a half. Comes to 16,250.
I'll have it.
Hey.
What?
Looks like a bad car there.
Where?
That panel truck that's been sitting there all the time.
Oh, that truck's from the Times. They're making deliveries. What do you think? The Times got a tie-up with the government?
Ah, it's okay. Nobody saw anything that can hurt us.
All right, Luggy. I got to see the doc about my foot.
All right. 85th and Amsterdam. Southwest corner, 1 o'clock.
I'll be there.
So long.
Sloan?
Yeah?
All right, the switch is on. You can talk. Did you get it all?
Every word.
That ought to be good enough evidence to start Pip the Blind on his way to Leavenworth, huh?
You said it.
I'll pull around the corner and let you out of the trunk.
No, there's no sense taking a chance. I'm all right. I'm a little guy. I was made to order for a trunk. I've been more cramped in subways.
All right. I'll take the East Side Drive. We'll be at the Federal Building in 15 minutes.
That was good work, Vince. I never thought you'd get him to change the meet in daylight.
Well, I think it was Vince being against it that sold Luggy, Captain. Isn't that right, Vince?
Well, it'll be just our luck to have a dark and cloudy day tomorrow. We probably won't get any movies at all.
Any idea about the weather tomorrow, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I checked out a little while ago. Warm and sunny. But you know how weather forecasts are.
Yeah, it's just as likely to come up cold and rainy.
Well, there's no sense worrying about the weather. This works out. We get movies of the entire transaction. The case will be that much tighter.
Supposing I get hold of the lieutenant in charge of the 22nd Squad, which covers that district. He'll help set up locations for the motion picture cameras.
Good idea, Lieutenant. We get upstairs in the buildings on 3 corners. We should be able to cover everything with telephoto lenses.
Yeah, we should.
In addition, I think we'll have 2 panel trucks with cameras. Both in the southwest corner. One on Amsterdam, one on 85th Street.
Captain, we'd better not use the Times truck again. Luggy was a little suspicious of it tonight.
Okay. We'll see if we can get one from the telephone company. Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Any detective you know can pose as a sign painter?
Yeah, I think there's a sergeant in the safe and loft squad. I'll see if I can get him assigned.
Good. We'll put him to work in the drugstore window, right on the corner. Maybe he can witness the transaction close up. And, I think we ought to have an agent as a street cleaner.
Okay, I'll arrange with the Department of Sanitation for the equipment.
What about me, Cap? Back into the trunk of the car?
Back into the trunk of the car. That makes you the best witness we've got.
Oh, my lumbago.
Now, about the money. We'll get you up $16,500 in marked bills, Vince.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important. We're not going to make any arrests on the scene. We'll let Luggy leave to meet Pip.
With the $16,500?
It's the only thing we can do. We'll be right behind him. As soon as he turns that money over to Pip, we step in and make the arrest. All right? Now, let's all get lots of rest tonight. Tomorrow's a big day.
Okay, Sloan, hold on. It's the next corner.
I'm holding. Pray we don't get a flat.
Right. I see a parking place. There's our sign painter.
How about Luggy? Is he around?
I don't see him. There's the street cleaner, the telephone company truck. Here goes. Hold it, there's Luggy. Here he comes.
Hi, Vince. That on the button?
Yeah, get in there. Watch the crutches, will you?
Yeah. You got the dough?
Here. Put $16,500 in here.
Hold it lower.
I'll peel off $250 and the rest is yours.
Okay.
50.
Careful.
150. 250. Here you are.
Yeah. Thanks.
Aren't you going to count it?
Later, yeah. Nothing broad daylight. If it's short, you'll hear from us. Well, sit here a minute. You'll get your 50 pieces.
I'll see you. Sloan?
Yeah?
Get it all?
You bet.
There goes Luggy. I think he gave the signal to a guy in the corner. Yeah, he did. Guy's got a kid with him. He's giving the kid the goods. Here comes the kid, and there goes the guy. Rourke started out tailing the guy.
How about Luggy?
He's standing there watching the kid. I think they're getting good pictures of this. Hold it, here comes the kid. Yeah, what is it?
Hey, mister. Tell Mr. There give me $1 to give you this package.
Okay.
Some kind of screwing on me. I can use $1.
All right, just drop the package on the seat.
Okay. There you are.
That's grand, kid.
Sure, okay, Scram.
Well, Sloan, we got our baby. There goes Flynn after the boy. Now all we got to get is Pip the blind. Flat and no flat, here I go.
Now back to Gangbusters.
So like I was telling you, Pip, it all came off like clockwork. This guy Vince is going to make a good customer. He tells me he can use 100 pieces a month, no less.
Let's see the dough.
Yeah, sure. Here you. Just like he gave it to me.
Oh, good. Hopefully, plenty and smaller.
Yeah, 250, sir. Not many.
No, this comes in handy. There's a boat in tomorrow. We get some more stuff off it.
Good.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to swing it.
Who's that?
I'm not expecting anybody. Here, Luggy. Put the dough under that cushion. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah? Who is it?
Open up, Pip. Treasury agents.
Treasury agent. Listen, can't you guys leave me alone? You got nothing on me and you know it.
Well, we'll see about that. Meantime, you'll take a ride downtown with us. Come on, men.
Hey, Listen, you got no business in here.
Haven't we? They've got a search warrant that says we have.
Hey, Pip, what's the matter? Oh.
You too, Luggy. Now listen to me, both of you. I know there's $16,000 in this house.
What, $16,000?
Money Luggy brought you not 15 minutes ago. Now, we know it's here. So you're going to hand it over? Or do we have to tear the joint apart looking for it?
Okay, you win. Under the cushion on the couch. But it'll take a lot more than a dough to stick me, copper, a lot more.
I know it, Pip. And this time we've got a lot more. Just you wait and see what we've got.
That, Don, was how agents of the Narcotics Bureau, Treasury Department, working with New York City authorities, brought these criminals to justice. And the case against them was one of the most completely convincing presentations of evidence ever used in a criminal action. After his conviction, Joseph Galliano, alias Pip the Blind, hanged himself in jail rather than face the long prison term he had coming. Angelo Loiacano, alias Luggy, and other members of the Combine are now serving maximum terms in Sing Sing and still face federal charges growing out of their operations.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney John C. Hilley, and congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in the investigation. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Raymond Edward Johnson in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Phillips H. Lord production. Phillips H. Lord production. Phillips H. Lord.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
There's a thin line between love and hate. You've crossed that line. And neither my gun nor your money will ever bring you back. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Hey, boy, would it be too much trouble if you helped me pack this suitcase?
Oh, so sorry, Mr. Paladin. Morning paper have very interesting news items.
What time did you say the train leaves?
10:30.
It's 40 minutes. We better hurry.
Dakota Territory, big place, big as San Francisco?
Much bigger in size, but maybe not as many people.
Oh, news item in paper say San Francisco have 190,000 people. No wonder omnibus so crowded each morning when Hey Boy come to work.
Let's see. Sure.
Another item say we soon have omnibus without horses. How are they going to pull omnibus without horses, Mr. Paladin?
By cable. They've already proved that it can be done.
Cable? How?
Oh, some way they put the cable underground. They're called cable cars.
Oh, I think best maybe I ride omnibus with horses. Maybe cable break.
We'll see.
Who's this Holly Ballin you go to see in Dakota Territory?
I've never met her, but according to the letter I got from her, she should be a very interesting woman.
Oh, how so?
She's offering me $2,000.
Yee! What does she want you to do for that much money?
I don't know yet, but I think it'll be worth the trip just to find out. There. You ready to go?
Oh, yes, sir. Carriage will be waiting for you.
And, thanks for helping me pack, Hey Boy.
Pack? Oh, yes, sir. Always happy to be of service, Mr. Paladin.
Everywhere you go, across the country trip or across the street party, you carry the fun with you when you own a Columbia stereophonic high-fidelity phonograph. There's a marvelous selection of 7 new portable models in smart new color combinations at your Columbia phonograph dealer from which you may choose. Each one is a masterpiece of design and beauty. More quality, more features, and more styling have been built into these sturdy portables than ever before. How much fun you'll have enjoying all the wonderful new sound of stereo records. Regular records take on new beauty, too, when played on handsome Columbia portables. You'll be amazed at the big console sound that is reproduced by Columbia portable stereophonic high-fidelity phonographs. You'll thrill to the excitement of Stereo One by Columbia, #1 in the wonderful world of sound. And Columbia portables are economical, too. Prices start as low as $24.95. See them and hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer. The Cheyenne Deadwood stage took me to the Black Hills, a proud island of mountains rising out of the rugged plains in Dakota Territory. Slim ponderosa pines covered the slopes,
their tips piercing the sky. And at their base, grizzled miners stooped over sluice boxes, straightened their backs and waved their hats as we rode up the gulch to Deadwood City. When we arrived, I registered at the Grand Central Hotel. The desk clerk told me that I would find Holly Bannon at the Redbird Saloon. It was early evening when I walked into the saloon, but from the looks of the lager beer glasses crowding the bar, it was going to be a big night. When I told the barkeep I was looking for Holly Bannon, he pointed to a lavishly dressed woman who was sitting at a table alone. I joined her.
Glad you could come, Paladin.
Well, your letter aroused my curiosity.
Funny how you picture a person in your mind before you see them. They're always different.
I've had the same experience.
You're disappointed this time, aren't you?
Huh? What makes you think that?
Your eyes tell me. They're warm, but not for me.
Don't always judge a man by the look in his eyes, Miss Bannon.
Holly. Call me Holly.
If I knew more about you, maybe you'd find a different look.
There's not much to know. I'm a dealer at the faro table every night. You can always find me here or in my hotel room.
Or shopping for expensive clothes.
Dealers make good money at the Redbird.
Well, that answers one of my questions.
Oh, what's that?
How you could afford to pay me $2,000. Now, what's the answer to the other question?
What, the reason I hired you?
Yeah.
Paladin, there's a man coming over to our table. I don't want anyone to know why you're here.
I thought you were going to be waiting for me alone, Holly.
Why, Doss, I didn't know you were coming in tonight.
You forgot. I told you last night I was going to be here. Why are you drinking with this man?
Well, where's your manners, Doss? No harm in having a drink with a handsome gentleman who just arrived in
I'll
town.
buy your drinks for you. Now move on, mister. There's other ladies here that ain't spoke for.
I'm not interested in other ladies at the moment.
Don't be so jealous, Doss. We were just having a friendly chat.
Your friendly chat is over, mister.
You talk like you think you're a big man, Doss.
Miss Bannon and I were having a private talk, and we're going to finish it.
There won't be any need to, mister.
Why'd you hit him?
Mess around with my gal. I'll show you, mister.
You're as good as they say you are, Paladin. Seems like I contacted the right man.
I think we better forget about our business deal, Miss Bannon.
Why?
Because of what happened just now. You were the cause of this fight.
I don't know what you mean.
Then I don't think I should bother explain it to you.
Mr. Paladin, wait. Wait, Mr. Paladin, wait. If I did cause the fight, I'm sorry. It's just that Doss is so jealous, and I can't help but tease him about it. Please don't leave. I brought you here to help me, and I need you. Real bad.
For what?
To save my life.
Why do you think your life is in danger?
Walk with me to the hotel. We can talk there. Someone may hear us standing out here.
All right. Who's this Doss?
I met him in Belfourche last month. I worked up there for a week. They were expecting a lot of cowboys from the Texas Trail. He was one of them. Took a fancy to me and followed me back to Deadwood. Says he's going to stay through the winter. He's got gold fever.
And the holly fever?
Huh? Oh. Yes. I suppose you could call it that.
You don't think much of him, do you?
Why would you say that?
You left him lying on the floor back there.
Oh, well. Doss can take care of himself. Besides, I had to stop you from leaving.
Miss Bannon? What happened?
I must have caught my shoe on that step.
Are you hurt?
My ankle feels twisted.
Do you think you can stand up?
I don't know. I'll try.
Oh, here, let me help
Oh.
you. Now, there.
Oh, thank you. Oh. I can't put any weight on that foot.
Maybe I better carry you to the hotel.
Yes. I think you'd better. Oh.
There. Well, I hope it isn't broken.
Do you think it might be?
Could happen that way. How does it feel?
Broken. Oh, you've got big arms, Paladin. I like men with big arms.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should because
there's filter blend up front ahead of the filter. And the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend. Filter blend means fine tobacco. Filter blend up front. And the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend.
Filter blend is a mighty good reason for you to smoke Winston because it means tobacco's specially processed for filter smoking. A Winston secret. You get Winston's own pure white, modern filter, plus the rich, delightful flavor of fine tobacco.
There's filter blend up front ahead of the filter. And the fun you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend and makes Winston taste good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
I carried Holly to her room. It was on the second floor of the same hotel where I was staying. I bandaged her ankle, and we decided it was not broken, just a bad sprain. She made herself comfortable on the bed.
Why don't you pour us a drink, Paladin?
Yeah, I could use one. You'll have to stay off that ankle for a couple of days. You should be safe here in your room.
I'm glad you're concerned about me.
Somehow you don't act like a girl whose life is in danger.
I don't feel that it has been since you've been around.
Here.
Thank you.
Now, you want to tell me about it?
Yes. My husband, or rather the man who used to be my husband, has threatened to kill me. His name's Jed Bannon. I want you to kill him.
Why would he want to kill you?
He's crazy. Crazy as a loco weed. I left him 3 months ago, and he's been begging me to come back to him ever since. I won't. He knows it. He's terribly jealous. He comes into town every now and then. He gets drunk. He tried to shoot me 4 different times.
Have you told the sheriff?
There's a sheriff in this town. I don't know it.
Now, how does your friend Doss feel about this?
Oh, Doss doesn't know about it. He couldn't help me anyway. All he knows how to do is fight with his fists. I doubt if Doss would know how to use a gun.
Why don't you leave town?
Why should I do that? I make money here. Lots of money. They use gold dust for chips in this town, Paladin. These fingernails scrape up more gold in a week than most of those miners do in a month. Enough gold to afford to pay you $2,000 to kill my husband.
I'm afraid I'll have to turn your offer down.
How much more money do you want?
It isn't the money. I don't go around shooting men just because their wives want to get rid of them.
But he's been trying to kill me.
I don't think you've been telling me the truth.
Why? Why wouldn't I be? That's a terrible thing to say.
You were lying to me. Miss Bannon, you get someone else to do your killing.
You... Get out of here!
You could cut somebody that way.
Paladin! What was that? Paladin, are you hurt?
No. No, I dropped to the floor so he'd think I was hit.
Jed. That's who it was. It was Jed. He thought it was me coming out that door.
It's more likely your friend Doss.
Doss doesn't carry a gun. It was Jed Bannon. You see, that's proof. I wasn't lying.
Whoever it was, I'll find him. Holly told me that Jed Bannon lived on a small ranch about 3 miles north of Deadwood. I knew I'd have to look him up just to make sure he wasn't the one who tried to kill me. She warned me that he was a smooth talker and a very dangerous man. She also warned me many times over that I should shoot him on sight before he had a chance to get me. The next morning, I took a ride out to his place. Ooh.
Howdy.
You Jed Bannon?
Yeah, that's right. What can I do for you, mister?
I want to talk to you about Holly.
Come on in the house. We'll brew up some coffee.
No need for you to do that. We can talk out here.
I was just going to take some time out for coffee anyway. You might as well join me.
All right.
I've been cutting firewood since daybreak. Gets mighty tiresome after a while. What's your name?
Paladin.
You live in Deadwood?
No.
Come on in. Just make yourself to home. Take a chair at the table if you like.
Thanks.
It looks like the coffee's still hot enough. My wife rode over to the neighbors. She'll be disappointed she didn't get to see you. Always likes to visit with new folks.
Your wife?
Yeah.
Holly didn't tell me you were married again.
Oh, yeah. After we got unhitched, I married the sweetest little woman you could ever meet. There you are. Indian girl. Real pretty, too.
Were you in town last night?
Nope. I haven't anything left in Deadwood. I only go there when I have to pick up victuals, but never after sundown.
Someone tried to kill me last night. Holly says it was you.
Figures. And she sent you out here to kill me.
Says you've been threatening her life.
You're not the first man she's told that to. She won't be happy till I'm dead.
You must have hurt her real bad.
No, not on purpose. Oh, I blame myself in many ways. But what's done is done. See, Holly and I knew each other years ago back in Illinois. We wanted to get married, but there was one thing held us back. She'd already been promised to someone else, and he wouldn't give her up. She said the only chance we had to ever to be together was to run away. So we did.
And came out here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Later on, she told me she'd killed her fiancé. Said she'd done it for me, to prove how much she loved me. Just so we could be together. And that started a sore in our marriage that just never healed. She didn't have to kill him. Finally, I left her, and she's been trying to get back at me ever since.
Why would you tell this to me?
Oh, I don't know. You look like you might have an interest in Holly. If you did, you might be able to help her.
I don't think anyone will ever be able to do that, Mr. Bannon.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
It was a slow ride back to Deadwood. I took the horse I had rented to the livery stable and walked over to the hotel. Holly was in her room, sitting up in the bed, nursing her sprained ankle.
You killed him, didn't you?
No.
Why not?
He wasn't the man who was in the hall last night.
You let him smooth talk you right out of it, didn't you?
No, Holly, Jed doesn't bother with smooth talk.
Did you see that Indian woman he's keeping out there?
It was Doss who shot at me last night. I almost believed you, Holly, when you said that he didn't know how to use a gun. But there never was a cowpuncher yet who came up with a trail herd who didn't know how to handle a gun.
He never wears one.
That doesn't mean he wouldn't.
Doss!
I followed your boyfriend up here from the livery stable.
What do you mean, bursting into my room like this?
I see you're wearing guns today, Doss.
You're seeing real good.
I don't want any shooting in my room.
Won't hurt your room, Holly. Everything else has gone on in here between you two. We might as well add a few gunshots.
You were pretty free with your gun last night outside that door.
My aim is a lot better today. When you drop to the floor this time, it's going to be for good.
You think we've been loveboarding it, don't you, Doss? Well, you're wrong.
I don't think your way anymore, Holly. But it doesn't matter about him and you one way or the other. I come to find out last night after our little fight that you've been sorting with a few other fellas around Deadwood. So I can settle 2 marks today, one for the sorting and one for the fight.
You're not going to kill me, Doss. Him, maybe, but not me.
You too, Holly.
Holly. Holly.
Oh, it burns. Can you stop the burning?
I'll get a doctor.
No. Don't leave me alone. Please don't leave me alone. Paladin, are you all right?
Yes.
Is he dead?
Yes, he's dead.
Oh, you killed the wrong man. I wanted you to kill Jed. Doss was all right. He'd get jealous, but he didn't mean anything to me. Jed's the only man I ever cared about. I loved him so much I even killed a man for him. And he left me. He left me. Oh, Jed. Jed.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Hello, hey boy. Come in.
Oh, Missy Wong says she see you arrive this morning. You have a nice trip?
No.
Oh, too bad. Hey, you collect $2,000?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Mr. Paladin shouldn't feel bad. We'll make much money on other trip.
No, the money didn't matter.
Hey, this Holly Bannon you go to see. Nice lady?
Well, I think she must have been at one time. But she filled her heart with too much love for one man.
Oh, can be very bad.
Yeah. It destroyed her.
Oh, very bad. It's almost time for lunch. You want food brought to room?
No, I think I'll go down to the dining room.
Oh, it's a very good idea. Interesting young lady registered at hotel while you away. Maybe she be there, too.
Oh, how interesting is this young lady, hey boy?
Oh, you'll see. Who? Hey, boy, leave now. Go down to reserve Mr. Paladin good table.
Now, not too close, hey boy. I've been away a long time.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hey Boy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Richard Perkins, and Jack Moyles. Tomorrow, KMOX Radio, the voice of St. Louis, will be speaking from a new home, the nation's most modern radio studios. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hopalong Cassidy, up next.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West, The Red Terror. Right now, Hoppy and California are talking to an old friend they've run into after a long cattle drive to the Gulf shipping town of Port, Texas. He's a tough, gray-haired little man named Blarney Madigan, a former gold miner who struck it rich and is now living at Port, Texas with his daughter Laurel. As Blarney explains...
she's been living in the East with her ma's people, going to school and whatnot.
Thanks to you, darling. Living like a desert rat all these years,
No.
to quote Mr. Cassidy.
Well, those days are gone forever, Miss Madigan. Looks like your dad is a big man in Port, Texas.
Say, what's this new business you said you was in? This, improvisio?
No, impresario.
California, you wall-eyed ignoramus.
Dad's in the show business.
Show business?
They're sure I'm rolling out the welcome mat for the pair of you. Up you in California staying at my place until the
Now,
time...
hold on, Blarney.
No, the Bar 20 won't be going to rack and ruin if you stay over a few more days.
I wish you would, please.
Well, you see, we're behind schedule already.
Faith, you've got to stay. Tonight I'm putting on the greatest fight this side of the Mississippi. The star event of Madigan's Roman Arena and Opry House. I got Bombo Renee, the New Orleans bombshell, fighting the Red Terror.
Never heard of it.
No.
Look,
Please, I wish you would. Won't you?
You've got to see the Red Terror, Hoppy. Nary a fight has he lost, and all inside of 1 and 2 rounds.
Oh, shucks, Hoppy, we don't have to rush back.
Do stay. It's important.
very well,
Good.
Thank you.
but just for a day or two, and at our hotel.
Oh, but I've told
No
you...
argument, Blarney. Thanks just the same. Now I gotta find my way back to the hotel and pay off my trail hands. California. You can chew the fat here with Blarney.
Much obliged. Be back soon.
I wanted to talk to you alone.
That's what I figured.
I thought that you, of all people, might be the one who could help me.
What's bothering you?
It's Brady Adams. He's going to fight this horrible Indian, this Red Terror, in 2 weeks. He'll be killed, Mr. Cassidy, killed.
Now, hold on. So the Red Terror's an Indian, eh? And Adams?
My fiancé. Brady is foreman at the Broken Arrow. I met him when I first came to live with Dad over a year ago. He started to fight shortly after, trying to raise a stake so we can be married.
I see. How's he made out?
Much better than I feared. But he mustn't fight the Red Terror, Mr. Cassidy. The Indians already killed one man and crippled others. Dad's booked him to fight Brady. I begged him not to.
What does he think of Brady Adams' chances?
Brady will be killed, and Dad knows it. He hates Brady.
Well, why?
I don't know. I guess he just doesn't think Brady's good enough for me. Dad still thinks I'm a child.
Does Brady think he can whip this Red Terror?
Of course, heaven help him. You can do something to stop it, Mr. Cassidy, can't you? You will, won't you?
I don't know, Miss Madigan, but I'll let you know after I see the Red Terror fight Bombo Renee tonight.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Red Terror. After driving their cattle to Fort Texas, Hoppy and California accept the invitation of their old friend, Blonnie Madigan, to see a prize fight at Madigan's Roman Arena and Opera House. Since talking privately to Blonnie's lovely daughter, Laurel, Hoppy is especially interested in one of the contestants that night, the Red Terror. We find Hoppy in California in Blonnie's private box. Round one of the main bout has just ended.
Well, it's always like this the first round, Hoppy.
You mean he just stands there making like a doggone turtle while the other hombre tries to find some place to hit him?
Now, you just wait me by. The betting is 4-1 if the big Indian knocks Bombo kicking inside of 3 rounds. And it's 5-1, I'll give you myself.
There's something about the Bombo's trainer there in his corner that seems kind of familiar.
You know, Hoppy, I was thinking the same thing.
Wait a minute. It's Windy Sykes.
What?
Windy Sykes, the skinny little fellow who ran the traveling medicine show that hit Mescalero last year.
Carnation, that's the one. He was selling some stuff called Chief Walking Moose Snake Oil. And that big engine was part of his show.
Yeah, only now the Indian's calling himself the Red Terror. Blarney, that Red Terror of yours used to be a medicine show man. And Windy Sykes was his partner.
Faith, and that explains it.
Explains what?
The reason for Windy hating Dr. Drum so.
And just who is Dr. Drum?
He's the Red Terror's manager. Windy's been going around saying that Dr. Drum stole the Indian from him. Sykes has been trying to find a man to beat the Red Terror. Someone to punch Doc Drum's meal ticket, so to speak.
Who is this Doc Drum? Where is he?
There he is, Hoppy. Sitting behind the Indian's corner at ringside. It's the fat man in the Panama hat.
California. You recognize him?
You bet I do.
Big Collie, ring the bell, McGonagall. Are you asleep down there? Let's have round 2.
Well, let's see what happens this round.
Hey, Bombo's opening up. He's let him have it.
Sure, and the Terror's catching him on in his arms and his gloves. You see, Bombo can't touch him.
Bombo's trying to make the Indian fight.
Hey, if the Terror's so good, why does he keep giving up?
They're on the ropes.
Come on, Bombo.
Something's wrong with Bombo. He's staggering.
Hit him. Sure, I told you, didn't I? Bombo's down.
Yeah.
He must have got hit on the ropes, Hoppy.
Oh, big golly, it's going to be a knockout. Another knockout for the Red Terror.
Stick close, California. Don't get lost in this crowd.
We already lost Barney, Hoppy. Hey, the exit's this way.
We're not going toward the exit. One side, please. Excuse us, partner. Come on, California. We're going to the ring.
Yeah, there's Windy leaning against the ropes. Bombo's still in his corner out cold.
Looks like they've called a doctor into the ring.
Yeah. Hey, Windy, you old pill peddler. What's the matter? Can't you wake up that sleeping beauty?
What's the matter? Bombo hurt badly?
Badly. He's dead.
I'll get off the chief's hand wraps, Willie. You keep the snoopers out of this dressing room. Hey.
I fight good.
You followed instructions perfectly, Chief. Always keep covered up until your opponent seems a little groggy. Here, I'll pull off that other glove for you. Hey, get out.
Congratulations, Dr. Drum. Or should I say Dr. Trotter.
You. Hey, cowboy. The cowboy who gives us so much trouble in New York.
Yes, Willie. I kind of thought that bandit face of yours looked familiar when I saw you seconding this big moose. Then when I saw you, Doctor, I remembered our little get-together the time I was in New York with that Rodeo. You were in the smuggling business then, as I recall. You and Willie.
Chief Walking Moose hungry. Yes, in a moment, Chief. Just lie there on the rubbing table. Willie will give you a massage. Oh. You know, Cassidy, I've always felt that at some unexpected point in the strange geometry of Providence, our paths must cross again someday.
So you changed your name to Drum and beat it, eh?
You amuse me.
Then laugh this off. Bombo Rene is dead.
What? But that's impossible, eh? What are you doing? Put down those gloves. Willie! Moose!
I fix him. Ugh.
Oh, yep. Your trained Abel's a little slow on the draw, Doctor. So long.
Stop! Chief! I killed...
Just lie right there on that table, Chief. Over you go.
Hoppy, all right? Golly, what happened to them?
They started to give me trouble. Come on, hurry. Let's get out of here.
Hoppy, that message in the envelope the hotel clerk gave you downstairs, you ain't told me what it's about.
It's from Blarney's daughter, Laurel. She wants to talk to me. She'll be here at 11 tonight.
Laurel? Here? Oh, what about, for gosh sakes?
Well, it's almost 11 now.
That must be her now.
Somehow I doubt it.
Sure, that's a fine way to be treating me for the hospitality and the goodness of me heart that I've opened up to you. Ditching me after the fight the way you did.
Blarney, now, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Dr. Drum told me all about it. Stealing the Red Terror's gloves. Now, just because you had an old grudge against him is no call to go violating the hospitality of your host, Mr. Cassidy.
It's no grudge I've got, Blarney, and I didn't steal those gloves. I just borrowed them. Here they are. Take them.
Oh, borrowed them, is it?
For a little investigation, that's all. Those gloves killed a man tonight.
Sure, and I'm as sorry as anyone about that, Cassidy. But why should you think there was foul play? It was an accident, as the town clown himself declared. Was there anything about the gloves you didn't like? A set of brass knuckles, maybe?
No, Blarney, nothing like that. No tin foil in the padding, no oil of mustard soaked into the leather. I couldn't find a thing wrong with them.
And so you admit you were wrong, that you made a fool of yourself. Well, all I can say is if any man who thinks Blarney Madigan could be running a crooked fight show is no friend of his. Good night and bad cess.
Hoppy,
Wait. Now, come on.
What is it?
We've got to head Laurel off if we can. I don't want her to be running into her father on her way over here.
Hoppy, Mr. Cassidy.
Laurel.
I just saw my father leave as I came up. I stepped into the shadows.
Mara could have done just as well, couldn't it?
No. I just had to talk to you. I couldn't sleep. I kept hoping and praying they'd put the Red Terror in jail for killing that man tonight. But they won't. The fight's going on. The killing's going on.
Easy now, honey.
Mr. Cassidy, I know it's like asking for a miracle, but is there anything you could possibly think of to get Brady out of this?
You called me Hoppy once. Let's keep it that way.
All right, Hoppy.
Does Brady know you've spoken to me?
Of course not. If he knew I was trying to stop the fight... Oh, he's such a fool. So cocksure, so confident. He and that trainer of his.
Trainer?
Yes, Wendy Sykes.
You mean Wendy's training him? Say, Brady's in good hands.
Is he? All Sykes cares about is a chance to hurt Dr. Drum and the Red Terror.
So we heard. But hasn't Brady announced that he's quitting the fight game after this last fight?
Yes, but I want him to quit this horrible business now. Oh, what good is the money if it costs him his life? He'll be killed. He hasn't a chance. Not a chance.
He hasn't, eh? Laurel, what do you suspect? Tell me.
Suspect? Well, what should I suspect? I'd better go. I'm sorry I bothered you like this. I know it seems silly.
No, wait.
Well, I guess that accident tonight kind of made her blow her top.
California, I never did see that first blow. The one that made Bombo groggy. Did you?
Why, sure. It happened when so much was going on at the time, Hoppy.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody saw it. You know, California, I think we'd better pay a call on Laurel's father at his office tomorrow morning.
What for?
Well, for one thing, I want to talk to him some more about that killing tonight. Could be it wasn't an accident.
What?
No. In fact, some people might even call it murder.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. now back to Hop Along Cassidy and the Red Terror. After an enormous Indian prize fighter named the Red Terror kills a man in the ring, Hoppy incurs the hostility of Blarney Madigan, fight promoter, by raiding the Terror's dressing room to examine his gloves. Hoppy, who suspects the Terror's manager, Doc Drum, of foul play, visits Madigan at his office the next morning.
Sure, and I'm that sorry myself for what happened last night, Hoppy. Perhaps I spoke a little hasty, eh? Let's shake on it.
Glad to, Blarney.
And now I've been thinking, Hoppy, that you'd fit in mighty well in the next show I'm figuring on putting on.
Me?
Yes, you, me boy. The star attraction of a grand rodeo.
I see. Afraid not, Blarney.
And why not?
Well, for one thing, you got too many partners.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, for instance, your partnership with Doc Drum.
And what makes you think he's any partner of mine?
You're too interested in the success of that fighter of his.
Oh, would that be a crime?
You're an honest man, Blarney. Doc Drum is a crook, and you know it.
And so he served time once. What of it? Man can make a mistake.
He's made a lot more since then. That's why he headed west. You even loaned him money to get into the fight manager business, didn't you?
And why not?
For which you got a share in the Red Terror, eh? Broken down medicine show faker.
Faker, is it? It's a great fighter Doc Drum's made out of him. He'll be ready for John L. Sullivan himself after he gives Brady Adams the beating he deserves 2 weeks from now.
You seem mighty sure you can take care of your future son-in-law.
Son-in-law? No common prize fighter marries the daughter of Blarney Madigan, I can tell you.
Adams is retiring after this next fight, Blarney. He'll have enough to buy a share in a ranch and build a fine house with all those fancy gadgets women like. Even one of those newfangled telephones like you have there on the wall.
Oh.
Unless, of course, he gets killed before he can collect the purse.
Now, Bombo's death was an accident, a chance in a million.
Was it? Well, so long, Blarney. Think it over.
It's 213, please. Hello, Willie. It's Madigan. Now, put Dr. Drum on the phone.
Where do you want to go now, Hoppy? To the livery stable to get our horses. I want to ride over to the local newspaper office and read up some of the back issues about the Red Terror's past fights. After that, we're riding over to where Brady Adams is training.
Oh? Well, how long do you figure we'll be hanging around here?
Well, those two riders coming toward us. Down, California.
Boy, those low down...
No use drawing now. They went around that corner too fast.
Them bullets come so close they give me a chill. Who was they, anyway?
Couldn't tell with those bandanas over their faces.
Yeah, but...
Did you notice the gun hand of the first one? Some sidewinder who goes in for finger jewelry. Let's have your boy knife, California.
Here. Yeah, what for?
One of those bullets buried itself in the stable wall. Might make an interesting souvenir. And as to how long we're staying, I can tell you now. We're staying until after Brady Adams fights the Red Terror.
Say, it's sure been swell of you, Hoppy, helping Brady train the last couple of weeks. The boy's in great shape.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have any trouble taking the big Indian tonight, Wendy.
Hey, here comes Laurel. Hi there.
Hoppy, California.
Hey, Miss Laurel, did you hear that Hoppy's going to be in Brady's corner?
Yes, I did, Wendy. But suppose that big gorilla hits Brady like he hit Bombo Renee.
Don't worry, he won't.
I hope you're right. Oh, you've got to be right.
Oh, shucks. Brady'll probably flatten him in the first round.
Wendy, where is Brady?
Oh, he's out taking a long walk. It's his only exercise before the fight. He'll be back soon, Miss Madigan.
Well, I reckon California and I'd better be moseying along. We got a rather important call to make before the fight tonight.
you want?
Just lead me to your boss, Willie, and I'll tell him.
You want to make trouble, eh? I know you.
You're kind of familiar yourself, come to think of it. Yeah, that heavy black shrubbery over your eyes, those rings on your fingers. Of course. You're the bad boy who shoots holes in stable walls.
Get that way.
That man Rene was killed because of anything shady.
Hey, dear Blarney.
Well, now, what about that attempt on Cassidy's life a couple of weeks ago? Right after I telephoned you to make sure everything was on the open up.
My dear fellow, what possible benefit could I gain from his death?
A sense of security, perhaps.
Cassidy.
Yeah, and a lot of satisfaction, too, I'll bet. But your luck's against you, Doctor. I'm still alive. Keep your hands on the table, Doc, unless you think you're bulletproof.
Well, what's the meaning of this, Cassidy?
The meaning is clear, Blarney. I have here 2 checks, both for the same amount. The winner's share of all the purses that your friend's fighter has won. One is made out to you, Dr. Drum. The other, which you will sign, Doctor, is made out to Mr. and Mrs. Brady Adams.
Bigorry!
Sit down, Blarney, and keep your shirt on. We'll deposit these 2 checks as stakes in a wager that the Red Terror is going to be knocked out tonight.
And that's what you want me to sign? Well, of course, my dear Cassidy, of course I'll sign. That's all you want? Where's my pen? Check. There.
Shall we let Blarney hold the stakes? I know we can trust him.
Now, wait a minute.
Take 'em, Blarney, and hold on to 'em. That check I signed represents everything California and I have in the world. But I don't think it's a risk.
You don't, eh?
I want to talk to you, Blarney. Come on, let's go. Well, Blarney, I heard enough to know that you aren't in cahoots with Drum. Hey, where did California go? I left him out here waiting. His horse had gone, too.
Oh, sure, and that's him riding this way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hoppy, I seen him bring him in, and I rid out to see what's going on. They got him, Hoppy. Laurel's taking him to her house.
Oh, what?
Pull up. What are you talking about? What's happened?
It's Brady Adams. He's been shot. Laurel found him.
How bad?
The doc says he'll live.
What dirty rat did it? Who shot him?
Nobody knows yet. He was dry gulched on his way back from his walk.
Well, the dog that did it'll answer to me. Brady's a fine lad.
Aren't you changing your tune all of a sudden?
Maybe so, but if Laura loves the boy, a black curse in the whole business. Come on, let's get all over to the house.
Wait a minute. Blarney, if I hadn't butted in, if they hadn't been afraid of me finding out what they've been up to, they wouldn't have had to knock Brady out before he ever got into the ring.
Well, no, what?
Blarney, you got to put me in against the Red Terror tonight.
You?
Gee.
Make an announcement from the ring tonight. If they want to see a fight, even if it's only Hopalong Cassidy.
Only Hopalong? Well, jumping catfish. It may not be a championship fight, but with you in it, Hoppy.
California, we got to get a hold of Windy fast and get organized. Come on, let's go.
Hit that big tub, Hoppy. Hit him.
It's the same story. The Red Terror's just standing there looking at Hoppy between his gloves, not trying to fight. If he'd just open up so Hoppy could find a place to land one, I forgot the towel.
That first round was slow motion, Hoppy. How do you feel?
Okay, California. Where's Windy?
Sure, and he forgot the towels. I'll go see.
Here, Hoppy, take a drink of water. Steady now. Hey, you let most of that slop on you. Did you get any?
All I need. California, listen.
Yeah?
The water that's left in that bottle, keep the cork in it, do you understand? And hold on to it until the fight's over.
Well, but Hoppy...
Do as I say. Don't let that bottle get away from you. If anyone tries to spill or drink it, grab him.
Well, I don't get it, but here comes Windy with the towel.
Hey, get that big ox, Hoppy! Kill him!
That's it. Open him up, Hoppy.
Watch it, Hoppy! Oh, he's letting the engine crowd him. Careful, Hoppy!
Don't let that moose buffalo you. Oh, Hoppy, watch it.
What's happened? What's going on?
I don't know, but Hoppy's staggering. He's hurt.
Oh, Hoppy, get away! Get away! The terror's measuring him.
Get away! Hoppy! Hoppy!
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
He's gone. The Red Terror's down. A terrific right from nowhere. Hoppy tricked the big moose. He can't get up. It's a knockout. California, where are... Oh, let's help get him out of the ring. Here, Hoppy, I'll give you a hand.
Where's California?
Hoppy, I got him.
California, where are you?
Here, under the ring. He tried to pull a gun on me when I wouldn't let him spill the water from the bottle.
Drag him out here, California. Who is it?
Come on, you... It's Windy, Hoppy. Windy sight. Why, you loud...
I thought so.
Hoppy, what's going on here?
Here's Windy's gun, Blarney. I've got a slug that I think will fit it. And I'll bet the slug that laid out Brady Adams will fit Windy's gun, too. You see, Blarney, it was Windy's constant harping on his hatred for Doc Drum that first made me suspicious. Then when I found out at the newspaper office that he'd trained every one of Red Terror's opponents, well...
So Windy and Doc Drum were actually partners.
Of course. It was easy for Windy to dope his fighters' water with knockout drops.
But if there was only knockout drops, what killed Bumbo Rene?
Well, you saw it yourself. The big Indian hit him when Bombo was already half asleep. And you can take it from me, Chief Walking Moose can really hit when he has lots of time. I know.
Then you think it was the punch that did it?
Yeah. Doc Drum would have to hate any man an awful lot to take a chance on poisoning him.
Hoppy!
California, did you get that chemist report?
I sure did. And there wasn't any knockout drops in that water in your bottle?
No?
No, nothing in it at all. Except enough strychnine to kill a horse.
This means it's so long from Hoppy in California once again. If you'd like more of these two-gun adventures of Hoppy's, don't forget you can see him in the fine Hopalong Cassidy pictures at your local theater. Meanwhile, we're hoping you'll tune in next time Hopalong rides the airwaves to bring you more action out of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Red Terror was written by Irvin Ashkenazi. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Someone asked me what's the most frightening thing in the world. My answer was the familiar. The common everyday thing which suddenly is no longer commonplace. A shutter banging on a windy night when you're all alone. Or your house cat suddenly walking up to you and looking at you with eyes full of nameless cruelty. Yes, the most frightening thing in the world is the familiar suddenly unfamiliar. And that's what our story tonight is about. After a few words from Mr. Martin.
I want you folks to know why ironized yeast has been so amazingly helpful to people who, simply from lack of enough vitamin B1 and iron, had been weak, underweight, and jittery. You see, ironized yeast helps two ways. It gives you both vitamin B1 and iron. So, if more of these two vital substances is what you need to help you look and feel your old-time, happy, peppy self, to do your work with ease and really enjoy your fun, then get pleasant little ironized yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. Remember the name, ironized yeast tablets. And now, lights out. Everybody.
What's the matter with you, Slow? Can't you go any faster?
I got my foot all the way down, boss. This here roller just can't make no time.
Shut your mouth. Trouble with you is you got an answer for everything.
But, boss...
Tell you to shut up and keep driving. Son of a gun, you talk too much. You get me there late and I'll break your neck.
Well, that old tire blew out.
Well, the tire blew out. So what do those guys care if the tire blew out? Hall full of guys waiting to see my moving pictures. And if I don't show up with the moving pictures, they're going to give the dough back, and me, I don't get nothing.
I'll get you there, boss.
You bet your life you'll get me there.
Boss.
Yeah?
You're going to give me some cash money this time, boss.
Are you talking about money again?
Don't get sore, boss. Don't get sore. But, you see, I got to send some money back to my wife in New Orleans. I got it, boss. She's feeling mighty poorly, and I thought if I could send her a couple of dollars...
Shut your mouth.
But, boss, you said the next...
Shut your mouth, I said. You don't shut it, and I'll shut it for you.
Oh, ain't nothing to get sore about,
Oh,
boss.
now you tell me what to get sore about, huh? Well, listen to me, my friend. You bother me for dough once more, and you know what I'm going to do.
Oh, you wouldn't do that, boss.
Yeah. Maybe I should have done that a long time ago. Wouldn't that sheriff be surprised?
No, don't do it, boss.
Yes, sir. I bet you that sheriff, he wouldn't even bother to put you in
No,
jail. He'd turn you right over to that
boss,
mob.
don't talk like that. I can't stand talk like that.
Scared you good,
What that
huh?
mob would do to me. That's what I've always been scared of. I dream about it at night.
Yeah?
I dreamt about it last night. They were chasing me. And then there was noise in my ears, blood in my mouth.
You don't say.
It ain't right, dreams like that. It was you that killed that man, not me, boss. They ain't got a right to blame me.
Shut your mouth. If I turn you in, it's you they'll drag out. It's your neck. They'll put a rope around.
No,
it's
no,
your
boss,
neck.
no,
They'll
don't
stretch.
say it.
All right, then. Shut your mouth and keep doing what I tell you to do.
I'll do it, boss. I'll do it. I'll do anything, boss. Just don't turn me over to that.
All right. Forget it. But remember this. This town I want you to clean out, see? A lot of these oil workers, you know, plenty of dough. We'll clean them out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, is right. Me, I'm going to keep those fatheads busy watching my moving pictures, and you get what they got out of their rooms. Okay, my pal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just don't tell anybody, boss.
Got you good and scared, huh? That's the way I like it when they work for me. Scared. Plenty scared.
Will it take much longer to get those moving pictures started, Mr. Gibson?
Just a minute.
The boys sure getting impatient out there.
All right. I got to get the film ready, don't I?
Yeah. Hope you ain't going to disappoint the boys, Mr. Gibson.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, the boys around here ain't had a real show for a long time. And they sure be mighty mad if your movies didn't kind of add up to what they want.
Don't you worry. They're going to get their dough's worth. Well, how about it, Slew?
Yes, sir.
You must make quite a bit of money, don't you, Mr. Gibson? Driving this outfit around from tank town to tank town, giving your little...
It's no good. Me, I'm a poor man. I don't make hardly enough to pay Slew here. Do I, Slew?
No, sir.
Well, you're certainly making enough tonight. And if the picture's real good, maybe the boys will chip in and... Oh, there they go again.
Hey, what's the matter with those guys out there? All right. Tell them to turn out the lights. I'm ready now.
Oh, that's fine. All right, boys. Our little show's ready to begin. Turn out the lights, someone.
All right, Slew, turn on the machine.
Yes, sir.
Well, I better go up front and enjoy myself. I hope it's good.
You betcha. Slew.
Yes, sir?
Get going.
Yes.
Every man in easy time, see?
Yes.
I want you to get every dollar in cash that's lying around this town. You hear me? Every dollar. If you don't, maybe those dreams you've been having, they're going to come true. Now get going.
Well, Mr. Gibson, I must say your little show was quite up to expectations. Yes, sir, quite up to expectations.
Okay. And everybody's getting what he wants. Now, why don't you go back and see the rest of the picture, huh?
Well, as a committee of one, the boys asked me to sort of find out whether after this picture's over, you got something else you could show. We sort of hate to go home yet.
Sure, okay. I'm a good guy.
What's this one about? Something good?
You bet. One of these here boogie pictures.
Huh?
Well, you know, one of those monster pictures. Pretty girls, and one of these big movie monsters. You know what I mean.
Hey, that sounds pretty good. The boys will like that.
Sure. Me, I'm a great guy. Like to give the boys what they want. Yes, sir. The longer the boys stay here tonight, the better I like it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Come on in, Slew. Come on in. Well, what'd you get? Come on, let's have it.
Boss,
Now, talk up. What's the matter with you? I got the last reel on. Talk fast. What did you get?
I didn't get nothing.
Say that again.
I tried, boss. I tried. I swear I did.
What are you trying to give me?
I couldn't get nothing.
Okay, a smart guy. What are you trying to do? Make jokes? Come on, empty out your
But,
pockets.
boss-
Are you going to empty out your
Boss,
pockets?
I tell you, I ain't got nothing. See, nothing at all.
All right, start talking.
I just couldn't get in anywhere.
Yeah? Every guy in town's here watching those pictures, and you couldn't get in no place, huh? So what's the angle, smart guy? What are you trying to put over on me?
Boss, I'm telling you, I couldn't get in no place because he was following me.
Hey, what are you talking about?
The sheriff.
Sheriff?
Yes, sir, after me all the way.
Don't give me that. The sheriff is sitting right out there.
No, sir, he kept watching me, following me. He came up to me and said for me to get the heck off the street, so that's what I did.
Son of a gun, I give him a free ticket.
Oh, you ain't blaming me, are you, boss?
Okay. I'll show that wise guy he ain't so smart. We stick around overnight. We do another show tomorrow. Yeah. And tomorrow I'm going to see to it personally that the sheriff, he's going to be right down in front there watching that picture.
As long as you don't blame me, boss.
Me? No, I don't blame you. Come here, my friend.
Well, what do you want, boss?
Come here. Look through the hole in the wall and watch the moving pictures.
What picture you showing, boss?
Why, the one you like so much. The one all about the monster.
Oh, no, sir, I can't watch that.
Get over there.
Boss,
Go on.
Boss, you're hurting my neck.
And look, enjoy yourself.
Oh, I'm scared to watch that picture. You know that.
Sure. That's just why you're going to watch it.
Oh, no.
Your friend, the monster. Look at him. He's crawling around all over that screen. Sure scares you, don't he?
Oh, I can't look.
Open your eyes or I'll break your neck.
It's hurting me.
Okay, you keep your eyes open. That monster, he always scares you, don't he, Slew?
Oh.
Just a moving picture and you scared like that. Okay, it's the end of the picture. Now I'll let you go, my friend. All right, shut the machine off. Go ahead, you ain't scared to do that, are you?
No.
Well, Mr. Gibson, that is a fine show you gave us. Yes, sir.
Okay. Everybody's happy, and me, I'm happy, too.
Yeah. The funny thing, I guess the boys like that last one, the monster picture, better than they like the other ones. Now, what do you think of that?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Slew here, he don't like it.
Scares him, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I can't exactly blame him. Sure beats all how them Hollywood folks fix up critters like that. Most gosh-awful critter I ever did see. But I guess the boys like being scared. They told me to tell you if you want to give another show tomorrow, they're all for it.
Yeah?
Yep.
Sure, I'll stay overnight.
Oh, that's fine. Fine. Now, if you'd like me to find a place for you, I got a couple of rooms.
Oh, no, that's all right. Me, I can bunk right here. Slew can sleep in the truck.
Well, all right. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
You want me to do something, boss?
What do you think? Go on, disconnect the projector. I'm going to take a look out in the hall, make sure everybody's gone.
Yes.
So, Want me to stick around, huh? Yeah. Everybody went home all right? Hey, Slew.
Yes, sir, boss?
Come on out here and help me take the screen down.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. Shut that projector off first.
What'd you say, boss?
I said shut the projector off. What's the idea of starting to run that film again?
What'd you say, boss?
I said stop running that film.
Film?
Yeah, film. Stop it. I'll come in there and break your neck. Shut it off. You hear me? Shut it off.
Boss, I ain't running that machine.
What?
The machine ain't running, boss.
Ain't running?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll fix you. Smart guy, huh? I'll fix you. I'll show you to make jokes with me, you
Boss,
little rush.
what's the matter? I ain't done nothing.
Tell me you ain't running that projector. I'll break
But
your neck.
look for yourself. It ain't running.
Ain't running?
What's the matter, boss?
It is running. It's got to be running.
But it ain't, boss. You can see it ain't. Boss, what's the matter with you? What's the matter?
Look. Look out there.
Where?
Out there on the screen.
Oh.
You see it, too?
That monster from the picture.
But the machine ain't running.
No.
Not even filming.
Boss, what's throwing that picture on the screen? Look.
It's moving. It ain't on the screen, but it's coming off. It's coming down the aisle.
Ladies and gentlemen, when motion picture characters detach themselves from the screen and come down the aisle of the theater, that's an excellent moment for mere mortals like you and me to turn up the lights, get up out of our chairs, and take a deep breath or a drink of water, and reassure ourselves that 2 and 2 are 4. And speaking of such facts, it's a sad fact that today thousands of Americans are short on 2 vitally needed substances, vitamin B1 and iron. And what frequently happens? Listen.
Do eat your dinner, dear. There's everything you like.
Eat? Oh, gosh, I just don't feel like eating.
Oh, dear, you worry me so. You're getting so thin and on edge. I wish I knew how to help you.
Oh, I'm just worn out. I just don't know what to do.
Listen, perhaps the only help you need is more vitamin B1 and iron. Ironized yeast tablets give you both these vital substances. And remember, when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, may not eat all you need, or you may not get the full benefit from what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron out of your food, you may be weak, pale, always tired. If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's keeping you that way, take a tip from many who used to suffer from these deficiencies. Start taking ironized yeast tablets at once. See if they don't help you as they've helped so many, many others. See if pretty soon you, too, aren't saying...
Dinner ready, dear? Let's hurry so we can make the early movie. Sure, I had a big day at the office. But you can't tire me out. Not since I've been taking ironized yeast.
And now back to Lights Out. The thing has come off the screen, and Mike's assistant moans in his fright.
Stop it. I tell you, it'll hear you. It'll come back here.
No.
Don't make no sense. I swear it don't. Thing can't be alive. Yeah, there it is. Shut your face and don't move. Look at it. How can such a thing be? From a moving picture and it's alive.
Oh, we're gonna die.
Thing. Green. Its mouth. Those teeth. My eyes. They don't seem right. Something that was on the film being alive. Maybe I'm going nuts. Look. It's going out that door. That moon is shining so bright on it. That thing. It's gone. Come on, we gotta get out of here quick. Help me pack up the things.
I can't. I'm gonna
get
out.
Here, I'm gonna break your neck. I'll turn you over to the sheriff and the mob.
No, you wouldn't do
Come
that.
on, help me get that projector in the box. Gotta get out of here, quick.
Yes.
Yeah, quick. Hey, Slew. Did you see what I saw?
It ain't gonna come back, is it, boss? It ain't gonna come back.
How should I know? Don't know nothing, I tell you. Things don't make no sense no more. It come off the screen like it was alive. It crawled out of that door like it was alive, and it ain't nothing but a moving picture. No. Nothing don't make no sense no more. That can of film, drop it.
Oh, what?
You don't think I want that anymore, do you? That monster film?
No.
All right. Stop it. Gotta get those things from the truck.
I've never been so scared.
Scared. Who cares what you are? Gotta get the stuff out of here.
I'm too scared to go out there.
The truck. We'll get so far away that they're not...
Everybody! Come on, quick! What's the matter? Come on, men! Quick!
Hey, Slow. Gotta get out of here. They must have seen that monster.
Look, them guys trying to start that truck.
Stop them! Hey, what's the matter with you guys? I ain't done nothing. Keep your hands off of me, see?
Pull him down out of there. The little guy, too.
I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't done nothing. Me, I ain't done nothing.
Wait a minute, I say. What's the matter with you guys? Mr. Gibson here, he's the guy who gave us the moving picture tonight.
Sure, I ain't done nothing. What's the matter with you guys?
I ain't done nothing. I swear I ain't done nothing.
Shut up, both of you.
Listen, Gorman, that's where the girl was killed just now, and these two guys are the only strangers in town.
No, I'm an honest man. I ain't done nothing.
Yeah,
Mr. Gorman, he knows that. Go on, tell him, Mr. Gorman.
Gibson's all right. Gave us a good show tonight the way he promised, didn't he?
Yeah, but that won't bring Doc Merrick's girl back. No, me, I ain't done nothing. Honestly, I ain't done nothing.
Wait a minute. Take it easy, boys. I'll handle this.
Sheriff, listen. The boys are gone nuts. They think that Mr. Gibson
Sheriff,
here...
I tell you, ain't done nothing. I'm an honest, hard-working
All
guy.
right, hold it. You may not have done anything, but how about that assistant of yours?
No, sir, boss, I ain't done nothing. I swear I ain't. I swear to you.
Shut up! Weren't you sneaking around the street while the show was going on? You don't have to say nothing. I saw you. I saw you myself. Now, take it easy, boys. Give him a chance here.
Boss, you tell him where I was. You know I wasn't killing anybody. You tell him where I was.
Well, Mr. Gibson, where was he?
Don't ask me. I don't know where he was or what he was doing.
Boss, tell him. Tell him about that thing. I didn't do it, boss. Tell him.
I'll tell him nothing. I don't know nothing, see? Nothing.
Boss.
Maybe you did do it. How do I know?
No, boss, you know I didn't. You know that thing came off the screen.
Grab him, boy! Get away!
No, let me go! Won't get me!
Don't let him get away!
Now he's heading for the swamp! After him!
Cut him off!
Okay, thank you very much. You ran away, they ran after you and me. I got a whole town to clean that over by myself. I don't know what this is all about. That monster coming off the screen and all that stuff, but maybe it's all a lucky break from Mike Gibson. Yeah.
Get away. Gotta get away. Kill me. That's what they'll do. Kill me. I've never done nothing. I always try to be a good man. Always tried. And hide in the swamp. They won't get me. Oh, it's so dark. You can't see. What do they want to chase poor Slew for? What for? I gotta get away. Oh, boss, why didn't you tell him that Slew didn't do nothing? Why didn't you help Slew? Slew always done what you asked him to, didn't he? Sure. Slew did everything you asked him. Even when he didn't want to do it. Oh, you should have helped Slew, boss. You should have helped him. Gotta get away. They'll kill me. I ain't done nothing. I'm tired. I can't even staring at me. I gotta rest. They'll never find me. Never find me here. It's dark. I'm scared. Boss, why didn't you tell him what was right about Slew? Why didn't you tell him? I didn't do it. Yeah, it was that thing. That thing out of the moving pictures. You know that. Yeah, that thing. I saw it, too. Roll right off the screen. Roll right along the aisle. Green. Sort of looking here and there. Its awful eyes shining. I saw it, and he saw it. And it did it. It killed her. Oh, Lord Almighty, where is it now? Where is it now? Dogs. They got dogs after me. Oh, they're still after me. Them dogs are tracking me down. I didn't do it. What are they chasing me for? What are they chasing me for? Walk in the water. The dogs won't find me then. They won't find me then. Mud, water, they can't find me now. The dogs can't get me now. Can't get me. They won't get me. No, not me. I ain't never hurt nobody. If I stole it was because he made me do it. The boss, he made me do it. I had to do what he said. Oh, I've never been strong. You can't kill a man for not being strong. I dreamed about it. Oh, but I won't die like that. No, not me. I want to live. I got a right to live. Oh, dog, closer. I gotta get away, got to. Water deeper. I can't swim. Help me. Oh, I can't swim. Oh, listen to me. Listen. Oh, the monster. Ask the boss will tell you. I can't swim. Water's carrying me. Oh, I can't swim.
What a night. Yeah, but me, I did all right. Wise guys run off, and I made a clean-up. Those wise guys open their eyes when they come home and find out I cleaned them out. Yeah. You blasted motor, you keep going. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, a long way out of here by morning. Hey, shooting. I bet you that's the other slough. Yeah. Nice going, Mike. Getting rid of slough and making yourself a nice piece of change. Yeah. It's been a crazy night. Even got me talking to myself. Those funny things I see, that monster crawling off the screen. I didn't see it. Nobody saw it. Something I thought I saw. Yeah, just something I thought I saw. Sure, it's only in my head. The thing was on the film. It can't come off the film. You throw it on the screen. There's nothing but the light. Sure. That's it. What I saw was in my head. Oh, you gal. Go ahead and miss. Now I'm going to get me a new truck. Yeah, you bet your life. Brand new truck. The smart guys running off after slough. They got slough and I got all that dough out of their banks. Monster. What's the matter with me? That sure was funny. Yeah, but I saw it crawling down the aisle. Oh, no, I never saw it. Slough, slough. Got to get me a new assistant now. Well, that doesn't be too hard. Assistants. They take the rap and I take the cash. Hey, what the heck is that? Get out of the way, you. What in the... Blasted headlights, I can't see a thing. Hey, you, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Dog. Big dog running ahead of the truck. Get out of the way, you blasted dog. No, dog, it's that thing. That thing out of the moving picture running ahead of me. It can't be. It can't, but it is. Thing out of the film. All right, I'll show you. I'll run it down. Run it down. Blasted truck. Gotta go faster. Gotta kill it. They got her. They'll blame me. Everywhere I go, they'll blame me. Come on. Faster. Way ahead. Faster. There, it stopped. Waiting for me, huh? All right. I'll get you now. It's not it. It's a wall. Brakes. It's a wall. I can't stop. I can't.
And now, what about next week and imagination?
Well, back in the days of Prohibition, Frank, I knew a gangster. Yes, one of those legendary beer runners. And over these years, I've been literally boiling the memory of this gangster in my imagination. The result, next week we have a story about Al, the professor, Duke, and the girl. And there isn't a machine gun in the lot, and the district attorney doesn't pound his desk. And yes, I promise you a rather amazing half hour next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, The Archer. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Now, right from the very outset, friends, I want it clearly understood that I do not believe in Santa Claus. If a man offers to sell me a gold brick, I do not reach for my billfold, except to make sure I still have it. Nevertheless, when I sat down in the bar of the Georges V in Paris not so long ago, I'd have sworn I'd met Santa Claus at last. Nor did he offer me fool's gold. What he offered was the real thing, gold from fools.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Fool's Gold.
It began, as I told you, in the bar of the Georges V in Paris. Ironically, I hadn't even wanted to meet the man. I hadn't wanted to see him at all when he called to make the appointment. I was even rude to him.
So, Monsieur Lime, your health?
A la vote.
Perhaps if I came quickly to the point.
Good, I hope you do.
As you know, Monsieur, gold as a commodity is worth 35 American dollars the troy ounce on the controlled market.
Naturally.
Unfortunately, it can be disposed of at far greater prices in the Orient. As high as $60 the troy ounce will be paid in Karachi or Goa or Bombay or Macau or Hong Kong.
That's all very, very interesting.
Please,
but,
I will make myself clear in a moment.
I hope so.
Let me suggest, Monsieur, that there are at least 3 West European governments which would be happy if they could purchase more gold at the regulated price.
Well, they'd sleep better at night, would they?
Precisely. But if those who mine the gold in South Africa, in South America, and elsewhere,
Sure.
if they can dispose of their product for more, why should they sell it in Europe? Not to keep secrets from you, Monsieur Lime, there is a shocking condition. One blushes to report it. Gold is being smuggled east.
Smuggled?
East through Beirut and the Persian Gulf, east to India and Hong Kong.
What some people will do for money. It's shocking,
It is,
yes.
as you suggest, a distressing practice.
Yes.
As you can imagine, there are certain European governments which would look very kindly on any efforts to halt smuggling. If, for instance, the smugglers were made to realize that their enterprise was a very risky one. If they were to discover that occasionally their shipments did not get through to India as planned.
Oh, my dear sir, are you suggesting that I hijack these smuggled gold shipments? And besides, how could it be done?
Oh, very easily. You see, the usual route for the smugglers is from Beirut by chartered plane to a small sheikhdom on the Persian Gulf called Kuwait. Here the gold is dumped out on the sand. No armed guards. The sheikhs in Kuwait presently have it carried to small craft, dhows, in the harbor. And thence it is sailed east to Karachi or Goa, Macau.
No armed guards?
Ridiculous.
Yes. I see. Well, my friend, I'm afraid your little ideas.
Monsieur Lyon, perhaps you have not understood
No, I
me.
understood, surely.
If anything should happen to a shipment of the smuggled gold, it would be understood that all money the gold brings in the Indian market would belong to the man responsible for any accidents to the smuggled shipment.
Yeah? All the proceeds?
All.
Just where exactly is this sheikhdom of Kuwait? Now, here was an undertaking designed to my own personal specifications. All the way to Beirut, I purred in my aeroplane seat like a tabby being presented with a bowl of clotted Devonshire cream. And in Beirut, I made allies with two likely specimens. One was called Clancy, a rascally Irish aeroplane pilot, and the second, Singh, an equally rascally Lascar sailor, both of them familiar with Kuwait. Now, remember, both of you, from now on, I am Dr. Harrington Lyme, FRCS, well-known archaeologist, right?
Whatever you say,
Now,
Harry.
Singh, you leave at once for Kuwait and hire a dhow. Clancy here and I'll give you a head start. Then we fly to the airport, where we'll have to land because of engine trouble. I am an archaeologist looking for likely ruins to dig up. Clancy, you'll not be able to fix our engine until the moment there's a big shipment of gold lying on the sand by the airport.
This begins to sound interesting.
At that point, you tell me the engine is all right again. I arrive, change inside the plane to the clothes of a native. Singh drives a cart up, and he and I load the gold shipment into the cart, drive it down to the docks, dump it into the dhow, and sail 100 miles down the Gulf.
Where I meet you with the plane.
Right. We fly on to Karachi and sell it.
Why not?
And a quarter share for each of you fellas when it's sold in Karachi, right? The grapevine had news of a rich, fat shipment of gold due into Beirut in a matter of days. We gave Singh a head start, time to get us to the dhow and get it ready. And then Clancy and I took off for Kuwait. 5.5 hours. Across the deserts and mountains of the Middle East. Then our C-43 was circling above an airfield. Can you make your motor miss, Clancy? Make the landing look good and necessary?
Right.
Pete reached up and met us, swallowed us. Clancy went away to report his engine trouble and ask for parking space, but he's back in a few minutes.
Hey, Harry. Plane due in tomorrow with a consignment for the Sheikh Sir Sulaiman Al-Hamid bin Taimur.
Well, so what?
I know him, that's what. He's the biggest man in the gold business here in Kuwait. It must be the shipment we heard about back in Beirut, don't you see?
And tomorrow, huh? Well, we'll have to work fast. In this heat, too. You stay here and fuss with the plane. I'll get into town, buy some native clothes, and contact Singh.
You got the name of that waterfront place he's staying at?
Don't worry about me. Well, if it was hot on the airfield, in the town, in the native bazaar where I went to buy my second-hand native clothes, it broiled and sizzled. Even down at the waterfront where I looked up Singh, the breeze off the Gulf didn't relieve the torment. Singh was all ready. Then back to the town's best hotel, carrying my package of clothes. The town's best was a glum hostelry with a villainous-looking clerk. I handed him my card, the one I had specially printed, describing myself as an archaeologist. Who better to pass the word around about me than this clerk?
Yes, sir, Dr. Lyme. You want rooms, fine suit, running water, hot and cold, cross-ventilating.
Cross-ventilating
Very
will be
fine
fine.
suits.
Yes.
Sign here, please.
I leaned down, signed my name, and then straightened again, glancing over my shoulder. And that was when I saw her.
Luggages, sir. You have luggages, no doubtless?
Our eyes met. She stood quite still, grave, returning my look.
Dr. Lyme, where are your luggages, sire? Just only this bundle?
That woman, who is she, old man?
Nice, isn't it?
Very
That
nice.
is Falura. Falura, she is a dancer.
Falura. Well, it would have been pleasant, but then I thought of the gold of the day's work ahead, and I turned toward the elevators. But just before I reached them, she was at my side.
After looking at me the way you did just now, you turn and leave?
Your name is Falura, isn't it? Well, why are you here in Kuwait?
I've been waiting, perhaps, for you.
Well, you're staying here at this hotel? I'll call for you this evening.
Not this evening. This evening I am engaged. But I shall see you tomorrow evening.
Well, it's too late. I'll be gone. I'm sorry.
So, I think you will wait for me.
She turned and walked away. She didn't look back. I watched while she went out and down the steps and into a limousine that was waiting at the door. And it was too bad. It hadn't been for the gold that would lie waiting on the airfield beside the strip tomorrow morning.
Dr. Lime, sir.
Oh, it's you. Well, what do you want?
An invitation has come for you, sir. The Sheikh throws big party tonight.
Oh, Sheikh? What? Who is this Sheikh?
Sheikh Sir Solomon Al-Hamad bin Taimur.
Sheikh Sir Solomon.
This invitation says be ready outside hotel at 9, Dr. Lime. His car will meet you up and carry you.
Well, the Sheikh's limousine deposited me at the entrance of an elegant and palatial residence in the hills above the harbor. The man at the door took my hat. Inside, I was left to my own devices, looking about for my host, when suddenly I discovered why it was that Fulura had said she could not see me on this night. She was here. She saw me and moved over.
I am happy you were able to come. Now you know why I could not be alone with you tonight.
You're dancing here tonight?
Later. And while you're watching me, remember, tomorrow night we will be together.
Well, now really, Fulura, I'm afraid that won't be possible. You see,
At first I thought you were an English lord when I saw you back at the hotel.
Well, I'm not.
Now I have learned that you are only a scientist. What is it?
Archaeologist.
Archaeologist, yes.
Archaeologist. Now, about tomorrow night, believe me, Fulura, I couldn't be sorrier, but...
Excuse me, it's Dr. Lime. It's the Sheikh. Sir Suleiman, he would meet
You are wrong to worry, handsome one. If Allura does not worry about your poverty, why should you?
Well,
Now, go. Talk about your science with the Sheikh.
Yes, the Sheikh, Sir Suleiman.
My science with the Sheikh? Why with the Sheikh? What do you mean?
You didn't know that the Sheikh is one of the most passionate amateur archaeologists in this part of the world?
Amateur archaeologist?
But what is the matter?
Well, suddenly my head. I've got a splitting headache, Fulura.
Dr. Lime, please. The Sheikh awaits you.
Yes, but I've got this headache. Of course, I know he does, but you'll just simply have to take apologies. My apologies to the Sheikh. It's the heat. Which way is the door?
My handsome one, go quickly home. Be good to yourself.
I will, dear.
Until tomorrow, in the cool of the evening.
But it wasn't in the cool of the evening when I saw Fulura again. It was in the heat of the morning, just as I was checking out of the hotel, and when I had only gold on my mind.
Where do you go so early, handsome one?
Well, I'm leaving, Fulura. I'm leaving Kuwait.
It is
sorry.
not possible.
Well, I tried to tell you. Twice I tried to tell you that I simply have to leave today. By plane. For India.
Then I go with you.
Fulura, my lovely Arabian moonflower, listen to me.
Oh, the first pretty thing you have said to me. I shall treasure it.
Well, go right ahead and treasure it, honey. But now, goodbye. You're not coming with me. I'm going alone. Goodbye.
No, wait. Is it my same handsome one? Can it...
Well, you're not coming to the airport with me, Fulura.
Not even to kiss you goodbye? How can you refuse? Say au revoir.
Okay, and also goodbye.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, Fool's Gold.
Flora was certainly beautiful, but beautiful or not, Flora had begun to get on my nerves. Nothing could have been worse than to have her around the way she was, waving to me. Just when I was busy slipping into my native clothes and signaling to Singh to approach with his card and slipping back out of the plane again, hoping that no one in the control tower had noticed, making my way with Singh to the crates that lay unguarded and defenseless, ripe for the plucking under the broiling sun.
Oh, they're heavy, Harry.
Now, don't complain of their weight, old man. Remember, the heavier they are, the richer we shall be. Anyone around?
No one. In this heat. Not even a mad dog, my friend. Certainly no Englishman.
Then into the cart with these crates. The guards were with us. Why should anyone stop two native Arabs from loading crates into a native cart? What could be more brazen and therefore seem more innocent?
Go on, you lazy devil. My luck! My luck!
Off the airfield with Singh laying his whip across the backs of the two plodding, sweating beasts into the town and then down toward the docks. By mid-afternoon, we were out in the Persian Gulf. Out and away and cool. And so far as I could see, utterly unsuspected. For the airport officials knew that Dr. Harrington Lime had flown off at 1 o'clock bound for India. And they'd never guessed that his plane, only 200 miles out of Kuwait, would put down, refuel, and be loaded with a heavy and priceless cargo before heading in earnest for India.
I feel better now. Almost weren't airborne back there. That's too heavy a load for safe flying, Harry.
You too, Clancy, you too.
Me too, what?
Well, like Citizen saying back there, you complain of the weight of our payload? Suppose, Clancy, just suppose that what we finally were able to tuck inside the plane weighs half a ton. How much would you say it'd be worth?
Half a ton of gold? How should I know, Harry?
Your guess, Singh.
$50,000? 100,000?
At Indian prices, we might get enough to buy 1 million American dollars, my pessimistic papoose.
That much?
We'll see when we find our buyer in Karachi.
Why not in Goa, Harry? I heard of a man in Goa, a Portuguese named Piranda, who buys gold.
Karachi, Clancy. When we find a buyer in Karachi, that's what I said. When is what I said, but if was what I was thinking. Would it be so easy to sell a half-ton of fine gold? I didn't know. Never sold a half-ton of gold before. I could only guess. But before I left Europe, I'd taken the name of an Indian merchant in Karachi who could be approached. Okay, Clancy? Everything clear?
Sure pop, Harry.
I just want to visit this guy first and make sure he's the man for us. I should be back inside an hour. Don't let anyone near the plane.
Trust me, Dr. Lime.
I will, old man. And I did. I did trust him, and that's where I made my mistake. Took me an hour to find my merchant in the city, 10 minutes to find that I had a man who'd make a quick and profitable deal, and half an hour to get back to the airport. All singing, all talking, all dancing.
You Dr. Harry Lime?
That's right.
This note's for you.
Note? Note from whom?
From a pilot named Clancy. He left it just before he took off.
Before he took off?
Yeah, he took off about 20 minutes ago. Said you might be looking for him. Here's the note.
Harry, Singh and I decided what's the use of 25% for each of us. We decided 50% for each of us is twice as nice. You can see that, can't you? Think. Clancy had urged me to fly not to Karachi, but to Goa. Goa, he'd said. He knew a man in Goa who'd buy the gold, a Portuguese called... what? Blindly, I made my way through the groups of tourists and travelers in the airport terminal building. How long would it take Clancy to fly to Goa? He had a 20-minute start. I had to charter a faster plane. I must think. Now, what was that Portuguese's name? Where can I...
Dr. Lime! Dr. Lime! Oh, my handsome one, I've found you again.
Oh.
Harry, I shall call you Harry.
Now, listen, Fibber, I'm really very busy. I haven't got time for...
After you had left me, I thought, handsome one.
Piranda, that's it, that's the name.
What? Whose name?
Piranda.
Where are you going? Harry!
Piranda. Hurrying through the terminal, I headed for the office of an airlines dispatcher. Miranda, that's the name. Maybe, I thought, maybe this dancer could be helpful. Suppose I got into a language difficulty. Flora!
Yes?
I've got to charter a plane to Goa. It's a business matter of great urgency. A fast plane, the very fastest sort of plane.
I will come with you.
Well, all right, if you insist, I guess, but...
Come. We will charter the fastest plane in all Karachi, and Kamadeva shall be our pilot.
Kamadeva?
In this land, Kamadeva is the god of love.
Flora jabbered a few rapid sentences of Arabic to a dispatcher, then to a radio operator, and a tricycle plane appeared, and we climbed in. More than 800 miles down the west coast of India lies Goa, capital of Portuguese India. Say, Clancy and Singh had an hour's head start. It couldn't take less than 5 hours, and the plane we chartered was guaranteed to get us there in 4. I had a chance. All I'd have to do would be to get rid of Flora, pay off the pilot, and find the offices of this guy, Piranda. Luck was back with me again. 4 hours, and we were circling down over the ancient city of Goa. I raced from the landing strip to the administration building. I wanted a taxi. I figured I could brush Flora off as soon as I could find a taxi. A taxi, hi, a taxi!
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Dr. Harry Lyme?
Well, yes,
Harry, where are you going?
Professor Lyme, is it not? The well-known archaeologist.
Oh, yes, but I really must apologize, old man. Taxi! I'm in a terrible hurry right now, you see. Taxi!
I can't tell you how I've longed to meet you, Professor. You see, I dabble a bit in archaeology myself.
Taxi! Taxi! A taxi pulled up.
Perhaps you will be good enough to permit me to accompany you to the hotel, Professor.
I had no time to stand on ceremony. I pushed this archaeological crank out of my way and then jumped into the cab. Driver, take me to Piranda's. Do you hear?
Harry, don't leave me.
You know where it is, Piranda's?
Si, Piranda's. Si, senor.
Harry, wait, Harry. What about me?
But, Professor, wait.
I was cutting it fine. It took my driver a half hour to find Piranda's. What if those thieving scoundrels had beaten me after all? But just as the taxi was turning into the street, I relaxed. There they both were, Clancy and Singh, standing on the sidewalk outside the shop, supervising the unloading of the crates.
Gently, boys, gently.
Yes, gently, boys, gently. You boys have rather inconvenienced me. Please, Clancy, don't reach for your pocket. As you may notice, my hand is already in my pocket. It isn't my pipe stem that is pointing at you. That's better. You may proceed with the unloading of my crates.
But, Harry, listen.
I know, you were just joking. Nevertheless, the penalty for practical jokes is severe when my profits are involved.
Harry!
Oh.
You see? He's stopping them.
Yes, I guess you're right, my dear. I guess he is a fellow archaeologist
A
after
fellow,
all.
what?
Certainly he is, Sir Suleiman.
Oh, what's this, Sir Suleiman?
Why, I thought you knew him, handsome one. This is the Sheikh Sir Suleiman Al-Hamid Bertimo.
Delighted, Professor.
Oh.
I had been looking forward to a chat the other evening, except that you were suddenly taken ill, I understand.
Yes, Sir Suleiman.
And I must say, I'm most grateful for all your efforts at halting these brigands. You'll forgive me for a time. I actually thought you were part of the plot to hijack my gold.
Yeah, and don't think you were...
Quiet. Yes, Sir Sullivan, you were saying?
Yes. Well, Faliura here insisted that her heart had never told her a lie, that her heart told her you were honest.
Oh, that's very good of Faliura.
Actually, my dear Professor, your melodramatic chase was unnecessary.
Oh?
Yes, indeed. As soon as you told Faliura back in Karachi that the name was Piranda, she found the opportunity to ask Karachi radio operator to send me the information. I was at the time flying from Kuwait, and naturally I radioed ahead to my good friend Piranda.
Your friend?
We've often done business together in the past. And he arranged to have some Goa police inside his place of business.
Police?
What? They're ready to take these two thieves in charge right now, I believe.
Hey! Now, look here, Harry.
And a very good thing, too, I must say.
Harry, does it not turn out well?
You're not getting away with this line.
All right now, my men. Just move along inside the shop, please. Oh, by the way.
Yes?
Please accept this. A small reward for your friendly intervention.
Oh, no, Sir Solomon, I couldn't really
No, I insist.
It's awfully good of you.
Here, Faliura, you make him take it.
Well.
Professor, you perhaps don't realize how valuable a shipment this was that you saved.
Oh, really?
I'll see you in a few moments.
We'll wait, Sir Suleiman.
Faliura.
Yes, handsome one, come. We will see if there is a bank open which will cash the Sheikh's check. You see the reward for honesty, handsome one.
Yes, a slender return on investment, but a reward. Come, Moonflower.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, I told you at the beginning of this story that I don't believe in Santa Claus. Well, after all, nobody ever left a gold brick in my sock, unless it was there to sock me over the head. No, diamonds may be a girl's best friend, but Harry Lime's best friend is still, well, guess who? Yes, you're right. Harry Lime.
Oh, here we are. It's that time of day again. It's time for a Trivia Minute, and here we go. Nicknames for Carson City include Carson, or simply CC. Nevada's official moniker is the Silver State, referring to the state's silver rush in the mid-1800s. Carson City was recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records for its Nevada State Prison, from which Leonard T. Bristow made the longest recorded escape by a recaptured prisoner, lasting until he reached age 77. The Washoe people have inhabited the valley and surrounding area for about 6,000 years. The average temperature in Carson City increased by 4.1 degrees Fahrenheit between 1984 and 2014. Carson City became the capital of Nevada Territory in 1861. The estimated population of Carson City is 54,773 as of 2019. Carson City was founded by Abraham Curry. The city is situated in a high desert river valley approximately 4,802 feet above sea level. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless you.